This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Mentally Retarded System You Deserve. Aunt Sia. Aunt Sia. Are you home? Mrs. Sia was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing this, she walked out of the door with a spatula and shouted to the outside of the courtyard. Who is it? Is it Ah Sheng? The boy carrying a bundle of firewood outside the courtyard moved his position and met Mrs. Sia's eyes. There is a carriage outside the village. It seems that it is a rich man who is asking the villagers about you. My mother is worried. So she asked me to tell you something. Rich man? Mrs. Sia frowned, then smiled at Ah Sheng. Okay. I got it. You should go back quickly. You are still young. So carry less firewood in the future. If you can't do it, go more often. Be careful not to tire yourself out. Your mother will feel bad. Ah. Then, Auntie, I'm leaving. Ah Sheng's figure disappeared at the gate of the courtyard. Mrs. Sia frowned again, looking out the door and talking to herself. Rich man. Who? The farmyard was not big. And she stood in front of the window practicing calligraphy, and could hear the movements in the yard clearly. She poked her head out calmly and shouted, Aunt, if you don't go into the kitchen, the food in the pot will get burnt. Sia came back to her senses and ran to the kitchen quickly. Oh, my braised pork. Host. Hurry up. Change your clothes. The people from the Marquis Mansion are here to pick you up. Sushi's mind rang with a very cheerful voice, accompanied by a burst of jumping, as if someone was dancing in her mind. Sushi didn't even blink, still practicing calligraphy with a calm face. The words under her pen were as steady as a dog, without a trace of impetuousness. She was in a car accident in modern times 5 days ago, and traveled into this book called Happy Life in ancient times. She became a female supporting character with the same name and surname as her. And this stupid system also came with it. In the novel, the female supporting character she lived in a city family since she was a child. Her father was a poor scholar, and her mother was sick. The whole family relied on her father to write letters for others, and her mother to do embroidery to make ends meet. As a result, when she was 13 years old, her father died of illness, and her mother also died a few months later due to grief and fatigue, and she became an orphan. So she was taken back to the countryside by her uncle and aunt, and became a village girl living under someone else's roof. After staying in the countryside for less than a year, someone came to the sweeping Marquis Mansion in the capital, and said that the female match was the second daughter of the Marquis Mansion, and that she had taken the wrong child with the eldest wife of the Su family, Lin. After the female match returned to the mansion, she was not good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and her clothes were very rustic. She was looked down upon by the people in the circle of noble ladies, and even her own mother didn't like her. She was bullied in the Marquis Mansion and the circle of noble ladies, and her reputation was very bad. She wasted her time until she was 18 years old and still couldn't be married to a good family. In the end, her own mother had no choice but to marry her to a playboy who was rumored to have an affair with a man with a very bad reputation. After marriage, she was despised and tortured by her husband and her husband's family. Later, Sweeping Marquis Mansion was confiscated because of the wrong side in the struggle for succession. She was immediately divorced by her husband's family, and died of starvation and cold on a snowy day. This system, called wisdom, leads you to a happy life. Partial obstacles system believes that the reason why the female supporting role is unhappy is because she is not smart, can't play the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, is not proficient in reading, writing, dressing, and is not talented enough, which is why she has such a tragic end. The system was damaged when it traveled through the black hole of time and space, and it didn't know where it came from. It only knew that it had to change the female supporting role's life and realize wisdom leads you to a happy life. The goal is that it can repair obstacles and restore memory. So when it fell into the Milky Way, among the people who died at the same time in different time and space, it chose Sushi, who had the highest IQ and a doctorate degree, and let her enter the system and come to this book to change the life of the female supporting role. After learning all this, Sushi just wanted to curse. Damn idiot. The female supporting role had a tragic end. Was it really because she didn't know piano, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and her talent was not outstanding enough? What kind of logic is this? If the female supporting character has high emotional intelligence, strong character, self-respect and self-love, and actively controls her own destiny. She can live a wonderful life even in adversity. Sushi knew that she had died in a car accident in modern times, and she couldn't go back anyway. So she was happy to live for the female supporting character. As for how to go on this road, it is not something that the system and the plot in the book can decide. She will tell the mentally retarded system what it means to. Character determines destiny. Shall she? I'll go out and take a look. Sia's voice came from outside the window. Okay. Sushi answered loudly and continued to write her words calmly. Host. Pack your things quickly. Comb your hair and change your clothes. Don't let the people in the Marquis mansion look down on you. The system jumped in her mind again. Shut up. Sushi shouted in her heart. If you jump again, I will commit suicide. System. Seeing that the system was finally as quiet as a chicken, Sushi was very satisfied. It turns out that the stupid ones are afraid of the arrogant ones, and the arrogant ones are afraid of the desperate ones. This sentence is so damn reasonable. She is bound to the system, and their fates are linked. If she is weaker, she will definitely be influenced by the system, but since she is not afraid of death, the system can only admit defeat. See, it is indeed character that determines fate. Finally, after finishing a piece of paper, Sushi put down the pen, took a step back and looked at it, and heard a ding in his mind. And the system announced, Host Wisdom Value +1. Although Sushi disagrees with the system's point of view, and believes that talent and happiness are not proportional, it is undeniable that there is a difference between talent and no talent, and talented people are more likely to become winners in life. There was a commotion outside the courtyard gate. Sushi used a paperweight to press the words down, and walked out of the door, and saw a man rushing in from outside, shouting, Sister, there is a man from the Marquis' mansion in the capital, saying that you are his daughter. This is Sia's eldest son, named Su Chungwon, 1 year older than Sushi. He is now studying in a private school in the county. Today is a 10-day holiday, so he happened to be at home. In addition to him, Sia also has a daughter named Su Shui, who is 13 years old this year. Before Sushi could speak, the head of the village and the elders of the clan came in, with a middle-aged man who looked like a housekeeper. And Sia followed one after another, with a slightly plump woman in her early 50s and 2 maids. The 4 of them were all wearing silk clothes. The man had a jade pendant hanging around his waist, and the woman wore gold and silver jewelry on her head. At first glance, they were completely different from the people in the village. Seeing Sushi standing in front of the main hall door, everyone was silent. The clan leader reacted and quickly said respectfully to the middle-aged man and the woman, Housekeeper Lu, Aunt Wan, this is Sister Shi, the young lady who was taken away by mistake in your mansion. Haha. She really has an outstanding temperament, completely different from those of us who make a living in the fields. She really deserves to be the eldest lady of the Marquis' mansion. The head of the village smiled heartily. Everyone nodded and agreed. The head of the village was not entirely flattering. The original owner grew up in the city. Her father, a scholar, and her mother loved her very much. She didn't have to do anything except learning some embroidery. Later, her parents died, and she returned to Shujia village. Her uncle and aunt didn't let her do anything, so she was naturally delicate and tender, with white skin. In addition, the original owner had a good appearance. She had studied for many years. The bookish air on her body and the calm and confident modern people gave her a unique temperament. When she stood there, she would make people's eyes light up. Host. Wisdom can really make people walk on the road of happiness. Haha. The system jumped excitedly in Sushi's mind, and it seemed to have turned a few somersaults. Chapter 2. You are the daughter of the Marquis. Sushi rolled her eyes in her heart and saluted the village head and clan leader, village head, uncle, third uncle. Haha. Sister Shi. Now it's good. You have to go back to the Marquis to enjoy your life. Village head Zhang Chumlin laughed. Zhang Chumlin is from the next village, not from Shujia village. He is the village head, and he is also an official, so he can flatter people without saying anything like Su Qingwan, the clan leader of Shujia village, who is proud of his status and is embarrassed to put down his airs and say such flattering words to his former juniors. Sushi knew what was going on, but she looked confused and asked, What do you mean, village head? Uncle? She glanced at housekeeper Lu, Madame Wan and others, and asked, Who are these people? Clan leader Su Chingwan coughed and said, "Let's go in and talk." He then turned around and gestured to his son Su Mingsheng. Su Mingsheng understood. And after the village head, clan leader Su Shi, Xie and housekeeper Lu entered the house. He stopped the onlookers outside and shouted, "Everyone go back. Don't gather here and chatter. It's embarrassing for our Shujia village." Seeing Su Chongwen, who was also stopped outside the main hall, Su Mingsheng said, "Brother one, go and see where your father is and bring him back. My father went to the county and probably won't be back until the afternoon." Su Chongwen was a little nervous about the Marquis's posture. Su Mingsheng frowned. In the room, housekeeper Lu and the head of the village sat down one by one. Zhang Chumlin then said to Su Shi, "Shijie, you were originally the daughter of the second room of Sweeping Marquis Mansion in Beijing. You were taken away by mistake when you were just born. Now the people of the Marquis Mansion are here to take you back to the mansion." Mrs. Xie's lips moved, and she looked at Butler Lu, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Su Shi's eyes widened, and she looked at Butler Lu, and then at Zhang Chunlin, with a face full of disbelief. After a long while, she seemed to have found her voice again. "How? Did you take the wrong child?" Zhang Chunlin looked at Butler Lu. Nanny Ruan spoke. The young lady was born prematurely, and the second wife was worried that the young lady would not be able to survive. So she took the young lady and the wet nurse to the mountain to worship the Buddha. On the way back, she met Mrs. Su, who was about to give birth, and got off the car to help her. At this point, she looked at the clan leader Su Chingguan meaningfully, then turned to look at Su Shi and continued, "We were in a hurry at the time, and somehow, we took the wrong child." Su Chingguan's heart skipped a beat when he saw this look from Nani Ruan. And Xie, who was sitting next to him, also felt uneasy when she saw this look. Others had doubts in their hearts. There is a difference between a newborn baby and a baby that has been born for a while. Apart from other things, the umbilical cord is definitely different. Not to mention the skin, appearance, and swaddling clothes. No matter how careless the wet nurse in the Marquis' mansion was, could she not even tell this? Unless it was intentional. But why did the wet nurse intentionally swap the baby? In addition, if the wrong baby was swapped, even if Mrs. Su, who was giving birth for the first time, didn't know what the newborn looked like, Su Shi's biological mother, the second wife of the Marquis' mansion, would have discovered it afterwards. Right? Why did she come to look for the child after more than 10 years? Madame Ruan saw what everyone was thinking and explained. The second wife has been in poor health since she gave birth to the young lady, and the young lady has always been raised by the wet nurse. When Mrs. Su was giving birth, the second wife got off the car to help and caught a cold. She had a severe headache and didn't even look at the child all the way. After returning home, she asked a doctor to recuperate and was delayed for a while. When she saw the child again, the child had grown up and there was not much difference. It seems that the second wife didn't pay much attention to this child. Otherwise she would not have failed to recognize her own daughter even after a period of time. Su Chingguan and Xie both lowered their eyes, feeling very uneasy. Why did the wet nurse conceal the fact that the child was swapped? Unless this matter was done intentionally by Mrs. Su from the beginning. She wanted her daughter to go to the Marquis' mansion to be a rich lady, so she paid money to bribe the wet nurse. The wet nurse might be greedy for money, or dissatisfied with the second wife, or both. And because the second wife did not care about the child, she took the risk. Otherwise, even if Mrs. Su did not know who helped her at the time, the carriage of the Marquis' mansion was marked, and she could always find out the situation from passers-by and go to the Marquis' mansion to get her biological daughter back. Right? Everyone in the room was thinking about it. And then Su Shi frowned and asked, "How did you find out about this?" Madame Ruan smiled bitterly. The nurse was afraid that the matter would be ruined, so she quit her job and left the mansion a month later. After returning home, she opened a grocery store and lived a good life. It was only a while ago that her son died. She said that her daughter-in-law was unlucky for her husband, and she tortured her daughter-in-law so much that her granddaughter was also abused to death by her. The daughter-in-law couldn't stand it anymore, so she went to the government office to report her. The master and his wife of the mansion didn't know the whereabouts of the girl until then. As soon as they heard the news, they sent us to pick up the girl. She looked at Xie meaningfully. This kind of thing is a serious crime, and the Marquis' mansion did not want to forgive it easily. But Mrs. Su has passed away. The fifth girl who was brought into the mansion that year was deeply loved by the old lady. and the second lady was reluctant to let her go. Plus we found out that Mrs. Su was quite good to Miss Shi. And the masters of the Marquis's mansion discussed it, and decided not to pursue the matter of the year. She looked at Su Shi. So, today we sent housekeeper Lu and the old slave to pick up the girl back to the mansion. This statement revealed a lot of information. The clan leader, Xia, and the village head all looked unhappy. But they were relieved to hear that the Marquis mansion would not pursue the matter. Su Shi's expression did not change at all. He still had a faint smile on his lips, and said calmly, "That's fine. But where is the evidence?" Madame Ruan was stunned and puzzled. Evidence? What evidence? For example, did the swaddling clothes that I was wrapped in have the Marquis mansion logo? Or can you tell whether the color and pattern of the swaddling clothes are consistent with the color and pattern of the swaddling clothes that I was wrapped in? Su Shi said, turning to look at Mrs. Xie. "Aunt, do you still have the swaddling clothes I used to wear when I was a child? Or, do you still remember the color and pattern? I heard my mother mention that when I was born. You were the one who took care of her during the confinement period." This time, everyone in the room was stunned, and their minds were suddenly confused. Mrs. Xie was also confused by Su Shi's question. She looked at Su Shi at a loss, and opened her mouth without answering her question. Although Aunt Ruan didn't understand Su Shi's logic, she still explained, "The nurse intentionally changed the wrong child. The swaddling clothes on the girl were naturally prepared by Mrs. Su. And the swaddling clothes that the fifth girl wore when she was brought back to the mansion were prepared by the embroiderer of the Marquis mansion. Then, there is no evidence." Su Shi looked at her with innocent eyes. "If I go to your house, tell a story, and then say that the grown-up girl in your family is my child." She glanced at Xie. "Are you going to let the child go with someone like this? Without any evidence? You must be a fool to go with someone for no reason." She stood up. "I am not a fool. So I will not go with you, unless you can show evidence to prove that I am your child." After saying that, she squatted down and saluted to the head of the village and the clan leader, turned around and walked out of the hall. Chapter 3. I have a high IQ. Listen to me. The room was silent. Those who were slower in thinking still didn't get around the curve, and still thought Su Shi's words made sense. Of course. How could you just go with someone who said you were his child? Mrs. Xie's expression was very complicated. Madame Luan was so angry that her face turned red. She said to Su Shi's back, "Miss, do you mean we are liars? We in Sweeping Marquis mansion have royal blood, and our ancestors were cousins of Emperor Taizu, although we have been demoted. We are still a wealthy noble family in the capital. You are just a peasant girl. What is there for us to go to such great lengths to deceive you?" What the girl said is unreasonable. They came to recognize their relatives with such a noble status. This is a good thing that fell from the sky. Su Shi should not say that he was very nervous, but he should also be happy to go back with them without asking any questions. How can the life in the Marquis mansion be compared with this country place? Even if they admit their mistakes, as long as they can become the daughter of the Marquis mansion, no matter who they are, they will scramble to go. This girl actually said that they are liars. It is really unreasonable. Outrageous. Su Shi could no longer hear what she said. The system shouting in her head was so loud that it made her head hurt. "You idiot. Shut up," she shouted in her heart as she entered her room. "I am the wisdom that leads you to a happy life, partial obstacles." The system, not the idiot. The system protested as usual, then asked her, "Why don't you go with him? You know what she said is true. I said you are idiot, but you still don't admit it." Su Shi looked down on her. Think about the original owner in the book. If she went back with him, would she have a good life? The second wife seemed to have a grudge against her biological daughter. She was okay with her in front of others, but she kept setting traps for her behind her back. Otherwise, with the love of her biological mother, even if the original owner was not good enough, she would not have fallen to the point of being laughed at and bullied by everyone, and finally married such a thing. The system choked. But it was unwilling. But if you don't go back, how can you slap them in the face with your wisdom and embark on a happy life? What's the point of us coming here? Su Shi felt that it was very meaningful. At least she was the one living her life. And as long as she lived her life to the fullest, her life would be very meaningful. But this system was stubborn, and it was a waste of words to say these things to it. She lied, "As long as I use my own wisdom to walk on the road of happiness. Won't it be over? Why do I have to go back to the Marquis mansion? You let me come here. Don't you want the original owner to start her life over again? Or follow the old path? Enter the mansion and be bullied. and then find a scumbag to marry. You can't beat them. You can't fight against them. You can't control your own destiny. What's the point of starting over again? Do you think that being good at music, chess, calligraphy and painting can change Sushi's fate? No. Can it? The system asked weakly. No. Sushi answered firmly. But the system was still not convinced by her. If you are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and have outstanding talents, those noble sons will definitely come to you to marry you. If there are good choices, people who want to come to the Marquis Mansion will not specifically pick a scumbag for you. Right? Let me ask you. You bound me here. Are you interested in my IQ? Sushi did not answer but asked instead. Yes. The system actually wanted to deny it. This woman was unreasonable and would make trouble. Not to mention that this was the fact. So it had to admit it honestly. Since you like my intelligence, you should listen to me, Sushi said. Otherwise, you can destroy me and bind a new host. The world was finally quiet. In the main room, after Sushi left, the worldly wise head of the village hurriedly smiled and tried to smooth things over. Alas, sister, she is still a child. She must not be able to accept the fact that she was taken away by mistake after more than 10 years. It is normal for her to say something angry. Butler Liu. Nani Ruan. You adults should be magnanimous. Don't bother with the child. As he said that, he turned to Xia and said, Go and persuade her. The Marquis' mansion has come to pick her up. How can you just not go? Will the Marquis' mansion let their children wander around? Xia's lips moved. With a very complicated expression. She stood up, took 2 steps, and finally couldn't help it. Turned around and asked Nani Ruan, Since sister she is not our Su family's child, then what about my niece? Nani Ruan also knew that if she didn't pick her up today, she wouldn't be able to return to the mansion to report. And she had to rely on Xia to persuade Sushi. She said, The 5th girl has been raised in the mansion of the Marquis in luxury. The old lady and the lady love her very much. The old lady and the lady want her to stay in the mansion and still be considered a girl of the mansion. When she gets married, her dowry will be the same as other girls. You can also go to see her and get along with her like a relative. That's good. That's good, Xia said repeatedly. As long as the child is fine. Putting her in the mansion, the deceased sister-in-law will get what she wanted. And she should be relieved in the underworld. If the child was brought back, I think the eldest sister-in-law would not be willing. Moreover, could a farmer like them afford to raise a child raised in such a family? If she brought the child back, where would she find a good marriage for the girl? Xia left the main hall and went to Sushi's room. She saw Sushi grinding ink, as if she was going to practice calligraphy. Shijier? She called out. Sushi turned around and looked at her. Are you here to persuade me to go to the Marquis mansion? Xia opened her mouth, but could not say a word. She walked to a chair and sat down, watching Sushi grinding ink with a calm face. After a long while, she asked, Why don't you want to go? Your biological parents are there. If you get angry now, it will be too late for you to regret it if Nani Ruan and the others leave. Sushi put down the ink stick, walked over and sat next to Xia, and said seriously, I will not go to the Marquis mansion. If you and uncle don't want me, I will move back to the city and live alone. Su Yongxing, the eldest son of the Su family, was only 20 years old when he passed the examination for a scholar. Naturally, he was unwilling to stop at the title of a scholar. In order to facilitate his study in the county school, and to copy books and write letters to support his family. When his parents died, he divided the property with his younger brother. Sold the house he got to his younger brother, borrowed some money, and bought a small courtyard in the city with his savings. After the couple died, Sushi was taken back to the village, and the place was rented out. Fearing that Xia would have some ideas, Sushi said, That is your Su family's house. I won't take it. Give me half a year. When I make enough money to support myself, I will give you the house. Shijia, you clearly know that auntie doesn't mean that. Xia's face was filled with shame and annoyance of being misunderstood. Even if you are not the biological daughter of my eldest brother and his wife, you have been raised for so many years. So you are still our adopted daughter. This is your home. You can stay here as long as you want. And the house in the city is also yours. And auntie won't have any opinions. Chapter 4 Buying Time. That's good. Sushi smiled. She knew that Su Yongyi and his wife were kind people who really loved the original owner. Otherwise, according to ancient etiquette, women would not have the right of inheritance. After Su Yongxing and his wife died and had no son, the property was inherited by their younger brother Su Yongyi. Even if Su Shi was their daughter, she could not get a share of the property. Su Yongyi and his wife were able to support her without abusing her, and marry her off well when she grew up, which was the most they could do. But Su Yongyi and his wife did not do so. When they held a funeral for his brother and sister-in-law, they publicly stated that the house belonged to Su Shi and would be given to her as a dowry when she got married. Before she got married, half of the rent from the house was given to Su Shi as living expenses, and the other half was kept for her to use as a dowry. The half of the living expenses was also collected to prevent Su Shi from feeling like a dependent. For this reason, although the original owner was still in mourning period in these years, many people came to propose marriage to Su Shi privately, so they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. Country people don't pay much attention to this. If there is a good one, they can just say yes verbally and wait until the mourning period is over before making a decision. But the original owner didn't like any of them, and Su Yongyi and his wife didn't want to force her, so they didn't discuss the marriage. And, because of this kindness, Su Shi was more patient with Xie than with the system. If Su Shui was replaced by someone, would you have discovered it at the time? Even if you didn't discover it in time, would you have become suspicious and investigated the matter when the child grew up? Mrs. Xie nodded without hesitation. Of course. She was a mother who loved her children, and she could never imagine that as a biological mother, she would not recognize her own child. Mother and child are connected by heart. Even if she was ill and could not raise the child at that time, she would definitely find out the clues later and would never let anyone fool her. So she could not understand the second wife at all. It can be seen that the second wife of the Marquis's mansion is not attentive to the child. She didn't care at that time. And now that I and her are no different from strangers, she will not care even more. I heard that these wealthy nobles are the best at flattering the powerful and bullying the weak. And they have strict rules. My own mother doesn't care about me and doesn't love me. How can others be good to me? When I get bullied, who can I cry to? If they use me to arrange a marriage, and marry me to a playboy with many wives and concubines and a vicious mother-in-law, my life will be ruined. Xie has only one son and one daughter. They are in harmony with their brothers and sisters-in-law, and the sisters-in-law get along well. Xie really loves Su Shi. Even if Su Shi is not a child of the Su family, how can a dozen years of feelings be erased by a word? Thinking about the scene described by Su Shi, she was shaken and felt that the Marquis mansion was not a good place to go. She sighed. If you don't want to go back, your uncle and aunt will not force you. But will the Marquis mansion agree? After all, you are their blood. They can't let you wander outside. The system was excited when it heard this. It has never given up the idea of letting Su Shi return to the Marquis mansion. It shouted, yes. Yes. The Marquis mansion will not let you wander outside. While someone is coming to pick you up, hurry back with them. Su Shi ignored the system and said to Xie, let's take it one step at a time. She was very happy to argue with the system, and she also had a way to fool Xie. But she knew in her heart that it would be better if this matter was not exposed. But now that the prefect of the capital city has found out about it, the news will definitely spread among the aristocratic circles in the capital city. The Marquis mansion is already at the bottom of the aristocratic circle. If there is another incident of the granddaughter being wandering outside and not being brought back, the Swaping Marquis mansion will become a laughing stock. The old lady who tried her best to let the Swaping Marquis mansion return to the aristocratic circle would never allow such a thing to happen. The wishes of her granddaughter, who had no feelings at all, were not worth mentioning. And it was very simple for Swaping Marquis mansion to let her return to the mansion. They just needed to use various means to threaten and force Su Yongyi's family, such as setting a trap for Su Chongwen and putting him in jail, or letting the academy directly expel him. A centipede is dead but still alive. Even if the Marquis mansion was at the bottom of the aristocratic circle in Beijing, it would only take a few words to deal with ordinary people like the Su family. No matter how good Su Yongyi and Xie were to her, they could not be better than their own children. At that time, the Su family would naturally not dare to take her in. Su Shi had no choice but to return to the Marquis mansion. With the Marquis mansion, the government would not allow her to be a female household. All she was doing now was to delay. She wanted to use this time to do something and increase her voice in the Marquis mansion, rather than being manipulated by others after entering the mansion. System, why don't you let me be reborn earlier? Even half a month earlier would be fine. She complained to the system. If she was reborn half a month earlier, she could make plans calmly, instead of being in the dark like now. She would immediately face a complex situation and deal with people from all sides. Which was too passive. System. Is this a choice it can make? If it can choose, what it wants most now is not the time of Sushi's rebirth, but to not be bound to the bastard host. Sia looked at Sushi's young but resolute face and nodded hesitantly. What should we do now? She asked. Those people are still waiting in the main room. Just say that you can't persuade me. If you persuade me harder, I will yell that you don't want me anymore and want to die. Okay. Sushi asked again, is Su Shui outside? After you go out, quietly ask her to come to me. Mrs. Xie was usually a sharp and straightforward person. But because the Su family was in the wrong about the child exchange, and she was not a child of the Su family, she seemed short of breath just now. Now that she knew Sushi's plan, she had a clear mind and returned to her usual sharp and straightforward nature. She left the house, walked to her son, quietly told him something, and then returned to the main room, telling him what Sushi said with an embarrassed look on her face. Why would Miss She give up being the daughter of the Marquis's mansion and only want to be a village girl? Madame Ruan looked at Mrs. Xie with suspicion. Before everyone could understand the meaning of her words, they heard the housekeeper Lu, who had been silent, say, I think Miss She is unwilling to go because she is unfamiliar with the Marquis's mansion and us, and is afraid of getting into danger if she leaves with us. The girl is young, but she is very cautious and steady. At this point, he showed approval on his face. How about this, Madame Su? You take your son and go with us to the Marquis's mansion together. First, to get acquainted with the family, and second, to meet the fifth lady. Third, although all this was caused by Mrs. Su, the dead are gone. The old lady and the lady are kind-hearted and will not pursue anything. They will also express their gratitude for your kindness to Miss She. When the time comes, there will be a thank you gift for you. He smiled. I think Miss She will not be afraid with your company. When she goes to the Marquis's mansion to meet her relatives and knows how rich and prominent it is, she will stay there without your persuasion. Who doesn't want to live a good life? Besides, that's her home. She should have lived and grown up there, and been loved by her biological parents. Yes, that's good. That's good. The head of the village smiled and said, Butler Lu is worthy of being the butler of a wealthy family. He thinks more thoughtfully than us. I think. Let's do it this way. After saying that, he glanced at the clan leader. Chapter 5 The System Mall is here. The clan leader has been silent because he wants to wait for Su Yongyi to come back and decide the matter. And he doesn't want to be blamed later. However, when he heard that the Marquis mansion would not hold the Su family responsible and would give a thank you gift, he felt that Su Yongyi would not disagree even if he was present. After all, this is the best way to deal with it. He nodded to Mrs. Xie. Let's do it this way. Mrs. Xie was embarrassed all of a sudden. If she still disagrees with this plan, it means that she is deliberately making things difficult for the Sweeping Marquis mansion. Didn't you understand what Nani Ruan meant just now? It was clear that she wanted to use Su Shi's mouth to blackmail the Marquis mansion. So she instigated Su Shi not to agree to go back. The Su family has a clean family tradition, and has always had a very good reputation. She couldn't let Su Shi's nonsense ruin the good reputation of the Su family. In the future, her son's imperial examination and her daughter's marriage will be affected. She hesitated and stood up, and was about to talk to Su Shi again, when she heard a clear female voice outside shouting, Come! Come quickly! My sister hanged herself. Recognizing her daughter Su Shui's voice, Xia's face changed drastically, and she rushed out with her skirt lifted. The others were a beat slower, but they quickly reacted and followed them out, especially Aunt Ruan, who guessed that it was Su Shi who hanged herself. Ran faster than anyone else with her slightly plump body. If they came to pick someone up, but forced the daughter of the Marquis's mansion to hang herself, even if she and Butler Lu had faced in front of the old lady, they would not end up well. Butler Lu was a calm man. When he saw that everyone had reacted and ran fast, he felt relieved and slowed down his steps, intentionally or unintentionally stopping the head of the village and the clan leader. If Su Shi really hanged herself, and the village head and clan leader saw her in decent appearance, it would definitely affect the reputation of the Marquis. It took Xia only half a cup of tea for her to come out of Su Shi's room. And even if she hanged herself, she would not die so quickly. At this time, it is natural to take into account reputation. It was because of this that Nani Ruan rushed forward desperately. Nani Ruan was old, and usually lived a life of luxury. How could she outrun Xie, who was doing farm work? When she followed Su Shui into a room panting, she saw Xie hugging Su Shi, who was hanging on the rope. "Let me go! Since you don't want me anymore, I might as well go find my parents," Su Shi cried. Yes. Of course I don't want to. As long as you don't want to leave, Auntie will support you for life. Stop saying such hurtful things. Xie knew Su Shi was acting, but she couldn't help crying. Sister, don't die. I won't let you go anywhere." Su Shui also hugged him, and the mother and daughter cried together. Madame Ruan stood at the door and watched the scene, holding her arms in silence. Seeing that Nani Ruan didn't go in, housekeeper Lu thought it should be fine. So he didn't stop her, and walked over with the village head and clan leader. He frowned when he saw the three people crying in a ball. Nani Ruan sighed to him. Today's matter is difficult to handle. She originally thought that she was just coming to pick someone up, and the little girl was happily taken back. The Su family didn't dare to stop her and ask for money because of Su's baby swap. This matter would be easy. But she didn't expect that the little girl didn't know what was wrong with her. She refused to go to the Marquis mansion and threatened to die. Later, Mrs. Xie failed to persuade Su Shi, and Nani Ruan didn't take it too seriously. Even if Su Shi didn't want to, she planned to say something nice while asking two strong maids to put Su Shi on the carriage, and the matter would be solved. The onlookers were stopped outside the gate of the Su family. How could people who didn't know the truth know that Su Shi would ignore the daughter of the Marquis' mansion and insist on staying in this farmyard? As long as Su Shi was put on the carriage, she would say a few polite words to fool him. Once the carriage left, Su Shi's fuss would be useless, and others would only envy her good luck. The village head and clan leader, who knew the truth, would not say anything more for their own interests. Who would have thought that it would get to this point? The girl's scream just now was heard by everyone in and outside the courtyard. At this time, if they force people to get on the carriage, they will be drowned by spit. This is Shujia village, and public opinion will not stand on their side. If the reputation of the Marquis' mansion is affected by this matter, the Marquis will never let them off easily. But Lu also sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's go back first." Madame Ruan nodded in agreement. Housekeeper Lu said to the head of the village and the head of the clan, "Since Miss She doesn't want to leave, we can't force her back. Let's do this for now. After reporting to the Marquis, the lady will make a decision. What else can the head of the village and the head of the clan say? They can only say, okay." After seeing off the group and dealing with the people from Shujia village who were asking questions, Xie closed the gate of the courtyard. She was relieved but worried. She knew that this matter was not over. Host, I have good news for you." Suddenly, an excited voice rang in Su Shi's mind. Su Shi didn't even raise his eyelids. What good news? Part of the system barrier has been repaired, and the system mall can be opened. Host, as long as you have enough wisdom points, you can exchange for things in the mall. The price is affordable, and the larger the quantity, the better. You should catch up with Aunt Ruan and go back to the Marquis mansion with him. Learn piano, chess, calligraphy and painting from the teacher invited by the Marquis mansion. Earn more points, and buy more system products. The system's voice was so happy that it broke. Su Shi rolled her eyes, sent Su Shui out, closed the door, and said to the system, "Show me the things in the mall." Since she woke up from this world, the system has been communicating with her in the form of voice in her mind, and she has never seen what the system looks like. As for the things in the mall, she is more interested. If there are some powerful pills, marrow cleansing pills and the like, it would be great. At worst, give her a computer and a mobile phone. Let her go online to read novels and play games. That would be great, right? This ancient life of green health preservation is really boring, and there are not even a few extra books. She feels that she is about to mold. Moreover, was the system forced to move out of the mall because she did not return to the mansion? If she followed the plot obediently and returned to the mansion to work hard to brush up the wisdom value, would the system directly take the mall? Thinking of this, she seemed to understand the nature of the system. The system did not know that it had revealed its true colors in front of this cunning human, and showed the mall to Su Shi out of thin air. Su Shi looked at the virtual light screen in front of her and asked the system, "Can others see this light screen?" "Only the host can see it," the system said. Sushi was relieved and looked carefully at the things in the mall. Then, her face changed. Get out of here. You idiot. Hearing Sushi's gnashing teeth. Even though she knew she couldn't hit her, the system inexplicably still felt a little scared and didn't feel anything when the other party called her idiot. It asked weakly, "Host, what's the matter?" Chapter 6 Rogue hosts are hard to deal with. Sushi pointed at the lonely icon on the huge screen and was extremely angry. The mall you are talking about is this, and it only sells one kind of junk? That is not junk. It is a beauty pill. Take one, and you will have a beautiful face. After the system explained weakly, it seemed to have confidence, and its tone became excited. Host, you have to know that no matter where you are, it is a world that values appearance. If you have a beauty that no one can match, can you walk sideways? Do those scum in the Marquis Mansion dare to be self-righteous in front of you, look down on you, and laugh at you? Humph! Sushi sneered. I make a living by my talent, not my face. And her face is not ugly. Although she is not stunningly beautiful, she is also above average, and a beautiful woman with temperament. Besides, if you say you are stupid, you are really stupid, she added. I have no ability to protect myself in this powerful world. If I have beauty in vain, wouldn't I be afraid that I won't die fast enough? Have you ever heard of beauty and misfortune? The old emperor summoned me to the palace, and the concubines in the harem were jealous of my beauty. So they plotted against me. A woman with no backing. In just a few years. Congratulations. You will have a new host. She put her hands on her waist and said viciously, I say, if you want to change a new host, tell me as soon as possible. I will commit suicide right now, and you can go to the new host. System. Here comes the trick again. It took a deep breath, suppressed the grievance in its heart, and pretended to be wronged. Host, why do you miss me so much? I bind to the host because I am attracted by the host's high intelligence. Not just any cat or dog that can catch my eye. Don't fool me. Sushi was unmoved. Hurry up and put out the other good things. The beauty pills are useless and ridiculously expensive, requiring 10,000 wisdom points. Damn. She wrote a piece of calligraphy, and her hands were broken to get 1 wisdom point. When can she afford to buy things? No. Really no. The system was really wronged. It takes energy to open the mall. To be honest with you, I was planning to wait until you had accumulated tens of thousands of wisdom points before using those wisdom points to open the mall, so that the little energy I had could be preserved. But you didn't want to go back to the Marquis Mansion. How easy is it to earn tens of thousands of wisdom points? So I took out my family's wealth and opened the mall. In the future, let's not get into any trouble. If you are in danger and want me to help, I don't have the energy and can only watch you die. By then, we'll both be finished. Speaking of the latter part, the system was extremely depressed. Sushi, I'm going to give you a big slap. How much does this system want her to follow the original plot and go back to the Marquis Mansion to brush up her wisdom points? It even used the remaining energy to open a mall. But this crappy mall is useless. Isn't this cheating her? However, if you want to use this to threaten her to go back to the Marquis Mansion and make her obedient, it's impossible, she said coldly. In this case, let's not go back to the Marquis Mansion. It's so dangerous there. If you're not careful, someone will plot against you. Let's stay in this small mountain village. Although the food and supplies are not very good, there is no danger. Right? If I really can't stay here and have to get married, I will marry an honest person with a simple family. With my IQ and the experience of my previous life, it's not a problem to make a little money to support my family. We don't ask for what we once had, but only for eternity. And a plain and simple life is the truth. The system was dumbfounded. Why is its host so difficult to deal with? Even after all this, it still refuses to follow the original plot? What kind of rogue host is it bound to? It is completely unyielding. The system was completely panicked when it saw Sue. She calmly climbed onto the bed and lie down comfortably, as if he was going to take root here. Don't. Host. I'll tell you the truth. The calligraphy you are practicing now is too low level. So you only get 1 wisdom value for practicing 1 article. When your calligraphy reaches a higher level, you will get 2, 3, or even more wisdom values for practicing 1 article. Think about it. Can the handwriting of an elementary school student be compared with that of a master? Wisdom points are given according to their value. In addition, the same is true for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Not interested. Sushi said lazily. System. It gritted its teeth. Well, when you have accumulated 10,000 wisdom points, I will add one more item to the mall. Sushi opened his eyes and became interested. What is it? Beautiful voice pills? TSK. Sushi rolled his eyes, turned around and lay on the bed, facing the system with the back of his head. The system remained silent for a long time, as if it was looking through its own assets. When Sushi was about to fall asleep, it suddenly spoke again. Agility pills. Sushi woke up instantly. However, she did not open her eyes, pretending to be uninterested, yawned, and asked lazily, how much wisdom value? The system was secretly happy, reminding itself to stay calm, and reported a number, 30,000. Oh! Sushi responded weakly, and then there was no response. Host? Host? The system yelled. You don't even want the agility pill. Then what do you want? Sushi tried to open his eyes, yawning. Agility pills are okay, but too expensive. I don't know if I can save up 30,000 wisdom points in 10 or 8 years. Wait. Seeing that Sushi was about to fall asleep, the system yelled in a shrill voice, 20,000. 20,000 wisdom points. No less. I bought these things from the mall for 25,000. And I'm selling them to you at a loss. You don't even want 20,000. So I can't do anything about it. It started to cry as it spoke. There is no system that is worse off than it. It didn't make a penny, and it put a lot of money into it, even taking out the money for its coffin. How could it be worse? Sushi made a victory gesture to himself in his heart. And then, he completely sank into a dream. When the carriage of Butler Liu and Nani Ruan returned to the capital, a group of women were sitting or standing in the main hall of Swaping Marquis's mansion. The old Marquis of the Marquisate has 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son and the eldest daughter were born to the old Marquis, while the second son, the third son, and the youngest daughter were born out of wedlock. After the old Marquis passed away, the Marquisate did not split up. Now, the 3 wives and their daughters-in-law, unmarried daughters, and maids and old women are sitting in the main hall. Isn't it a room full of people? The Marquis's wife Shu, who was sitting below the old lady, saw the second wife Wei fidgeting, and couldn't help but smile and comfort her sister-in-law. Don't worry. It's time for them to come back. She told the maid, go to the door and report to Nanny Ruan when they come back. The maid went away. Mrs. Tang snorted coldly and said, if she really cared about the child, she would not have lost her own daughter back then. Chapter 7 Zhao Ryu. Although the second wife, Wei, lowered her head and did not say anything back, she had a stern face and was unhappy, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. A 13 or 14-year-old girl sitting behind her also lowered her head and twisted her handkerchief. This was the child that Sushi had mistakenly taken away. Her name was Zhao Ryu. The old lady saw this and waved at her, calling out, Sister Yu, come here to your grandmother. Zhao Ryu looked up at the old lady Ho, stood up, and walked over slowly. The old lady said, after all, your sister is the blood of our Marquis mansion. You should not think too much when you bring her back. You have been at home for so many years, and your grandfather and your parents have loved you a lot and have treated you as their own. Your biological parents are gone, and this is your home. From now on, you will remain the same as before. Understand? Zhao Ryu snorted in her heart. What do you say about loving her? Isn't it because you think she is useful? She knew from a young age that her mother didn't love her, and because her father was born out of wedlock and her mother's temperament was not pleasing. The old lady and the lady treated all the children of the second room just for face. My mother had always looked down on my father. With the promotion of my grandfather, she became more and more domineering in the second house. But I don't know whether it was because of her accumulated prestige, or because she had suffered losses at the hands of the old lady and the first lady. But she didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of them. Therefore, Zhao Ryu felt that as long as she could please the old lady and the first lady and win their favor, she could live a good life. At least when she was arranged to marry someone in the future, the old lady and the first lady would be more attentive. I could never count on my mother, and with the old lady and the first lady in charge, my mother didn't dare to say much. So Zhao Ryu, since she understood this at the age of 9, tried her best to please the old lady and the first lady, pretending to be well-behaved in front of them, and trying her best to learn everything, so that the teaching Nani would praise her in front of the old lady and the first lady. As a result, the old lady, and the first lady gradually valued her. When she was 13 years old, the first lady would always take her with her when she went out to socialize. She did not disappoint the first lady's kindness, and she always outperformed other girls and won the praise of the ladies. At the Lotus Appreciation Banquet this year, the second son of Ping An Marquis was attracted by her appearance and her talent, and begged his mother to come to the Marquis's mansion to propose marriage. The wife of Ping An Marquis asked someone to tell the first wife about the intention of marriage. Sui Ping Marquis's mansion was originally Swagwood Duke's mansion. Their ancestors had been stationed at the border for generations, and because of their great contributions, their titles had never been reduced. Until this generation, Zhao Yuanxuan was too weak to join the military camp, and only held a 6th-rank idle position in the Ministry of War. The title was reduced to Sui Ping Marquis's mansion. Originally, the Sui Ping Marquis was demoted from Duke to Marquis, and it was not considered a loss of face in the aristocratic circle, because this was very common. There are 5 ranks of nobility: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, and the Marquis is still a relatively high status. But people value power, and it is useless to have a title alone. For those who have been demoted or even have no title, the men either serve as high officials in the court or hold important positions in the army. There are always 1 or 2 promising ones who can support the family. But the current Sui Ping Marquis has been sick since childhood, and he is not good at literature or martial arts. The second and third masters are not promising. Of course, on the one hand, they are not qualified, and on the other hand, they are also because they are illegitimate children. The old lady suppresses them, and does not want them to be too promising and surpass her own sons. Among the younger generation, the performance of several young masters was also mediocre. In addition, when the Duke was alive, several unfortunate things happened in the mansion, which cost a lot of money and exhausted the family savings. Later, the Duke was ill for several years, and the medical expenses were a big expense. The precious medicinal materials were like running water every day. The mansion could not support it, and sold many houses, shops and fields. The decline of Sui Ping Marquis mansion was foreseeable in the eyes of everyone in the capital. Such a declining aristocrat was naturally not welcomed in the marriage market of the aristocratic circle. Therefore, whether it was Sui Ping Marquis's son Zhao Jingxian, or several other young masters and young ladies, they were not very happy when they got married. The families they married were either declining like the Marquis's mansion, or they were small officials of the 5th or 6th rank without any foundation. Whether a family can prosper depends on the ability of its descendants or on marriage alliances. Now the descendants of the Marquis's mansion are incompetent, and the level of the marriage partners is getting lower and lower. If this continues, it will only be a vicious cycle and decline. For this, the old lady Tang was so worried that she couldn't sleep at night. But she was absolutely unwilling to train the sons of the concubines who competed with her for her husband to replace her own sons and grandsons in exchange for the continuation of the prosperity and wealth of the Marquis. So, in these years, in addition to training her own grandsons, she also wanted her granddaughters to marry better. But the Lu family of Ping An Marquis, who fell in love with Zhao Ruyu, was different. Ping An Marquis himself was a first-rank general, and later he made great contributions in the fight against the enemy, and was conferred the title of Marquis. His sons were all brave and good at fighting in the army. They were also well versed in military books and had a promising future. The family was highly valued by the current emperor. The Lu family was a new noble in the aristocratic circle. Under such circumstances, Zhao Ruyu was favored by the wife of Ping An Marquis and wanted to marry her second son. It can be seen how happy the old lady was. This was an excellent marriage among many grandchildren. Moreover, as they became relatives with Ping An Marquis, the ladies of Sui Ping Marquis would have the confidence to propose marriage in the future. After all, becoming a brother-in-law with the upstart Ping An Marquis is a good choice for many families. So Zhao Ruyu knew very well that with such a marriage, even if they were not engaged, the old lady would not send her back to the Su family. Not only would she not send her back, but she would also treat her better than before. In her previous life, the old lady also said the same thing to Zhao Ruyu. At that time, Zhao Ruyu, who was 14 years old, did not know the situation of the Marquis mansion and the significance of her marriage to the Marquis mansion. She was immediately moved and wanted to repay the Marquis mansion for its kindness to her. Later, when the Marquis mansion was in trouble, she tried her best to mediate, but it was useless. and even made her life in Pingnan Marquis Mansion difficult. But now, Zhao Ruyu, who saw all this clearly, was not moved at all. She was calm and even indifferent. But her many years of inner house life in her previous life made her acting skills perfect. And tears came easily. She blinked, and 2 lines of tears fell down. Looking grateful, she bowed her head and choked up and replied, "Yes. Ryu knows." "That's good." The old lady patted her hands lovingly and said, "You were originally ranked 5th. Your sister is more than a month older than you. Now that she is back, you will move back and be ranked 6th. As she spoke, she raised her head and glanced around the room, saying, "Pass it on. From now on, the 5th lady will be called the 6th lady. The newly returned miss, she will be the 5th lady." "Yes." The maids and servants in the room all responded. The old lady, the 2nd lady, and Aunt Juan are back. A maid ran in from outside the room and reported repeatedly. Everyone was refreshed and looked out the door. Chapter 8 Surprise. After a while, housekeeper Lu, Nani Juan and 2 maids came in, knelt down and kowtowed. There was no one behind them. And seeing these people bowing, the old lady of the Marquis's face darkened. "Where is the person? Where is the person you went to pick up?" "Madam, Miss, she said that we have no evidence and cannot prove that she is the child of the Marquis's mansion. So she refused to come back with us," Nani Juan said. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Ruyu, who had returned to sit behind the 2nd lady, was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. How come this matter is different from the last life? In the last life, she was a petty person when she was brought back, acting timidly, and not being able to speak or do things in a decent manner. The first time they met, the old lady and the lady didn't like her, and repeatedly ridiculed and complained about the 2nd lady like just now. The 2nd lady seemed to dislike Shi in the first place, and the old lady and the lady repeatedly taught her a lesson about this matter, and she hated Shi even more. So she treated Shi like her adopted daughter, appearing warm and intimate in front of others, but mocking, ignoring and even torturing her behind her back. As a child raised in a small family, Shi felt very inferior after entering the Marquis mansion. In addition, the 2nd madam, her own mother, also treated her like this. The servants in the mansion who flattered the superiors and looked down on the inferiors no longer respected her, which made her even more depressed and inferior. Later, when she was old enough to talk about marriage, the 1st madam took her out to socialize. When she went out, she made all kinds of mistakes and became a laughing stock in the circle of noble ladies in the capital. The Marquis mansion has been on a downward trend, and it is no longer possible to enter the top aristocratic circle. Usually, she socialized with the wives of the 5th and 6th rank officials, who were in the same situation as the Marquis's mansion. Shi's life story was already talked about by people, and her embarrassing behavior made the Marquis mansion even more ridiculed. At that time, the old lady was so angry that she simply ordered not to take her out. So she wasted her life until she was 18 years old. And then the 2nd lady decided to marry a man with a poor family background and a very bad reputation. Zhao Ruyu remembered clearly that she was taken back today in her previous life, because today is Zhao Ruyu's birthday. Although the 2nd wife doesn't care, the 1st wife will ask the kitchen to make a few dishes she likes and give her a new dress. The sisters in the mansion will also give her some small gifts. But because she is going to be taken back today, no one except her cousins cares about her birthday. But things are different from the previous life. Not only did she not go back to the Marquis with Juan Ma, she also said, "There is no evidence, and it can't prove that she is the child of the Marquis. So she refuses to come back." Such words. Zhao Ruyu didn't know if she had heard it wrong just now. Is this what she could say? Could she be reborn like her? She stared at Nani Juan closely, hoping that she could repeat what she had just said. However, after Nani Juan finished speaking, she stood there obediently, with her head slightly lowered, and did not say another word. After being surprised, Madame Ho looked at butler Lu Hung. "Tell me the situation in detail." Her tone returned to her usual calmness. "Yes." Butler Lu did not dare to add fuel to the fire, and reported everything that happened today. Everyone was stunned when they heard what he said about Shi, and that he had hanged himself to avoid returning to the Marquis mansion. They secretly observed the old lady's expression, and saw that her face had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. And Zhao Ruyu was sure that the current she would definitely not be the Shi of the previous life. That's what happened. This old servant was worried that Miss She would do something extreme again, and was also worried that others would say that our Marquis mansion was forcing people to do things that were difficult. So he did not persuade her anymore and came back to report to the old lady first. And then the Marquis and the lady would do it. Lou, the housekeeper, said. Madame Ho sat at the head of the table and remained silent for a long while. The original whispering stopped, and everyone sat quietly, not daring to make any noise. After a while, Madame Ho sighed, rubbed her forehead, and waved her hand, saying, "Okay, you guys go and rest first." After Lou, Madame Ruan and the others left. Madame Ho said again, "Mrs. Zhu and Mrs. Wei stay, and everyone else can go." The ladies and girls of the Marquis's mansion all led the servants out, and even the maids and servants of Madame Ho and the second Madame were sent out by the two of them. Only 3 masters and Madame Ho's trusted Nani, Madame Jean, were left in the room. Madame Ho turned the Buddhist beads in her hand, half closed her eyes, and said, "What did you say? Of course we have to bring the child back." Madame Ho spoke first. The news that the child was swapped was passed on by the prefect of the capital, and it has been spread in the capital. If we don't bring the child back now, won't our mansion be laughed at? Madame Ho stopped the rosary in her hand, opened her eyes and glanced at the second wife, and asked, "Wei, what about you?" Wei kept her head down, making it difficult to see the expression on her face. Only then did she raise her head and nodded, saying, "I will listen to the old lady and the lady." The old lady Ho half closed her eyes and looked at her for a while, until she saw the second lady's body stiffen, lowered her head and twisted her skirt uncomfortably. She closed her eyes again and said in a calm voice, "Wei, tomorrow you and Yuan Liang will take Yujie with you. You two are Shijie's biological parents. She will feel at ease if you go to pick her up in person. Yujie is the daughter of the Su family. No matter what, she should go to meet her relatives." "Yes." The second wife quickly stood up and agreed. "I don't care whether you love the child or not, whether you are willing to take her back or not. She is also the blood of our mansion, and she must not be left outside. Our mansion is not as good as before, and if we have another granddaughter left outside, we will be laughed at by people in the capital, who will be willing to marry us in the future." The old lady paused with the rosary in her hand, thought for a while and said, "If the 100 taels that housekeeper Lu brought today are not given, let Yujie take it tomorrow and explain that it is for her to honor her uncle and aunt. In addition, prepare some silks, satins and cakes." The second wife bowed her head again and responded. The old lady of the Marquis waved her hand and asked the two to leave. After the two left, the old lady of the Marquis told Jean Ma, "Go and call the Marquis and the second master over." There were more than 10 men in the Marquis's mansion, except for the Marquis who had an idle position in the government office. The others had nothing to do, since the Marquis's idle position was called an idle position. It was natural that he did not often go to the government office to work. Therefore, none of the men in the mansion went to the government office to work. They either stayed at home or spent their days in tea houses and restaurants outside. Fortunately, because the Marquis's mansion was not able to make ends meet, the old lady of the Marquis was strict in managing the money, except for everyone's monthly allowance. No one could withdraw money from the account once someone was found gambling or visiting brothels outside. Even if it was the Marquis of Swaping himself, he would be punished by the old lady of the Marquis's family rules. Therefore, although the men of the Marquis of Swaping were not capable, they did not dare to cause trouble outside. At most, they would go to the tea house to listen to books and drink tea, and their destinations were fixed. Less than a cup of tea after Jean Mama went out, the Marquis of Swaping Zhao Yuanan and the second master Zhao Yuan Liang entered the main hall one after another. Chapter 9 Plan. Jean Hua. Tell the two masters about this. Madame Ho didn't want to waste her words, so she just told Nanny Jean. Nanny Jean told her everything. Madame Ho waited for her to finish, then said, "If we let our bloodline be lost outside, people in Beijing will laugh at us." She looked at the second master. "So, tomorrow you and your wife go and take the child back. She is a child and doesn't know how to behave. You should talk to her and comfort her. Don't make her angry and unwilling to come back. If you need to teach him a lesson, bring him back first." She stared at the illegitimate son. "Your wife is a fool. She lost the child back then, and now others are helping us find the child. Look at her stinky face, as if others have hurt her. With her like that, I don't know how to treat the child tomorrow. I tell you, if you can't bring the child back, you two will be separated from each other. The second master Zhao Yuanliang is an illegitimate son, and he has no ability. He is not willing to split the family, and he has no temper in front of his stepmother. He agreed timidly, and explained for his wife. Wei just felt that she'd lost her child, lost face, and made others laugh at her. And she was upset. She didn't have any other thoughts. Humph! She did something stupid, which made the whole mansion embarrassed, and made the child suffer for more than 10 years. She didn't think about these things, but only thought about her face. Why is she so proud? The old lady of the marquee mocked. Zhao Yuanliang didn't dare to say anything. Okay. Go back. Tomorrow. Housekeeper Lu and Nani Wan will go with him. You two should decide what to do. Madame Ho was impatient to see his face, so she asked him to leave after beating him. In a small courtyard of the marquis's mansion, Zhao Ryu was sitting at the desk in the room, staring at a painting she had drawn in a daze. She has been in this posture since she came back from Madame Ho. Her maid Fu Shu couldn't stand it anymore, so she comforted her. Miss, didn't the old lady and the lady say it? They are only here to pick up Miss Shi. They won't send you back. Don't think too much. She didn't mention the second lady. She knew that the second lady always pretended to love the girl very much in front of the old lady and the lady. But in fact, she was very cold to the girl behind the scenes. Even if the girl was sick and reported to her, she would at most ask for a doctor. But she herself never came to see her. Unlike for the young master. That is the real love. So if the old lady and the lady really decided to send the girl back to the Su family, the second lady would definitely not stop it. But just now, the old lady and the wife of the marquis had said that they would not send the girl back. She couldn't understand why the girl was still so sad. Zhao Ryu sat there staring at the painting, just because she didn't want Fu Shu to see that she was in a daze. In fact, her thoughts had already drifted far away. But even so, Fu Shu still didn't let her at peace. She couldn't help but feel a little irritated and waved her hand and said, "I'm fine." As she said that, she simply found an excuse. "I feel a little dizzy. I'm going to lie on the bed for a while." As she said that, without waiting for Fu Shu to do anything, she put down the curtain herself and laid down on the bed without taking off her clothes. Seeing this, Fu Shu became more and more worried. But the girl looked like she didn't want to talk, so she had no choice but to take an embroidery frame and sit in front of the bed to watch, fearing that Zhao Ryu would make a mistake. After isolating all the distractions outside the tent, Zhao Ryu felt quiet and continued to think about her own thoughts. In her previous life, she successfully married Fu Yunlang, the second son of Ping and Marquis. Later, Ping and Marquis and the prince died in battle one after another. The emperor remembered their family's loyalty and did not take back the title. He successfully let Fu Yunlang inherit the title and become Ping and Marquis. And she also became the Marquis wife. Although she didn't live long in her previous life and died of dystocia when giving birth to her third child at the age of 23. Her marriage life was considered very happy, not only among the sisters in Swaping Marquis' mansion, but also among her peers in the capital. She had a high status. Her husband treated her well, and there were no concubines or even maids in the house. In contrast, Su Shi's fate was very miserable. After she was reborn, she felt that except for not getting pregnant again after giving birth to her second child to avoid dying of dystocia, there was no need to change anything else. As long as no one interfered with her, she would continue to follow the life trajectory of her previous life. But when she found out that she might be a reborn person, she panicked. She was definitely an uncertain factor. She had a miserable life in her previous life, and she lived a happy life. Would she come to steal her happy life? Zhao Ryu had countless thoughts in her mind, and even thought of poisoning Su Shi and making her disappear from this world. But she denied this thought as soon as she thought about it. She was not the wife of Ping and Marquis now, and she had no one to use except Fu Shu. Although there were other maids and servants in her courtyard, they were not loyal to her. Once she did it, it would leave traces. Once she made a move and people knew about it, no matter whether she was useful or not. It was estimated that the old lady and the first lady would not spare her life. After all, Su Shi was the blood of the Marquis. Moreover, she didn't know what Su Shi was like. Maybe it was not what she guessed. She really couldn't kill someone for no reason. Besides, she was reborn, and no matter what she did, it would only be better than in her previous life. Fu Yulang was attracted by her with great effort. In her previous life, she successfully married him. In this life, she knew Fu Yulang and Lady Pingnan's preferences and temperament better than they did. Even so, her marriage was still snatched away by Su Shi, which was too incompetent of her. Moreover, she decided to apply for the Beijing Women's Academy. With the talents she accumulated in 2 lives, she should be able to pass the exam smoothly. After entering the Women's Academy, she would only be better than in her previous life. Even if Su Shi were to live again, she would never be able to beat her with her stupid brain and her unpresentable personality. What was she afraid of? With this thought, Zhao Ryu gradually relaxed. Yesterday, she knew Su Shi would return home today, and she thought about her past life and didn't sleep well all night. Now lying on the bed, she felt sleepy and fell asleep all of a sudden. Fu Shi was worried, and after hearing no movement in the tent for a long time, she put down her needlework, gently opened a crack in the tent, and found that Zhao Ryu had already fallen asleep. So she was relieved. In Shujia village, Mrs. Xie was restless all day, until she saw her husband Su Yongyi come back in the evening. She felt more at ease, and told him what happened today without waiting for him to put down his things. Su Yongyi looked at Su Shi, who was just entering the house after hearing him come back, in surprise, and asked, Shijia, is what your aunt said true? Su Shi nodded, it's true. But she didn't mean to say this, and asked Su Yongyi anxiously, Uncle, did you ask for me? Su Yongyi nodded, I did. He looked at Su Shi, thinking that this niece was a daughter of the Marquis's mansion. And his eyes were complicated. I heard that there is an exam, and you can enter if you pass the exam. He hesitated. But, are you really not going back to the Marquis's mansion? I don't want to go back. Su Shi looked at Su Yongyi with a firm attitude. I want to go to the academy to study. Chapter 10 Women's Academy. This time and space is completely different from the time and space she knows. This is a world constructed by the author's imagination. It is said that a time traveler is the queen of the previous term, so the status of women is improved. They can go to school and become female officials. Technology is more advanced than in ancient times in history. There are crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. And cement and glass can also be seen. At the same time, this queen established a women's academy. Women who graduated from the women's academy not only add a thick capital to themselves in the marriage market, but also can serve in the court or government office with their own abilities. It gave all women a way to gain a foothold and advance. The headmaster of the women's academy in the capital is the current empress. The heads of women's academies in provinces, states, and counties are almost all famous women with prominent families or wives of governors, prefects, and county magistrates. Because Backning County is a county under the capital, the headmaster of the academy is not simple. She is the current emperor's sister, Princess Shangda. Because Princess Shangda is born of the same mother as the current emperor and is his only biological sister. And because her husband is a general with military power and is stationed at the border all year round, the current emperor treats her very differently and gives her Backnin as his fief. So Princess Shangda became the headmaster of Backnin Women's Academy. If Su Shi entered the Women's Academy, she would be a student of Princess Shangda. Sweiping Marquis's mansion was a declining noble family, almost squeezed out of the aristocratic circle of the capital. They dared not even breathe in front of Princess Shangda. How could they dare to challenge Princess Shangda? This was the backer Su Shi was looking for herself. It can be said that as long as she could enter the academy, she would control her own destiny to a certain extent. Moreover, the various knowledge and skills she learned in modern times also had a source, so people would not suspect that she was possessed by a ghost and burn her to death. But, can the Marquis mansion allow you not to go back? Su Yongyi hesitated. Su Shi knew what Su Yongyi and his wife were worried about. She could cheat the system, but she couldn't let Su Yongyi and his wife worry about it. Uncle, please believe me. I will never harm the Su family. She stared at Su Yongyi and said, and for me and the fifth lady, the Marquis mansion will never harm you. I just need a little time. I will handle this matter of the Marquis mansion. Xiesher already knew Su Shi's difficulties, and hurriedly pushed her husband. Don't worry about it. Just tell me what sister she asked you to find out. Su Yongyi had no choice but to put aside his doubts, and began to talk about what he had inquired about. Their villages were under the jurisdiction of Baining County, which was under the jurisdiction of the capital. It was only 4 or 5 miles to the county town. After reaching the county town, walk another 10 miles east to the gate of the capital. Su Yongyi was a peddler who went from village to village. He usually bought goods from the capital and sold them everywhere in the county town and surrounding villages. He was very familiar with the capital and the county town, so it was very convenient for him to inquire about things. There was only one girls' school in the county, which was an official school run by the government. Students must be unmarried women between the ages of 10 and 18. They were divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. When they first entered the school, they were all in the D class. And then, they were gradually promoted. They usually taught piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, and embroidery. The half-year tuition is 2 liang, 4 liang, 8 liang, and 15 liang respectively. It is not long after the Chinese New Year. I asked someone and found out that as long as you pass the exam, you can go to school right away. You asked at the right time. Sister, the exam is tomorrow. After saying that, he added, but you have to pay a registration fee of 200 coins for the exam. And you have to go to the head of the village to write a document to prove your identity. Hearing the first half, Xia was moved. She has only one son and one daughter. Her son Su Chongwen is now studying in the school, but her daughter Su Shui has been staying at home, because her uncle Su Yongxing was a scholar. Su Shui studied with Su Shi. Xia loved her children very much. When she heard that there was such a girls' school in the county, she thought it would be a good idea to send her to learn some skills. But when she heard about the tuition fee, Xia immediately gave up the idea. Their family was not poor. In addition to Su Yongyi's income as a peddler, they also had more than 10 acres of land. This income was enough for the whole family to eat and drink. And there was still some money left to send Su Chongwen to school. But apart from that, there was not much money left in a year. Although the rent of the first house in the city is 1 tael of silver per month in Xia's hands, she does not intend to touch it except to pay Su Shi's school fees. If Su Shi does not return to the Marquis's mansion, the money will be used to prepare her dowry. If she returns to the Marquis's mansion, the money will be taken back to the mansion. Who knows what the Marquis's mansion is like? If you have to pay for a bowl of rice or a cup of tea, wouldn't it be bad if you have no money? Su Shi nodded and turned to look at Xia. Aunt, let Su Shui go with me tomorrow. Going to school not only allows you to learn knowledge, but also to make connections. You don't want Su Shui to stay in this small village for the rest of her life and marry someone from the village. Do you? She will have to serve her parents-in-law and children all her life, and work around the stove. If she meets a bad family, she will be beaten and scolded, and live in poverty all her life. Xia was moved. She looked at her husband and stammered. But there is no money at home. Don't you give me half a cent of silver every month? I haven't spent the money. I've saved it all. If we can pass the exam, we can only study in the Ding class. The tuition for 2 people for half a year is a total of 4 taels. I have it all, which is enough for Su Shui and me to pay for tuition and writing brushes, inkstones and paper. Su Shi said. Before Xia could speak, she waved her hand to stop her. I know what you are going to say. But Su Shui is my sister. I will spend this money on my sister. Aunt, you can't stop me. Besides, you can make money by learning embroidery, calligraphy and painting in the school. You can't delay Su Shui's life just because you want to save money for me. You just heard that the school only accepts unmarried women over 18 years old. When Su Shui gets married, she wants to go to the school to study again. But they won't accept her. Opportunities are rare and can never come back. Mrs. Xia said nothing and just looked at her husband. Su Yongyi thought for a while and nodded. Okay. Let's do it this way. He comforted his wife and said, this money is considered as a loan from Shijie. When you have money in the future, you can return it to her. Instead of saving money for Shui Jie's dowry, it is better to let her go to school to learn some skills. It is better to have a skill than 1,000 acres of fertile land. With a skill, you are not afraid at any time. Mrs. Xia was relieved by her husband's words and nodded. Okay. Let's do it this way. She looked at Su Shi, her eyes full of gratitude and love. Sister Shi, I thank you on behalf of Sister Shui. Su Shi waved her hand. Why thank me? She and I have been sisters for life. If this had been said in the past, Su Yongyi and Xia would only be relieved that the 2 sisters had a good relationship and could take care of each other in the future. But now that Su Shi said this, the meaning was different. The meaning of her words couldn't be clearer. No matter whether she would return to the Marquis mansion in the future, whether she would become the daughter of the Marquis mansion, and who she would marry, She would always treat Su Shui as a sister, and would not be disrespectful and alienated from the Su family just because she suddenly became rich. Chapter 11 on how to interview. Su Yongyi and Xia were both deeply moved. Sister she. Xia didn't know what to say. Su Shi was not used to facing this. So she quickly changed the subject and said to Su Yongyi, Uncle, let's go to the county to take the exam tomorrow. She thought of a question. Can we stay at the women's college? Su Yongyi was stunned. I didn't think of this. So I didn't ask. Let's ask together tomorrow. Su Shi said. She thought for a moment. Invited the couple to sit in the main room. And then looked at them and said, if Su Shui and I both go to school, and there is no accommodation in the school, what will uncle and aunt do? Both frowned and pondered. Without waiting for them to speak, Su Shi said, why don't we move into the city and live in my house? Xia wanted to speak when she heard it. But Su Shi quickly stopped her. Aunt, don't refuse first. Listen to me. You see, my brother is also studying in the county. Xiao Shui and I are also studying in the county. And my uncle is running to the county all day. Which means that 4 of the 5 people in the family are in the county. If we move to the city, wouldn't it be more convenient for us? Besides, it's too hard for uncle to walk around the streets like this. It's better to do some small business in the city. She looked at Xia. I know Andy can't bear to leave the pigs and chickens at home. But raising pigs and chickens is hard work, and the income is not much. Andy might as well do some small business in the city. The income is not less than raising pigs and chickens at home. It's not tiring. And you can take care of brother Chongwen and sister Xiaoxue. Before Xia said anything, Su Yongyi smiled bitterly and said, but how can small business be so easy to do? You need capital, good vision, and the right career path. He has been thinking about this for a long time. He is not a pedantic person. Although he will not occupy a house in the city, he will not refuse to borrow it to make a living. If he makes money, he will give Su Shi more dowry. What's more, if their family is better, Su Shi can find a better family, and they will be more supportive of Su Shi in the future. But he thought about it and thought about it. But he couldn't think of anything that could make money with less investment and less risk. People like them don't have the capital and can't afford the loss of failed investments. So they don't dare to borrow money to do business. Su Shi said, let me think about it these days. Maybe I can get some inspiration and think of a good business for my uncle. It's not that she can't give suggestions. It's just that she just came, and she doesn't know what the situation is. She has to do some research to know what business to do. Fortunately, the original owner is a cowardly little poor and stupid person in the plot. The novel doesn't say why she became like this. But Su Shi thinks that she should have become like this after returning to the Marquis's mansion and being affected by various environments. The novel does not describe her personality before entering the Marquis mansion. But Su Shi searched through the original owner's memory and found that the original owner grew up in the city and was the daughter of a scholar. She was literate and had some knowledge. In front of the villagers of Shirong village and Su Yongyi's family, she was actually quite confident. Her style of speaking and doing things was not much different from Su Shi's. Su Shi had the original owner's memory and slightly changed her style of doing things. In addition, the influence of the Marquis mansion coming to take over, her personality change would not arouse the suspicion of Su Yongyi's family. In addition, although the two families were relatives and had frequent visits, they were not together day and night. Su Yongxing, the scholar, had only one daughter, and he was very dedicated to her education. Su Yongyi's family did not know what skills he taught Su Shi. The death of the Su couple was a great blow to the original owner. She was silent for a long time, often shutting herself in the door to read and write, ignoring worldly affairs. She has gradually gotten better in the past 6 months. But she still cannot recover the liveliness and ability when her parents were alive. In order not to cause Su Shi's mood swings, Su Yongyi's family did not dare to mention the things that happened in the city in front of her. Therefore, Su Shi's true personality and abilities were not known to the second branch of the Su family. This gave Su Shi a lot of room to play, so that his character would not collapse. Su Yongyi felt relieved and smiled. Okay. Then uncle is looking forward to you. He didn't need to make a decision now, so he didn't have so much pressure. When Su Shui heard that she had the opportunity to enter the school, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. The next day, he followed his father, brother, and Su Shi into the carriage. Before leaving, Su Shi pulled Xia to his side and whispered a lot of instructions. The driver was from Shujia village. Su Youngi asked him to send the boys to the school first, and then turn around to go to the women's academy. The women's academy was not remote, just a few dozen meters behind the county government office, and entered through a wide alley. They arrived relatively early, but at this time, there were many carriages and mule carts parked at the entrance of the alley, almost blocking the alley so that they could not enter or exit. In addition, many people came here, blocking the alley. Some were obviously families who came to send their daughters to take the exam. The mule carts from Shirong village had to stop far away from the academy. Get off. We can only walk, Su Youngi said. He really didn't expect so many people to come. Su Shi looked at the back and saw that there were still many people and cars coming from all directions. Judging from their clothes, some were rich and some were ordinary people. However, even ordinary people were dressed decently and cleanly like them, without those who were pale and thin and ragged. She couldn't help but frown. It seems that there are many people like her who understand that women's colleges are a way to advance. So many people came to take the exam, and the number of places is limited, which shows that the competition is very fierce. With so many people, only 50 people are admitted. So the exam is not very strict? Do we have hope? Seeing so many people, Su Shui also completely lost confidence. Su Shi said, when you go in later, don't look around. Don't talk and laugh with others casually. If someone talks to you or asks you something, you should speak softly and answer with a kind face. And don't talk too much. Just be concise. You must be polite to others. Even if someone offends you, don't argue with them. But you can't be too weak. Just respond with a soft tongue. Seeing Su Shui and Su Youngi looking at her in surprise, Su Shi didn't care and continued, in addition, when the female teacher says something, you must listen carefully and do what she asks. Don't care about others' unusual behavior. Just do your best. Su Shi asked Su Shui according to the interview in her previous life. In her opinion, this women's academy must not only look at talent and skills when recruiting students. Otherwise, it is not called a college, but a talent show. Since it is a college, it must first look at morality, IQ, EQ and other aspects. If the character is good, and the IQ and EQ are high, then they are good seedlings. And they will be excellent if they are cultivated in the college. On the contrary, some people are bad at heart, and the time and energy of the teacher in the college are very low to completely correct a person's character. A person who is as stupid as a pig can't learn anything, and it will be difficult to become a talent even if he studies for 10 years. Low EQ. Offending people when he opens his mouth. Such students will inevitably ruin the reputation of the college when they go out. Therefore, the Women's Academy must select good seedlings to cultivate. How to select good seedlings? In Su Shi's opinion, in addition to exams, there are probably other tricks, which are unintentional and carried out when everyone is completely unprepared. Therefore, once you enter the academy, you must pay attention to your words and deeds. Chapter 12 Returning Lost Property? Su Shui became even more nervous after hearing what Su Shi said. Su Shi patted her on the shoulder. You didn't plan to go to school anyway, so it's no big deal if you don't pass the exam. Right? Relax. Just come here for a stroll. See the world. And if it doesn't work out, we'll go back. Su Shui is innocent and lively, and quite heartless. After hearing what Su Shi said, she really relaxed and said with a smile, yes. I just came here to have fun, and I didn't plan to go to school anyway. Su Youngi was very worried when he saw his daughter like this. If he didn't pay much attention to the women's academy at the beginning, the cost of the two girls' study was like a big stone, weighing on his heart, making him feel that it didn't matter if he couldn't get in. At least, he didn't have to spend money. But now that he saw so many people trying their best to get in, his thoughts changed. What everyone wants must be good stuff. The Women's Academy has been established for so long, and its examination rules must have been spread. The clothes worn by Su Shi and the other two were neither gorgeous nor shabby, and they were ordinary among a group of people. Therefore, they didn't encounter any strange people during the waiting process, and they didn't encounter anyone who ridiculed them for being shabby. Moreover, with so many people gathered outside, everyone was talking in low voices, so the scene was not noisy. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, I heard a bang. The gate of the Women's Academy did not open, but someone came out from the corner door next to it. There were two people coming out. The person in front was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing a blue silk dress, with only a silver hairpin on her head to hold her hair. She was dressed very simply, with a long face, tightly pursed lips, and a stern expression, quite like the Dean of Sushi in modern times. Following behind her was a woman dressed as a servant, with big shoulders and a big waist, who was probably here to protect the middle-aged woman. As soon as the middle-aged woman came out, Sushi heard someone exclaim in a low voice, "Oh, it's Madame Cui." Someone else said, "Oh, why is Madame Cui presiding over the exam this time? She is the strictest." Madame Cui obviously had very good hearing, and she seemed to have heard the discussion. She looked straight at those who were talking about her, and then glanced around. Soon, the crowd spread from one point to the whole area, and the 300 or 400 people standing around the academy quickly shut up, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Mrs. Cui then spoke, "Those who are taking the exam, please line up and go in. Those who are waiting outside, please wait outside." As she said that, she turned around and went in with her maid. The main door was still closed. Only the corner door where Mrs. Cui went in was open. I don't know since when. A table and 2 chairs have been placed next to the corner door. A woman in her 30s and a woman in her 20s are sitting on the chairs, facing everyone. And there is a sign on the table, which reads, "Please submit your identity documents before entering." Obviously, the place where Mrs. Cui said everyone should enter in order is this corner door. The people outside the door looked at each other, pushed each other, and no one wanted to be the first to enter the door, as if the person who entered the door first would be eaten by the people inside. Sushi pulled Sushue's wrist. "Let's go in first." Sushue was surprised. In her opinion, if everyone pushed each other, it would be bad for the one who entered first. But Sushi rushed to go in first. Wasn't he stupid? She was about to dissuade him, but heard Su Yongyi say, "Listen to your sister." Sushue immediately shut up, followed Sushi obediently to the gate, and then entered together. The woman in her 30s took the documents from the 2 of them, looked at them, and loudly announced the names of the 2 people, Sushi from Shirong Village, Sushue from Shirong Village. The woman in her 20s picked up a pen and wrote the names of the 2 people on the paper. The people who were still pushing and shoving outside the door looked at this situation, and after a moment of silence, they immediately rushed forward, vying for the 3rd place to enter the door. Some of them were quick-witted and quickly grabbed a place to enter the door, while those who could not push and shove others either looked aggrieved and endured, or cursed in a low voice, and avoided to the side. Women's academies are not only a channel for advancement, but also a way to raise one's status. The queen who founded the academy set a rule that one cannot enter the academy through the back door by virtue of family background or status, and can only enter through the examination. So some daughters of powerful families will also take the examination in order to raise their status and marry into a good family. At this time, several strong women from the powerful family stood at the door, blocked others with their strong bodies, and forced a path for their daughters to enter. The maids left only after the young lady entered. When encountering such people, girls from ordinary families dared not speak, but could only bear their anger and avoid them. Some of them were bad-tempered and cursed quietly, with resentment on their faces. Some showed envy. Some of them were timid and dared not say a word when their feet were stepped on. They could only bite their lower lips and endure tears. It was just a test. But because the entrance was a small corner door, countless good dramas were staged. The examiners of the academy hidden in the crowd saw all these situations. Who entered the gate first? Who had an argument because of the fight? Who showed resentment because of others' unintentional actions? Who had any special actions? Because the gatekeeper called out their names one by one, the examiners wrote them down. There were 5 or 6 such examiners, except for the examiners who participated in the examination of the academy, and Sushi who guessed part of the truth through analysis. No one thought that the examination in the academy was just a cover, and the most important examination was held on the field outside the corner gate. Generally, ancient buildings have their own rules for construction. The buildings on the central axis of the main gate are all tall, dignified and important places, and these buildings can be crossed from the hall. But I don't know whether this women's academy is built according to the rules, or because they entered from the corner gate instead of the main gate. As soon as Sushi and Sushue came in, they found a small path, winding, and what appeared in front of them was either lush flowers and trees, an archway, or a house, which often made them feel, after many twists and turns, you may think there is no way out. But when you look out, you will find another village. Fortunately, there are signs at every fork in the road. indicating which way to go. Oh, the scenery here is so beautiful. Su Shui looked at the scenery and couldn't help but admire it. She was about to speak when she heard Su Shui exclaim, "Sister, look! Is there a purse on the ground?" She looked in the direction she pointed and saw a purse lying quietly at the root of a cluster of bamboo in front. Perhaps because they were worried that someone was blind and couldn't see it. The purse was sewn with bright red silk, and it was embroidered with green lotus leaves and white lotus flowers, which was very beautiful. She suspected that this was a test question. Returning lost property is a noble virtue. Chapter 13. Oscars are missing a little golden man. If this is a test question, then there must be someone hiding nearby, observing their words and actions. Even if Su Shi had some guesses in his heart, he couldn't say anything to Su Shui, so as not to make things worse. Anyway, Su Shui is a girl of good character, so she doesn't need to remind her. Just act according to her nature. After Su Shui finished talking to her, she looked around and muttered, "Who lost the purse?" Su Shi also followed her and looked around. It was quiet all around, except for the sound of the wind blowing the bamboo leaves. There was no sound at all, and no one was seen. Su Shui looked at Su Shi's sister. "What should we do?" Su Shi hesitated for a moment and said, "We are the first to come in, so it must not be lost by someone who comes in to take the exam. The owner should be someone inside. If it were normal, we would not be in a hurry, and it would be fine to wait here. But we are here to take the exam, so we naturally cannot wait here. How about?" She looked at Su Shui. "Let's pick it up and hand it over to the examiner later, and let them ask who lost the purse." "Yes, that's good." Su Shui nodded repeatedly. She didn't need Su Shi to do anything, and ran up to pick up the purse. "Take out the things inside and check them out, so that we can know what's going on," Su Shi said. Su Shui quickly untied the rope tied to the purse and poured out the things inside. There were 3 ingots of silver inside. "It looks like 1 ingot is worth 1 tael. A total of 3 taels." Su Shi sighed in her heart. If this is a test question, the organizer is too generous. You have to know that in this era, a family of 5, like the Su family, is self-sufficient in food, vegetables, chickens and ducks. If there is no need to send children to school, 2 taels of silver a year is enough for the family's expenses. If someone hides the silver and does not pay it, wouldn't the academy lose a lot? When this thought came to her, she laughed dumbly. There are people watching here, who picked up the purse and who didn't. The people in the academy naturally know clearly. When they go in, it will be clear who has handed in their purses, and who has not. For those who haven't handed in their purses, they can just drink them up and ask them to take them out. The silver can't be lost. Wow! 3 taels of silver. When Su Shui saw the silver, she just sighed with her eyes shining. This is the first time I've seen so much silver since I was a child. In order to prevent the hidden people from having any opinions about Su Shui, Su Shi gave Su Shui a reproachful look. "Do you have any thoughts about this silver?" "No. No. No." Su Shui waved her hands quickly. "How is that possible? I'm just saying. This is someone else's stuff. How can we take it?" The person who lost the money must be very anxious. Su Shi knew she would do this. She pursed her lips and smiled. "That's right. Although our family is poor, we are not the kind of people who are short-sighted. We can't lose our character. The elders have repeatedly taught us to behave properly and walk uprightly." She put the purse into her sleeve pocket. "Let's go. Let's go in and hand it in quickly, so that the person who lost the purse won't be anxious. Let's go." Su Shui didn't think much and followed Su Shi to walk forward quickly. But when they turned a corner, a woman came over and looked at the ground anxiously, muttering, "Where are you going? Why is it gone?" Su Shui saw this and hurriedly asked, "Mother-in-law, did you lose your purse?" The woman was delighted when she heard this and nodded repeatedly. "Yes. I lost a purse." "Girl, did you see where it is?" "Yes." Su Shui turned around and looked at Su Shi. Su Shi wanted to touch her forehead. Su Shui's naive behavior. "I don't know if the academy will care." She ignored Su Shui and asked the old woman, "Mother-in-law, what does your purse look like? What's in it?" Although Su Shui was naive, she was not stupid. When she heard her cousin ask this, she also reacted. What if the purse they picked up was not this old woman's, and the old woman saw the silver inside and stole it directly? Then wouldn't they have done something stupid? She immediately looked at the maid. The maid smiled and said, "The purse is made of red satin with some flowers embroidered on it." Su Shi saw that she stopped talking. So he asked again, "What's in it?" It's no wonder that she is so careful, since picking up the purse is a test question given by the academy. This test question is not as simple as picking it up and handing it in. There will always be something to do with it. The previous test was about character, and now it should be about insight and judgment. Sure enough, when she asked this question, the maid's expression was a little strange. Her eyes flickered and her expression was flustered. But she still pretended to be calm and said, "This is a reward from the master. I lost it before I had time to look at it." As she said that, she bowed to the two of them. If the two girls picked up the purse, "Please return it to me quickly. I have to go cook for the master later, so I can't delay the time." Her performance made she couldn't help but say good in his heart. If this is a test question, the performance of this woman can't be too superb, so that people can't see any flaws. On the contrary, it can't be too clumsy, so that people can see the wrongness at a glance. She needs to act just right, so that people who are interested can notice it. But it can't be too obvious. And the performance of this old woman just now, in Sushi's opinion, is definitely at the level of an actress. She acted so well. Her eyes were flustered, but not obvious. Just right for people who observe carefully to see. Although Su Shui is a little sweet, she is a careful person. Just now, Sushi did not take out the purse directly, but questioned the old woman, which gave Su Shui a hint. The purse is not necessarily the old woman's. So the little bit of panic that the old woman showed just now was also seen by Su Shui. She immediately became alert, and felt that something was fishy. "Since you can't tell us what's in the purse, we can't give it to you," Su Shui said. "Come in with us, and check it when we hand it to the examiner. If it's really a reward from your master, the examiner will naturally return the purse to you." "Hey, why are you so long-winded? I said I was in a hurry to cook for my master, so how can I waste time? Hurry up and hand over your purse. I will reward you with 5 cents of silver to express my gratitude. Otherwise, I will tell the examiner that you stole my purse." The old woman changed her pleasant expression and became fierce, threatening. "It will only take a while to go in. And there is a reason. Your master just rewarded you. Even if it takes a little time, I think she will understand you. Okay, let's go quickly. Let's hurry up," Sushi said, whispering to Su Shui, "Run quickly," pulling her and running. The old woman had another scene. That is, if threats failed, she would use force. Generally, such girls have little strength, let alone courage. Once the old woman wanted to use force, the girls would soften, hand over their purses, and settle the matter. Anyway, the silver in the purses was not theirs, so they didn't need to risk their lives for the purses. She really didn't expect that the two girls would not play by the rules, and they ran away as soon as they disagreed. And they ran very fast. When she pretended to catch up, the two had turned a corner and disappeared. Chapter 14 Princess Shonda. She couldn't help but laugh. These two clever ghosts. She stopped. According to the speed of the two girls, she couldn't catch up, so she might as well save some energy. Someone will come later, and she still has to perform. The person hiding behind a dense bush said, "Take a break. You will have to work hard later." Anyway, the two girls passed this level. Su Shui didn't know the trick. After running for a while, she saw that the old woman didn't chase her. She stopped, excited and angry, and said, "The purse must have been stolen by her. She didn't dare to chase her. Humph! You dare to threaten us. I will tell the examiner her appearance in a moment, and I will definitely find her out." Sushi smiled but said nothing. The academy is not actually very big. The reason why they walked for so long is because the examiner deliberately set up a route, which made it seem far because of the detours. After walking and running for a while, they walked forward for half a cup of tea and saw the words examination hall written outside the big house in front. "We are here." Su Shui was very happy. Sushi and Su Shui walked over and introduced themselves to the two women guarding the door, saying, "We are here to take the exam. Please come in." The maid gestured and let the two in. This room was very large, similar to the classroom where Sushi had taken classes in modern universities, with rows of tables and stools. There were 3 people sitting at the top of the room. One was Mrs. Cui, who had just left. Sitting at the bottom, the second was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The woman sitting at the top was a woman in her 50s with a graceful temperament. Judging from the phoenix hairpin on her head and the embroidery on her clothes, this person should be the headmaster of the academy. Princess Shonda. In addition to the three of them, there were several maids and servants in the room, some standing and some sitting. Some of them were sitting in the back, with a table in front of them, and they were writing something with their heads down. Judging from their attire, these people should also be servants of the three ladies. She hurriedly saluted the three of them. She greets Her Royal Highness the Princess, Madam, and Madam Chui. Shui was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed Shi's example, and saluted the two. Madam Chui and the woman looked at the two of them with serious expressions. But Princess Shanda was more friendly than them, and asked Shi with a smile, "Do you know us?" Shi lowered her head and replied, "I have never had the honor to see the face of Her Royal Highness, the Princess. I just judge based on the seat, clothes, and patterns on her jewelry." As for Madam Chui, when she went to the gate of the academy to announce the start of the exam, Shi was nearby. I heard others say that Madam's surname was Chui, so I knew it. She looked up and glanced at the woman sitting at the second seat, and smiled embarrassedly. As for this lady, Shi has never seen her. Princess Shanda looked down at the phoenix pattern on her clothes and smiled. "I see." She introduced the woman and said, "This is Madame Zong, one of the examiners this time. If you are lucky enough to be admitted to the academy, she will teach you music." Shi greeted the woman again. She greets Madame Zong. Shui followed suit and bowed to Madame Zong. Madame Zong then spoke, "Okay, go sit down." A maid came forward immediately, and wanted to lead them down. "Wait a minute." Shi took out the purse from his arms, handed it to the maid, and told her what happened on the road just now. She only told the story, then stopped and looked at Shui. Although Shui was a little naive, she was also smart. Seeing her cousin like this, she knew that she gave half of the opportunity to show herself. She quickly described the woman's clothes and said, "We suspected that the purse was not hers, so we didn't dare to give it to her." Shi nodded, indicating that her idea was the same as Shui's. She was very satisfied with Shui's performance. In front of these ladies, they should not talk too much. Just stop at the right time. Shui did not say that she suspected the old woman was a thief. The three ladies made the judgment. This was a measured statement. She did not make a rash conclusion in front of the noble. What if the old woman was someone's servant, and the master wanted to protect her, and others did not want to pursue it? If you say too much, others will have no room to turn around. So how to say something, and to what extent is very particular in such a high-ranking family. This is also the reason why she does not want to return to the Marquis's mansion. Life is too tiring. "Okay, we will investigate this matter," Madame Zong said. As she spoke, she motioned to the maid. The maid took the purse, and took out the silver inside to look at it. Another maid came out, and led the two to the seats below. After the two went down, Princess Shanda, Madame Zong, and Madame Chui each wrote a few words on the white paper in front of them, which should be to score their performance. Shi and Shui were the first two to come in, and were arranged to sit in the first row. However, the two were not arranged at the same table, but sat separately, judging from the stools and the four treasures of the study placed on the table. This table should be for two people. The table is not long, similar to the desks in modern middle schools. This is nothing in modern times. But when ancient people wrote with a brush, the brush, ink, paper and inkstone took up a lot of space, and the paper was larger than the homework books of modern students. In this way, it is a bit inconvenient for two people to share a table. Maybe this is another test question? Shi thought, sitting upright, waiting for others to arrive. Shui remembered what her cousin said at the gate. Seeing that her cousin was sitting upright, she immediately sat up straight, not hunched over, and dared not look around. She just kept her eyes on her nose, and her nose on her heart. It seemed that in order to prevent others from disturbing the several links designed in the courtyard, or to deliberately delay the registration at the corner gate, or to arrange some other plot later, Shi found that the time between the next few groups of people who came in was about half a cup of tea, and the time was managed very well. She further confirmed her guess. Some of these people came in alone, some probably met on the road and invited each other to go together. So they came in together. After entering the door, facing the three princesses of Shanda, their performances were different. Some were so nervous that they stuttered and were flustered in their greetings. Some were careless, and some were generous and decent, and handled it with ease. As for the purse, about 4 of the 10 people took the purse and handed it to the 3 ladies. Some of those who did not hand it over would tell the matter and say that the purse had been returned to the mother-in-law, while some did not mention it at all. And it was not known whether they forgot because of nervousness, or did not want to hand over the purse at all. And those who did not hand in the purse, or did not say where the purse went, when they sat down and heard the people who came later mention this matter, their faces suddenly turned pale. And then they realized that this might be a test question. Chapter 15 Su Huyo is online. The purse was given to the old woman, but it was fine if it was not stated. One of those who wanted to steal the purse rushed to the three ladies and knelt down to apologize, took out the purse from her arms, and handed it to them, saying that she had forgotten it just now. Another woman wanted to pretend to be calm and bet that these people didn't know about it. Seeing this situation, she was immediately frightened and hurried forward to kneel down to admit her mistake and handed over the purse. Although the academy was nominally headed by Princess Shangda, it was usually managed by Madame Zhang. Mrs. Zhang showed disgust on her face and said to the two, "I wanted to let you finish the exam before dealing with this matter, so as not to delay the later ones. But now it is not necessary. Hand over your purse and leave here. Our academy cannot accept people like you who have lost their morals." As she said this, she waved to the maid behind her. The maid immediately stepped forward and drove the two girls out of the side door. The two naturally refused to leave and cried for mercy. The maid cut the Gordian knot and directly covered her mouth and dragged her out of the side door. And the room returned to peace. The others saw this and felt a little scared, but were glad that they handled the matter correctly. Those who returned the purse to the mother-in-law knew that their actions were inappropriate, and they might lose some points. Everyone had different thoughts, and their words and actions were inevitably a little out of control. Some people even whispered to the people at the same table. Su Shue's psychological activities were naturally rich. She saw someone whispering next to her, turned her head and glanced at her cousin, and wanted to make eye contact with her. But she saw that she was still sitting upright and dignified and elegant as at the beginning. The girl sitting next to her came up to her and wanted to talk to her, but she ignored her. Su Shue's heart trembled, and she quickly straightened her posture and sat up straight, not daring to look around, and even ignored the little action of the girl next to her to move things towards her. The girls who came one after another from behind kept repeating this situation. The servant sitting behind the three ladies recorded everyone's performance one by one. She kept counting the number of people and matching the names reported with the people. When Madame Zhang announced the start of the exam and ordered the maids to hand out the test papers to them, there were a total of 67 girls entering the exam. Judging from what she saw outside the academy, there were more than 100 or 200 applicants. It is estimated that some people have been eliminated during the admission process. 67 selected 50. It seems that she and Su Shue have a great chance of admission. She regained her mind and looked at the test paper that had just been handed to her. The test paper should be printed, with not many questions on it. Only 5 questions. And the title of the first question is just 4 words, Ruo Hiweijia. Question sentences in classical Chinese often like inversion, with the object placed in front. The correct word order of this sentence should be, if what? Translated into modern Chinese, it is, who are you? This is the rhythm of introducing yourself. Except for this question. The other 4 questions are essay questions. Or give a sentence and ask you to say what you think about this sentence. Or give a case and ask you to analyze whether a certain character's behavior is right or wrong. If not, what do you think she should do? Very good. This is really modern. I guess these questions are based on the pattern of the Queen's questions, which makes she feel like he is back to the time when he was taking the psychology exam in college. Although the question is not difficult, the answer can be used to infer the personality, conduct, thoughts and behavior of the respondent, compared with talent and learning. The academy really pays more attention to these aspects. In this case, she did not intend to think about how to write brilliantly, but decided to answer according to her nature. If she was not admitted, it means that the philosophy of the academy is not in line with her. Even if she enters the school, she will inevitably conflict with the academy or be constrained against her will. In this case, it is better not to enter the school in the first place. There was no requirement for how many words to write in these questions, and there were not many questions. The exam lasted for 1 hour, which was 2 hours, so there was plenty of time. She did not want to hand in the paper early, so she dripped clean water onto the inkstone, slowly ground the ink, and prepared a draft in her mind. After the ink was ground, she wrote down the answer on the draft paper and revised it repeatedly. When she felt there was no problem, She carefully copied it onto the test paper, with the original owner's memory. She had no problem with either the brush calligraphy or the wording of classical Chinese. Of course, the system gave her calligraphy a wisdom value, which means that the original owner's calligraphy was not very good, but it was just decent. The time has come. Put the test paper on the seat, and everyone will leave one after another. Go to the entrance of the academy to see the list tomorrow. Mrs. Cui gave an order, and everyone stopped writing. Even if Su-shi was dawdling, he had already finished the test paper. She pressed the paperweight on the test paper, checked it again to make sure it was okay, and then walked out of her seat, nodded to Su-shui, and signaled her to leave together. Su-shui had finished her work long ago. Some people seemed to have not finished yet, and they begged the maids, who were collecting the test papers, in a low voice. But those people had already received the master's order, and took the test papers away without any mercy. Sister, how did you do on the test? Do you think we can pass? Su-shui was also frightened after what happened just now. She was no longer as heartless as when she entered the garden, and she spoke in a low voice. I don't know. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Su-shi said. Host, you have been admitted. The system, which had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, and the voice was very excited. Host, you can finally enter the Women's Academy to learn piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. As it spoke, it seemed to have turned a somersault, and Su-shi's mind rang with the sound of footsteps. Su-shi rolled her eyes, but this did not prevent her from brainwashing the system. See, you were right to choose me as your host. I have a high IQ and a high EQ. If you follow my words, my life management will be much better than following your plan. Yes, isn't it? The system wanted to deny it, but it had to admit that Su-shi's study of music, chess, calligraphy and painting in the Women's Academy was much better than going back to the Marquis Mansion. Not to mention that the level of the teachers here must be better than those hired by the Marquis Mansion. Just the study time must be several times longer than in the Marquis Mansion. After all, this is a special academy, and it is impossible to have only half an hour of classes a day. There are classes in the morning and afternoon here. What's more, there are many girls studying here at the same time, and everyone is comparing with each other. And the female teachers have to take regular exams. Such a learning atmosphere will definitely play a great role in promoting Su-shi. In the original plot, the reason why Zhao Ruyu is better than Su-shi is because she has been taught by the nanny in the Marquis Mansion since she was a child. And the learning environment and conditions are much better than Su-shi. Admittedly, Su-shi is now in the county's Women's Academy, and the teaching staff may not be better than that of the Marquis Mansion. But the host it is bound to is not an ordinary host, and the IQ is very high. In a learning environment that is not much different, Su-shi must learn better than Zhao Ruyu. Thinking of this, the system seemed to see a broad road. Chapter 16 Wei is here. Although Su-shi knew the test results from the system, he had no way to explain the reason, and it was not easy to tell Su-shui. When the two of them left the academy, the gatekeeper handed each of them a card and said, "Come to the academy tomorrow to see the list. Those whose names are on the list will be admitted. This is the card for entering the academy. You must keep it well and enter the academy with the card. If you are admitted tomorrow, the card will not be taken back. You will use this card to enter and leave the school in the future. If you are not admitted, the card will be taken back. Those who lost their badges cannot come to study even if they are admitted, and will be directly expelled." When Su-shui heard this, she was so scared that she held the badge tightly. Su-shi put the badge in her arms, took Su-shui to thank the old woman, and then went out of the gate. During the process of entering the garden, many people failed to pass the test and were directly driven out of the garden. When they went in for the exam, many people were sent out. Therefore, the number of people waiting outside the gate was more than half less than when they entered the garden. As soon as they went out of the gate, they saw Su Yongyi standing not far away and waving at them. These girls who took the exam had a high chance of being admitted and becoming students of the Women's Academy, and also becoming classmates of their masters and relatives. Therefore, the people waiting outside seemed to be more well-mannered than when they entered the garden. When they saw Su-shi and Su-shui coming over here, everyone made way for them and smiled to show their goodwill. Su-shi guessed that the exam was not over yet, and maybe there were still examiners outside the garden observing their every word and action. She thanked the people who made way for her repeatedly, and secretly signaled Su-shui, who quickly followed suit. The two thanked them all the way, and walked to Su Yongyi's side. How did you do in the exam? Su Yongyi asked. Su Shi shook her head. I don't know yet. We are waiting for the teachers to mark the papers. The results will be announced tomorrow, she said. Uncle, let's go back quickly. Okay. Su Yongyi took the two of them out and hired a mule cart on the street to rush home, because he didn't know how long they would have to wait for the exam. Su Yongyi didn't ask the villagers who drove the mule cart to wait for them. In the car, Su Shui wanted to show the sign to her father. But Su Shi stopped her. Let's see it when we get home. When she took the sign, she took a look at it. It was made of wood, with some patterns and the 3 characters entry and exit card carved on it, and nothing else. The gatekeeper also said that this sign was the certificate for entering and leaving the garden after admission. If it was lost, not only would she not be admitted, but she might also be punished. After all, it would bring safety hazards to the garden. So this sign must be kept well in the next 3 days. And it is better to be careful. This is also the reason why she did not stay on the street for a long time, but rushed home immediately, regardless of whether or not someone from the Swaping Marquis mansion came today, or whether or not someone left. What needs to be faced must be faced. In Shirong village, 3 carriages with the Swaping Marquis mansion logo slowly drove into the village an hour and a half ago, attracting the children of Shirong village to run after the carriages. Soon, adults who love to watch the fun also rushed to the outside of Su Yongyi's house, surrounding the Su family's house in 3 layers inside and outside. Everyone ate a big melon yesterday. There was little fun in the ancient countryside, and the play yesterday was more exciting than the New Year's opera. With the gossip, everyone even saved food last night. Today's gossip is not to be missed. Wei was forced to pick up Su Shi. She was already angry. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but curse. What kind of hell is this place? It's so dirty and smelly. He also ordered the guards outside. Drive them away. Zhao Yuanliang glanced at Wei with a dark face, turned to the guards and said, Speak nicely. Don't conflict with others. Just stop them from getting close. Wei saw her husband arguing with her, and her eyebrows were raised to quarrel with him. But when she saw her husband's cold eyes, her heart trembled, and she closed her mouth reluctantly. Wei was a legitimate daughter, but when she got married, her father was only a 5th-rank official, and she was from a poor family. The family of more than a dozen people relied on Wei's father's salary to make a living, not to mention how tight the situation was. She didn't have much of a decent dowry when she got married. When they got married, Swaping Marquis' mansion was still the Duke's mansion. The old Duke was seriously ill, and Zhao Yuanliang himself had no ability, and was a concubine's daughter. It was really difficult for him to marry a good girl from a noble family. He saw that Wei's father was particularly good at scheming, and seemed like someone who could get promoted. And Wei was quite pretty. So he went to ask for her hand in marriage. Although the old Duke was seriously ill at that time, the Duke's mansion was not as desolate as it is now. Besides, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how desolate the Duke's mansion was, he still lived in a big house, had some land and shops under his name, wore gold and silver, had servants and maids, and was well dressed. He was 100 times better than the Wei family. Besides, marrying a girl from the family to a noble family was also a face-saving thing. Therefore, when Zhao Yuanliang came to propose marriage, the Wei family readily agreed and married Wei to them. It must be said that although Zhao Yuanliang was not very capable, he had a good vision. As he expected, Wei's father slowly climbed up the social ladder and was now a 3rd-rank official. As he gained power, the family gradually became more affluent, and now they were no worse off than the Marquis' mansion. On the contrary, the Duke's mansion was downgraded to a Marquis mansion after the old Duke's death, because the younger generation was incompetent. The family was living off their savings, and gradually declined. As this situation grew, Wei, who had been humble in front of her husband, began to tremble. She would argue with Zhao Yuanliang whenever he said something. Zhao Yuanliang hoped that his father-in-law could help him get a position in the government, so he tolerated her in every way, which made Wei Shi more and more confused about her status. If it weren't for the fact that the old lady of the Marquis had great prestige, and the Marquis' wife Shu was also a powerful person, Wei Shi would have been able to walk sideways in the Marquis' mansion, until the matter of taking the wrong child was exposed. The old lady of the Marquis punished her. Zhao Yuanliang saw that his father-in-law was reluctant to give him a position, so he also gave her a cold face. Wei Shi herself was also guilty, so she kept her tail between her legs. Although the people in Shirung village like to eat melons, they also have a sense of propriety. Seeing that there were many more guards today than yesterday, and the carriage was more luxurious than yesterday, we knew that the people coming today were not simple. When we saw the guards coming to drive them away, we did not go forward, but followed from a distance. In the Su family courtyard, Xia was restless all morning. This restlessness was all because she said before he left that someone from the Marquis mansion might come, so she should be mentally prepared. A curious person saw the carriage of the Marquis mansion entering the village, and ran over to tell Xia when the carriage stopped. When Xia heard that someone from the Marquis mansion was coming, it was like the boots hanging over her head fell to the ground, and she was not so nervous. She straightened her clothes, thought about it, and simply opened the courtyard door and sat in the main room to mend the soles of shoes. Nani Ruan and housekeeper Lu came with her today, and the driver was also here yesterday, so he was familiar with the place. When they arrived at the door of Su's house, Nani Ruan got out of the carriage, trotted forward, and said to Zhao Yuanliang and Wei in the carriage, "Second master, second madam, I will go in and tell you first." Nani Ruan was the proud person in front of Madame Ho, and no matter how arrogant Wei was, she would not dare to show off in front of Nani Ruan. She suppressed her irritability and forced a smile to Nani Ruan. "Thank you, Nani." Chapter 17 Zhao Yuanliang. Madame Ruan nodded and turned to go into the yard. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw Mrs. Xia sitting in front of the main hall, sewing the soles of shoes one stitch at a time, as if she didn't hear the noise outside. She immediately hated her, not to mention the sound of horse hooves and carriages. Just the discussion of the villagers following the carriages could stir up the whole small village. Mrs. Xia was still sitting here pretending. Why was this family so annoying? But she couldn't get angry because she needed help. She had to suppress her anger and walked up to Xia and greeted her with a smile. "Mrs. Su. Good morning." Xia pretended to be very tired and almost got her finger pierced by the needle. When she heard the voice of Nani Ruan, she breathed a sigh of relief, put down her shoes and stood up. Smiling, it turned out to be Nani Ruan. As she said that, she looked outside. Nani Ruan also turned around and looked outside, saying, "The second master and second wife of our mansion are here too." She looked at Mrs. Xia meaningfully. "There is also the fifth young lady in the mansion." She smiled. "Oh, I forgot. Now it's time to call her the sixth young lady. Our old lady said that Miss she is 1 month older than Miss Yu, and she ranks fifth among the young ladies in the mansion, and will be the fifth young lady in the future." Miss Yu moved one position back and became the sixth young lady. "Six. The sixth young lady is here too?" Mrs. Xia's face showed an uneasy expression. To be honest, as the head of the Su family, she naturally wanted to see the biological daughter born by her sister-in-law. But when she came to her senses last night, she suddenly didn't want to see him again. How could a young lady from a marquis's mansion, who was raised in luxury, look down on relatives like them from the farm? She might hate them for bringing her trouble and lowering her status. If they came forward to acknowledge their relatives, they would probably not welcome them, and would only make themselves look bad. Now that Nani Ruan said that the sixth young lady was here, and that she came with her adoptive parents, she really didn't know how to treat her. "The second master and the second madam are here too?" Xia gave Madame Ruan a stiff smile. "But my boss is not here. And sister, she has also gone to the county. How about you come back another day?" "Going to the county?" Madame Ruan's face changed and she frowned. "What is she doing in the county?" Before leaving, she told Xia that she was worried that the Marquis mansion didn't want her to go to the academy to study, and secretly found someone to trip her up, so that the academy deliberately didn't admit her. So she asked Xia not to tell the Marquis mansion about this, for fear that Xia didn't know how to lie. She even found an excuse for her. Xia said, "My brother and his wife have left a house in the county, and Shijia has to go and clean it every once in a while. When you came yesterday, she was a little uneasy, and this morning she begged me to take her to the county, and she wanted to stay in that house. So the two of them and my daughter Shushua set out early in the morning. When will she come back?" Madame Ruan frowned more and more. Xia shook her head. "It's hard to say. When she goes to that house, sometimes she stays for a whole day, sometimes she comes back in half a day." Fearing that Nani Ruan and the others would really have to stay here for a long time, waiting for Sushi to come back, Xia added, "But judging from her mood last night, she will probably stay there for a day. When she is in a bad mood, She will stay there for a long time, and will not come back until dark. Nani Ruan turned her head and looked outside, saying, "The second master and the second lady are here in person. And it will definitely not work if they don't see Miss Shi. How about this? You follow the carriage of the Marquis mansion into the county, and go to pick up Miss Shi. The county is only 5 or 6 miles away from here, and it will take less than half an hour to go back and forth. The second master and the second lady will wait here." Su Shi is a thoughtful person. She had expected this situation and told Mrs. Xie what to do. Mrs. Xie was embarrassed for a while, but finally said, "Well, then, okay." Madame Ruan asked her to wait for a while, and she ran out to report the situation to Zhao Yuanliang and Mrs. Wei, and told them her proposal. Zhao Yuanliang naturally wanted to see his biological daughter, who was stranded outside. Even if his stepmother didn't ask him to, he would still take her back home. Not to mention that he knew very well the impact of letting his daughter wander around outside on the reputation of the Marquis. So he naturally had no objection to this proposal. Wei wanted to turn around and leave, but the Marquis' old lady's instructions were still in front of her. She couldn't explain to her mother-in-law if she didn't agree with Nani Ruan's suggestion. So she had to agree. Tell her to sit in the car behind, and ask the driver to go faster, so as not to waste time. "Don't forget that the old lady is still waiting for us to go back in the mansion," she said. "Yes." Madame Ruan agreed, and told the maid to help the two get off the car. She went to the car behind and asked Zhao Ruyu to get off the car and told the driver. Wei got off the car and looked at the muddy road in the village, and the old and mottled mud on the Su family's earthen wall. A group of hens were walking in the yard with their chicks. There was even chicken shit in the yard. She quickly lowered her eyelids to hide the emotions in her eyes. Zhao Ruyu looked at the scene in front of her with a complicated expression. Miss Fu Shi wanted to comfort his master, but he didn't know what to say. He was also worried that Zhao Yuanliang and Wei, who were walking in front of him, would hear him, so he could only say, "Watch your step." Zhao Ruyu looked down and saw the chicken shit on the ground. She was so scared that she took a step back and subconsciously lifted the hem of her skirt. Fu Shi quickly lifted the other side of her skirt and said, "Miss, walk slower and avoid it." In fact, Xie was a very diligent person. She cleaned the yard every day, and her home was cleaner than other farmyards. However, farmers raise chickens in the wild, so there will inevitably be some dried chicken droppings in the yard. It is impossible to flush the yard with water all day long. Carrying water is also a physical job. There is no way around it. But such a yard is a disaster in the eyes of Wei and Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Yuanliang naturally saw the situation of Su's house, but he felt differently from the two women. He also often went to the manor of the Marquis' mansion, and he knew very well what the farmyard looked like. Therefore, he didn't feel anything when he saw this dilapidated scene. Just thinking about his daughter, who should have grown up in a noble mansion, but now suffers in such a place, living under someone else's roof, and who knows how hard her life is. He felt very upset, thinking that all this was caused by Wei. He turned his head and glanced at her coldly, just in time to see Wei's face full of disgust and impatience, and seeing Zhao Ruyu walking forward silently with her head down. But her steps were cautious, as if she was afraid that her skirt would be stained with mud and chicken shit. Zhao Yuanliang almost couldn't breathe. Zhao Yuanliang didn't care much about the family affairs, but he loved his children very much, especially Zhao Ruyu, who was sweet-mouthed and good at pleasing people since she was a child. So Zhao Yuanliang always loved Zhao Ruyu very much. But think about it. This is not his daughter, but she is enjoying the splendor and wealth of the Marquis mansion instead of his own daughter, while his own daughter is suffering here because of her biological parents. But Zhao Ruyu didn't feel guilty at all, and even acted like a rich lady. The love in Zhao Yuanliang's heart disappeared all of a sudden, and was replaced by an indescribable complex emotion. Chapter 18: Hatred Against the Daughter? Mrs. Xie didn't know that in just a few steps, the Zhao family of 3 had so many complicated emotions. She stood at the door of the main hall to greet them, and immediately focused her attention on Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu's figure was not as tall as Su Shi, but she was slender and graceful. From her facial features, one could see the shadows of her deceased uncle and sister-in-law. Zhao Ruyu's appearance was also above average, especially her eyes, which were watery, like a little deer that had lost the protection of its mother, making people want to pity and protect her for no reason. No wonder everyone in the Marquis mansion was unwilling to let her go even though they knew she was not their child. It's true that I feel pity for her. thinking of Su Shi's bright features and capable temperament. Xia's heart was filled with worry. If Su Shi returned to the Marquis Mansion and faced Zhao Ryu, even if they knew that Su Shi was the child of the Marquis Mansion, it is estimated that the Marquis's wife, and the second wife would be more inclined to Zhao Ryu. People all sympathize with the weak. Not to mention that Zhao Ryu was raised by them. Unlike Su Shi, who had no feelings for her. Seeing that Zhao Ryu didn't even look up at her, but only looked down at the ground, as if she was afraid of stepping on something dirty. Xia shook her head. How could such a girl recognize such poor relatives as them? Thinking of Su Shi's promise to always treat them as relatives and his attachment to the Su family, Xia's heart was immediately relieved. Without any sense of loss, she withdrew her eyes from Zhao Ryu and looked away and Zhao Yuanliang. Wei's appearance was not bad. Although she was petite, she had a strong aura, which was completely opposite to Zhao Ryu's pure and weak temperament. Zhao Yuanliang had a clear appearance, but he had narrow eyes, a square face, and was not tall. Looking at the couple's height and appearance, it is hard to imagine that Su Shi, who has a pair of lively peach blossom eyes, bright features and a tall figure, is their daughter. Nanny Ron helped Wei to walk to Xia. Seeing Xia standing there blankly, not knowing how to greet, she frowned and looked unhappy. Second master. Second madam. This is Mrs. Su Xia. She introduced them. Xia came back to her senses and bowed to the two of them. Second master. Second madam. Wei looked at Xia and saw that she was a peasant woman with ordinary appearance and simple clothes. So her beautiful eyebrows frowned. Are you Xia? She asked with her chin slightly raised. Xia was not surprised by her attitude. Nor did she feel unhappy. In her opinion, since the child exchange was the sin of the eldest sister-in-law, Wei should hate their Su family deeply. It would be strange if Wei treated her well. She didn't slap herself right away, which was considered a good self-restraint of this lady. Yes, madam. Mrs. Xia half lowered her head and bowed to Mrs. Wei. How did you teach your child? You taught your child to not recognize his own parents. You are really a shrew from a farm family. You have no manners at all. Did Sister Shi learn all those tricks of crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang herself from you? Today she even avoided us and ran to the county. Did she really think we asked her to go back? Go quickly and tell her that if she doesn't come back quickly, she should go home with us obediently. She should not return to the Marquis Mansion in the future and just stay here as Miss Su. Do you really think we care about her? Seeing the fierce expression on Wei's face and hearing these ruthless words, Xia was stunned. Is this really her biological mother? Which mother? Hearing that her daughter was replaced and seeing the environment of their family, would not feel heartbroken and want to hug her daughter and love her well? How come Wei not only has no compassion at all, but also said such words? Isn't she afraid that Su Shi will be sad when hearing these words and really not go back with her? Not to mention Xia. Zhao Yuanliang also stared at Wei for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Although the couple's relationship is not good now, Zhao Yuanliang also knows that Wei has two faces towards Zhao Ryu in front of others and behind others. But she really loves her son deeply. Zhao Yuanliang didn't understand it before, but later he knew that Zhao Ryu was not his biological child, but was switched by someone. And he felt that he had found the answer. As a mother who gave birth to a child, she should have a sixth sense. When facing a child who is not her own, she is naturally unable to get close to him. So he felt that Wei's behavior just now was not good enough. But she must still love the daughter she was about to recognize. He didn't expect to hear such words from Wei. Feeling her husband's gaze, Wei turned around and winked at Zhao Yuanliang. Zhao Yuanliang came back to his senses and frowned again. From this point of view, is Wei's method a provoking? Or is it a method to deal with Xia, a village woman who wants to blackmail Su Shi? But if these words were to reach Su Shi's ears, it would be bad. Right? Only Zhao Ryu didn't feel anything about Wei's behavior. In her impression, Wei's behavior behind people has always been like this. With a bad personality, a sharp tongue, and she can't speak or behave. In her previous life, she was also very bad to her newly recognized daughter. Standing in front of Wei, Xia didn't know what to say for a moment. Nanny Ruan was very dissatisfied with Wei. She also knew that Wei couldn't speak, but it was the first time she saw someone speak so harshly. However, no matter how dissatisfied she was, Wei was not someone she, a servant, could scold, and she couldn't sabotage in front of Xia. She scolded Xia, Did you hear what the second madam said? Go quickly. Don't waste time. As she said that, she became worried again, turned away and said with a smile, Second madam. How about? I will go with her. This was exactly what Zhao Yuanliang wanted. If Madame Ruan didn't go with her, who knew if Xie would tell Su Shi exactly what Wei said? And even exaggerate it? If that happened, his daughter would probably not go home with him. Then this matter would be too embarrassing. Therefore, without waiting for Wei to speak, Zhao Yuanliang said, Very good. Nani Ruan, you are experienced. It is most appropriate for you to go with me. Let's go now. Go quickly and come back soon. Nani Ruan pulled Xie's arm. Second Madame Su. Let's go. As she said this, she waved to a little maid. As the housekeeper of the inner courtyard of the Marquis's mansion, she usually has a little maid to serve her. This maid came with her yesterday, and today she was worried that she would be too busy, so she brought this little maid again. Wei and Zhao Ruyu have their own maids. Zhao Yuanliang not only has housekeeper Lu, but also his own servants. And 2 drivers are here. Nani Ruan planned to take the little maid to the county with her. Xie staggered when she was pulled by her, and had to follow her absent-mindedly. As she walked, she turned her head and glanced at Wei. She finally knew why Su Shi didn't want to return to the Marquis mansion. Su Shi was so smart that he analyzed it accurately. This Wei was not only not paying attention to her daughter, she was even hostile to her daughter. And she just wished that she would not return to the Marquis mansion. Otherwise, how could she say such a thing? Chapter 19 Searching. Madame Ruan no longer wanted to think about why the second madam said that, and what Mrs. Xie was thinking. Anyway, when she saw Su Shi later, she would persuade Su Shi. As for what Mrs. Wei said, as long as she stopped Mrs. Xie from telling Su Shi, there would be no problem. Just pretend that she had never said it. Seeing the owner of the yard being pulled away by Madame Ruan, Mrs. Wei stopped moving forward and turned to walk towards the carriage. I'll get in the carriage and wait. Seeing this, Zhao Ruyu glanced at the dark room, exchanged glances with Fu Shu, and then turned around and got on the carriage. Second master, do you want to go inside or go back to the carriage? Butler Lu asked Zhao Yuanliang. Zhao Yuanliang looked at the open door of the room and could vaguely see that the 8 immortal table and stools inside were very simple. It was estimated that the room was not very clean. He frowned and was about to go back to the carriage when he saw a group of people walking in from the courtyard gate, led by an old man in his 50s. But the master of Swaping Marquis's mansion? The old man asked, raising his hand and bowing to Zhao Yuanliang. I am Su Qingwan, the head of the Su family. I didn't know that Master Zhao was coming, and I failed to welcome him. Please forgive me, Master Zhao. He also saw that Butler Lu was standing behind Zhao Yuanliang. Zhao Yuanliang should be Butler Lu's master in terms of his dress and appearance, so he didn't care about anything and bowed and called him Master Zhao. Butler Lu saw this and introduced, this is the second master of the Marquis mansion. Su Qingwan understood that the man in front of him should be Su Shi's biological father. He hurriedly greeted Zhao Yuanliang again and introduced the people who came with him. The Zhao family's carriage entered the village, and someone informed Su Qingwan, so he hurried over. As for the head of the village who came yesterday, he was in the next village and had not been able to come yet. However, Su Qingwan was worried that he would not entertain Zhao Yuanliang well, so he asked someone to send a message to the head of the village Zhang Chunglin. Where are Su Yongyi and Xie? Why let you, Mr. Zhao, stand in the yard? Su Qingwan said, without waiting for others to explain. He took the initiative to invite Zhao Yuanliang to sit in the house. Zhao Yuanliang also wanted to know some news about Su Shi from Su Qingwan, so he did not refuse and followed him into the house. Butler Lu knew that Zhao Yuanliang would not drink these unclean things from the farmers, so he asked the servant to get the tea set and tea from the carriage, followed him into the house, wiped the table and bench with a handkerchief, invited Zhao Yuanliang to sit down, and told Su Qingwan about Xie's words. Alas, not to mention the children. Even if we adults encounter such a thing, we will be at a loss and don't know what to do. Su Qingwan laughed. Su Shi is now the daughter of the Marquis's mansion, and they can't judge her. He didn't even dare to say the 3 words Shijier. Let's not talk about how Zhao Yuanliang inquired about Su Shi. Just say that Ruan Ma and Xie took a carriage to the county, and Xie pointed to the road and asked the driver to drive into the alley and stop in front of a courtyard. This courtyard was exactly the house that Su Yongxing bought in the city. It was rented out before. Recently. The lease expired. The old tenant moved out. And the new tenant had not arrived yet. So it was vacant. Nani Ruan was the first to get off the carriage to prevent Xie from talking nonsense. She was about to go in and persuade Su Shi when she saw the Iron General on the courtyard gate. Hey! Why is the door locked? Xie knew that Su Shi and his friends were not here. So she brought people over without hesitation. Seeing that the courtyard gate was indeed locked, she was relieved. She pretended to be surprised, touched the door lock, and acted worried. Didn't they say they were coming to the county? Why aren't they at home? She comforted Madame Ruan again. Madam, don't worry. I'll go ask the neighbors. As she spoke, she knocked on the gate next door. The gate opened, and an old lady in her 60s poked her head out. Who is it? Grandma Lin. I'm Aunt Sue from next door. I want to ask, did our head sister has she come back this morning? Do you know where they went? Mrs. Lin has lived here for most of her life, so she naturally knew Su Yongxing and his wife. When the couple died one after another, Su Shi became an orphan, and she was still feeling emotional for a long time. She also recognized Xia, and she had a good impression of this woman who treated her niece well and was not greedy for money. Oh, it turned out to be Aunt Sue. I am old and confused. She laughed. After laughing, she was puzzled again. What did you say? Uncle Su and sister Shi came back? I didn't see them. Could it be that they were so cautious that I didn't hear them? As she said this, she walked out of her own courtyard and took a look at the door next door. Seeing that the courtyard door was locked, she shook her head at Xia and shouted towards her house. Third boy, come out for a moment. After a while, an 8 or 9-year-old boy ran out of the courtyard. Seeing Xia and Madame Ruan, he was stunned for a moment, then looked at his grandmother. Did you hear any noise next door this morning? Have your second Uncle Su and sister Shi come back? Mrs. Lin asked. The little boy shook his head and scratched his head. No. As he said that, he raised his head again and looked at Xia and Madame Ruan, as well as the carriage parked at the door with curiosity. Mrs. Lin smiled and said, My grandson has the sharpest ears. He can hear any noise at home or outside. Since he said he didn't hear anything, I guess Uncle Su didn't come here. Maybe he went somewhere else. Madame Ruan frowned and turned to look at Mrs. Xie. Seeing that she looked surprised, as if she really didn't know that Su Yongyi and Su Shi didn't come here, she dispelled her guess. Yes, they came today. And Mrs. Xie couldn't have calculated it in advance. Why did she ask those guys to go out so early in the morning? Could they have gone somewhere else? Mrs. Su, think about it, Madame Ruan said. She was worried that Mrs. Xie really hid Su Shi and wouldn't let her go back. And she threatened, no matter what, we must take Miss Shi back to the mansion. Even if we can't take her back today, we won't give up. And we will come again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. But if we can take her back today, it will save everyone a lot of trouble. Mrs. Su, don't you think so? Hearing this, Mrs. Xie felt very embarrassed when she remembered that Su Shi said she didn't want to go back to the mansion. Seeing Wei and Zhao Ryu today, she naturally hoped that Su Shi could stay in the Su family for a long time. But she also knew that this was unrealistic. Not to mention that the attitude of the Marquis mansion was so tough. They could not keep Su Shi, even if they kept her. Su Shi would have to marry. If so, it would be better to go back to the Marquis mansion. At least the Marquis mansion could arrange a good marriage for Su Shi, which was better than following them. She thought so in her heart. But no matter what, Xia would not take the initiative to persuade Su Shi to return to the Marquis mansion, or take the initiative to help the people of the Marquis mansion to force her to go back. We really don't have any other relatives in this county. Our boss is a small peddler. Usually, except for purchasing goods, he doesn't come to the county, but sells in the village. I really don't know where they went, Xia said with embarrassment. Chapter 20 Su Shi is back. Madame Ruan was sure that the Su family was trying to deceive the Marquis family. Maybe the Su family hid Su Shi and would not hand her over unless they were paid enough money. However, as a servant, she did not ask the old lady of the Marquis for permission. So it was not easy for her to break up with the Su family directly. She looked at Mrs. Xie with a fake smile. What do you think we should do? Madame Su? Master, the madam is still sitting in your house, and we have to give them an explanation. Mrs. Xie looked at the time and discussed with Madame Ruan. How about we go in and wait? Maybe they went to the street to buy something? No matter what, they will come back at noon. If they don't come back here, they will go back to Shirong village. Why don't we wait here until noon and go back? Madame Ruan thought about it, and felt that it was useless to worry about it. So she said, okay. She pointed to the lock on the door and said, Mrs. Su has the key. Right? Of course I do. Mrs. Xie took out the key from her bosom, and went to open the door of the courtyard. Madame Ruan waved to the little maid who had been standing by and watching. When she saw her trotting over, she said, you saw what Miss She looked like yesterday. Mrs. Su and I will go in and wait for you. You can follow the driver to walk around the city. If you see Miss She, follow her and don't let her get lost. Spend a few copper coins to ask someone to come and tell me the news. Yes. The little maid squatted and bowed, and responded respectfully. After Madame Ruan followed Mrs. Xie into the house, she climbed back into the carriage and told the driver to drive away. Madame Ruan explained to Mrs. Xie, I asked the little maid to buy some things for me. Mrs. Xie naturally didn't believe this reason, but she had no reason to stop others from doing so. Besides, at this time, she estimated that She had already entered the academy to take the exam, or even finished it. She was not afraid of meeting the little maid after she came out. So she just pretended not to know and boiled water, and made tea to entertain Wan Ma, while Xie and Wan Ma were waiting in the courtyard. Su Shi and Su Yongyi and his daughter had returned to Shirong village by mule cart. At this time, it had been more than half an hour since Zhao Yuan Liang and Wei arrived in Shirong village. Wei was on the verge of running away. The clan leader and the village head sat in the house with Zhao Yuan Liang, racking their brains to talk about all the topics they could think of. As for the group of villagers who were watching the fun, they had already dispersed and returned to their homes, doing whatever they had to do. Therefore, before Su Shi's mule cart entered the village, villagers who had gone out to work in the field stopped them and ran over breathlessly. Ho! Someone is coming to the Ho mansion. Looking for you, Sister Shi. It seems that the second master and second lady of the Ho mansion are here. And I heard that the girl who was mistakenly taken away from you is here too. As he said this, the middle-aged man also glanced at Su Yongyi. Thank you, Uncle Six, for telling me. Su Shi smiled and said, let Sister Li go to me later. I have 2 good handkerchiefs for her. Hey. Sixth uncle smiled and waved his hand. Hurried back. The mule cart continued to move forward. Su Shui looked at Su Shi's sister. What should we do? Let's wait and see. As Su Shi spoke, she saw that Su Yongyi was also worried. She said, looking at this posture, the Marquis mansion will not let me stay outside. If I don't go with them today, maybe the old lady will come tomorrow. If that's the case, it's better to go back with them today. Su Yongyi frowned and said, fearing that Su Shi would misunderstand his meaning. He hurriedly explained, Sister Shi, Uncle is not chasing you away. In fact, if you have to ask the old lady to come and pick you up in person before you are willing to go back, it will not sound good if this word gets out. And your life in the Marquis' mansion will not be easy in the future. It is better to take advantage of today and stop while you are ahead. As for the academy, Xiaoxue and I will go and tell you if there is any news. They can't stop you from entering the academy to study. Right? Su Shi nodded, okay. But as long as I agree to go back, I think it shouldn't be a problem to wait a day or 2 to go back. Seeing that Su Shi had an idea, Su Yongyi felt relieved. The mule cart had stopped not far from the alley entrance. It was not that the driver was unwilling to go in, nor that the alley entrance was too narrow, but that it was blocked by 2 carriages from the sweeping Marquis' mansion. If the mule cart went forward, it would probably be difficult to back out. The driver was a villager, and he was familiar with Su Yongyi, and they had a good relationship. So he didn't make it difficult and told him directly. It was only a few steps away, so Su Yongyi naturally didn't care. He immediately paid the round-trip fare and led Su Shi and Su Shui into the alley. Wei and Zhao Ruyu stayed in the front carriage. Wei leaned against it and took a nap. Zhao Ruyu sat in front of the window with an embroidery frame and embroidered. If you ignore the occasional discussions of the villagers and the mottled mud walls and unpleasant smells on both sides of the window, sitting here and waiting is not a bad thing. The carriage is so small that the maids and old women naturally can't squeeze in. Li Ma, who is beside Wei, made arrangements. Wei and Zhao Ruyu servants each left one person to guard the door, and the others went to the carriage at the back to rest, changing shifts during a meal. Now the Marquis' mansion is still big, but because of insufficient income, it no longer has the former grandeur. The servants of each master have been reduced a lot. Wei's room has only one servant, Li Ma, plus 2 maids and 2 wives who do rough work. Xiao Ryu only has 1 big maid, Fu Shu, plus a little maid and a rough servant. I don't know what the situation is when I came here today. The 2 of them brought all the maids and wives except the rough servants. A total of 5 people. The 4 maids just rotated with each other. And Li Ma was in charge of the overall situation. She came out from time to check, or to communicate with Zhao Wuyong's servants. When Su Shi and his 2 companions got off the mule cart, they happened to meet Nani Li coming out of the yard. Seeing Su Shi and his companions getting off the mule cart and walking towards this side, Nani Li was stunned for a moment. And then her eyes looked back and forth between Su Shi and Su Shue's faces. After a while, she walked straight towards Su Shue, smiling and respectfully asked, "Is this Miss Shi?" In order to let Wei and Zhao Yuan Liang in the yard know. She even raised her voice. Su Shue was stunned, blinked her big eyes in confusion, and then shook her head repeatedly, pointing at Su Shi and said, "This is. I am not." As she said this, she also hid behind Su Shi. Nani Li was also stunned. She looked at Su Shi, then at Su Shue, and was a little slow to react. Wei had just woken up and was sitting there in a trance. She didn't know what she was thinking about. After hearing Nani Li's words, she sat up straight, then stood up and wanted to get off the car. Zhao Ryu was concentrating on embroidery and was a beat slower to react. Seeing Wei stand up, she subconsciously put down her needlework to support Wei. When she supported Wei, she remembered what Nani Li said. She trembled slightly and glanced at Wei, with undisguised sarcasm on the corner of her mouth. Seeing Wei so excited, everyone thought she would love her daughter very much. Right? But how did she treat her own daughter in her previous life? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt fortunate for her origin. It's better to have no biological mother like Wei than not to have one. Chapter 21. This is my daughter. The maid guarding the door saw the 2 people coming out, and quickly reached out to help them down one by one. Su Shi and the other 2 were staring at Li Ma, and when they saw someone getting off the car, they all looked over there, and saw Wei in a purple satin dress. Wei was in her 30s, but she was well maintained and still looked very young. She had a round face, almond-shaped eyes, and relatively small lips. She looked sweet and cute, except for her nose not being straight enough. Her appearance was not bad. Petite figure. If she was still a dozen years younger, this look would be very lovable. After seeing Wei's appearance clearly, Su Yongyi and Su Shi looked at each other, and finally understood why Li Ma asked Su Shue if she was Su Shi. Su Shue's appearance is sweet, although her facial features are not very similar to Wei's. Her round face, big eyes, and a pair of dimples on her cheeks when she smiles are similar to Wei. On the other hand, Su Shi has slightly upturned phoenix eyes, which are not big but very bright, because her face is an oval face, and her small face makes her eyes look big. She has a high nose bridge, full and rosy lips, and a tall and slender figure. In short, she is a bright and beautiful type, full of youthful vitality. She is completely different from a petite and sweet woman like Wei. Her facial features and figure are not similar to Wei at all. It is possible to say that Su Shue is Wei's daughter, but anyone who sees Su Shi as Wei's daughter will doubt it, unless Su Shi looks like Zhao Yuan Liang. Wei's eyes also wandered between Su Shi and Su Shue, and finally fixed on Su Shue. She showed an excited look on her face, and called Su Shue with hope in her eyes, "Sister Shi?" Su Shue was even more confused now. She tightly grasped Su Shi's arm and shrank back, wishing she could hide behind Su Shi. Su Yongyi frowned, stepped forward, pointed at Su Shi and said, "This is Sister Shi. That's my daughter Su Shue." Wei was shocked, looked at Su Shue in disbelief, and then looked at Su Shi. The expectant and hopeful look just now dimmed, and there was a trace of panic in her eyes. Impossible. This is impossible. She suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Su Shue's arm tightly. "My daughter? How can I not recognize her? This is my daughter. You can't mix up good and bad people and replace my daughter." She looked like she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and she was very emotional. Su Shue was hurt by her grip and screamed in fear, "Ah! I am not her." But she didn't dare to pry Wei's hand away, and looked at Su Shi with a crying voice. "Sister, please tell her clearly. I am not her. I am the daughter of my parents." Su Mingsheng, the son of the clan leader Su Qingwan, came here with his father today. He stood at the gate of the courtyard, taking care of Wei and Zhao Yuanliang. At the same time, he was curious about the women and maids of the Marquis's mansion, and secretly observed their actions. When Su Shi and the other two got off the carriage and Nani Li found them, he also found the three of them. He ran into the courtyard as if he had found a treasure, and reported to Zhao Yuanliang and his father. Zhao Yuanliang and Su Qingwan and others had reached the point where they had nothing to say. They were exhausted physically and mentally. They were thinking about whether to go back to the carriage to rest. When they heard Su Mingxing's report, they were overjoyed. They stood up and walked out quickly. They just saw Wei excitedly grabbing Su Shui, and Su Shui hiding behind in fear. "What's going on?" he asked. When Wei saw him coming, she turned around and said, "Master, come quickly. They are going to replace our daughter again." "What?" Zhao Wuliang was shocked and ran to Wei without caring about his manners. He looked at Su Shi and Su Shui and asked, "What's going on?" "This is our daughter." But he insisted that it was not her, and that this was the one. Wei still held Su Shui's arm tightly. Not to mention Su Shui. Even Su Yongyi and Su Shi were confused. "System, get out of here," Su Shi shouted in his head. "What the hell is going on? In the original plot, there is no such thing. And it doesn't say that I am not Wei's daughter." The system's voice came from his head. And from the tone, it was also confused. No. No. In the original plot, as soon as the people from the Marquis mansion came to pick him up, Su Shi followed Nani Ruan back to the Marquis mansion. There was no such thing at all. After saying that, it seemed to have found the confidence, and suddenly became righteous and said in a condemning tone, "See, I told you not to toss and turn. But you insisted on tossing. If I had followed those people back to the mansion yesterday, wouldn't there be no today's incident?" "Humph," Su Shi sneered. "You didn't say that when you came out of the Women's Academy today." The system immediately pretended to be dead and kept silent. Although the system could not be relied on in this matter, the system's reply at least confirmed that Su Shi's memory of the plot was correct. On the other side, Zhao Yuanliang listened to Wei's words, looked at Su Shui a few times, and then looked at Su Shi, his face full of doubts. Su Qingwan and Zhang Chengling came out with Zhao Yuanliang, but they were a few steps slower. After hearing this, the two of them also looked at Su Shui and Su Shi. The villagers who knew Su Yongyi had returned gathered a few more people to watch the fun. At this time, everyone looked at Su Shui and Su Shi. Su Shi was fine, but Su Shui had never seen such a scene before. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared at her, making her feel creepy, and she wanted to bury her face in Su Shi's back. But Wei's hand still held her tightly. "Let her go first," Su Shi said to Wei. For Su Shi, who was called Shi Jier, Wei was disgusted with the girl. She had calmed down from the excitement when she saw Su Shui. She looked at Su Shi with contempt and said, "Why? You want to tell me that you are my daughter? You don't even look in the mirror to see if you look like me." Then, she looked at Su Yongyi arrogantly. "You dare to confuse the fake with the real and confuse the bloodline of the Marquis again. Aren't you afraid that the government will come to arrest you? Do you really think that our Marquis will be soft if we don't pursue the past?" As she said that, she turned around and told housekeeper Lu, "Go. Report the case to the government, and let them arrest the man." Su Qingwan saw that things were not going well, and hurried forward to persuade, "Second madam, we can talk it out? We can talk it out? Yes. Yes. Maybe it's a misunderstanding?" Zhang Chenglin also said. As a village head, it was extremely embarrassing for him to have such a thing happen in his jurisdiction. Not to mention that he also wanted to cling to the thigh of the Marquis mansion. Get in touch with the Marquis mansion, and then get to know more people in the capital. Thinking of this, he decided to persuade Su Yongyi. Which girl wouldn't go to the Marquis mansion? It's Su Yongyi's biological daughter. Isn't that better? It's good for Su Yongyi's family. Isn't it? If Su Yongyi had a quick mind, he could have made good use of it. Right? He winked at Su Yongyi and said to Zhao Yuanliang, "Second master, why don't we go inside and talk? It's not good to quarrel here." Chapter 22 produced the evidence. Zhao Yuanliang didn't want to make fun of the Marquis mansion, so he immediately advised Wei, "Okay, go in and tell them. If they don't admit it, it's not too late to report it to the police." Wei was naturally unwilling to report it to the police. What she said just now was purely to scare Su Yongyi. She let go of Su Shui, but her eyes were still fixed on Su Shui and Su Shi, as if they were going to make trouble in front of her if she missed them. Su Shi rolled his eyes in his heart and took Su Shue's hand. Let's go. Go in and tell them. He walked towards the courtyard gate first. After a while, the two entered the main hall of the Su family. Following closely behind were Wei and Zhao Yuanliang. Su Yongyi also followed closely behind. Xiao Ruyu stood by the door and did not go in. Li Ma and Fu Shu also stood at the door. Su Qingwan and Zhang Chunlin were originally following Su Yongyi closely. But after entering the courtyard gate, their steps slowed down, and they hesitated for a long time before stepping onto the two steps. The waters of the Su family and the Marquis mansion seemed a bit muddy. Is it too late to choose now? Seeing this, Zhao Yuanliang quickly said, Liz Hangzhong, clan leader Su, please come in and be witnesses. Su Qingwan and Zhang Chunlin had no choice but to bite the bullet and go into the house, and sat down at Zhao Yuanliang's signal. 2 maids and a boy had been guarding the gate of the courtyard under the order of Li Mama, and Su Qingwan's son Su Mingsheng was guarding with him. The villagers who slowly gathered to watch the excitement did not dare to follow into the courtyard. Zhao Yuanliang spoke first and asked Su Yongyi, Are you Su Yongyi? Yes. Su Yongyi nodded anxiously. Tell me the truth. Who is my daughter? Zhao Yuanliang looked at Su Yongyi with a sharp gaze. Su Yongyi pointed at Su Shui. This is my daughter. Her name is Su Shui. She is 13 years old this year. Half a year younger than Su Shi. I watched the midwife carry her out of the delivery room. Su Shi was still in the city with my brother and sister-in-law at the time. How could she be wrong? As he spoke, he said to Su Qingwan, third uncle. It was Wang Pozi from the neighboring village, who helped deliver the baby. You came to the baby's 3rd day bath. Right? He looked at Zhao Yuanliang again. If the second master doesn't believe it, I can ask someone to invite Wang Pozi from the neighboring village, and the neighbor aunt who helped at the time to testify. Everyone in the village knew when Xiaoxue was born, and the villagers watched her grow up. So how could they make a mistake? Since Su Shui didn't want to go to the Marquis mansion, Su Shi naturally wouldn't let Wei Shi make trouble. She also spoke, when the nanny from your mansion came yesterday. I told you to bring the evidence. Today you are doing this. And you also need to bring the evidence. You can't just say that so-and-so is your daughter when your upper lip and lower lip touch each other. Right? Yesterday's recognition of me doesn't count. And today you came to recognize someone else. Aren't you too casual in recognizing your daughter? Do you really think that people in our Shirong village are so easy to bully? And let you say who is who? She glanced at the head of the village, Zhang Chunlin, and said coldly, If you still make random accusations here, I will go to the county government office tomorrow to beat the drum and appeal for justice. A girl who was raised well by the Su family was forced to take away by you casually. Who knows what you are going to do with her? Trafficking decent women is a serious crime. Don't think that you can disregard the laws of the country just because you are the Marquis mansion. After hearing these words, not only did Zhao Yuanliang turn pale, but Zhang Chunlin and Su Qingwan also looked unhappy. And Su Yongyi was also frightened. The Marquis mansion came to recognize her as a relative. Although he was reluctant to let Su Shi go, he also felt that it was a good thing. Su Shi was really the daughter of the Marquis mansion, and it was not good for her to suffer with them again. He really didn't expect that there was such a possibility. Now he really didn't dare to let Su Shi go back with Zhao Yuanliang and Wei. He said, Yes. You come to recognize people. Show your credentials. And it's better to have a certificate from the government. Otherwise, no matter which girl in my family can go with you. Chapter 23 Chaos. Zhao Yuanliang was originally a man of little ability. As a concubine's son, he didn't need to make decisions in the mansion. He just needed to obey. This also cultivated his character of not having a strong opinion. Now that things have become like this, he really has no idea. He didn't even know which daughter was his, let alone asking someone to go back with him. And if someone refused to leave, he couldn't kidnap them. Right? So, this matter was really not something he could handle. He had to report it to the old lady and the eldest brother of the Marquis, and make a decision after finding out the truth. He glanced at Wei, and saw that Wei had a gloomy face, and looked at Su Shi unkindly. From time to time, she looked at Su Shui again, pursed her lips tightly, and didn't say anything. Her eyes were dark and unclear, and no one knew what she was thinking. Zhao Yuanliang rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Okay. I'll go back and report to the old lady and make a decision. He stood up and walked outside. Wei stood up, walked to Su Shui, and called out earnestly, Sister Shui, I am your mother. You can go back to the mansion with your mother. Mother will buy you many beautiful dresses and expensive jewelry. As she said this, she took off her hairpin and wanted to put it on Su Shue's head. This is a gift from Mother to you. Su Shue was startled when she came over and wanted to avoid her. But the room was so small, with so many people sitting or standing, she had no place to go. So she had to twist her body to avoid Wei's hand, shouting, "I am not your daughter. I really am not." As she said this, she cried anxiously and looked at Su Yongyi and Su Shi for help. "Second madam, if you continue like this, I will go to the government office." Su Yongyi stood up and said angrily. Zhao Yuanliang stopped and said to Su Yongyi, "Okay. Then go. Our mansion has not yet investigated your crime of exchanging children." "You are right." This scared Su Yongyi. Clan leader Su Qingwan hurriedly said, "Yongyi, since the second madam has chosen Shui Jie, you might as well let Shui Jie go back with the second madam first. Anyway, she will enjoy herself there and will not be wronged. As for who is right and who is wrong, we will discuss it later." As he said this, he also winked at Su Yongyi, asking him to stop being so stubborn. Zhao Yuanliang was unwilling to fool around. More than a decade ago, he had already made a mistake in recognizing his daughter, and he couldn't make a mistake again this time. He turned around and frowned at Wei. "Madam, go back first. It's not too late to go back and find out clearly before coming back to pick her up." But Wei didn't listen to him. Seeing Su Shui was frightened and crying, she withdrew her hand, took the hairpin in her hand, blinked her eyes hard, blinked out a little tears, and looked at Su Shui anxiously. "Shui, you go back with your mother? Mother loves you, and will make up for the suffering you have endured over the years. When the time comes, Mother will definitely arrange a good marriage for you, so that you can enjoy wealth and honor for the rest of your life." No matter how earnest and loving her eyes were, or how sad and pitiful her expression was, Su Shui was sure that the Marquis's mansion was a den of dragons and tigers, and that the woman who wanted to force her into the Marquis's mansion had ill intentions. Wei's sincere performance was completely a flirtation to the blind. She tightly pulled Su Shi's sleeves, buried her face in her shoulders, and didn't look at Wei at all, shouting, "I won't go. I won't go. I'm not your daughter. Don't talk to me anymore." This refusal was so decisive that Wei was in despair. She turned around and looked at Zhao Yuanliang pleadingly. Her tone was sad. "Master." That was when they got married. Wei had this attitude towards Zhao Yuanliang. Later, Zhao Yuanliang took a concubine, and Wei's father climbed up step by step. She was no longer as gentle as before towards Zhao Yuanliang. Usually, she was either stern or sarcastic. Zhao Yuanliang hadn't seen such behavior for many years. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a feeling of inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. After all, Wei sure really loves her daughter, right? He walked back and wanted to take a closer look at Su Shui to see if she was his daughter. However, Su Shui refused to raise her head, so Zhao Yuanliang couldn't see her at all. Su Shi was quite amused by today's farce. She patted Su Shui's back soothingly and said to Zhao Yuanliang, who was obviously more rational than Wei Shi, "Whether you are pointing at me or Xiaoxue, we will not go to the Marquis mansion with you. So you can go back. If you don't have solid evidence, don't come." She looked at Zhao Ryu outside the door. "It's so easy to recognize a daughter. You can recognize anyone you catch. You might as well treat the daughter you raised as your own. Isn't it good for everyone to not interfere with each other and live their own lives? Why do you have to make such a fuss and make people laugh at you?" Zhao Yuanliang was startled again when he heard this, and finally moved his eyes away from Su Shui and looked at Su Shi like carefully. This girl has been very calm since they met. Calm to the point of coldness, she speaks to the point, with a cold expression and sharp eyes. That attitude, looking at them is like looking at a group of clowns, and she is just a cold-eyed bystander, as if the matter has nothing to do with her. But she is what everyone said, his biological daughter, the real lady of the Marquis's mansion. Are you really my daughter?" he asked. When Wei heard this, it was like being electrocuted. Her body trembled and turned around, saying to the two people, "No, it's impossible." She pointed at Su Shui and said, "Master, this is our daughter. I will never make a mistake in my daughter." Before everyone in the room could think deeply, they heard Su Shi sneer, "Won't admit your mistake? Where were you more than 10 years ago? You raised someone else's child as your own for more than 10 years. And now you say you won't admit your mistake? I'm embarrassed for you." In the original book, Weisher had always been bad to her adopted daughter, and repeatedly set traps for her. Even if She really wanted to return to the Marquis mansion, she would not count on Weisher. So she had no pressure to confront Weisher. Moreover, she felt that Weisher's behavior was very abnormal. Since she was the original owner identified by the system, she must not have mistaken Su Shui for her identity. Why didn't Wei even look at her, but kept holding on to Su Shui? Is it because Su Shui and she have the same sweet type? Wei's reaction was extremely strange. Thinking of this, Su Shi really had a headache. Su Shui was unwilling to go to the Marquis mansion, and there was no DNA test these days. If Wei insisted that it was Su Shui, this matter would be difficult to handle. You know, a mother's sixth sense for her own child is really unreasonable. If this matter is made known, others will believe Wei's feelings. System, what can you think of? She couldn't help asking. Host, it's time to test your IQ. The system's tone was actually a little excited. Su Shi, I swear for you. On the other side, Wei was speechless for a long time because of Su Shi's words. Her face turned red and white. She looked at Su Shi with a look that seemed to be poisoned, as if she wanted to eat her in one bite. Su Shi was not afraid of her. He looked at her coldly, turned to Zhao Yuanliang and said, "Second master, you go back first. Wait until you find evidence in the government office, and then come to find your daughter." Facing such Su Shi, Zhao Yuanliang suddenly felt a little fear for no reason. He grabbed Wei's arm and said in a deep voice, "Go back first." Chapter 24 Leaving. Wei seemed to have given up the desire to resist. She only looked at Su Shui sadly, and followed Zhao Yuanliang obediently. Zhao Yuanliang got on the carriage and asked Wei, "Are you sure that Su Shui is our daughter? When she was born, did she have a birthmark on her body?" Wei turned her head away awkwardly and looked out the window. "What birthmark? If there was a birthmark, I wouldn't have raised Sister Yu for more than 10 years without realizing that she was not my biological daughter." At this point, she seemed to have received inspiration, and turned to Zhao Yuanliang and said, "You always said that I was not close to Yu Jie and did not care about her. Now you know the reason, right? Because she is not my daughter. Even if I don't know, I can't lie to my heart. I can't get close to her anyway. But Su Shui, the first time I saw her, I knew she was my daughter." Zhao Yuanliang was still a little confused. After all, the clan leader, the head of the village, and Su Yongyi of Shirong village had no reason to lie to him. And from Su Shi's obviously heartbroken performance, it is very likely that Su Shi is their daughter. But after hearing what Wei said, the doubts in his heart were finally dispelled. He thought that the child was a piece of flesh that fell from the mother. And perhaps there was telepathy. Wei had never been close to Zhao Ruyu, nor did she care about her son. But she was very attentive to him, which showed that she was not heartless. But because Zhao Ruyu was not her biological daughter, he sighed, "But we can't produce evidence. And Xu Xue doesn't want to come back with us. What should we do?" He rubbed his brows. "If this matter gets out, people in the capital will laugh at our family again." Alas! Wei curled her lips secretly and said nothing. No one else in the Marquis' mansion wanted to see the Marquis' mansion fall. But Wei didn't care. Not only did she not care, she was actually somewhat fortunate. If the Marquis' mansion had not been in decline, while her family was thriving, her life would not have been so good now. Anyway, no matter how bad the Marquis' mansion was, she still had enough food and clothing. On the contrary, her mother-in-law and sister-in-law didn't dare to show off in front of her casually, which made her very proud and felt that her life couldn't be happier. However, she had to think about her son. In Shirong village, Su Qingwan and Zhang Chunglin saw that things had become so chaotic, and they didn't know what to say. Seeing that Zhao Yuanliang and Wei's faces were not good, they didn't dare to say anything. They sent the people to the alley and watched them leave. Then, they turned around and began to persuade Su Yongyi. Going to the Marquis mansion is to enjoy happiness. Since Shi Jie doesn't want to go, and the second lady insists that Shui Jie is her daughter, why not let Shui Jie go to the Marquis mansion to live a good life? Let's not talk about anything else. Just the marriage of the Marquis mansion's young lady. How can people like us marry high? If you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about Sister Shui's life. Right? Under normal circumstances, a farm girl like Su Shui would not even have the opportunity to speak in front of the head of the village and the clan leader. And she didn't dare to speak. But when she heard this, she got anxious and said to the two of them, "I won't go. even if she might become the daughter of the Marquis's mansion. Su Qingwan couldn't immediately take her seriously. He waved his hand and said, "I'm talking to your father. You go back to your room first." Seeing that Su Shui wanted to say something, Su Shi quickly pulled Su Shui back to her room. "Sister, what's going on?" As soon as Su Shui entered the room, she hugged her head and wailed as she sat down at the table. "If you don't want to, just bite it to death. Leave the rest to me." Su Shi poured 2 cups of tea, placed one in front of Su Shui, and drank the tea slowly. Seeing that Su Shi was still taking her time, Su Shui's heart was a little more settled. But she still couldn't calm down, and asked, "What are you going to do?" "The academy will post the results tomorrow. If both of us are admitted, we will try to live in the academy. No matter how powerful the Marquis mansion is, they won't dare to rush into the academy to arrest people. Right? Let's talk about the future later." This sentence finally calmed Su Shui. She took a long breath, picked up the cup of herbal tea, and drank it. She was so tired after howling for a long time. At this time, Su Yongyi sent Su Qingwan and Zhang Chunlin away, and also went into the house. Looking at Su Shi worriedly, how did things turn out like this? He didn't know whether Su Shi was a daughter of the Marquis's mansion. But no one knew better than him. The father, whose daughter Su Shui was. He really didn't understand why the second wife was staring at his daughter, and didn't even look at Su Shi, who was very likely her daughter. Could it be that the wives of wealthy families only recognize their children based on whether they looked alike? Can all the girls with round faces and big eyes go to the Marquis mansion to recognize their mothers? "Uncle, I don't want to be a daughter of the Marquis mansion anyway. Just send them away. Let alone the swiping Marquis. Even if they were royal relatives, they couldn't just drag away any girl. This country must have its own laws." "Right," Su Shi said. "But they won't let it go." Su Yongyi sighed heavily. He was not a softie. He was also a strong-willed person. If the sister-in-law hadn't exchanged the baby, he could have justifiably dismissed the Marquis, even at the cost of bringing the case to the government. But now, it is the Su family who is in the wrong. Even if the culprit who swapped the child is dead, it was the Su family who did it after all. If the Marquis bribed the government to frame him, no one would be able to say anything. But he couldn't bear to watch his own daughter being recognized as a daughter by the second wife of the Marquis. Chapter 25. Who does she look like? If this happened to someone else, they would probably all be vying to be the daughter of the Marquis mansion. But the Su family members were all kind-hearted. And Su Shi had shown from the beginning that she would rather die than go to the Marquis mansion, which always made people feel that the Marquis mansion was a den of dragons and tigers, not a nest of happiness. So the Su family members didn't think in a good direction at all. It's no wonder that the people in the Marquis mansion were depressed. Suddenly, the voices of villagers outside were heard to greet. "Aunt Xie is back? You should go home and have a look. Someone came to the Marquis mansion just now, and they want to recognize your daughter Xuejia as their daughter." Xie's voice also came in. "My mother is back." Su Shui stood up and ran out quickly. Su Yongyi and Su Shi also followed her out. Xie and Ruanma and others were standing in the yard. A neighbor's lady was talking to them about Wei's recognition of her daughter. Xie was so angry that she almost cursed when she heard that her daughter was almost recognized by Wei. When everyone heard that Wei had made such a scene, her face turned very ugly. Seeing Su Yongyi and Su Shi coming out, Aunt Xie asked hurriedly, "Husband, is this true? How come she can't even recognize her own daughter?" Su Yongyi nodded. She thinks Xuejia looks like her, so she keeps holding on to Xuejia. Mrs. Xie was very depressed. "Looks like her? How come my daughter looks like her?" "I haven't said anything yet." As soon as Mrs. Xie said this, the neighboring lady slapped her thigh and shouted, "Isn't it? If you want to talk about resemblance, Xuejia and you are cut from the same mold. Just like when you first got married. You were not here just now. If you were here, just stand next to Xuejia." "Oh, what would the wife of the Marquis mansion have to do? This is not the way to snatch a daughter. Su Shi has only been in this ancient time for a few days, and he has countless plans to make every day. Xie sure is busy all day, often working in the fields, and then busy at home, without a moment's rest. Her skin is dark and rough, and her body is fat, short and strong. She looks like a middle-aged rural woman, and has nothing to do with the word sweet." Su Shi has no impression of her appearance. When Wei was making a fuss just now, she didn't even associate Su Shui's appearance with Xie's. But after the neighbor's lady reminded her, Sushi looked up and took a closer look. Isn't it true? Sia also has a round face, round eyes, and lips that look very similar to Su Shui's, the mother and daughter. Their eyes, noses, and faces are just like those carved from the same mold. If Sia was a dozen or 20 years younger, she and Su Shui could be called twins. Su Shui looks so much like her mother. As long as Sia stands next to her, no one can say that Su Shui is someone else's daughter. Su Yongyi probably recalled his sweet little wife when he just got married, and his eyes were slightly sour. Over the years, he has never let his wife live a good life. Naughty Ron looked at Mrs. Xie, then at Su Shui, and was really speechless about Mrs. Wei. The old lady asked her to pick up Su Shi, but she ignored her own daughter and only took someone else's daughter to recognize her as her own daughter. What kind of thing is this? Naughty Ron was so embarrassed that she couldn't stay for a moment. She said, "Don't worry. I will report this to the old lady when I go back." The second wife has always been confused. Otherwise she wouldn't have known that the child was replaced. But the old lady, the second master, is a good one. Speaking of the latter, she looked at Su Shi. "Miss Shi, when you return to the Marquis Mansion, you are the daughter of the Marquis Mansion. Even if the second wife is a little unreliable, there is always the old lady. The second master is also a child-loving person and will definitely not let you suffer. I won't go to your Marquis Mansion." Su Shi ran to Xia and held her arm tightly. "I will stay in the Su family and I won't go anywhere." The little girl's attitude was very different from her calm and self-possessed appearance in front of Wei and Zhao Yuanyang, which made Su Shui dumbfounded. Isn't this her style? Is Su Shi imitating her? Su Shi glared at her warningly, and then said to Nani Ruan seriously, "I really don't want to go back to the Marquis Mansion." Nani Ruan sighed. "Let's discuss this matter later. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first." As she said this, she bowed to the Su family and turned away with the little maid, with the strong evidence that Xia and Su Shui look alike. Su Shi also relaxed and smiled to the family. "Okay. There is nothing to worry about now. No matter how thick-skinned the second wife of the Marquis' mansion is, she can't dare to say that Xiaoxue is her daughter in front of my aunt. Then you." Xia was worried about Su Shi again. With such a mother, Xia was really worried about letting Su Shi enter the Marquis Mansion. "I'm not afraid. Just like what Nani Ruan said just now. Even if I go back to the Marquis Mansion, the old lady is here. What can the second wife do to me? Besides, we might enter the academy in 2 days." Xia then remembered that the two of them were going to the academy, and hurriedly asked about the situation. "Let's go inside and talk." Su Yongyi saw that the villagers came to gossip again, so he quickly sent the neighbor's lady out and closed the gate. In the Marquis' mansion, the old lady saw that Zhao Yuanliang and Wei had not returned in the afternoon, so she knew that things were not going well, and she was always worried. After that, she finally saw the two of them. The old lady saw that there was only Zhao Ryu behind them, and there were no other strange girls. Her heart sank immediately, and she asked with a dark face, "What's going on?" Wei lowered her head and said nothing. Zhao Yuanliang told his stepmother what happened today. Madame Ho frowned and looked at Wei. "Do you really think that Su Shui is your biological daughter?" "Yes. I won't make a mistake. Old lady, please believe me." Wei showed an excited look. Madame Ho looked at Wei suspiciously and said nothing. If someone else said this, she would naturally believe it. But Wei has always been a person with many tricks and a mind as cunning as a sieve. If she hadn't been so scheming and cunning, causing the whole capital to say that she, the legitimate mother, was harshly treating Zhao Yuanliang, the illegitimate son, and Zhao Yuanliang was attracted by Wei Qiu's scheming and insisted on marrying her, the old lady would not have let Zhao Yuanliang marry such a woman. Now everyone in the village says that Su Shi was a mistaken child. But Wei insisted that Su Shui was the wrong child, and showed such an earnest look, which always made the old lady Ho feel suspicious. "Then do you have evidence?" the old lady Ho asked. Wei choked. "If I had evidence, I wouldn't have been fooled by the wet nurse back then, and my poor daughter would have suffered so much in the countryside." As she spoke, she took out her handkerchief and wiped her tears. Madame Ho looked at her and said calmly, "She doesn't want to come back with you, so she just asked you to get evidence. You decide what to do." She waved her hand and said, "You decide on this matter yourself. She's your daughter after all." Wei paused, then quickly wiped her eyes with her handkerchief and bowed to Madame Ho. "Thank you, Madam." Madame Ho glanced at Zhao Yuanliang and saw that he had nothing to say. So she waved her hand. Okay. You've been tired all day. Go back and rest. She said to Zhao Ruyu, Sister Yu. Stay for a while. Chapter 26 Nani Wan returns to the mansion. Zhao Yuanliang and Wei went out. And Zhao Ruyu stayed behind. The old lady of the marquis asked, Is it okay to see your relatives today? Zhao Ruyu smiled awkwardly. It's okay. I just said hello. And everyone's attention is on the fifth sister. As for this fifth sister, whether it is Su Shi or Su Shui, it is not her business. But in the previous life, there was no such a scene. Su Shi was taken back yesterday, and everyone directly tacitly accepted that she was the wrong daughter of the Marquis's mansion. Although Wei was unhappy, she did not say that she was not her daughter. The reason why the old lady of the Marquis kept Zhao Ruyu was because she was worried that she would be suspicious. The Marquis had finally raised Zhao Ruyu to this age, and they had done their best to cultivate her. So they naturally wanted to get the benefits they deserved from the marriage. If Zhao Ruyu was disappointed in the matter of recognizing her relatives, it would be more trouble than gain. She comforted Zhao Ruyu with a gentle voice, and kept her for dinner, and then let her go back to the house. Zhao Ruyu returned to her own yard, sat on the chair, and breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the old lady will not let you go again. Right? Fu Shu said worriedly. Just now at Madame Ho's place. Madame Ho didn't mention it, and Zhao Ruyu didn't dare to ask. But the day after tomorrow is the day of the Beijing Women's Academy exam. Zhao Ruyu thought for a moment and said, You go out of the house tomorrow and hire a carriage, and wait at the back door, and take care of the gatekeeper. No matter what the old lady has arranged the day after tomorrow, I will definitely go to the Women's Academy to take the exam. Fu Shu frowned and said, Miss, do you want to write a letter to your cousin and ask her to take you to the Wei mansion to stay for 2 days? Although Zhao Ruyu was not liked by Wei, she was still the only daughter of Wei at that time. In addition, she was sweet and could please people. So the old lady of Wei mansion treated her very well. And Wei Mingzhu, the daughter of Wei's brother, treated Zhao Ruyu as a sister. It was also an agreement between Zhao Ruyu and Wei Mingzhu to take the entrance exam for the Women's Academy together. Zhao Ruyu lowered her eyelids and shook her head at this moment. It is really not appropriate for me to go to Wei mansion. She used to be Wei's biological daughter, and the people in Wei mansion liked her. Now she is not. And I don't know how the people in Wei mansion view her. At this critical moment, she would rather sneak out of the Marquis's mansion to take the exam than go to the Wei mansion and cause trouble. The Wei mansion is Wei's natal family. Once Wei knows about this and stops her from taking the exam, then she will be in danger of being a sheep in the mouth of a tiger, and will not have any chance of freedom. In the Marquis's mansion, the old lady and the wife of the Marquis are in charge, and Wei can only manage her own yard. Whatever Zhao Ruyu wants to do, she really can't stop it. Originally, Zhao Ruyu's going to the Women's Academy would only benefit the Sweeping Marquis's mansion, and Zhao Ruyu shouldn't have kept it secret from the old lady. But she had never had the experience of taking the entrance exam to the Women's Academy in her previous life, and she was always unsure, fearing that she would fail. If she failed, and everyone in the mansion knew about it, her life experience would be exposed at this time. And who knows how people in the mansion would talk about her. Especially Wei, who was usually sarcastic, knew that she failed the entrance exam to the academy, and would definitely use this matter to ridicule her all day long. So she wanted to take the exam quietly first. If she passed, it would naturally be an honor. If she failed, no one would know, and she would just pretend that it didn't happen. So she didn't even tell the old lady. No matter what the arrangements are for the day after tomorrow, I will definitely take the exam in this academy. Zhao Ruyu said to Fu Shu, stood up, walked to the desk, sat down, and began to read. She could only succeed in this exam, not fail. As soon as Zhao Ruyu left, the Marquis's wife Zhu heard that Zhao Yuanliang and his wife had returned, and she also came over. The old lady of the Marquis asked her daughter-in-law to sit down, and then called in the housekeeper Lu, report everything about today in detail. Housekeeper Lu is the housekeeper of the Marquis's mansion. He is very loyal to the old lady of the Marquis and the current Marquis. He also knows that the old lady is dissatisfied with the second master and the second wife. He was impartial and recounted today's events in detail. After listening, the old lady of the Marquis turned to her daughter-in-law. What do you think of today's events? Mrs. Zhu frowned. It's hard to say about this matter. Is Mrs. Wei's feeling for her daughter really so strong? She is also a mother. And she also knows that there is a mother-daughter connection, saying that when something happens to the child, the mother will feel it. But she has not experienced it, and always feels that this feeling is a bit mysterious. Maybe it's because her children are around. This is indeed a bit strange, Madame Ho said. If it were someone else, I might believe it. But wait, why do I feel that there is something fishy here? What should we do now? Will mother take the girl named Sushi back? Madame Ho thought for a while, and told housekeeper Lu, go to the prefectural magistrate's office in the capital and ask the prefect to interrogate the wet nurse, and see what happened when she swapped the children? But do you remember what characteristics the child has? If she speaks well, we may be able to plead for her, and reduce her crime a little. Yes. Butler Lu bowed and left. The old lady of the marquis looked at Nani Jean again. Send someone to Shirong village to investigate, and see who is the real young lady of our marquis mansion. And Wai Wei insisted that it was the one named Su Shui. She paused also. Keep an eye on Shirong village to see if Wei is secretly contacting them. If there is any movement, don't alert the enemy. Report to me first. Yes. Madame Jean bowed and turned to go out to do her work. Madame Ho ordered the maid again. Go and see why Ruan hasn't come back yet. She was a little dissatisfied with Ruan's ability to do things. The maid responded, and just after leaving the courtyard, she returned, followed by Ruan. Madam. Madame Ruan bowed. I asked you to go with me because I want you to watch them, and don't let them cause any trouble. You went to the county town and stayed there for a long time, making Wei Shi a big joke in Shirong village. Mrs. Ho said with a gloomy face. Madame Ruan did not dare to defend herself, but knelt down to confess her guilt. Okay. Get up. Mrs. Ho also knew that Wei Shi was the master, and no matter how proud Madame Ruan was, she was just a servant. Even if Madame Ruan was present, she could not control Wei Shi, and she was just a warning. She said, you know everything that Wei Shi did in Shirong village, right? What do you think? Which one of Su Shui and Su Shi is the daughter of the Marquis mansion? This is exactly what Nani Ruan wanted to report to Madame Ho. She immediately told Madame Ho how similar Xie and Su Shui looked, and said, before I came back, I asked around in the village, and everyone said that Miss Shui was Xie's biological daughter. After all, she is half a year younger than Su Shi, and grew up in the village. From birth to now, the villagers say that she looks exactly like Xie when she was young, and her appearance has not changed much. So she will definitely not be mistaken for Miss Shi. After hearing this, the old lady of the marquis heaved a sigh of relief. If the identities of Su Shui and Su Shi were not clear, the marquis's mansion would be in a dilemma. If this matter was delayed for a long time, it would inevitably spread out and let everyone in the capital know. The matter of holding the wrong child was enough to make people laugh at the swiping marquis's mansion. If the matter of Wei's mistaken daughter was spread out, they would not be able to go out and socialize. There are still several young masters and young ladies in the mansion whose marriages have not been decided. Now that the matter has not been spread, take Su Shi back immediately, and have someone block today's news. At least the matter is within the controllable range. Chapter 27 Separate Actions. You go and withdraw 100 taels of silver from the account now. And then go to Shirong village to visit the head of the village and the clan leader. You must ask them to suppress what happened today, and not spread it everywhere, she ordered. After saying that, she turned to the head maid and said, go and tell Nani Jean that she doesn't need to send anyone to Shirong village anymore. But the matter of going to the government office must be handled as soon as possible. Yes. After Nani Ruan and the head maid left, Madame Ho rubbed her brows. Yesterday, when Ruan went to pick her up, she refused to come back with her. After what happened today, I'm afraid she will be even more reluctant to come back. She sighed. That child is probably not very obedient. Even if we bring her back, we will have to worry about her. Mrs. Zhu said, many people get on the carriage without saying a word when they hear that they are the children of the Marquis's mansion. But she is unmoved and even asks us for proof. In my opinion, this is a child who does not pursue fame and wealth, and is very independent, which shows that she is a good child. Such a child is easy to teach. As long as we treat her well, she will not be ungrateful. You have a point. The old lady of the marquis nodded. What she was most satisfied with about her eldest daughter-in-law was that she was generous, straightforward, opinionated, and reasonable. It was a pity that the men in the family were not ambitious, and could not restore the former glory of the marquis's mansion. No matter how capable the women in the harem were, they were of little use. If Sister She refused to come back, I would go to see her in person, Mrs. Zhu said again. Okay. The old lady of the marquee nodded. On the other side, Wei was also telling Li Ma, here is 100 taels of silver. Change into a coarse cloth dress, and go to the head of the Su family quietly to ask him to persuade Su Yongni to agree to send Su Shui to the Marquis's mansion. When Su Shui is sent to the Marquis's mansion, we will give him another 100 taels. Although Li Ma didn't know why Wei wanted to use such means to recognize her daughter, she still agreed, went back to find a dress, changed into it after leaving the mansion, hired a mule cart on the street, and went to Shirong village again. Madame Li left earlier than Madame Ruan, but she wasted some time changing clothes and hiring a mule cart. When she arrived at Shirong village, she didn't dare to go in directly, but got off the car at the entrance of the village and asked along the way to find Su Qingwan's house. Madame Ruan took the carriage of the Marquis mansion and walked quickly. Although she left late, she and butler Lu arrived at Shirong village just after Madame Li. When she found Su Qingwan's house and entered the door, she ran into Madame Li, and the three of them stared at each other. Ruan, Madame Ruan, butler Lu. Nanny Li was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly. Although bribing Su Qingwan to persuade Su Shui to return to the Marquis's mansion was not a bad thing in Nanny Li's eyes, Wei's furtive attitude when she ordered her still made her feel guilty. She was really scared when she was bumped into by Nanny Ruan and butler Lu. Nanny Ruan frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" Without waiting for Nanny Li to answer, she asked Su Qingwan, "Patriarch Su, why is Nanny Li here?" Nanny Ruan had come to Shirong village twice, and Su Qingwan knew that she was the confidant of the old lady of the Marquis. Even Wei and Zhao Yuan Liang did not dare to act like a master in front of Nanny Ruan. And seeing how scared Nanny Li was, he knew that she was afraid of Nanny Ruan and housekeeper Lu. He immediately took out the 100 taels of silver that Nanny Li had given him. "This nanny came here to ask me to persuade Su Yongni to agree to send Su Shui to the Marquis mansion." Nanny Li was an experienced old woman after all, and she was very smart and capable to be chosen by Wei and sent out to do this kind of thing. She came to her senses at this moment, calmed down, stood up and bowed slightly. Explaining to the two, the second lady said she would not recognize the wrong daughter, but the Su family insisted that She was the wrong child, and this matter would definitely cause trouble. If it spread to the capital, the Marquis's mansion would lose face again. So the second lady sent an old servant to ask the Su clan leader to persuade Su Yongni not to think of passing off a fake as a real one and sending his own biological daughter to the Marquis mansion to enjoy wealth and glory. As long as Su Yongni and his wife did not do anything naughty, Miss Shi, a little girl, would definitely not be unwilling to return to the Marquis mansion. Let's solve this matter as soon as possible, so that others won't laugh at our mansion. This explanation was reasonable, and Su Qingwan and housekeeper Lu didn't think much about it, just thinking it was true. But Nanny Ruan had a lot of experience in house fighting, and thought more than these men, and based on her understanding of Wei, she always felt that things were not that simple. But for a while, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. She nodded and said, "So that's it." She walked in and sat down in the seat that Nanny Li gave up, and said, "You went back to the mansion with his second wife at noon, and didn't see Xie, and didn't know the situation. So it's understandable that you came here. You don't know that Su Shui looks 80% similar to Xie. I have also asked the villagers, and she is Xie's biological daughter. Therefore, Miss Shi is the child of our Marquis's mansion, who was taken away by mistake." "Ah? Really?" Nanny Li was surprised. His family should be at home at this time. "Why don't you go with me to take a look?" Nanny Ruan said. "Otherwise, you will have a hard time explaining to the second madam." Although no one told the old lady to go to Su's house again before leaving, Nanny Ruan knew Wei's character very well. If she is not allowed to give up, she might still make trouble. Now that Nanny Li has gone to see Mrs. Xie for her, I think Mrs. Wei will calm down. Nanny Li is Mrs. Wei's wet nurse. She has never had a child since her son died. She treats Mrs. Wei as her daughter and is most loyal to her. Mrs. Wei is a scheming and suspicious person. In the entire Marquis's mansion and even the Wei mansion, Nanny Li is the only person she trusts the most. Also, Nanny Li agreed hesitantly. Before leaving, Nanny Ruan winked at butler Lu, indicating that he should stay here to handle the matter that the old lady had asked him to do. She followed Li Mama out, got on the carriage of the Marquis's mansion, and drove to Su's house. Su Qingwan's house was in the east of the village, and Su Yongyi's house was in the south of the village, with half a village between the two houses. After getting on the carriage, Li Mama saw the coarse cloth dress she had specially worn, and pulled it uncomfortably. Wan Mama just pretended not to see it. The Su family had been tossing around for most of the day, and they were all tired. They ate some snacks that Su Yongyi bought in the county town, and then went back to their rooms to rest. Although they said they were resting. In ancient times, people were diligent, and no one had the habit of taking a nap. They all did their own things in the room. She was practicing calligraphy when she heard someone knocking on the gate. She put down her pen, and saw Su Yongyi coming out of the main room and opening the door. "Why are you here again?" Hearing Su Yongyi's doubtful and somewhat angry voice, she hurried out of the house, and stood in the corridor looking over there. Xia and Su Shui also came out of the house. "My second wife doesn't believe that Miss Shui is your wife's daughter, so she specially sent Li Ma to come and see." Madame Ruan's voice came from the door. Xia hurriedly said, "Husband, please let them in." She was very confident in the resemblance between her and Su Shui's appearance, and was not afraid of these people seeing it. Chapter 28 Red Mole. Su Yongyi stepped aside, and Madame Ruan and Madame Li came in. Mrs. Xia pulled Su Shui and stood in front of them. Madame Li looked at the mother and daughter, and was speechless for a long time. If Su Shui and Mrs. Wei are similar, there is no comparison. Now that Mrs. Xia and Su Shui are standing together, the similarity between their eyebrows and eyes is so great that no one can tell that they are not real mother and daughter. It seems that the second wife really made a mistake. Nanny Li then turned her attention to Su Shi. In the morning, when Su Shi and Su Shui appeared at the same time, Nanny Li had the same idea as Wei, thinking that Su Shui was Wei's daughter, because Su Shi really didn't look like Wei. Not only did she not look like Wei, she didn't look like Xiao Yuanliang either. So once Wei decided that Su Shui was the real deal, no one paid attention to Su Shi anymore. Even if she looked at Su Shi now with the idea that Su Shi must be Wei's daughter, Nanny Li had to admit that this child really didn't look like Xiao Yuanliang or Wei at all. Is this really Wei's daughter? Could it be a mistake? When Nanny Ruan first met Su Shi, she never thought that this was not the wrong child in the Marquis's mansion. Now that Wei had made such a fuss, she looked at the two of them again with a scrutinizing eye, and had to admit that Wei's determination that Su Shui was her daughter was indeed somewhat reasonable. She also had the same doubts as Nanny Li. Su Shi also knew what the two were thinking, and stood there openly, allowing the two to look at him. At the end, she smiled and said, "Do you think I don't look like the second master and the second lady of your mansion? I think so too. So you better check it out. Don't force me to go back and kick me out. Maybe you will be suspicious all day long, thinking that I am not the child of the Marquis's mansion, and give me a cold look, as if I took the initiative to go to the Marquis's mansion to ask to be this lady. I tell you, when the time comes, I will have to go to the government office to beat the drum and protest my injustice. And I can't let you do whatever you want." These words made both Madame Ruan and Madame Li look very unhappy. Madame Ruan was the housekeeper of the Marquis's mansion. Madame Li was also a powerful figure in the second house, and was also Wei's wet nurse. The young masters and young ladies of the Marquis's mansion did not dare to be disrespectful to them. The two of them were used to being flattered and had high spirits. But the little farm girl in front of them did not show any respect to them, and her words did not seem to take the Marquis's mansion seriously. She was just like a country shrew, threatening and throwing tantrums at every turn. In the eyes of the two maids, such a person should be slapped in the face, spitted in the face, and then turned around and left. See if she still thinks she is a scallion. No way. The whole capital knows that the biological daughter of the second wife of the Marquis's mansion was replaced by the wet nurse, and the girl is now in Shirong village. If they don't take the girl back, the Marquis's mansion will not be able to save face. Madame Ruan's face changed several times, and then she squeezed out a stiff smile and said, "I will report what the girl said to the old lady and the lady." Su Shi nodded, looked at Xia, raised his chin, and said, "It's your turn." Xia was a straightforward and aggressive person. She didn't ask the Marquis mansion for anything. Seeing that Su Shi dared to speak harshly to the two, she naturally couldn't be timid. She smiled at Su Shi, turned her head to look at Li Mama, and said coldly with a gloomy face, "See clearly what Shuijier and I look like. Right? Shuijier is a piece of flesh that I gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. No one can take her away from me. if the Marquis mansion dares to come by force. This place is not far from the capital. For the sake of my daughter, I am not afraid to beat the drum to complain. So, madam, please tell the second wife to open her eyes and take a good look. Don't even mistake her own daughter." As she said this, she took Su Shua's hand and turned back to the main hall. Su Shi followed her in. "You too. Please go back." Su Yongyi made a gesture. Madame Ruan and Madame Li looked at each other and walked out of the courtyard awkwardly. After getting on the carriage, Madame Li wanted to complain about Su Shi, but she thought that this was the girl of their second house, the biological daughter of the Wei family. If she said bad things about Su Shi in front of Madame Ruan, it would not do any good for the second house. So she swallowed the resentment in her heart. Nani Ruan had a calm expression, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy, angry, sad, or happy. When the carriage entered the capital, Nani Li did not dare to follow Nani Ruan to the old lady. On the way, she made an excuse that she had to go back to the Wei mansion to get something on Wei's orders. Nani Ruan did not stop her, but stopped the carriage and let her get off. Even though Shirong village was not far from the capital, it was already dinner time when they returned to the Marquis mansion. The old lady had just finished her meal, and the Marquis's wife Xu was also present. Nani Ruan told them everything that happened today. She also conveyed Su Shi's words without missing a word. Mrs. Ho looked at her eldest daughter-in-law. "What do you think of this child?" Mrs. Zhu smiled. "Daughter-in-law, I still say the same thing. This child did not rush to the Marquis's mansion when he saw her coming to pick him up. Now he says such a thing. It can be seen that he is not greedy for power, and has a plan in mind. He is also straightforward. Although I haven't met him yet, I like this child very much." Mrs. Ho smiled. "But some people don't like him, and insist that he is not their own child." Housekeeper Lu went to the prefectural yamen, which was closer than going to Shirong village, and had already returned. They reinterrogated the wet nurse, who provided 2 clues. She said that the child had nothing else on his body except a small red mole behind his ear. She also said that she was instigated by a nani around Wei to change the child. That person gave her 200 taels of silver, helped her to do the trick, and threatened her with her son. So she committed such a serious crime. Otherwise, no matter how bold she was, she would not dare to do it. When housekeeper Lu came back to report the news, Madame Ho frowned. This nani who was dragged out by the nani was sold out after being given a mute drug for stealing Wei's jewelry not long after she left the mansion, a few days after she was sold out. Before the matchmaker could sell her again, news of her death came, saying that she died of illness. It is impossible to find out what happened in the past from this nani. Fortunately, there is a clue of the red mole, and we can find out as long as we send someone to see if Su Shi has a red mole behind his ear. As long as the person is brought back smoothly, it doesn't matter if the things that happened back then are not cleared up. Besides, didn't Su Shi want a certificate? With this certificate, she has no reason not to return to the Marquis mansion. The Marquis's old lady told Ruan Mama the news that Lu Guanjia got, and said, "You are tired after running around all day. Go back and rest. You have to go to Shirong village again tomorrow to confirm Su Shi's identity again." The eldest lady Zhu said on the side, "Confirm that she has a red mole behind her ear. Tell her that I will go to pick her up in person the day after tomorrow." Ruan Mama responded respectfully, and smiled, with the lady going to pick her up in person. Miss She will have nothing to worry about. Zhu is the wife of this Marquis, and the owner of the Marquis mansion. Her guarantee is 100 times better than Wei's own promise. Chapter 29. Notice posted in the academy. At Shirong village. After Nani Ruan and the others left, Xie complained to Su Shi, "Why did you say those things? As a girl, can't you be more gentle? If you must go back to the Marquis mansion, the elders will not like you. You will have a hard time in the Marquis mansion then." Su Shi smiled and said, "If I don't make things clear now, I will be even more uncomfortable when I return to the Marquis mansion. Besides, my temper is like this. If those people in the Marquis mansion can't stand it, don't take me back as soon as possible. Anyway, I won't live my life by their faces. If they really want to make me angry, I will live in the academy and not go back. Or just come back." She stepped forward, took Xie's arm, and said coquettishly, "Aunt, you won't abandon me, right?" She had the memory of the original owner, and was close to Su Yongyi and Xie's family from the bottom of her heart, with no emotional barriers at all. When she acted coquettishly, Xie couldn't help laughing. tapped Su Shi's forehead with her finger, and said angrily, You, I really can't do anything about you. I agree with what my sister is doing. Su Shui raised her hand. I think I should be like my sister. Be tougher. And not live my life according to other people's wishes. Xia actually agreed with him. She herself has this kind of personality. Besides, women are in a difficult situation in this world. If they are too soft, they will be bullied. With the two sisters like this, she can rest assured when they get married in the future. The next morning, Su Shi, Su Shui, and Su Yongyi set out to the county to check the news. When they arrived at the entrance of the Women's Academy, there were many people there. But it was obviously much less than yesterday. It was obvious that only the dozens of people who took the exam yesterday came to see the list. Seeing that the door of the academy was closed and the time had not come, the three had to wait. Fortunately, the door of the academy opened soon. And the person who came out was the Madame Cui who had met yesterday. The maid who followed her was holding a piece of red paper in her hand. In addition, there were two burly women following her, who were probably out to protect Madame Cui's safety. Seeing the four people in the row, everyone was very excited. However, these people were selected yesterday, and their words and deeds were not reckless, and even their families were well educated. Therefore, although everyone was excited, they did not rush up, but made some space to allow the four people to post the list on the wall. Mrs. Cui looked around, and was obviously very satisfied with the situation. So she told the maid, read the names on the list first, and then post it up. The maid received the order, unfolded the red list, and read the names on it. As early as when they came out, the crowd outside, which was not noisy to begin with, became even quieter. So even if the maid read out the names in a low voice, everyone could still hear them clearly. Su Shi, Su Shui, Zhong Chunying, Lu Luer. Su Shui was caught off guard when she suddenly heard her own name. And it was the second one. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted and immediately exclaimed, Sister. We. But seeing Su Shi's warning eyes, she quickly covered her mouth and swallowed the rest of the words. Fortunately, the scene was quiet. She didn't dare to shout loudly no matter how excited she was. With people running towards her and others exclaiming, her voice was not abrupt. Su Yongyi was also very excited. He grinned at Su Shi and muttered to himself, Yes. Yes. It looked like Su Shi and Su Shui had won the first prize. Although Su Shi received a system prompt yesterday, he was still worried whether Su Shui was admitted. When she heard the names of the two people, her heart was relieved and a smile appeared on her face. But she still listened attentively to the names read by the maid. She had a good memory and was willing to remember. She remembered the appearance and names of the candidates who entered the room alone yesterday. The names read by the maid were obviously arranged in the order of yesterday's entry. So Su Shi and Su Shui were the first and second. She compared the names with the names she remembered in her mind, and counted the number of people. Finally, she found that the number of people admitted to the Women's Academy was 46. Not 50 as originally said. 21 people were probably not educated enough, or showed some bad qualities when answering questions, and were dismissed. 1/3 of the people present were not admitted. So naturally some were happy, and some were worried. When the maid finished reading the list and posted the red list on the wall, the noise of the crowd around gradually became louder. Those who didn't hear their names squeezed forward desperately, wanting to see if they had missed it. Su Shi pulled Su Shui and said to Su Yongyi, Uncle, let's go to the tea house and sit down before coming over. Su Yongyi hesitated and said, Why don't you check the names on the list to confirm it? Su Shi smiled. Did you two hear my name and Xiaoshua's name just now? Su Yongyi and Su Shui both nodded. One person may have heard it wrong, but it is impossible for all three of us to have heard it wrong. Since the three of us have heard it, it is certainly not wrong. There are many people now. Those who failed the exam need to check the list, and those who passed the exam need to go into the academy to inquire. It is very chaotic. Let's not join in the fun. Let's go to the tea house and sit for a while before coming over, Su Shi said. In the past few days, Su Shi's opinions were very convincing, and even Su Yongyi felt from the bottom of his heart that this niece was worthy of being a scholar brother who had seen the world in the city. And she was better at speaking and doing things than him. Su Shui was able to be admitted to the Women's Academy, which could be said to be all thanks to Su Shi. Su Shi's performance in dealing with the Marquis mansion was also very extraordinary. He and Su Shui had no objection, and immediately squeezed out of the crowd with Su Shi. and found a tea house nearby to sit and drink tea and eat snacks. After a quarter of an hour, it seemed that the noise over there had stopped. So they returned to the women's academy. At this time, those people had indeed dispersed, and there were still a few people looking at the list in front of the list. These people were probably later. The door of the academy was open, and 2 maids were guarding the door. Sushi stepped forward, handed over the wooden sign she had received on the day of the exam, and reported her name, Su Shui, and asked, "Excuse me, 2 mothers-in-law, when will we report? What do we need to bring? Are there any rules for the academy?" "So it's the 2 Miss Su." The mother-in-law was very polite to them, took their signs, rummaged through a box, found the other 2 signs, and handed them to the 2. Sushi took it and looked at it. It was exactly the same as the one she handed back. The only difference was that her name was engraved on it. It seems that this is not only a certificate for entering and leaving the academy, but can also be used as a school badge. Unless the gatekeeper doesn't know the person, someone can't pretend to be her and enter the academy even if they hold this badge. You 2 girls must keep this badge well. If you lose it, you will be punished. Then she took another piece of paper and gave it to Su Shi. The admission time and requirements of the academy are all written on it. Take it back and read it slowly. She handed another piece of paper to Su Shui. Chapter 30 Market Research. Su Shi looked at the paper. This is a notice of admission, and the admission date is 2 days later. It also states that students can apply to live on campus or at home. If you live on campus, you need to pay 10 taels of silver, and the bedding will be uniformly distributed by the academy. The academy adopts a 10-day break system, with 1 day off every 10 days. Students who live in the dormitory can only return home during the 10-day break. Su Shi thanked the maid, and after leaving with Su Shui and Su Yongyi, he showed the notice of admission to Su Yongyi. Su Yongyi read the above content, invited the 2 to get on the mule cart, and then asked, "Sister Shi, what are your plans?" Su Shi shook her head. "Let's go back and discuss it." She wanted to live in the school, not only to avoid the entanglement of the Marquis' mansion, but also to build good relationships with classmates. These classmates are carefully selected by the academy, with excellent character, IQ, and EQ. No matter what she does in the future, she will definitely have a promising future. Being able to make friends with them is undoubtedly a huge fortune. But the Su family was in such a situation that sending 3 children to school had already drained their family coffers. So how could they afford another 20 taels of silver to let her and Su Shui live on campus? She felt guilty letting her live alone. She was no longer a child of the Su family, and it was shameful to use the money left by Su Yongxing and his wife. So how could they let her use it alone and leave Su Shui behind? So this matter was really a bit difficult to handle. If the Marquis' mansion had already recognized her and given her money, then she wouldn't be hypocritical. But now, hadn't they recognized her yet? This matter is completely different from the original plot, and there may be changes in the future. The money for the academy will be paid the day after tomorrow. Whether it is the Marquis' mansion or her own money, it can't quench her thirst. So, whether to live there or not depends on how the Marquis' mansion arranges it in the future. She now hopes that Su Yongyi's family will move to the county, and she can find a way for them to make money. After sorting out her thoughts, she said to Su Yongyi, "Uncle, I won't live in the academy. I will live at home. But it's not Shirong village, but the house in the county." She looked out the car window. "Let's not rush home now. Let Uncle Qian find a place to stop. Let's go around the county and see if we can find a way to make money." Su Yongyi just thought she was talking to a child. He had been wandering around the county for many years, and he couldn't think of a way to make money every day. Su Shi, a little girl who had not experienced much of the world, could think of a way to make money just by going around? But he didn't want to pour cold water on Su Shi. Anyway, the 2 of them were admitted to the women's academy, which was a big happy event. Going shopping and buying some things was just a celebration. The 3 of them got off the car and walked around the street. Although Su Shi had the memories of the original owner, she was not unfamiliar with the ancient street market. But it was the first time she saw it with her own eyes, and everything she saw was new to her. However, she didn't know whether the county was not lively enough or the ancient business was not prosperous enough. So there were not many people on the street. "Uncle, are there usually so few people on the street?" she asked. "That's not the case." Su Yongyi smiled. "Every 5th and 10th day is a market, and there are many people at that time. And it's crowded when walking." "Oh, Sushi nodded. She walked through the shops on the street one by one, and stopped to buy some snacks when she saw them, and invited Su Shui and Su Yongyi to eat together. If Su Yongyi didn't want to eat, she wouldn't force him. But she and Su Shui wanted to try it. She didn't want Su Yongyi to pay. She spent the pocket money Xia gave her. The rent of the house in the city was 1 tael per month, and Xia would give her 500 coins. But the original owner didn't leave the village, and had nowhere to spend money. Xia arranged new clothes for her. She would definitely have what Su Shui had. So the original owner saved all the money. After 2 years, he had 12 taels of silver. Su Shi wanted to cover the 200 win for the exam, but Su Yongyi and Xia refused. Su Shi had to pay his share. Su Shui rarely came to the county, but now she and Su Shi walked around the streets and tasted so many snacks. She was so excited that she was very satisfied. Su Yongyi glared at her quietly. Your cousin only has a few dollars, and you spent a lot of money on this trip. Don't eat. You won't be able to eat when you go back later. Su Shui stuck out her tongue, and when Su Shi asked her to eat, she waved her hand and said she didn't want to eat anymore. Su Shi couldn't eat anymore either, although these snacks were not expensive. A sesame cake cost 1 cent. Half a caddy of green bean cake cost 8 cents. And a bowl of meat wontons cost 5 cents. Su Shi wanted to taste the flavors, so he bought everything. Some he only tasted a bite, and the rest he wrapped in oil paper and put in his bag. After walking around like this, the three of them spent a total of 50 or 60 cents. Su Yongyi only made this much money by carrying a load on his shoulder and walking through the streets and alleys, and selling in the countryside for a day. In the eyes of the villagers, their behavior today can be described as a waste of money. Moreover, she and Su Shui spent 400 won on the registration fee for the Women's Academy. The tuition for the next 6 months will cost them 4 taels of silver. Once they are promoted to Class C, the tuition will be even higher. Now they only spend money but not money. Even if she thinks this money is a necessary expense, she still feels pain in her heart. Although she didn't eat snacks, Su Shi didn't stop. She still went into every shop to look around and understand the progress of various industries in this era. Finally, Su Shi stopped in front of a silver shop. Let's go in and take a look. Su Shui quickly pulled Su Shi's sleeve, winked at her, and whispered, we don't have money to buy jewelry. Su Yongyi also showed an embarrassment on his face. Although he was not stingy with spending money on Su Shi, the family now had to support 3 people to study, which was a considerable expense. In addition to tuition, there were also pens, ink, paper and inkstone. Even with the annual rent of 12 taels of silver in the county, it was still tight. So where would there be money left to buy jewelry? Logically, Su Shi and Su Shui were going to study at the Women's Academy, so they should be made some silk dresses and bought some decent jewelry to avoid being looked down upon by their female classmates. But the family really didn't have the means. The little money Su Shi had was used to support her tuition and other expenses after she entered the academy, so she couldn't spend it all. Su Shi waved his hand. I'll just go in and take a look. With that, he walked directly into the store without caring about the father and daughter's reaction. Su Shui and Su Yongyi had no choice but to follow him in. Miss, what do you want to see? A clerk came up and asked Su Shi. Su Shi looked around the store and saw the shiny glass on the counter. She sighed in her heart and then looked at the jewelry on the counter. The jewelry on the first floor was not valuable. They were all light silver jewelry with ordinary styles. Su Shi took a look and said to the clerk, my mother's birthday is coming, and I want to make her a unique piece of jewelry. Do you have a pattern album? Give it to me to choose. Chapter 31. Tell her. Yes. Please wait a moment. Young lady. The waiter knew that Su Shui and Su Yongyi were in the same group as Su Shi, so he asked them to sit down together and went to get the album for Su Shi to see. Su Shi flipped through the pages one by one. She studied industrial design in modern times, and although her direction was more towards mechanical design, product design was not a big problem. Because of her major and she was a woman who loved beauty, she often paid attention to the designs of jewelry masters in modern times and had quite a lot of experience in this regard. She thought that using modern thinking and vision to design jewelry would at least be more novel than the jewelry craftsmen of this era. Right? The Su family was short of money and lacked capital to do business. So Su Shi naturally had to use her professional advantages to earn her first pot of gold. She flipped through the pages one by one, categorized them in her mind, made comparisons, and then remembered their common points in her heart. After flipping through this jewelry album, she had a general understanding of the jewelry design style of this era. Is this the only one? Are there any more? She looked up and asked the waiter. The waiter smiled. Sir, there is only this one. Sushi nodded, turned to Su Shui, who was looking at the album next to her, and asked, Do you like any of them? As he said that, he winked at Su Shui. Su Shui understood and quickly shook her head. I don't think they look good. I think so too. Sushi put the album down, stood up, and asked the waiter, If I use the pattern I designed to customize jewelry, how do you calculate it? Looking at the list today, Sushi and Su Shui both wore their best dresses, but they were still half new and half old fine cloth dresses. And there was no gold or silver jewelry on their heads. Su Yonghi's clothes were the same. The clerk thought that even if these people bought jewelry, they would only buy the simplest and cheapest ones. Therefore, the reception was not very enthusiastic. There was naturally a picture album in the store, but it would not be shown to people unless they were distinguished guests, so as to avoid being stolen and learned. Some jewelry styles were unique to Changming Pavilion, so the picture album would not be easily shown to others. Now that he heard Sushi ask this, he felt that he was making excuses. However, the rules of the store made it difficult for him to offend the guests. So he said lightly, You have to ask the shopkeeper about this. Girl, bring the pattern here first. The craftsmanship is there, but some patterns may not be made. It depends on the girl's pattern. Sushi nodded and said to Su Yonghi, Uncle, let's go back. Su Yonghi breathed a sigh of relief and led the two out the door. After leaving the door, Sushi bought 3 buns in the store next door and asked the store owner, Excuse me, is Changming Pavilion the only silver shop in the county? After she bought something, the store owner was naturally very enthusiastic and said, There are 2 silver shops in the county. In addition to Changming Pavilion, there is also Yulong Pavilion, which is slightly larger than Changming Pavilion. Sushi thanked the shopkeeper, took the buns and walked forward a few steps, then handed them to Su Yonghi. Uncle, put them in the bag. We don't need to cook tonight. These buns and snacks are enough. Su Yonghi opened the bag and let her put it in, and asked, Are we still going to that Yulong Pavilion? Sushi shook her head. No. Let's go back. The 3 of them went to the place where the mule cart was parked, got on the mule cart, and returned to the village. In the village, Ruan Ma had been waiting for a long time. She was very dissatisfied with Sushi running to the county all day, and secretly made up her mind. Once Sushi was taken back to the Marquis's mansion, she must speak to the old lady and ask Anani to teach him well. Girls should be chaste and quiet. The girls in the Marquis's mansion can only leave the mansion a few times a year, unlike Sushi, who goes out to play all day long. Sushi and her friends went out early in the morning, looked at the list and strolled around the street. They came back at noon. Why did you come back so late? Madame Ruan has been waiting for almost 2 hours. Mrs. Xie came out and said something in a scolding tone, but her eyes kept blinking, and I don't know what she was hinting at. Sushi understood and smiled. After looking at the list, we strolled around the street for a while longer. She turned to Madame Ruan and said, I didn't know Madame Ruan was coming. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Madame Ruan smiled, not showing any anger or impatience. It's okay. It's my fault that I came without saying hello. She asked curiously. Look at the list? What list are you looking at? Yesterday I went to the county to take the exam for the Women's Academy. I didn't dare to tell anyone because I was afraid of being embarrassed if I didn't pass. Sushi smiled and said, I went to see the list today, and I was lucky enough to pass. Su Shui had wanted to show off to her mother for a long time, but she didn't know if she could tell her mother because Nani Ruan was there, so she kept it to herself. Now that Sushi had said it, she quickly hugged Xia's arm and shouted excitedly, Mom, I got it too. My sister and I will go to the academy the day after tomorrow. Really? Xia was overjoyed, hugging her daughter with joy, and completely forgot about Nani Ruan's existence. Oh, I have to prepare well. Let's celebrate tonight. She then asked Su Yonghi, Did you buy meat? Su Yonghi pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. I forgot. He was dragged by Sushi to go shopping and buy things, and he even went to the silver shop to fool the waiters. So how could he take care of buying meat? Xia glared at him. You are really a fool. Okay, I'll go to the neighboring village to have a look. As she said that, she turned around and was about to go back to the house to get money, when she saw Madame Ruan standing behind her with a shocked face. She hurriedly smiled at Madame Ruan. I'll go buy meat. Madam, please have dinner here tonight. No. I'll say a few words to Miss Shi and leave. Madame Ruan calmed down, waved her hand, and said to Su Shi, Miss Shi, can you please talk to me for a moment? Okay. Let's go into my room. Su Shi nodded and walked towards the room where she lived. After they entered the room, Su Shi pointed at the chair and gestured to Madame Ruan, Madam, please help yourself. She then picked up the porcelain pot and poured 2 cups of water, 1 cup in front of Madame Ruan, and drank the water in the cup herself, so quickly that Madame Ruan didn't have time to say a word of refusal or take the initiative to pour water. Naughty Ruan stood aside, watching Su Shi finish drinking water with a hard-to-speak expression. When she saw Su Shi wipe her mouth and prepare to sit down, she asked, Miss Shi, did you really get into the Women's Academy? Women's academies only recruit dozens of people a year. This was the only way for women in the Jin dynasty to advance, and countless people were trying to get in. When did the girls from the wealthy and noble families in the capital not try their best to get into the academy? It was just because of the rules set by Empress Xingda and the noble status of the executors that they had to follow the rules. Even a county-level women's academy is not easy to get into. Yes. Su Shi smiled. How dare we lie about this? Madam, you'll know if you check it out. That's not what I meant. Madame Ruan waved her hands quickly. I just think that women's academies are notoriously difficult to get into. The girl grew up in a small family like the Su family, and she was able to get in, which shows how outstanding and smart she is. If the old lady knew about it, I don't know how happy she would be. Chapter 32 Confirmation. Su Shi smiled but said nothing. It was still unknown whether she was a girl from the Marquis's mansion. Madame Ruan also understood Su Shi's expression. She stood up and bowed to Su Shi, Miss Shi. Can I see behind your ear? Seeing Su Shi looking up at her, she hurriedly said, we asked someone to interrogate the nurse, who exchanged the baby again. And the nurse confessed that the child from the Marquis's mansion had a small red mole behind his ear. If you don't believe it, you can ask the runners of the government office in the capital. We came here with the runners of the government office today. As she said this, she glanced outside. When they arrived at Su's house, they learned that only Xia was alone at home, and it was not convenient to entertain male guests. So housekeeper Lu accompanied the messenger to Su Qingwan's house, and did not enter Su's house. When she saw Su Shi entering the house just now, Nanny Ruan had already winked at the little maid and asked her to go to the clan leader's house to pass on the message. However, it would take some time to walk from here to the clan leader's house, and then take a carriage to come here. The two did not arrive so quickly. Hearing this, Su Shi couldn't help but touch the back of his right ear. In the original owner's memory, there was a small red mole behind the right ear of this body. This was only known to the original owner after her mother, the deceased Mrs. Su, told her. After all, it was behind her ear, and she couldn't see it herself. And because the mole was small and hidden behind the ear, it was usually covered by hair. So no one except Mrs. Su, the mother, knew about it. Mrs. Xia cared enough about Su Shi, and Su Shui was also very close to her, but they didn't notice the small mole. Now that Nani Ruan could tell about the small mole, it can be seen that it was really obtained from the nurse's interrogation, confirming that this body was really the child who was taken away by mistake in the Marquis mansion. Combined with the answer given by the system, Su Shi believed it even without the testimony of the government officials. She couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, there is no DNA these days. If the Marquis's mansion can't produce evidence, she wants to deny this matter. She doesn't want to go back to the Marquis's mansion and play tricks with these women who are full of tricks. Staying in the simple and honest Su family who are full of good intentions for her, making a fortune, and then finding a big thigh to hold in the academy to prevent the Marquis's mansion from making things difficult for the Su family. She doesn't know how leisurely her life will be. But I didn't expect that the Marquis's mansion actually found evidence. Your mansion is really thoughtful. If I didn't mention it, I guess you wouldn't necessarily ask about this feature. Right? She couldn't help but sneer. Madame Ruan, who was used to being flattered in the Marquis mansion, was retorted again. Naturally, she felt unhappy. But thinking about this, she felt sorry for the little girl in front of her, and the resentment in her heart was relieved when she heard the prefect of the capital say that the child was taken away by mistake, and pointed out that the child was in the Su family in Shirong village. The old lady hurriedly sent them to pick up the child, and she didn't think of asking what features the child had. And Ruan Ma also knew why the old lady did this. The second master Zhao Yuan Liang was a concubine's son, and he had nothing to do with the old lady. It was just that the eldest master valued love, and the family of the marquis was also poor. And after the division of the family, it was even more insignificant in the capital. So they were allowed to continue to live together in the marquisate. But in the end, the old lady and the lady didn't care much about the second house. Therefore, she didn't care much about the child who was taken away by mistake. It was just because this matter came from the prefect of the capital. And if it was not handled properly, it would be laughed at by others. So the old lady sent her to pick up Su Shi. As for whether Su Shi is Wei's biological daughter, it is not important to the old lady and the lady. No wonder Su Shi is unhappy. She was taken away by mistake and raised in the countryside for more than 10 years. Now that she is taken, she is so careless. The child is angry, and it is understandable that she said a few angry words. Madame Ruan smiled and said, "Please let me take a look behind your ears." Young lady. Su Shi really didn't want her to see it. But she also knew that with the determination of the Marquis's mansion, if she didn't let her see it, she might cause trouble again. Anyway, what is coming will come. She tilted her head and motioned to Madame Ruan to come and see for herself. Madame Ruan walked to Su Shi, pulled aside the hair behind her right ear, and looked at it. As expected, there was a red mole a little below her right ear. "Miss Shi, please allow me to offend you," Madame Ruan said, reaching out to touch the mole, and found that it was a little protruding and was not artificially placed. Only then did she truly confirm Su Shi's identity. She walked in front of Su Shi and squatted down to her and saluted. "This old slave greets Miss Five." In the past 3 days, she has always called herself I in front of Su Shi. Now she changed her name to Old Slave, which is considered to be the true recognition of Su Shi's identity by the Marquis's mansion. Compared with the second wife Wei and her wet nursely Mama, Mama Ruan's calm and capable style makes Su Shi admire her. Moreover, Mama Ruan was sent by the old lady of the Marquis, representing the wishes of the old lady of the Marquis. Since Su Shi cannot avoid being taken back to the Marquis mansion, she can talk to Mama Ruan first. No need to be polite. Su Shi helped her up and gestured. "Madame Ruan, please sit down." Madame Ruan was really troubled by Su Shi's tough and stubborn attitude because she failed to take her back home the other day. But now that she thought about it, before Su Shi returned to the mansion, she showed her tough character and style of doing things, and fought for her own interests and status, which made the people in the mansion dare not look down on her. This was 100 times better than following her back as soon as she came to pick her up. The latter would be despised and looked down upon. Now, even Nani Ruan herself did not dare to look down on this girl who grew up in the countryside, and she respected her very much in her heart. Since the girl's identity has been confirmed, please prepare yourself. Tomorrow, the wife of Sweeping Ho, the eldest lady of our mansion, will come to pick you up in person. Nani Ruan sat down and said, "Just now, Nanny also knew that I was admitted to the Women's Academy in Baining County." Su Shi said, "No matter what, I must go to this school. In addition, I will keep in touch with the Su family. Please tell the old lady and the wife of the Marquis that if the Marquis does not want me to go to school, and instead locks me up in the house once I am taken back, without letting me out of the front door or the back door, then the conflict between us will be irreconcilable. I think it is better to resolve this conflict before taking me back." She suddenly smiled. "After 2 days of getting along, the Nani also understands my temper. Instead of taking me back and causing a big uproar in the Marquis's house, it is better to settle for the next best thing and take someone else back. One man's honey may be another man's poison. I don't want to go to the Marquis mansion, but naturally someone else is willing to enjoy the splendor and wealth there." Her smile became somewhat meaningful. "Anyway, for the Marquis mansion, it's just about bringing someone into the mansion to shut up those who make fun of the Marquis mansion." And the second madam, she shook her head. "I don't think she cares who her real daughter is, as long as she looks like her." Chapter 33 Negotiating Conditions. These words moved Madame Ruan. She found that she had repeatedly raised her evaluation of Su Shi, but it was still not enough. Su Shi once again exceeded her cognition. You should know that Su Shi grew up in the countryside or a small county town, living in an ordinary family. No one taught her how to think deeply and far-sightedly since she was a child. Moreover, because her living environment was very simple, she did not get any experience. But Su Shi grew up to be what she is now. She was not blinded by wealth and glory. She could clearly see the situation of the Marquis's mansion, and the attitudes of the old lady and the second lady. She did not complain about it, nor was she sad about it. Instead, she calmly chose a path that suited her best. With such a clear mind and vision, as well as such courage and tolerance, this girl could definitely live a good life even if she did not return to the Marquis mansion. To put it in an overstepping way, Nanny Ruan felt that Miss She in front of her was more outstanding than the other girls in the Marquis mansion who were carefully educated. If such a person is not taken back to the Marquis mansion, Nanny Ruan thinks it is definitely a loss for the sweeping Marquis mansion. Nanny Ruan spoke more respectfully, although I am a servant and my words have no weight. Based on my understanding of the old lady and the lady, they are very happy to see the girls enter the women's academy. The girls of the Marquis mansion also took the exam for the academy. But because the competition in the academy in the capital was fierce, it was difficult for ordinary people to get in. So they failed. Although the girl entered the women's academy in the county, it was also very good. In the future, she might be able to directly enter the women's academy in the capital. This is an honor. Rest assured, the old lady and the lady will not stop you from going to school. Sushi nodded. This was also within her expectations. Entering a women's academy is an excellent way for women in the Jin dynasty to advance. To be honest, as long as they are graduates of a women's academy, no matter their character, talent or temperament, they are all quality guaranteed and are the objects that men are eager to marry. The girls of the Marquis mansion are responsible for marriage and adding benefits and bargaining chips to the Marquis mansion. Being able to enter the women's academy will give me a big bargaining chip when discussing marriage. The Marquis mansion is so happy that they can't wait to stop me. But I entered the women's academy in Baining County. I had to submit my identity documents for the exam. The document said that I was Su Shi, the eldest daughter of the Su family. If I go back to the Marquis mansion and my household registration is changed, I'm afraid I can't study in this women's academy. So I hope that this household registration will not be changed for the time being. I will change it after I finish my studies or when I get married, Sushi said again. When she first crossed over, she arranged to take the exam for the academy just for this. As a way to keep a hand, the old lady of the Marquis now hopes that her granddaughter will marry a rich man, stop the decline of the Marquis, and even restore the former glory of the Marquis. So she will never be willing to let her give up the opportunity to enter the women's academy in order to change her household registration. Taking her back to the Marquis is just to stop people from laughing at the Marquis. As long as Sushi doesn't care, no one will care whether her household registration is changed to the name of the Marquis. Young lady, you know that I am just a servant. This matter is of great importance. I can't answer you. I have to go back and report to the old lady and the Marquis, Nani Ruan said. She was worried that if she said that, Sushi would have other ideas, which would make her, who had originally agreed, no longer want to return to the Marquis mansion. Nani Ruan quickly added, but in my opinion, this matter should be fine. After all, it's not a big deal. As long as the Marquis mansion holds a banquet and announces that you are accepted back to the Marquis mansion, all the wealthy families in the capital will know that you are the daughter of the Marquis mansion, and no one will care about your household registration. So the old lady and the Marquis should agree to the young lady's request for your study. Sushi nodded. Then how about my relationship with the Su family? She asked again. The Su family raised me for more than 10 years, and my adoptive parents doted on me. After my adoptive parents passed away, my uncle and aunt were also very kind to me, treating me better than their own children, fearing that I would be wronged. Usually at home, they never asked me to do anything, so I am grateful to them from the bottom of my heart. You won't return miss you to them, and they can't lose a child they raised for no reason. So even if I enter the Marquis mansion, I will still treat my uncle and aunt as my own uncle and aunt. If the Marquis mansion minds this, please think about it carefully. Don't worry, young lady. The old lady and the lady are generous people. The young lady can be grateful to the Su family, which shows that the young lady is a kind-hearted child. The old lady and the lady must be very happy. So why would they mind? As long as the young lady does not send all the property given to you by the Marquis mansion to the Su family, the old lady and the lady will not mind. For fear that she would misunderstand, she hurriedly explained, old lady, the lady gave you the property to make your life better, and it is also a dowry for you to go to your husband's family in the future. For your life, old lady, The lady will not be happy for you to give things away. Su-shi laughed. Of course not. My uncle and aunt are poor. But they are also strong and self-reliant people. Even if I want to give them, they will not accept them. Don't worry. Madame Luan was even happier to see that she was so sensible and the communication was so smooth, and said, I will report the young lady's words to the old lady and the lady. Tomorrow, the lady will come and confirm with the young lady again. After all, I am a slave, and these words must be said again by Madame to the young lady in person, so that the young lady can rest assured. Talking to a smart person saves time and effort. Su-shi nodded. Thank you, Madame Luan. Then the young lady should get ready and go back to the Marquis mansion with Madame tomorrow. Madame Luan was afraid that Su-shi did not understand what she meant, so she confirmed Su-shi's attitude again, in case the Marquis' Madame Zhu came to pick him up tomorrow, and Su-shi was fussy and refused to go back. That would be troublesome. Okay. Su-shi nodded again. As soon as these words came out, the system, which had been holding its breath for fear that Su-shi would change his mind because of the fight with it, was already jumping non-stop in her mind. Ah, host, you are finally going back to the Marquis mansion. Quiet, Su-shi shouted in her heart. The system immediately became quiet, not daring to make a sound. Su-shi rolled her eyes in her heart. At this time, Su Ching-wan had come with housekeeper Lu and the Yamen runners. He did not come to Wan Mama and Su-shi, but went directly to Su Yongyi and showed him the Yamen runner's waist badge and the document issued by the government office. The document contained the confession and signature of the wet nurse, and the official seal. Su Yongyi told Xia what was written on the document and said, Go show it to Sister Shi. Xia hurried over to Su-shi and handed her the document. Su-shi looked at the document and consciously showed Xia the red mole behind her ear, and said to Nani Ruan, Okay, I understand. Please tell Nani what I said to the old lady and the first lady. Chapter 34 Cold Dishes. Madame Ruan stood up. I have been out for a long time, in order to prevent the old lady and the lady from worrying about the young lady. I will return home now. Mrs. Xia was in a complicated mood and had no intention of staying. She sent Madame Luan and the others away and turned around to ask Su-shi, Is it really confirmed? Su-shi nodded, since they have produced evidence. And it is a certificate issued by the government. It is correct. Mrs. Xia was silent for a while. Then when will you return to the Marquis mansion? Tomorrow. So soon? When Mrs. Xia saw the little red mole, she knew that Su-shi couldn't stay, but she still felt very uncomfortable when she heard that she was leaving tomorrow. Su Yongyi sighed. After you go back? If you are wronged, come back to the Su family. The door of this family is always open to you. Yes. Su-shi smiled brightly. Okay. Suddenly, there was a sobbing sound next to them. The three turned around and saw Su-shui standing at the door, crying non-stop. Seeing that Su-shi had discovered her, she simply gave up and squatted down to cry. Su-shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he walked over to help her up. Silly girl. I will stay at the Marquis mansion for one night tomorrow, and I will go to the academy to register the day after tomorrow. If I don't live in the academy, I will have to live with you in the house in the county. Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Su Yongyi and said, Uncle, please discuss our accommodation with Aunt. After the lease of the house in the county expired, you asked a middleman to rent it out. If we move to the county, you have to talk to the middleman immediately. If we live alone, the house will probably need to be cleaned up. Su Yongyi hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, let me discuss this matter with your aunt first. In fact, he had originally decided not to move to the county. The family is short of money, so renting out the house will at least bring in some income. As for Su-shi and Su-shui, we will see if the accommodation fee is expensive. If it is not expensive, they will live in the academy. If it is expensive, they will go back and forth every day like Su Chongwen by mule cart. But now the situation has changed. He hesitated. If they don't move to the county, the Marquis mansion will definitely let Su-shi live in the academy, and he will go back to the Marquis mansion during the summer vacation. So it will be difficult for them to meet Su-shi. But if they move to the county, Su-shi may live at home. Even if he doesn't live at home, they can still meet from time to time. In this case, it doesn't matter whether Su-shi returns to the Marquis mansion or not. Besides, moving to the county is very beneficial to both Su Chongwen and Su Shui. Otherwise, They would have to travel back and forth regardless of wind or rain. It was okay for Su Chongwen to be a boy. So it was okay for him to suffer a little. But Su Yongyi couldn't bear to let Su Shui, a delicate and weak girl, travel. Su Shi saw what Su Yongyi was thinking, and quickly said, "Uncle, I tried all the snacks in the county today, and I got some inspiration. I want my aunt to try to make a snack and see if it can be sold in the city. I've seen this snack in a book before, and it's often eaten in Sichuan province. If we can sell them, we will have income, and it won't be a big deal if we live in the city." Before Su Yongyi and Xie spoke, Su Shui asked like a string of cannonballs, "What snacks? What snacks? How to make them?" Xie patted her daughter lightly and said angrily, "Girls, why are you so impatient? Look at your sister. How steady she is." She turned around and asked, "What snacks?" Su Shui curled her lips and muttered softly, "Only the governor can set fires. But the people can't light lamps." Seeing Xie glaring at her, she quickly shrank behind Su Shi. Su Shi pulled Su Shui and said with a smile, "Aunt, wait until I change my clothes, and then go to the kitchen to tell you. You soak the kelp, and then go around the village to see who has dried chili peppers. They must be different from ours. And you must bring 2 or 3 of each, and go buy some tofu skin." She looked at Su Yongyi again, "Uncle, go pick some cucumbers in the vegetable garden." Speaking of this, Su Shi was very grateful to the queen who traveled through time. That guy was probably a foodie too. And he found peppers, potatoes, corn and other grains, vegetables and various spices from nowhere, which benefited Su Shi, the latecomer. "Okay," Mrs. Xia agreed. After Su Shi and Su Shui went into the house, she took Su Yongyi to the kitchen and asked in a low voice, "Husband, do you think what sister she said is reliable? She doesn't cook much. Can she really teach me to make something that can be sold? Anyway, since sister she said so, let's give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. The things she mentioned are not valuable. So even if they are bad, there is no loss." Su Yongyi said, "The peppers are grown at home, and the tofu skin is made by the tofu workshop in the village. It only costs 4 cents to buy half a catty. Only the kelp is a little more expensive because it is shipped from other places. But it is not expensive enough. Not as expensive as the price of meat. And half a catty can make a lot more money." And Su Yongyi bought the kelp back at wholesale prices, which is cheaper than other people. All these things together cost only a dozen cents. Compared with the cost of snacks that Su Shi and Su Shui ate in the county, it was a fraction of the price. Since Su Yongyi said so, Xia hurried to get busy. "You go get the peppers. I'll pick cucumbers and buy tofu skin," Su Yongyi said, and went out to the tofu shop. When he came back, he saw Su Shi teaching Xia how to make chili oil. Su Shi was not very proficient in cooking, but this chili oil was made by her classmates in Sichuan province. The chili oil was used to mix cold dishes, which was even better than the cold dishes sold at the cold dish stalls outside. Su Shi was very glad that Su Yongyi was a peddler. He had a full range of spices on his shoulder pole. She taught Xie to put them into the hot oil one by one and stir them constantly. After a while, a spicy smell came out of the kitchen, which made Su Yongyi run to the yard and sneeze twice. After the chili oil was boiled, Su Shui also cut the kelp and tofu skin into strips and pieces, blanched them, and cut the cucumber into pieces and marinated them with salt. Su Shi dripped chili oil, then added salt, soy sauce, balsamic vinegar, sugar, onion, ginger and other seasonings, tasted it herself, nodded, and said to the 3 people who looked at her with burning eyes, "Try it." Su Shui was the fastest, having already prepared her chopsticks and hidden them behind her. When she heard Su Shi's words, she quickly moved and picked up a piece of kelp and put it in her mouth. "Ah, it's delicious." Her eyes lit up, and she chewed while her chopsticks reached for the tofu skin. Su Yongyi and Xia also tasted it. Xia also tasted the kelp first and couldn't help but praise it. "It's spicy and refreshing. Hey, it tastes good. This is good. This is good." Su Yongyi ate the cold cucumber. Since cucumbers were introduced to Jin, the Su family has been planting them every spring and summer, and they are tired of eating cucumbers. But Su Yongyi never thought that the cucumbers he had long been tired of would taste so good after mixing them with chili oil. The spicy chili oil, the salty, sour and sweet taste of salt, vinegar and sugar, and the fresh, crisp and sweet taste of the cucumbers themselves. The taste spreads layer by layer in the mouth, making him want to eat more and more. And he can't stop at all. Chapter 35 Divided. Dad, don't keep eating this. You're almost done, Su Shui said angrily, and couldn't help but come over to push Su Yongyi away, letting him try something else. And she stood in front of the cucumber and tasted it. Su Shi knew that the deal was done when she saw the three of them couldn't stop eating. Although the seasonings were not very complete, there were not many types of peppers. The fragrance was not enough. The soy sauce was not as fresh as modern ones. The sugar was not white sugar. The vinegar was not fragrant vinegar. And there was no MSG, chicken essence and other seasonings. The taste was not as good as her classmates. But compared to the snack she had today, the taste was really much better. The cooking methods of the ancients were too simple. After 1,000 or 2,000 years of tireless research, the foodies in the great foodie country have come up with much better food than those in ancient times. The food stalls in modern times are not as good as her classmates. But their business is still booming. She could always make some money by selling cold dishes in ancient times. Right? The most important thing is that this kind of business does not require much capital. And it is not as troublesome as selling other food. For dishes like kelp shreds that require a lot of effort, they can ask the aunts and grandmas in the village to help make them. The Su family only needs to prepare the seasonings and mix them. This chili oil can be used to make many cold dishes, such as potato chips, cabbage, pig skin, chicken feet, chicken wings, pork belly shreds, pig ears, etc. When the time comes, we will set up a stall and mix all kinds of cold dishes. The price of vegetarian dishes is 10 cents per caddy, and the price of meat dishes is 50 cents. There is no need to limit the purchase of only one kind. You can use chopsticks to pick up whatever you want to eat, and put it in the bowl, and weigh it together. It will be easy for us to sell. And buyers can also try more flavors. Su Yongyi's eyes lit up immediately. He was a small businessman, and Su Shi only mentioned it a little. And he knew that this business had great potential. By then, they can sell in more than one place. They can set up cold dish stalls in all parts of the county, and sell them in restaurants. The opportunities in Beijing are even greater. As long as this business is done well, it is possible to make a lot of money. Shijie, this business was your idea, and the chili oil was made by you. Uncle has to give you a share. Su Yongyi felt that it was better to set the rules as soon as possible when it came to interests. It doesn't matter if you don't make much money when you first start doing business. When the business gets bigger in the future, it will hurt their feelings. No matter what. He can't take advantage of Su Shi. If Su Yongyi didn't mention the division, Su Shi wouldn't mention it either. She would just think that she had repaid the Su family's kindness of raising her for more than 10 years on behalf of the original owner. And she would definitely stay away from the Su family in the future. But now that Su Yongyi mentioned it, she naturally wouldn't refuse. If a person wants to be independent, he must first be financially independent. Only if she makes money on her own, and can live a good life after leaving the Marquis Mansion, can she stand up straight and not be controlled by the Marquis Mansion. Although she could make money by designing jewelry, she had never tried it, and she could not guarantee that the jewelry store would accept her designs. Moreover, this salad was her idea, so it was natural for her to get a certain share. Why not? Thank you, Uncle. She smiled. Su Yongyi hesitated for a moment. How about giving you 40%? In terms of business, Su Yongyi felt that giving Su Shi 30% was more appropriate. After all, Su Shi would not contribute to all the business in the future. But he was willing to give Su Shi more to thank her for providing a way to make money for the Su family. No, just give me 20%, Su Shi said, seeing Su Yongyi wanted to refuse. She waved her hand and said, Uncle, don't argue with me. You live well, so I can retreat. I can't live in the Marquis Mansion in the future, but I will come back to you. Just don't despise me when the time comes. What are you talking about? This will always be your home, Xia said. Su Shi smiled brightly. Okay. Since Su Shi said so, Su Yongyi no longer refused, and secretly made up his mind that when Su Shi got married, they would do their best to buy her a dowry. Anyway, there is a long way to go. Not long after, Su Chongwen came back from school in the county, and the family gathered together for dinner. Su Chongwen tasted the salad and was very impressed, thinking that this thing would definitely make money. Is this thing easy for people to learn? If it is easy, I guess you can't make much money. Su Chongwen worriedly. You see, this seems to be a simple stew of chili and oil. But in fact, there are 7 or 8 kinds of spices in it. Sushi said. This is not easy to learn. Even if they learn, the taste they make is not as good as ours. Yes, that's what sister she said. The reason why Su Yongyi was so confident in this business, to the point of sharing the profits with Sushi, was that he knew that the chili oil was not simple to make and was not so easy to imitate. Uncle, go find some more spices. If you can find some and add them in, the taste will be even better, Sushi said. I'll write it to you later. You can go find it. In addition to spices, Sushi also decided to make a simple version of MSG. She remembered that many time travel novels mentioned using dried shrimps and mushrooms ground into powder as seasonings, so she could give it a try. She didn't have to do it herself. She just needed to tell Mrs. Xie and let her do the experiment. Mrs. Xie's cooking skills were good, so as long as she provided some ideas, she would definitely be able to do it well. Chapter 36, Designing a Bracelet. Okay. Su Yongyi heard that the taste could be even better, and he became more confident in this business. Because they only eat 2 meals. Dinner is eaten relatively early. It was just the beginning of the 8th month of the lunar calendar, and it was getting dark late. Sushi took a bath and returned to the room. It was still early, and the room was bright, so she began to draw the design. Su Shui stretched her head over to take a look. Sister, what are you drawing? Bracelet. After Sushi finished the last stroke, he asked Su Shui, does it look good? It looks great. Su Shui nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Su Shui looked at the album with Sushi in the silver shop today, and had a certain impression of the bracelet styles in the silver shop. The jade bracelets in the silver shop are basically fu bracelets. That is, round bracelets. The more exquisite bracelets are twisted bracelets and carved bracelets. Twisted bracelets, as the name suggests, are twisted. Carved bracelets are bracelets with carved patterns on the surface. The biggest difference is the different patterns carved on the bracelets. But at first glance they are all the same. Although the gold and silver bracelets are better, they are still roughly the same as the jade bracelets. It is probably because the craftsmen who make bracelets have formed a fixed pattern, and there is not much difference from the jade bracelets. But the bracelet designed by Su, she should be made of a gold and silver bracelet. She designed it into a bird, with its beak chasing its beautiful tail and bending into a circle. However, the beak and tail are not connected, but a gap is left. In her previous life, she learned painting for a period of time when she was a child. Later, when she graduated from high school, she was admitted to the industrial design major as a science student. She usually used computer software for design, but she studied design in college and painting classes were required. She practiced painting for a period of time. Perhaps she has a good talent, so her hand-drawn design skills are also quite good. In this design she drew, the expression of the little bird is vivid. The chubby bird's face is full of cuteness, and the action of chasing and trying to peck its own tail is even more lively and agile. This design is not only unique in style, but the charm of the bird is also eye-catching, making people love it. Su Shui couldn't let it go as soon as she saw the picture. If she made a bracelet based on this picture, the bird on the bracelet would be exactly the same as the one in the picture. Even if she spent all her family property, she would buy it. Sister, it's so beautiful. Su Shui couldn't bear to move her eyes away from the picture. Are you going to make a bracelet like this? When I have money to make a silver bracelet in the future, can I make one according to your style? No. I'm going to take this picture to the silver shop to sell it for money, Sushi said. Su Shui's eyes finally moved away from the picture and looked at Sushi in surprise. Sell it for money? Sushi nodded. Yes, she said. I plan to help the silver shop draw designs in the future and earn some money. She took the opportunity to give Su Shui chicken soup, Xiao Shui. Whether we get married or not in the future, we must have the ability to make money. Think about it. If everything you eat and wear is earned by a man, can you be tough in front of him? If someone tells you to get out, you have nowhere to go, and you can't support yourself, so you can only live in silence. But if you can make money, you don't have to look at the man's face. If he tells you to get out, you just pack up your things and leave. It's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but there are 2-legged men everywhere. I have money, beauty, and a family background, and there are many men who want to marry me. There's no need to look at people's faces to live. The queen who traveled through time had already said be faithful to one person. Starving to death is a small matter, but losing one's chastity is a big matter. As thoughts were shattered. Women in the Jin dynasty could divorce and remarry. Therefore, Su Shui was very happy to accept Su Shi's bowl of chicken soup. She nodded, her face full of approval. Sister, you are so right. Then she looked bitter. But I don't have any ability to make money. Aren't you good at writing stories? Why don't you write a storybook? Su Shi gave her advice. The reason why Su Yongyi and his wife loved Su Shi was because her brother Su Yongzing and sister-in-law Lin were very good to Su Chongwen and Su Shui. Su Chongwen was taught by Su Yongzing. And Su Shui also learned to read by Su Yongzing. When Su Yongzing taught the original owner to read and read, he took Su Shui over and taught her as well. Su Yongyi had an income from being a small trader. And he was reluctant to lead his wife and daughter because they were too busy. So he only kept 3 acres of land for food. When he was farming, he stopped his business and worked on the land, and rented out the remaining 15 acres of land. Xia usually took care of the water in the fields, planted vegetables, raised chickens and ducks, and did housework. Although she was a little busy, she was not very tired. Usually Su Shui only helped out and didn't need to do any housework. The rest of the time, she read and wrote, and learned some embroidery. She was also quite smart, and she was good at reading and writing. Since the original owner was taken back, Su Shui had a playmate in the past 2 years. The two of them chatted all day long. After reading the storybooks brought by Su Chongwen from the school, Su Shui made up some stories to entertain herself. In the original owner's memory, the original owner liked to draw, and Su Shui liked to make up stories. The little stories she wrote were quite decent. Chapter 37: A Big Bowl of Chicken Soup. During this period, Su Shi also read the short stories written by Su Shui, and felt that they were quite good. With Su Shui's talent in writing, she felt that she could definitely become a professional writer, as long as she practices and learns how to write novels, and writes a few more books. She will definitely be able to write a story that can sell. There were no major wars and disasters in the Jin dynasty, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. When life is good and there is no worry about food and clothing, then you must find fun. In this era without other entertainment, storybooks are a great pastime for literate people. Su Shi comes from the era when online literature is popular. She doesn't write novels herself, but she has read a lot, at least in terms of imagination. She can provide great help to Su Shui. Really? Can the storybooks I write sell for money? Su Shui's face was full of surprise. If you practice hard, you will definitely be able to do it. You may become a great writer in the future. Su Shi gave her another big bowl of chicken soup. Su Shui was immediately full of enthusiasm. Okay, I'll go back and think about it, and write a storybook for you to see in the near future. That night, Su Yongyi and his wife were very excited about the upcoming business. They discussed going to the county the day after tomorrow to clean up the house, and see which place is suitable for setting up a stall. For setting up a stall, they also need to ask some small vendor friends in the city to find out what the tax, protection fee and other aspects are. They also need to prepare things to worship at the docks to avoid being troubled by the police or hooligans after opening. In short, doing business is a lot of things, and there are many things to do. It is not just a matter of finding a place to put things. But tomorrow is the day when the Marquis's mansion will come to pick up Su Shi. No matter how anxious they are, they can't leave Su Shi behind to run the business. So they can only wait until the day after tomorrow. In the East Wing, Su Shui was thinking about her own story, and she was so excited that she couldn't fall asleep. There are only 3 children in the Su family. The 3 of them are not much different in age. They have played together since childhood and have a deep relationship. Su Chongwen loves Su Shi like his own sister. Although he was mentally prepared when the Marquis's mansion came to pick him up that day, he tossed and turned that night, and fell asleep after a while, when he heard that Su Shi would return to the Marquis's mansion tomorrow. Only the carefree Su Shi slept till dawn without even a dream. The next day, Xia said to Su Shi, "Do you think you should pack anything?" She mentioned it yesterday, but Su Shi said there was no rush. She thought there was nothing good in her house for Su Shi to bring into the mansion, so she was not in a hurry to pack for Su Shi. Su Shi shook his head. "No need to pack. The mansion can't possibly not prepare daily necessities for me, right? In addition to a few half-new clothes, and a silver hairpin, and a silver bracelet left by Lin. The most valuable things of the original owner were the 20 or so books and 4 treasures of the study left by Su Yongzhen. These things are valuable in the eyes of the villagers, but in the eyes of the Marquis's mansion where servants are all dressed in gold and silver, they are worthless. The most important thing is that these things belong to the Su family. So Su, she will naturally not take them away. Xia looked around the room. But she was helpless. She knew that if she forced Su Shi to take these broken copper and iron, it would only make the people in the Marquis mansion laugh at Su Shi. Su Shi folded up several design drawings he drew last night, put them in a small wooden box, and handed them to Su Shui, who came in with Xia. You help keep them. And when we have time to leave the academy, we will take them to the silver shop to ask if we can sell them for a good price. Su Shui took it quickly and said, Don't worry, sister. I will keep it well. Let's go out to eat. Su Shi pulled Xia out of the house. Because they only eat 2 meals a day. The Su family doesn't have breakfast so early. But Xia didn't know when the Marquis mansion would come to pick him up. And she didn't know whether Su Shi would have a meal after entering the Marquis mansion. So she got up early and prepared the meal, so that Su Shi could eat before leaving. Su Chongwen also took a leave today and waited at home to send his cousin off. The family sat down, and Su Shi said to Su Yongyi worriedly, Uncle, make sure to cook cleanly. The walls of the house in our county need to be repainted, and the yard needs to be retidied, so as to make the house as clean as possible. In addition, we need to buy some new large ceramic basins for mixing vegetables. Don't use these basins for washing vegetables and clothes. In addition, it is better to mix less vegetables at the beginning rather than more. Mix more vegetables when it seems that they are not selling enough. Now the weather is hot. Be careful not to sell spoiled cold dishes, which will make people sick and ruin their reputation. Su Yongyi agreed with the suggestion of mixing less cold dishes at a time. He also understood that ceramic basins are used for special purposes. However, he felt that it was unnecessary to paint the walls and clean up the yard. This was another expense. There were many places to spend money at home. So why should we care about these things? He said, we are not selling cold dishes at home. There is no need to paint the walls and clean up the yard. Right? If we were doing something else, it would be fine. But when cooking, hygiene is the most important thing. If the walls of the house were black, sewage was flowing in the yard, flies and mosquitoes were flying everywhere, would you dare to buy cold dishes from his family after seeing such an environment? If the neighbors were jealous of our family's money and spread these situations, would our cold dishes still be sold? If this business wants to be big and long-term, we must work hard on details and pay attention to the things that should be paid attention to from the beginning. Chapter 38 Farewell. Su Yongyi was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He had a business mind, and he could see that the cold dish Su Shi made was definitely a good business that could make money. So now, he was thinking about how to start the business quickly, so that he could make a lot of money quickly. He didn't think about these details at all. Details determine success or failure. Although Su Yongyi had never heard of this motto, he also understood this truth. The neighbors in the county house were all small citizens, and there were many who were jealous of others and couldn't stand others doing well. If Su Shi hadn't reminded him today, when his business was established, there would definitely be people gossiping about him everywhere. It's hard to build a good reputation for a business, but it can be destroyed overnight. The good business that Su Shi had finally come up with for him would be ruined in his hands. Sheer. Don't worry. Uncle will keep the house and yard clean. When making cold dishes, I will also pay attention to hygiene and never make people sick. He promised solemnly, as if he was swearing. Seeing that he took her words to heart, Su Shi was very happy. Xia was grateful and quickly picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in Su Shi's bowl. Come on. Eat more. Seeing Su Shi eating sweetly, she sighed. I don't know when I can have dinner with you again. This made everyone sad. Su Yongyi glared at Xia. Why bring this up when we are having a good meal? Shi Jie is studying in the academy, and we have moved to the county. Isn't it easy to meet? That's right. Su Shi smiled. I'm close to you, but far from the Marquis mansion. It's just a matter of raising a foot for us to meet. Su Chongwen, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and looked at Su Shi, wanting to say something but stopping. Seeing this, Su Shi asked, Brother, do you want me not to go to the Marquis mansion? In the original owner's memory, Su Chongwen had been protecting his 2 sisters since childhood and was an extremely good brother. Su Chongwen shook his head, not really. As he said this, he silently scooped a mouthful of rice into his mouth, chewed slowly, and lowered his eyes slightly. I just don't feel comfortable with you going to that place. I heard that the big house has a large population and is very complicated. I'm worried that you will be bullied. Sushi is just about to give Su Chongwen some chicken soup. Brother, if you want Xiaoxua and I not to be bullied, you have to be promising. If you pass the exam to become a scholar, a juror, or even a genshur and become an official, others will have to think twice before bullying us. Yes, that's the truth. Su Yongyi took over and said, Chongwen, you have to study hard. Yes. Su Chongwen nodded vigorously. Our teacher said that I can go down and try next year. Really? Mrs. Xie got excited. Did your master really say that? Yes. Then you have to work hard. Mrs. Xie pushed the egg custard into Su Chongwen's bowl. Eat more. Su Chongwen avoided it. Give it to Sister Shi. Su Shi was helpless. Is it possible that I can't even have an egg custard when I go to the Marquis mansion? That's too miserable. So brother, don't push it back and forth. Whether we can eat chicken legs in the future depends on you. Everyone laughed. At 9 o'clock, 3 carriages with the Marquis mansion logo slowly drove into Shirong village. The carriage from the Marquis mansion has been coming every day these days. And the villagers in Shirong village have become numb. Who doesn't have endless work to do? Eating melons doesn't fill your stomach. So now, the only people who follow the carriage from the Marquis mansion and come to Su's house to watch are a group of little kids and a few idle old ladies who love gossip. Xia saw Wei and Zhao Ruyu's disdain that day, and she was upset, thinking that her family had lost face for Su Shi. So after Nanny Ruan left yesterday, she swept the yard again and again, rinsed it with water, and locked the chickens in the chicken coop to prevent them from running around. This morning, she cleaned up the house again inside and outside. However, the mud yard and the old and simple furniture were still the same no matter how she cleaned them up. They were not much better than before. It was still Nani Ruan and butler Lu who accompanied the Marquis wife Xu, accompanied by a Nani and a maidservant beside Xu. Xu got off the carriage and walked towards the main hall holding Xia's hand, as if she had not seen the Su family's simple mud house. She exchanged a few words with her and looked at Su Shi's appearance and said, I think Sister Shi is the child of our Marquis mansion. She doesn't look like her father and mother, but like her uncle. Xia had not seen the Marquis of Suiping, so she thought Zhu was just being polite. After all, because of the little red mole behind Su Shi's ear, it was confirmed that this was the child that the Marquis mansion had mistakenly taken away. So it didn't matter whether it looked like him or not. Zhu said this to smooth things over for the second wife. Wei, she smiled and said, there are many children who are not like their parents. Some are good at picking good ones, and some are bad at picking bad ones. Our sister Shi is the one who picks good ones. Xu laughed heartily. You're right. Chapter 39 Satisfaction. The speaker may not mean anything, but the listener may take it seriously. Su Shi listened to the conversation between the two people and felt something in her heart. Could it be that this body is not Wei's child, but the child of Zhu and Suiping Marquis Zhao Yuanxuan? Otherwise, why is Wei so indifferent to this child? That day, she insisted on recognizing Su Shui as her daughter, but then she laughed at herself for being too suspicious. She had read this novel and read it to the end, although she read it hastily and didn't remember the details, because the female supporting role had the same name and surname as her. Although she was angry at her lack of competition and didn't like the supporting role very much, she still read her story carefully and didn't say that the original owner was not Wei but Zhu's daughter. It can be seen that she thinks too much, because it was Zhu who came. Su Yongyi and Su Chongwen, who were men, did not go into the hall, but welcomed Lu, the housekeeper, to Su Chongwen's study to talk. Zhu and Xia went into the hall together. The host and guest sat down, and Zhu looked at Su Shi and said, Madame Wan has told me about the things you said. As the wife of the Marquis, I promise you that the Marquis' mansion will not prevent you from studying at the Women's Academy, nor will it prevent you from interacting with the Su family. As long as there is a legitimate reason, you can also enter and leave the Marquis' mansion freely. As for the household registration, she looked at Su Shi, logically. This is impossible. Now that you have been recognized, how can the household registration still be in the name of the Su family? When she said this, she paid attention to Su Shi's expression. Su Shi's expression did not change at all, but just looked at her with a pair of crystal eyes, as if waiting for her to say something. Zhu was a little surprised. This is the first time she has seen such a calm temperament at such an age. She did not keep it a secret and continued, but if you want to study, the rules of the women's college are very strict. If you change your household registration, you won't be able to go to school. Because there are too many noble ladies in Beijing. They fight for dozens of places every year. It is as difficult to get in as it is for men to take the imperial examination. I have discussed it with the old lady and the marquis, and we can only come up with this last resort. Not to move your household registration back. Wait until you finish your studies or get engaged. Su Shi knew this would be the result. When Ju saw Su Shi's expression was still the same after hearing this. She couldn't tell whether he was happy, angry, sad or happy at all. She smiled a little deeper and asked Su Shi, "Do you have any other concerns?" Su Shi shook his head, "No more." Mrs. Yu nodded, "Okay. See if there is anything to pack. If not, we will set off back to the capital in a while." Mrs. Yu got off the carriage and spoke and acted very straightforwardly. She said everything directly and clearly, which was completely different from Mrs. Wei, who was as white as a lotus. When Su Shi saw her, he liked her personality. With such a mistress, I think her life in the Marquis mansion will not be difficult. Nothing to pack. She shook her head. I will come back to see my uncle and aunt occasionally. So those daily necessities will stay here. That's fine. Mrs. Yu turned to Mrs. Xie and said, "Sister, she has lived in the Su family for more than 10 years. This place can be regarded as her second home. You are her relatives. If there is anything in the future, you can also go to the Marquis mansion to see her. This is because she knows the Su family and their characters. Otherwise, Mrs. Yu would not agree to Su Shi's frequent contact with the Su family." "Thank you very much," Xie said gratefully. She also had a very good impression of Zhu. "You two can go to the Marquis mansion together later. I will personally send her there and see the living environment. You will feel more at ease. Also, you can get to know the place." Zhu smiled. "No need to bother you." Xie refused quickly. She did want to see the living environment of Su Shi in the future. But if she went to the Marquis mansion at this time, people would look down on Su Shi and think that the Su family was going to get money. If the Marquis mansion insisted on giving her a thank you gift, and she couldn't refuse, then it would really confirm other people's speculation. Zhu said a few more polite words, and seeing Xie's firm attitude, she didn't say anything more, and she was more satisfied with the character of the Su family. "Madam, the clan leader is here." Butler Lu's voice sounded outside the house. When they entered the village, they sent a servant to Su Qingwan's house. After all, the Marquis' mansion wanted to take Su Shi away, and it couldn't be silent. It had to tell the clan leader, which was also a respect for the Su family. Zhu asked Nani Ruan to invite Su Qingwan in. After a few pleasantries, she winked at Nani Ruan. Nani Ruan stood up and said to Su Shi, "Miss Shi, didn't you say you wanted to pack up? I'll go with you. When I was young, I was the best at packing up." Just now she said there was no need to pack up. But now Nani Ruan asked her to pack up. Su Shi knew she had something to say, but Zhu wanted to talk to Su Qingwan, so it was not convenient for her to hear. She, Zhu, and Su Qingwan apologized, followed Nani Ruan out of the hall, and went to their own room. A little maid was already waiting at the door of the hall with a bundle. Seeing them come out, she hurriedly followed them. Chapter 40, Changing Dresses. After entering the house, Nani Ruan took the bundle, opened it, and said to Su Shi, "This is the clothes and jewelry that Madame specially prepared for you. Please change into them, and I will comb your hair for you." Su Shi took a look and saw a set of satin dresses inside. The top dress is pink with a purple-red skirt. The collar and cuffs of the top dress are also bordered with purple-red, and then embroidered with cloud patterns with pink embroidery thread. The hem of the skirt is also wrapped with pink fabric, and then embroidered with cloud patterns with purple-red embroidery thread. The two echo each other, and the colors of the whole set of clothes are very harmonious and beautiful, and full of girlish style. As for what kind of material this silk is made of, I'm sorry, she doesn't know since she's from the modern era. In addition, the bundle also contains a water-red lotus leaf embroidered bra, a set of white lingerie, a pair of embroidered shoes, and a pair of socks. There is also a dressing box. This is what the madam specially asked the embroiderers in the mansion to make for the girl. Nani Ruan said, "Because of the tight time, only this dress has been made. It's a bit simple, so the girl can wear it first. The embroiderers are still working hard to make it for the girl. In fact, when she came to pick up Su Shi 2 days ago, the Marquis' mansion had prepared 2 sets of clothes for her. But at that time, Su Shi was not taken seriously, and the 2 sets of clothes were made casually. Both the material and the workmanship were very ordinary. Now that Su Shi had made such a fuss, The old lady of the Marquis and the Marquis's wife Zhu looked at her differently when they learned that she had been admitted to the Women's Academy. They asked the embroiderer to make another set of clothes with good material. There was not enough time, so they only embroidered 2 simple patterns on the collar and cuffs and let her wear it first. Other dresses with exquisite embroidery patterns were also being made. At least when she entered the Women's Academy, her dress would not bring disgrace to the reputation of the Marquis mansion. Very beautiful. I like it very much. Sushi smiled. She liked this kind of simple and elegant dress, although she preferred cold colors to pink or purple. But it was not easy to return to the age of 13 or 14. And it was okay to wear pink, a girlish style, occasionally. Seeing that Sushi accepted Zhu's kindness and her attitude was very straightforward and generous, Nani Wan liked her personality more and more. As long as the young lady likes it. She smiled and said, "Young lady, take off your clothes, and I will help you change clothes." "No need. I can do it myself." Sushi was not used to someone watching her change clothes. "You sit here for a while." She took out her dressing box, picked up her bag and went out. Went to Sushua's room next door, closed the door, and changed clothes. The dress was indeed made specifically for her, and fit her perfectly. When Sushi returned to her room, Nani Ruan and the little maid couldn't help but flash a touch of surprise in their eyes. Sushi is tall, with a slender waist and bright and delicate features. This dress looks really good on her. Much better than the gray dress she was wearing just now. Madame Ruan couldn't help but praise, "The girl is so beautiful." "Thank you for the compliment, Madam." Sushi thanked her generously, and sat down on the stool. "You don't need to comb your hair again, Madam. You just need to put on the jewelry for me." She has the memory of the original owner, so it is not difficult for her to comb this ancient bun. Sushi, who came from the modern times, liked simple and generous hairstyles. Now she only tied a bun on her head and pinned it with a wooden hairpin, and the long hair at the back fell naturally behind her head. This figure has black and smooth hair, and this hairstyle is very suitable for her. Nani Ruan knew that Zhu was impatient to entertain Su Qingwan, the head of the Su family, and she couldn't stay here for too long. So she didn't object. She took off the wooden hairpin directly, inserted a violet jade hairpin from the jewelry box on Sushi's head, and put 2 pearl flowers and a pair of pearl earrings on her, and finally took out a pair of jade bracelets for Sushi to wear. Over the years, the Marquis's mansion has been on the decline, with more people leaving than coming in. The old lady of the Marquis wanted to maintain the reputation of the mansion, and did not allow Zhu to reduce the number of servants too much. So the mansion was even more stretched. This time when she came to pick up Sushi, Zhu searched the storeroom for a long time, but could not find the right jewelry. In the end, she took some things to pawn, and bought a few new jewelry. These jewelry on Sushi were newly bought. The value may be sky-high in the eyes of Xia and others, but it is just average in the aristocratic circle. It is not good, but it is not too embarrassing. It was also because Zhu valued Sushi. Otherwise she would not have bothered with this. Nani Ruan took out a brand new set of rouge and powder from her dressing box, and tried to put on makeup for Sushi. Sushi quickly stopped her. "Nani, no need. The ancient cosmetics contained a lot of lead, and Sushi didn't want to use them." Nani Ruan looked at Sushi and saw that her skin was white and delicate. So white that it could be broken with a flick of a finger. And there was no flaw at all. Her facial features were bright. Her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Applying rouge and powder would be redundant. So she only helped Sushi trim her eyebrows and stopped, and praised, "The girl is naturally beautiful." Sushi smiled but didn't say anything. After traveling back to ancient times, she was quite satisfied with her appearance. There are many kinds of beauty. From her modern perspective, this face is indeed a great beauty, and it is very beautiful. With her personality, she can handle the sweet style and the foxy style. She likes this kind of bright and open eyebrows the most. Chapter 41 Leaving. The original owner is also beautiful in the novel, but her temperament is too timid. Her behavior is petty. She keeps her head down and shoulders hunched all day, and likes to wear dark colors to reduce her presence, which makes her 8 points of beauty only 4 points. Sushi's temperament is exactly the opposite of the original owner. She was also very good looking in her previous life, and she was a top student since she was a child. She can be said to have both beauty and wisdom, and her family background is also good. This has cultivated her self-confidence, willfulness, cheerfulness, and a bit of arrogance and nobleness in her bones. Words like inferiority, timidity, and restraint are never used to describe her. Her temperament, coupled with her bright and elegant appearance, complements each other perfectly, and makes her 8-point beauty become 10-point. It can be said that temperament is both a success and a failure. After getting dressed, Sushi followed Nani Ruan out of the house, and went back to the main hall. "Ah!" Su Shui exclaimed. Her almond eyes widened. "Sister, you are so beautiful." Mrs. Xie smiled with satisfaction. Mrs. Zhu looked at Su Shi and nodded with satisfaction. As early as when the Duke was alive, the Suigua mansion was still able to walk in the top aristocratic circle, not to mention the noble ladies in the capital. Even the royal princesses and princesses. Zhu had also seen them. In her opinion, Su Shi and other noble ladies in the capital were relatively outstanding in appearance, at least above average. Seeing the performance of everyone in the room, Nani Ruan couldn't help but smile and break the silence. "Beautiful. Right? Our Miss Shi is really a great beauty." Su Shi smiled and said, "Madam, you are too kind." Zhu didn't know what she was thinking of, and was in a trance for a moment. Hearing this, she came back to her senses and nodded to Xie. "In that case, I will take Miss Shi back." As she said that, she stood up. Xie also stood up and looked at Su Shi with reluctance. "Aunt, take care." Su Shi bowed to Xie. "I will come back to see you when I have time." "Okay." Xie barely stopped her tears and gave Su Shi a stiff smile. Su Shui bit her lip, her eyes red. Zhu and her group left the main hall, and Su Yongyi and Housekeeper Lu also came out from the east wing. Housekeeper Lu waved to Madame Ruan, and when she came closer, he whispered a few words to her. Madame Ruan hurried to Zhu's side and whispered to her, "Madam, the Su family refused to accept the thank you silver." It turned out that the Marquis's mansion was going to give the Su family a thank you silver of 100 taels. But the impression of Su Shi changed in the past 2 days. So the old lady of the Marquis raised the thank you silver to 200 taels. And Housekeeper Lu gave it to Su Yongyi. But Su Yongyi refused to accept the silver, saying that if he accepted it, the Marquis's mansion would look down on the Su family. With no other choice, Housekeeper Lu had to report to Zhu. Zhu looked at Xie and Su Shui, who were bidding farewell to Su Shi, as well as Su Yongyi and Su Chongwen, who were reluctant to leave even though they did not dare to approach. Nodded slightly, and said, "Since you don't want to accept it, there is no need to force it. In the future, just treat them as relatives and ask people to send some gifts during festivals." As the mistress of the Marquis's mansion, Zhu was naturally not a shrewd person. Just now, she spoke very nicely to Su Shi, promising her to visit the Su family frequently, and also told Xie that she wanted to visit as a relative. But if the Su family really had bad character and bad family tradition, she would never allow Su Shi to associate with the Su family. There are many ways to do this, such as asking the maids and old women who serve Su Shi to persuade her, or asking the sisters in the mansion to introduce her to better friends. As long as her attention is attracted by other things and people, her contact with the Su family will gradually decrease. When the time comes, find a livelihood for the Su family to keep them busy, and don't let them bother Su Shi too much, and the relationship between them will gradually fade. But at this moment, Zhu was really relieved to let Su Shi associate with the Su family. The group got on the carriage. They came in 3 carriages. Now Zhu and Su Shi sat in the front carriage, leaving only Nani Ruan to take care of them. And the other maid sat in the middle carriage. Butler Lu and the servant sat in the last carriage. Tomorrow she would go to the academy with Su Shui, and she would be able to see the Su family often. Su Shi had only been in the ancient times for a few days, so she was not very sad about the separation. Just looking at Xie, Su Shui was crying, and the 2 big men Su Yongyi and Su Chongwen also had red eyes. She didn't want to appear too heartless, so she squeezed out a few tears. When the carriage left the Su family, Su Shi was relieved. These days, she was worried that her character would be ruined and the Su family would find out. So she was always careful and slowly guided them to discover her changes, which was very tiring. Haha. Host, you finally returned to the Marquis mansion. Haha. The system was probably worried that the host who did not play by the rules would rebel and temporarily not return to the Marquis mansion. So it kept holding back and did not dare to speak. Seeing the carriage start, Su Shi could no longer regret it, and it could not help but jump happily in her mind. Shut up. Be quiet. Su Shi was annoyed by it. If you keep making noise, I will ask the carriage to stop and go back. Also, you are interrupting our conversation. The voice in her mind seemed to be paused and stopped abruptly. Although Zhu sure did not show her dislike for the Su family, she refused to drink the Su family's tea. Now she got on the carriage and asked Nani Wan to pour tea. Zhu sure drank a cup slowly, and then she calmed down. She said to Su, "Let me introduce you to the situation of the Marquis Mansion." Chapter 42. The situation in the Marquis Mansion. Su nodded. "Madam, please speak." Zhu laughed, and some fine lines appeared on her well-maintained skin. She said angrily, "You still call me madam at this time? You should call me aunt." "Yes, aunt." Su laughed again. Zhu saw her straightforwardness, and she felt more appreciation and love for her. She said, "Let's talk about your second house first. Your father's biological mother was Aunt Xin, who passed away a few years ago. In addition to your mother, Wei, your father also had 2 concubines, one surnamed Shui and the other surnamed Tao. You are of the same generation as you. In the second house, in addition to the 6th Lady Zhao Ruyu, you also have a twin brother, the second young master Zhao Jing'an." Speaking of this, Zhu looked at Su with pity. Wei gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The boy was fine, weighing 4 pounds at birth, but the girl was very thin, weighing only a little more than 3 pounds. And everyone was worried that she could not be raised. It was also because of this that Wei took Su to the temple to burn incense, hoping that the child could survive. Unexpectedly, they were switched halfway. Taking care of twins is not an easy task. Although there is a wet nurse, it is still a worry, especially since the 2 children are underweight and weak. They need to be paid more attention. If they are not careful, they will die. With a son, the status is stable, so Wei puts more attention on her son, which everyone can understand. It's just that she treats her son and daughter equally on the surface, but she treats them differently behind the scenes. This is why everyone secretly criticizes her and thinks she is too much. Xu continued, "You have another illegitimate sister, Zhao Rurui, who is 1 month older than you. Her aunt passed away, so now she is raised by Aunt Shui." Su nodded. Wei probably hurt herself when she gave birth to the twins, and she never got pregnant again. Zhao Yuanliang took several concubines, and they also got pregnant. In the end, only Zhao Rurui survived, and he only had 1 son, Zhao Jing'an. Zhao Rurui's biological mother died, and the 2 surviving aunts had no children. If you say that Wei didn't have any tricks, Su would never believe it. The novel is a sweet love story. Not long. The focus is on how Zhao Ryu met, fell in love, got to know each other, and were affectionate with the second son of Ping and Marquis. There is not much description of other people, and they are all glossed over. So why the powerful Wei family allowed a concubine to give birth to a child before her? Su didn't know, but Zhao Rurui was able to survive probably because she was a girl. The eldest wife has 5 children. Xu said, "Your eldest sister Zhao Ryu is 19 years old this year, and your second sister Zhao Ruju is 17 years old. They are all married. The eldest young master is Zhao Jingli, the son of the Marquis' mansion. It's a coincidence that he was born on the same day as you and Jing'an, only half an hour earlier than you." When she said this, she was full of emotion. At the beginning, she and Wei were both pregnant, but before giving birth, her father-in-law died and her mother-in-law fell ill. The mansion had to hold a funeral, invite doctors and medicine for the old lady, and Zhao Yuan wanted to inherit the title, and the whole mansion was in turmoil. Wei was fine. She only needed to cry in front of the coffin and visit the old lady from time to time. As the eldest daughter-in-law and the new marquis, Xu was not only pregnant, but also the new marquis. When Wei's belly was bigger than hers, and the third brother's wife was weak and unable to take care of things, how could she just take care of herself? She could only take care of things with her big belly. As a result, on the day when Wei gave birth, she also gave birth to a son, Zhao Jingli, prematurely. Fortunately, the Duke of Guo blessed her and her child. But when she was able to get out of bed a few days later, the mansion was already a mess. It was still the old lady who supported her sick body and directed the third brother and sister-in-law to take charge. She had to worry about the affairs of the mansion during the confinement period. Thinking of this past, she was still frightened. "I gave birth to 4 children in total, in addition to your eldest cousin, second cousin, and eldest cousin. There is also the third young master Zhao Jingtai, who is 11 years old this year. He is very naughty and mischievous all day long. If he does something wrong, you can teach him a lesson as his sister. No need to be polite. It can be seen that Ju is a good mother. When talking about her own children, her face is full of love. In addition, our family has a child born out of wedlock, one of whom is your third cousin Zhao Ruxin, who is half a year older than you. Ju took a sip of tea and continued to introduce. Your third uncle is also born out of wedlock, and his biological mother Zheng Lao is still alive. Your third aunt's surname is Su, and she has a son and a daughter. The son is 8 years old, named Zhao Jingning. The daughter is 6 years old, named Zhao Russian. In addition, you have an aunt, who was born to the old lady and married a newly appointed Jinshi at that time. Now your uncle-in-law is a fourth-rank prefect in another place, and your aunt followed him to take up the post. She hasn't been back for a few years. Your younger aunt is a concubine's daughter, married a Jinshi, and lives in the west of the capital. You can see her at home during the holidays. Seeing that Ju seemed to have finished speaking, Sushi stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your advice, Aunt. I remember it all. Sit down. Sit down quickly. We are a family. There is no need for so many formalities." Ju quickly waved her hand and asked her to sit down. Having said so, she became more and more satisfied with Sushi. Chapter 43 Swiping Marquis Mansion. Although they had only been together for less than an hour, her good impression of Sushi had not changed at all, and she even felt that she was better than she had imagined. This girl was generous in her actions and words, knew what was good and what was bad, knew how to advance and retreat, and was smart. She understood everything she and Madame Luan said. It seemed that she was better than the girls, who were carefully educated in the mansion. Ju was usually pampered. She took a carriage to Shirong village early this morning and was a little tired now. After telling Sushi about the situation in the mansion, she closed her eyes and rested. Sushi was in high spirits, but Ju was resting, and the curtains were tightly drawn, so there was no gap to see the scenery outside. So she had to close her eyes. Sushi had already ridden in the village mule carts enough, and thought that the carriage of the Marquis' mansion would be more comfortable. But when she got on the carriage, she knew she was wrong. Although it was better than the mule cart, the comfort was really limited. There was no shock absorption, and once the road was uneven, it would be unbearable. No wonder the ancients preferred to ride horses rather than carriages. Fortunately, it was only 10 miles away, and the carriage stopped in a wide street in less than half an hour. Ju had opened her eyes when the carriage entered the city. At this time, Nani Ruan helped her down first, and then turned back to help Sushi, smiling and saying, "Miss, this is our Swiping Marquis Mansion." Sushi got off the carriage and looked at the gate of Swiping Marquis Mansion. Swiping Marquis Mansion was a mansion that was downgraded to a Marquis Mansion. The Emperor was so kind that he did not let them move. They still lived in the original mansion, but just changed the door plaque and removed or changed the things that did not conform to the regulations. Therefore, the location of Swiping Marquis Mansion is very good. It is on a street not far from the inner city. The alley is also very spacious, which can accommodate 2 carriages side by side. The vermilion gate and the stone lions in front of it were both very impressive. Matching them were the long and tall walls on both sides. "Madam." The 2 men guarding the gate hurried forward to pay their respects when they saw Ju. Ju pointed at Sushi and said, "This is the 5th young lady who was newly brought back to the mansion. Look carefully. In the future, when young ladies come in and out, they must not bump into them." The 2 men quickly raised their heads to look at Sushi, then lowered their heads and replied, "We obey your orders." Shu ignored them and led Sushi straight in. After passing the screen wall, there was a large courtyard. "This is the main hall of the outer courtyard," Shu introduced. "Your uncle, father, uncle, and several brothers who study. All have study rooms here. Your brothers also study and practice martial arts here. Sometimes when male guests come, they are also arranged to live in the courtyard here. When the Duke was alive, many guests lived in the courtyard of the outer courtyard. But now none of the men in the mansion have a promising future, and the money is tight. In addition to the study room set up by several masters and young masters, there are only 3 teachers and 2 masters who teach them martial arts." Looking at this huge plot of land, Sushi was really envious. In modern times, she worked very hard, helping professors with projects while also taking on some design work. Plus the money her parents left her, She was able to buy a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house in a second-tier city, less than 70 square meters. She had visited her work with a friend who was a garden designer, seeing the 3.5-story villa plus a 200 square meter yard. The indoor and outdoor designs were comfortable and exquisite, and she regarded such a villa as her ultimate goal. Compared with the current mansion, such a villa is simply a world apart. There are 7 or 8 such small villa-like courtyards, not to mention the inner courtyard. Sushi felt ashamed of the smallness of his goal. However, considering that the land was vast and the population was sparse in ancient times, even if this is the capital, the land should be cheaper and easier to get than the land in modern first and second-tier cities. So she secretly set a small goal for himself, to buy a few courtyards with his own ability. It doesn't need to be so big. A 2 or 3 yards will do. Even if you don't live there yourself, it's good to rent it out. This promising career of the landlady is still worth doing. As for a house like the Marquis' mansion, Sushi didn't dare to think about it. Ancient architecture has regulations, and people of different status live in different houses. If you are not a king, a general or a minister, even if you have money, you can't build such a house. The two of them walked through the corridor and walked for another cup of tea before they arrived at the Chuehua gate. The gatekeeper here has been replaced by a maid. When they saw Ju, they also bowed very respectfully. Ju introduced Sushi to them again. Madam, the first lady has returned with the fifth lady. In the main hall, the maid ran to report. Finally here. Third Madame Su smiled. As she spoke, she glanced meaningfully away. Everyone looked out the door. Because she agreed to return to the Marquis' mansion yesterday. The women in the back house gathered in the main hall again today. They were very curious about what the fifth lady, who was very arrogant and difficult to invite, looked like, and they wanted to stick their heads out to look outside. Only Wei and Zhao Ryu from the second house seemed calmer than anyone else. But their hands holding the handkerchiefs revealed their inner unrest. Chapter 44, Headdress. The old lady said, "You little ones, go and welcome your sister." Everyone in the room was moved when they heard this, and they were thinking about something. The Marquis' mansion sent several groups of people to pick him up, but she kept refusing and was unwilling to go back to the Marquis' mansion. Everyone was looking forward to watching the show. They thought that even if she was finally taken back to the Marquis' mansion, he would definitely be disliked by the old lady, and his life in the future would be difficult. But looking at the situation now, it doesn't seem like that. Asking people to greet them is to give face to Sushi. Zhao Ryu frowned. This situation is more and more different from the previous life. In the previous life, the old lady didn't give Sushi such a big face. Not to mention the greeting. Even the people were not gathered. Several young masters were not there. Only Wei, Su and the young girls were present. They met briefly and then left. Sushi's tricks did not disgust the old lady, but made her take it seriously. She lowered her eyelids and twisted her handkerchief. Seeing that she did not move, Zhao Rurue quickly pulled her up and walked out of the line, and responded with everyone. Yes, Grandma. Although I am older than my younger sister, I am extremely happy to have another younger sister. I will go with my younger sisters to welcome her. Zhao Rurue said. Yes, for sister has spoken my mind. Zhao Ruxin from the eldest room quickly agreed. The children in the room, except Zhao Ruxin and Zhao Rurue, and the eldest son Zhao Jingli, who is half an hour older than Sushi, are either the same age as Sushi or younger than her. Although the old lady meant to follow the order of seniority, and only asked the younger brothers and sisters to go to welcome her. Zhao Ruxin and Zhao Rurue were both illegitimate children, so they dared not act arrogantly and sit here without moving. Didn't the eldest young master Zhao Jing stand up? Did the second young master Zhao Jing'an stand up? Zhao Jing was only half an hour older than Sushi, and Zhao Jing'an was half a cup of tea older than Sushi. But they were both brothers. Go. Go. The old lady was naturally happy for the brothers and sisters to cultivate their feelings, and waved her hand with a smile. So the 9 children of Swaping Marquis' mansion went out to welcome Sushi. After leaving the hall, Zhao Rurue, who deliberately slowed down her pace, whispered to Zhao Ryu, Sister, it's okay. Didn't the old lady invite you to dinner last night? The old lady asked us to go and meet her, but it was just to show respect for elders and younger brothers. Don't think too much. Zhao Ryu frowned again and said to Zhao Rurue lightly, I didn't think too much. As she said that, she took back Zhao Rurue's hand and took 2 quick steps to catch up with Zhao Ruxin. Zhao Rui's smile froze on her face. In the past, even though Zhao Rui was a legitimate daughter, she was kind and never looked down on her sister because of her status, and because of Wei's harsh treatment. The two sisters sympathized with each other, so the relationship between the two sisters has always been good. But for some reason, Zhao Rui became very cold to her a few days ago. Did she do something wrong? Zhao Rui was very confused. The group went down the steps and just arrived at the main courtyard gate. They met Zhu and Su Shi coming in. Zhu briefly introduced both parties, and led Su Shi straight to the main hall. Mother, I brought Miss Shi back. As soon as Zhu entered the door, she patted Su Shi and smiled at Madame Ho. She turned her head and looked at Su Shi. Sister Shi, this is Grandma. A maid had already put the brocade cushion up. Su Shi sighed, succumbed to the feudal ethics, and kowtowed to the old lady. Zhu was afraid that she would be ignorant of etiquette and make a fool of herself when they met, making everyone in the mansion laugh at her. Therefore, she reminded her in the carriage to kowtow to the old lady when she entered the house. And as for others, they could just do the blessing ceremony. The old lady personally stepped forward and helped Su Shi up. Good child. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. She didn't know whether she was really excited or just pretending. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief, so everyone else in the room pretended to wipe their tears. Su Shi. Should she cry too? But she couldn't squeeze out any tears. What should she do? Fortunately, the old lady didn't get too sentimental. She raised her hand to the side, signaled the maid to open the brocade box in her hand, and smiled at Su Shi. This is a gift from your grandmother. Su Shi took a look at the box, and saw a set of golden-laid jade headpieces inside. Not to mention the gold. The jade on it was crystal clear, and the texture was better than the jade hairpin that Zhu gave her to wear on her head. The whole set of head ornaments has more than 10 pieces, which are obviously worth a lot of money. This shows the former wealth of Swaping Marquis Mansion. Even if it is not good now, it can still take out such good things. When the other people in the room saw this set of head ornaments, their faces changed, and their eyes looking at Su Shi became more complicated. The good things of Swaping Marquis Mansion were pawned, sold, and given away one by one. Everyone knows that even the old lady and the first lady don't have many good things in their hands. But the old lady was willing to give such a good thing to Su Shi, which shows how much she values this newly adopted granddaughter. But their eyes swept back and forth between the first and second wives. Even though Su Shi had been living outside and suffered a lot, he was still a member of the second wife. The second master was born out of wedlock and had no blood relationship with the old lady, so he would be separated in the future. Such a good thing should have been left to the first wife. Now that it was given to Su Shi, wouldn't the first wife have any objections? Chapter 45 Surprise. But the first lady had a smile on her face, and her eyes towards Su Shi were quite kind, without any sign of unhappiness. On the contrary, the second lady looked surprised, and her eyes towards Su Shi became very unfriendly. These two people seemed to be reversed. I gave this headdress to Sister Shi. Firstly, because she suffered a lot outside. Secondly, it was also because this child worked hard and was admitted to the Women's Academy in Baining County. Although the academy is in the county, you can still learn some skills. Maybe next year, Shijie will be able to study at the Beijing Women's Academy. She is out and about, representing our Marquis Mansion. She must not dress too poorly. This remark surprised everyone again. The most surprised person was Zhao Rui. Ever since she followed Zhao Ruxin to the gate of the courtyard and saw Su Shiqi, she began to doubt her life. Although it was a matter of her previous life, she still remembered that when Su Shi was taken back to the Marquis Mansion, she did not change her clothes at all. She wore the half-new and half-old fine cloth dress she wore at the Su family, with only a silver hairpin on her head. And her clothes were so poor that they were not even as good as the third-class maids in the mansion. What made people look down on her most was not only her clothes, but also her behavior. No matter what time, she lowered her head, tightly holding a handkerchief in her hand, trembling, as if she was not in the Marquis' mansion, not meeting relatives, but a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. And she spoke in a low voice, like a mosquito's buzz. The attitude of the old lady and the first lady was naturally not like this. Not only did the first lady not go to pick her up in person, but the second lady did not go in person either. The old lady liked a straightforward temperament. Seeing that the person she picked up was so coy and not presentable, she was not happy either. She just gave her a pair of jade bracelets of ordinary quality and sent her away. The people in the Marquis mansion are the best at flattering the superior and putting down the inferior. The old lady is like this. So naturally the others are the same. They all gave her some worthless gifts to send her off. And their attitude towards her was also indifferent and not warm. The third wife, Sue, who was at odds with the Wei family, also made a few sarcastic remarks about Su Shi, which made Su Shi even more ashamed. But now Su Shi, who was taken back, not only wore a well-made new dress, but also had valuable jewelry on her head and hands. She was also generous, neither humble nor arrogant, and no one could find fault with her. This was not the most surprising thing for Zhao Ruyu. What surprised her was that Su Shi actually got admitted to the women's academy. This had never happened in her previous life. Not only her, but all the girls in the Marquis mansion. None of them could get admitted to the women's academy. Could it be that Su Shi was really reborn like her? It was one thing to guess it last night, but now that it was confirmed, Zhao Ruyu still felt cold all over. Although she did not do anything specifically against Su Shi in her previous life, her excellence and all her glory made Su Shi's incompetence and bleakness stand out. The two people are like a control group. So if Su Shi starts over again, will he swear to step on her in this life? Zhao Ruyu's mind is in a state of confusion. On the other side, the old lady took Su Shi's hand and said, "Sisters of your generation are all from the generation of Ru. She is a good word. From now on, you will be called Zhao Rushi. Among all the sisters, you are the fifth." In the plot, Su Shi also changed her name to Zhao Rushi after entering the mansion. Su Shi thought that the name was just a symbol and didn't care about it, since she was willing to return to the Marquis mansion. She also made plans to change her name to Zhao Rushi. However, her household registration was still in the Su family's account, and the name written on the household registration was still Su Shi. The three words Zhao Rushi were probably only called by the people in the Marquis mansion occasionally. Besides, if she was unhappy here and left directly, she would still be Su Shi. And because of the household registration, the Marquis mansion would not be able to do anything to her. The old lady's words were just for listening, and there was no need to take them too seriously. She bowed to the old lady. "Thank you for the name." Then, led by Nani Ruan, Su Shi greeted the elders in the room one by one. The gifts given by the old lady of the Marquis were a weather vane. If the gift she gave was expensive, then the gifts from others would also be expensive. Vice versa. So, after squatting and performing a few greetings, Su Shi received several valuable jewelry and items. The things that Ju asked Nani Ruan to wear for Su Shi were considered to be given to her by the Marquis mansion. She herself gave a set of jewelry with large golden-laid pearl clusters. The number of pieces was naturally not as many as the old lady's. Just a pair of bracelets, a hairpin, a pearl flower, and a pair of earrings. The beads on it were not small. Su Shi had no impression of the luxury goods in this world. But according to her estimation, the price of these jewelry was not cheap. The news that the old lady and Ju were going to give Su Shi a meeting gift was not concealed. The maids in each room had inquired in advance. They all gave such generous gifts. So Wei, as a mother, naturally had to pay out good things. She gave a golden-laid jade dragon-shaped folded silk-inlaid jeweled coral pendant necklace, the price of which was comparable to Ju's. Su's family background was not good. She was the daughter of a merchant, but she had no shortage of money. However, as an aunt, no matter how much money she had, she couldn't go beyond the first few, and there was no need. So she only gave a pair of jade bracelets and a jade hairpin. The quality was good, but the value was lower than Zhu and Wei. Chapter 46 Twin Brothers. You brothers and sisters don't need to give gifts to each other. In the future, when you live together in the mansion, there will be many opportunities to give gifts to each other, so there is no need to rush. The old lady spoke again. Everyone could understand. Su Shi had just returned from the countryside and had nothing on hand. If she wanted to give gifts to her brothers and sisters, there was no way, and she would be embarrassed at that time. The old lady was helping her out. Everyone felt that the old lady valued the newly brought back fifth girl more and more. Originally, there was a difference between men and women, and the young master should have greeted the old master separately. But Zhao Jingli, the oldest boy of the young master generation, had just turned 14 and had not yet married. The women in the room were either the boys' mothers, or their aunts, sisters, and other blood relatives. There was no one among the same generation who needed to be avoided, such as the sister-in-law and brother-in-law. So the old lady gave the order to call them all into the room to meet together. And this was something that had never happened in the previous life. This is the prince of the mansion. And also your eldest cousin Zhao Jingli. Madame Ruan pointed to a young man and introduced him. Su Shi smiled and nodded, bowed his head and said, "Big brother." Zhao Jingli was tall and thin, with delicate features and gentle manners. He smiled warmly at Su Shi and bowed in return. "Fifth sister. This is the second young master. Your brother Zhao Jingdan. He is only half an hour older than you." Madame Ruan introduced a boy sitting next to Zhao Jingli. When Su Shi heard that this was the twin brother, he could not help but look at him carefully, and met Zhao Jingdan's curious eyes. Zhao Jingdan is different from Zhao Jingli, who is handsome and elegant. He probably hasn't started to grow yet. He is still a fat boy. Not only is he half a head shorter than Zhao Jingli, but Su Shi is also much taller than him. I don't know if it's because he is too fat and his facial features are squeezed, or if he just looks like this. His eyes are small, and his nose is not straight enough. At first glance, his appearance is not very outstanding. Fortunately, he is a noble son raised in a marquis's mansion, and his temperament is not bad. "Second brother." Su Shi bowed. "Are you my twin sister?" Zhao Jingdan asked. "Why don't we look alike?" Then he looked at Su Shi, who was half a head taller than him, with a look of despair. It would have been fine if Zhao Jingli, who was the same age as him, was tall and thin, because his uncle was taller than his father. But he finally got a twin sister. But she was also tall and thin, and he was a short and fat man. How could he live like this? "Brethren, stop talking nonsense. There are people in the room waiting to greet your sister." Wei spoke up immediately. Zhao Jingdan looked up at the people in the room, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and quickly bowed to Su Shi and said, "Fifth sister." After the greeting, he turned around and said to his mother, "Why am I talking nonsense? Aren't there twins in the street ahead? They look exactly the same. It's okay that sister Yu doesn't look like me. But why doesn't she look like a real twin sister after I brought her back? The key is that she is actually taller than him." As he said this, he glanced at Zhao Ryu. Zhao Ryu was about the same height as him. Wei was so angry that she shouted, "Shut up. You're the only one who talks too much." Zhao Jingyan pouted and stopped talking. Zhu was always kind to children. Although Zhao Jingyan was Wei's biological son, he was not like his mother. He was a little carefree and a good child. Moreover, he moved out of the inner courtyard when he was 7 years old and stayed with Zhao Jingli all day. The two brothers had a very good relationship because they were born on the same day. Zhu loved Zhao Jingyan because she loved his wife. She smiled and said, "Brethren, you don't know that only twins of the same gender look alike, and twins of different genders don't look alike. You are a boy and your sister is a girl, so naturally they don't look alike." Zhao Jingyan thought about his appearance, touched the small hairs on his lips, and thought about what it would be like if his sister had a face like his, short and fat, with a little stubble on her face. He shuddered and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Aunt, you are right." As he said this, he looked at Su Shi with lingering fear. Sister is still beautiful like this. If she looks like me, she won't be beautiful. What will she do if she can't get married in the future? Men rely on talent, while women can only rely on appearance. Everyone in the room laughed. Wei glared at her son. "You are talking nonsense again. Men and women are different, and legitimate and illegitimate children are different." After taking Su Shi to meet Zhao Jingli and Zhao Jinggan, Nani Ruan took her to Zhao Ruxin and Zhao Ruwei to introduce them to each other. Zhao Ruxin was gentle and amiable, although Zhao Ruwei also smiled brightly. Su Shi saw a trace of disdain and hostility in her eyes. After meeting his elder brother and sister, the remaining brothers and sisters took the initiative to come forward and greet Su Shi according to their age. In this way, Su Shi had almost recognized all the masters of the Marquisate, except for his great-uncle Zhao Yuanxuan and his third uncle Zhao Yuanquan, almost because he had not yet met the concubines in the mansion. They were also half-masters. Chapter 47 Meeting the Uncle. After Su Shi sat down, the eldest lady said to her, "The girls in the mansion are all assigned a Nani, a big maid, 2 little maids and a rough maid." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and 5 servants came forward one after another. "This is Nani Yuan. This is Chi Feng, the Nani in charge, and the big maid in your room. Itsue and Yinjiang are the little maids in your room. This is Yupozi, the rough maid in your courtyard." Everyone the eldest lady called saluted to Su Shi one by one. Everyone in the room had different expressions when they saw these servants. Nani Yuan was fine. She was originally a small manager in the sewing room. But Qi Feng was a second-class maid in the old lady's room. Although she was second-class, she was also easy for the old lady to use and quite capable. As long as one of the 4 big maids got married, she could immediately be promoted to the first-class position. But now the old lady gave her to Su Shi, which shows how much she values Su Shi. Seeing that the eldest lady had assigned a servant to Su Shi, the old lady said, "Let's disperse the others." Li Gur and Ngur accompanied their sister, and took her to the front yard to pay respects to the eldest uncle and the third uncle. Everyone stood up. But Zhu said, "Second sister-in-law, Shi Jier will come from the front yard later, and you have to take her back. Wait for her for a while." She also said to Zhao Rurui and Zhao Ryu, Ryu accompany your mother. Your sister-in-law is right. You wait for her to go back together." The old lady also said, "Su Shi is from the second house, Wei's biological daughter. Zhu took so much trouble to bring her back from the countryside. She can't send her to the second house again in a while. And Wei, as a biological mother, will not care about anything. Right? Besides, the second house has a second master Zhao Yuan Liang. Whether he is there or not, Zhu sure should not set foot there. As for letting only Madame Ruan to send him there, that is not good either. It is too disrespectful. In any case, it is reasonable that Wei Shi should take him back." Wei Shi, who was about to leave, stopped, glanced at Su Shi, turned around and said to the old lady, "Yes, old lady." Zhao Jingli waited for the children to stand there motionless, and waited until the elders left the main hall, and then said goodbye to the old lady one by one, and left in order of seniority. Zhao Jingli is calm, but Zhao Jinan is lively. He is probably curious about his twin sister. He kept chattering on the way to the front yard, "Sister, what kind of life did you lead? Were they good to you? Did you suffer from hunger and cold?" Su Shi felt warm in her heart. "This brother is good." She smiled and said, "No. They are very good to me. I am the only child of my adoptive parents, and they love me very much. We lived a decent life, and we had no problem with food and clothing." Zhao Jinan breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "I heard that it is very difficult to pass the entrance exam to the Women's Academy. Many people are trying their best to get in. How did you get in?" Su Shi blinked. "I just took the exam and got in. It was very easy." Student scum Zhao Jin gone. "If you don't pretend, we can still talk properly." Perhaps a servant went to report. And when the few people entered the main hall of the front yard, the 3 brothers Zhao Yuanxuan were already sitting there. When Zhao Yuanliang saw Su Shi coming in, he stood up and said with a smile, "Sister, she is back? Come, let me introduce you to your uncle." He pointed to the middle-aged man sitting at the top and said, "This is your uncle." Because Zhu had said that Su Shi looked like Zhao Yuanxuan, Su Shi took the opportunity to look at Zhao Yuanxuan curiously. As expected, they found that they looked alike in both face shape and eyes, especially the eyes, which were bright and bright, which no one else had. Moreover, although Zhao Yuanxuan was thin, he was tall and straight, and her tall and straight body was somewhat similar to him. "I heard that you were admitted to the Women's Academy." Zhao Yuanxuan's voice was a little low and hoarse, but he looked at Su Shi with a kind and gentle expression. It was just a fluke. Su Shi lowered his head and said. Zhao Jing'an next to him curled his lips. "My sister didn't say that just now. It shows that you are a smart child." Zhao Yuanxuan raised his hand. A maid next to him brought up a box. The box was opened, and it was a set of 4 treasures of the study. Su Shi didn't understand these things, but from the exquisiteness of them, it can be seen that this set of 4 treasures of the study seems to be worth a lot of money. I won this set of 4 treasures of the study by writing poems at a literary gathering. Although it is not very precious, it is of great significance. I give it to you in the hope that you will succeed in your studies in the academy and make progress every day. Thank you, uncle. Su Shi bowed. Qi Feng hurried forward, took the box from the maid, and returned to hand it to Dianjiang. Su Shi didn't need Zhao Yuanliang to say anything else, and bowed to him directly, sheer grief's daddy. Zhao Yuanliang didn't need the servants to do anything, and took a brocade box from the servants behind and handed it to Su Shi. "Dad has nothing to give you. This is a jade ornament. You can play with it." Since he didn't open it, Su Shi couldn't check it in front of him. So he took the box and handed it to Qi Feng, and bowed again to thank him. This is your third uncle. Zhao Yuanliang pointed at Zhao Yuanquan and introduced him. Chapter 48 Zhao Yuanquan. Among the three brothers of the Zhao family, Marquis Zhao Yuanquan is tall and thin, with a sickly face, and looks like a sickly person. Zhao Yuanliang is thinner in comparison. Neither of them looks like a descendant of a general. Only the third master Zhao Yuanquan is very tall and looks very strong. His expression is very serious. He just nodded slightly to Su Shi and said, "I'm glad you're back." He raised his hand to signal, and a woman also brought up a box and opened it for everyone to see. Inside was a pair of jade paperweights, which looked very good in terms of texture and carving. In this way, Su Shi had met all the proper masters of the Marquis mansion. Zhao Yuanliang said, "Have you arranged your accommodation? Is there anyone to accompany you there?" As he said this, he raised his eyes and looked into the house. Nani Ruan, who had been following silently behind him, hurried forward and saluted, "Second master." The old lady and the first lady sent this old servant to take the fifth lady back. The second lady, the fourth lady, and the sixth lady are also waiting to accompany the fifth lady back to the second room. Zhao Yuanliang was relieved and nodded. "That's good." Su Shi bowed tactfully. "In this case, Sheer will take her leave. Go ahead." When Zhao Jingli and Zhao Jingyan saw Su Shi go out, they hurriedly followed her out and sent her to the gate of the courtyard before returning. On the way back, Nani Ruan smiled and said, "Fifth Miss has also seen that the masters in the mansion, whether they are the old lady, the master, the lady, or the young master and the young lady, are all very good people and have harmonious relationships. When they see the young lady, they only care and love her." "Yes. Thank you Nani Ruan for your advice," Su Shi responded, but he didn't agree in his heart. Although the novel doesn't focus much on the relationship in the Marquis mansion, it is occasionally mentioned. The Marquis mansion seems harmonious, but there are many contradictions inside. It is mentioned in the plot that Marquis Zhao Yuanquan was not born so weak, but was harmed by the Duke's concubine. Therefore, the old lady's attitude towards the illegitimate son is not good. Not only does she not help him in his future, but she also tries to suppress him from time to time, for fear that if they have a promising future, the Marquis mansion will change. Zhao Yuanliang was fine. He was incompetent and not ambitious, so he could not cause much trouble. But Zhao Yuanquan was a very ambitious and capable person. He wanted to excel in the martial arts examination, but because of the suppression of his stepmother, he had to live in the Marquis' mansion and lead a mediocre life, which he was very unwilling to accept. The catastrophe in the Marquis' mansion was caused by him. Zhao Yuanquan only married his wife Su, and did not take a concubine. Su seemed weak and incompetent, but in fact she was also a scheming person. Although the novel does not mention what bad things she did, the heroine Zhao Ryu has a very bad impression of her. This kind of mansion with complicated relationships and everyone harboring ulterior motives. But Nani Ruan said that the relationship was harmonious, which was a joke in Su Shi's eyes. Not long after the two of them walked, they saw Wei's maid Lucci. Fifth Miss, Madam, Fourth Miss, and Sixth Miss are waiting in the pavilion in front. "I'm worried that the young lady has gone astray, so I asked the maid to wait for you here." Lucci smiled. Seeing this, Nani Ruan stopped and said to Su Shi, "Since the second lady is waiting for the young lady here, then I will go back to report to the old lady and the first lady." "Thank you, Madam Ruan. You've worked hard." Su Shi had traveled abroad many times in his previous life, and he followed the local customs and had the habit of giving tips. Madam Ruan had been running around these days, and had worked very hard. She was quite respectful to Su Shi, so Su Shi felt that she should give her a tip now. But she had received a lot of gifts just now, but she didn't receive any silver or copper coins. She was short of money, so she could only pretend that nothing had happened. Madam Ruan returned to the main courtyard, and Su Shi followed Lucci to the pavilion. Why did it take so long? When Wei saw Su Shi, she frowned and complained, and didn't ask her to sit down. She slowly finished the snacks in her hand, drank a cup of tea, and then got up and went to the second room. That's right. In just a short while, Wei got some snacks and tea from somewhere, and sat by the lake in the cool breeze, drinking tea and eating snacks, and complaining after finishing. Su Shi remained silent. It was a hot day, and she was also hot from walking, so it was a good opportunity to stand here and rest for a while. When Wei finished eating and stood up, she followed behind leisurely. looking relaxed and contented. On the other hand, Zhao Rurui and Zhao Ryu, probably because of Wei's low mood, both hung their heads and said nothing, looking timid and bullied. Seeing Wei and Su Shi leave one after another, the two stood up and followed behind. Wei didn't know if there was a ghost behind her. She walked very fast with a maid, and Li Ma and Lu Qi followed closely. Su Shi was too lazy to chase her, just followed at her own pace. The 5 servants assigned to her naturally followed her. Zhao Rurui didn't want to pay attention to Zhao Ryu, but seeing this situation, she couldn't help but pull Zhao Ryu's sleeve, signaling her to look ahead, and asked with her eyes whether she wanted to chase Wei. Zhao Ryu ignored her, took 2 steps forward, and spoke to Su Shi's sister. Why did you want to take the exam for the Women's Academy? I also want to take the exam, but I heard it's very difficult. None of the sisters around me can get into the academy. Chapter 49, Taking the Opportunity to Cause Trouble. Although Su Shi didn't know that Zhao Ryu was reborn, she was the heroine, with her own halo. As a cannon fodder, she would be crushed into scum by the heroine's halo. Stay away from the heroine and cherish life, which is Su Shi's first priority when she travels through the book. Because of this, she will not stay in this marquee mansion for long. She is even more highly guarded against Zhao Ryu. Su's second uncle is a peddler. He often goes to the capital and the county. He heard that the Women's Academy is very good, and those who can go there to study are very promising after they come out. So he thought of sending me and my cousin Su Shui to the Women's Academy to study. He signed us up long before Nanny Ruan went to Shirong village. Su Shi smiled. We have always heard people say that it is difficult to pass. But it is not difficult. It is just a rumor. Right? Su Shui and I both passed the exam the first time we took it. It is really not difficult. She is not pretending. She is telling the truth. How is this possible? Zhao Ryu was so surprised that she couldn't even hold back her voice, causing Wei, who had slowed down her pace at some point and was walking in front of them, to stop and turn around to scold the two of them. Why are you so surprised? Don't you know that I can't stand being scared? I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't mean it. Zhao Ryu quickly bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Wei glanced at Su Shi with a bad look, frowned and said to her, You were in Shirong village before. It was a remote place with no one to teach you. Now that you are back home, you should learn the rules from the nanny. Just like just now. I walked fast. You had to keep up no matter what. Do you want me, as an elder, to stop and wait for you? She called out, Madam Li, the old servant is here. You should stay with the 5th lady for a while and correct her words and deeds. Don't go out and let people laugh at our mansion and the second house for having no rules. Yes, Wei said to Nanny Yuan and Qi Feng and others, now that you are with the 5th lady, you will be considered servants of the second house in the future. If you enter the second house, you must abide by the rules of the second house. As a mother, I have to discipline my daughter. I think Nanny Yuan and Miss Qi Feng will not interfere. Right? Nanny Yuan and Qi Feng were very unhappy, but Wei's words were irrefutable. The two could only bow their heads and say, Yes. Su Shi felt that Wei was a lunatic. She did not intend to live under Wei's jurisdiction when she returned to the Marquis mansion. She was looking for an opportunity to have a conflict with Wei so that she could take the opportunity to leave the small circle of the second house. She knew that Wei had the final say in the second house. And even Zhao Yuan Yang tried not to conflict with her, and in the big circle of the Marquis mansion. Seeing that Wei's father's official position was gradually rising and Wei had a son, as long as she did not do too much, the old lady and the first lady would turn a blind eye. This also cultivated Wei's increasingly domineering character. Wei had no love for her at all, but was full of hatred, and she didn't want her to return to the mansion. As long as she showed a little disobedience, Wei would take the opportunity to punish her to vent her dissatisfaction. But she didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. She was happy in her heart, but her face showed an impatient look. Don't bother, Li Ma. I will go to the academy tomorrow. You are not allowed to bring servants to the academy. Furthermore, the female teachers in the academy all come from famous families, are well known and highly respected. The young ladies of the royal nobles were all taught by them. With their careful teaching, I don't think I need to trouble Li Mama. As she said this, she glanced at Li Mama, although there was no contempt on her face, and there was no emotion in her eyes. Just a simple glance. But in the eyes of Wei and Li Mama, who were particularly sensitive in this regard, her glance was full of disgust. Although Wei's father was a 4th-rank official, It is undeniable that he came from a poor family. Wei's mother also came from a poor family. Before marrying into the Marquis' mansion, Wei's family was so poor that there were only a few servants, and they lived in a rented 2-story courtyard. Wei was not eligible to attend the various flower viewing banquets held by the upper class in the capital every year. As for the rules of the family, neither Wei herself nor her parents had ever paid attention to this stuff. After Wei married into the Marquis' mansion, it was the Marquis' old lady who sent a nanny to teach her. And then she looked like a decent person. Li Ma is even more so. She was a poor woman before and after her marriage. If her family was not so poor that they could not afford to eat, she could not sell herself as a slave and work as a wet nurse in the home of the Wei family's minor official, even though she followed Wei into the Marquis' mansion later. Some things are deeply rooted, and the habits from childhood are engraved in the bones, which are difficult to change after adulthood. After entering the Marquis' mansion, the master and servant were often laughed at for being unruly. Zhao Ryu was shocked to see that Su Shi, who was submissive in her previous life, dared to speak to Wei like this, and stared at Su Shi with wide eyes. Is this person really Su Shi? You, how dare you talk to me like this? Wei was so angry that she was shaking all over. For many years, no one dared to talk to her like this, and even exposed her past and scars. It was simply unreasonable. She pointed at Su Shi and shouted loudly, "Come here. Slap her in the face for me." Chapter 50. Who is stupid? Luqi and Lucio, who followed behind Wei, stepped forward immediately. Madame Li was also furious. She rolled up her sleeves and said to the two maids, "You hold her down. I will slap her." If she didn't see the situation clearly, she would not dare to do so. Instead, she would persuade both parties and mediate. After all, this is Wei's biological daughter. When Wei thinks about it and feels sorry for her, she will definitely blame her for hitting Su Shi. But Madame Li saw Wei's attitude towards Su Shi clearly. Wei was very displeased with this daughter, and wished she would not be taken back. Moreover, based on her understanding of Wei, Wei was very reluctant to let Su Shi go to that women's academy. Wei herself was illiterate, and did not like those talented girls, thinking that these people were frivolous because of their talent. Didn't you see that since Zhao Ryu had flattered the old lady and the first lady, and worked hard to learn music, chess, calligraphy and painting with their support, she pretended to obey but secretly disobeyed, and Wei became more and more disgusted with her. So if she slapped Su Shi a few more times, making half of her face swollen and unable to enter school tomorrow, Wei would not only not be angry, but would reward her handsomely. Thinking of this, the evil factor in Li Ma's body became excited, just waiting for the two maids to hold Su Shi so that she could slap her fair and tender face. Yuan Ma and Qin Feng naturally wanted to protect their master at this time, and hurried forward to stop the two maids and Li Ma. Yuan Ma advised, "Madam, please talk nicely. The girl is ignorant. You can teach her with words. How can you hit her? Isn't it? The fifth miss just returned home today, and the old lady and the first lady think highly of her. She hasn't even entered the courtyard yet, and the second lady wants to beat her. What do the old lady and the first lady think? Please forgive the fifth miss this time." Second lady, Qin Feng also said, "As a mother, can I not discipline my daughter? You two just promised me not to interfere in this matter." Wei snorted coldly, turned to look at Su Shi, and her expression was somewhat relaxed. It would be difficult to explain to the old lady and the first lady if Su Shi was beaten. Su Shi didn't want the conflict she had finally started to be ruined by Nani Yuan and Qin Feng. She acted like she was heartbroken by her own mother, and shouted with a rebellious face, "Let her beat me. Let her beat me. There is such a mother in the world. It's really an eye-opener." Wei was furious and shouted at Nani Li, "What are you still standing there for? Slap me in the face." She also shouted at Nani Yuan and Qin Feng, "Whoever dares to stop me from teaching my daughter will be beaten together." Wei's two maids and Nani Li came forward again, and their attitude was much tougher than the first time. Nani Yuan and Qin Feng listened to Wei's words, but they did not give in at all. They were sent by the old lady to serve Su Shi, so they were all sensible people. In the backyard of the Marquis' mansion, the old lady was the most important, and the eldest lady was the second. It was not Wei's turn to make the decision. If they let Su Shi be beaten by Wei at this moment, they would definitely not have a good result in the future. So even if they suffered, they had to protect Su Shi. Yu Posey and the two little maids were also smart. Seeing that Nani Yuan and Qin Feng were determined to protect Su Shi, they hurried forward and joined the battle. The scene suddenly became a mess. Su Shi was very relieved. She provoked the incident, although it was to get out of Wei's control. But on the other hand, wasn't it to test the servants given to her by the old lady? If these servants stood on the side of Wei, or stood by and watched, and did not regard her as the real master, then such servants could get out. Keeping them around is no less than placing a few time bombs. Now it seems that these people have performed well, and the first level has been passed. As for temperament, we need to observe slowly. Some people are loyal to their masters, but if they are talkative, have no sense of responsibility, or like to point fingers and think they are a piece of cake, then they are not acceptable. In Su Shi's view, the master-servant relationship in ancient times is equivalent to the modern superior-subordinate relationship. If she wants to get along well in ancient times, she must have capable, loyal and compatible subordinates to assist her. Nani Li and 2 maids together have a total of 3 people, so they are naturally no match for the 5 people on Su Shi's side. Wei looked at Su Shi standing there calmly, and her nose was almost crooked with anger. This was a complete challenge to her authority. If she couldn't beat Su Shi today, she would be a joke in the mansion in the future. Go and call Zhangpa and the others. She pointed at Fu Shu, who was standing behind Zhao Ruyu, and gritted her teeth. I must teach these people a lesson today. She also ordered Zhao Ruyu his maid. Go up and help. Fu Shu hesitated and looked at Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu nodded slightly at her. Between Wei and Su Shi, Zhao Ruyu naturally stood on Wei's side. It's not that she has any feelings for Wei, but it's out of consideration for interests. She is not a member of the Zhao family. If she wants to stay in the Marquis mansion, she can't disobey Wei. What's more, her marriage is also in the hands of Wei, although she can get a marriage with Ping and Marquis mansion by her own ability. If Wei is determined to sabotage and strongly opposes it, this marriage will not be successful. The daughter is determined to marry a man even if she disobeys her mother. This kind of reputation of unfilial and wanting a man is simply unbearable. Not only does Swaping Marquis mansion not allow such a reputation to spread, Pingnan Marquis mansion is also impossible to marry such a woman. In her opinion, Su Shi in this life seems strong and smart, but in fact, he is stupider than in the previous life. Chapter 51 let the conflict be more intense. Seeing Fu Shu calling for help with Zhao Ruyu's acquiescence, Su Shi sneered in her heart. She would not foolishly wait here for Wei to call for help. If she didn't go back to the main courtyard to cry to the old lady now, when would she? She turned around and was about to leave when she heard a man's voice behind her. Stop! What are you doing? Recognizing that it was Zhao Yuanliang's voice, several people who were pushing and shoving stopped and turned around to see Zhao Yuanliang walking towards them with big strides, his face full of anger. When Wei Shi first married into the Marquis' mansion, she also humbled herself in front of Zhao Yuanliang. But later, Father Wei's official position became higher and higher, while the Marquis' mansion was on the decline. As one thing went up, the other went down, and Zhao Yuanliang was incompetent. She looked down on her husband more and more. She raised her chin and said to Zhao Yuanliang arrogantly, "It's better for my husband not to interfere in the affairs of the harem." Is this a matter of the harem? You want to hit my daughter? Zhao Yuanliang pointed at Su Shi. His face flushed with anger. You lost sister Shi. Now that we finally found her and brought her back to the mansion, you treat her like this? Do you have a heart? Are you really her biological mother? Zhao Yuanliang's words made Wei Shi jump up, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Who do you say is not her biological mother? I am not you. I have to teach her because I am her biological mother. Otherwise, who would care about her life or death? How can you teach her like this? You always shout for fighting and killing. Why don't you fight Ngur? Can she compare with Ngur? Su Shi saw that the couple was arguing with each other, shook his head, and turned to walk back the way he came. In the novel, Zhao Yuanliang had a fatherly heart for his daughter. After the original owner returned to the Marquis' mansion, the old lady and the first lady ignored her because she was Wei's daughter, and her words and deeds were not presentable. Wei was even more hypocritical. Only Zhao Yuanliang gave the original owner warmth. But this fatherly heart became a joke in the face of interests. When Wei chose that marriage for the original owner, Zhao Yuanliang also strongly opposed it. But when Wei asked Wei's father to find a good job for Zhao Yuanliang acquiesced to the marriage, which dealt a fatal blow to the original owner. Qi Feng saw Su Shi turn around and left, and went to the main courtyard. He was stunned for a moment, and hurried to follow. Yuan Ma and others also hurried to follow. Zhao Ryu saw that she was not going to the second house, but to the main courtyard. She was stunned and didn't know what to say. Zhao Ruiwei was so shocked that she forgot about her quarrel with Zhao Ryu, and pointed at Su Shi and said to Zhao Ryu, Why? Why did she leave? Besides, why is she walking back? Madame Li wanted to step forward to mediate the quarrel, but when she heard what Zhao Ruiwei said, she turned around and found that Su Shi was walking back. She quickly turned around and called out to Wei, Madam. Wei, who was arguing with Zhao Yuanliang and was very excited, heard the words and followed their gaze. She was immediately very angry and her fingers were shaking. What's wrong with her? Zhao Ryu and Madame Li and other servants did not dare to say anything, and lowered their heads like quails. Look, this is your good daughter. She doesn't know any rules, and we are still here worrying about her. Look at her attitude, Wei said to Zhao Yuanliang with gritted teeth. Zhao Yuanliang looked at Su Shi's back as she walked away, and couldn't speak for a long time. Although Su Shi he saw in Xujia village was more stubborn and spoke harshly, he thought it was because Wei broke Su Shi's heart. So she forced Su Shi to say harsh words. In his opinion, Su Shi grew up in the market and the countryside, and suddenly entered the marquis mansion. The environment was unfamiliar, and it was a wealthy family with strict rules. She must be uneasy and cowardly. Under Wei's dominance, she must have been young, pitiful and helpless, and needed the warmth of her father. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. Su Shi is as tough as ever. Could it be that she has inherited her mother's temper? Wei did not argue with Zhao Yuanliang anymore, and went after Su Shi. The maids and servants also hurried to follow. After hearing Su Shi's call, Nanny Yuan and others followed her closely. At this time, they found that Wei was chasing them, and Qi Feng couldn't help but nervously called out, Miss. Su Shi was listening to the noise behind her. Seeing that Wei was indeed chasing after her, she curled her lips and slowed down her pace. She couldn't let the old lady think that she was rebellious and undisciplined. In the eyes of these people, no matter how excessive Wei was, she, as a daughter, should silently endure it. And this was a filial and obedient child. So this moral high ground must be maintained. She had to make the conflict more intense, so that the old lady and the first lady would think that the reason she wanted to leave the second house was because she was forced to do so, not because of her nature. When necessary, you can use the self-torture strategy. She stopped, turned around, faced the aggressive Wei, shrank her neck timidly, and whispered, Mother. She looked at Zhao Yuanliang pitifully. Zhao Yuanliang saw this, and as a man, his desire to protect made him quickly step forward to protect his daughter. Chapter 52 Go find the old lady. Wei was even more angry, and hurried forward, not callingly Mama, and stretched out her hand to slap Su Shi in the face. Su Shi did not dodge or evade, and let the slap hit her face directly. Wei was so angry that she was very strong, and a red slap mark appeared on Su Shi's white and tender face. Miss. Sheer. Qi Feng and Zhao Yuanliang screamed at the same time. 2 tears burst out of Su Shi's eyes, and she choked to Zhao Yuanliang. You can see that the second lady can't tolerate me at all, so I shouldn't come back. She shook Wei's hand, turned around and walked back the way she came, saying, Since you don't want me, I'll go find the old lady and the first lady. If they don't want me either, I'll go back to the Su family. As she said that, she covered her mouth and nose with her sleeves, sobbed, and walked away with her face covered. Wei didn't care about being shocked or angry, and hurriedly shouted, Stop her. Li Ma also knew that Su Shi couldn't be allowed to see the old lady like this, so she quickly ran forward and stopped in front of Su Shi. You stopped me here? Are you going to beat me to death? Su Shi cried and yelled at Wei, wiped away the non-existent tears with her sleeve, and continued her tragic performance. When I was in the Su family, you didn't want to recognize me, and insisted on recognizing Su Shui as your daughter. Now that I've been taken back, you see that you can't stop me, so you make things difficult for me, and beat me before I even enter the yard. What on earth did I do to dislike you, that you treat me like this? I don't want to stay in this mansion anymore. I want to go back to the Su family. She crying. She pushed Li Mama and trotted forward. Li Mama tried to stop him, but Qi Feng hugged her. Others knew that they were not like Li Mama, who was protected by Wei, so they were just pretending to stop and chase. But after a while, Su Shi ran away. Seeing Qingfeng's behavior, Yuan Mama was a little annoyed by her own caution, and hurried to show her strength, shouting, "Hurry! Don't let the girl get into trouble. If the girl jumps into the lake or something happens, we will be in trouble." As she said that, she started to run after Su Shi. Qing Feng and the other three hurried to catch up. Wei had been living with the old lady for more than 10 years, and she knew the old lady's bottom line best. It was okay for them to quarrel in the second house. But if a group of people followed Su Shi and ran away, and everyone in the mansion knew about it, the matter would become a big deal, which would be a slap in the face of the old lady. The old lady had just given Su Shi a generous gift. She stood there, staring blankly, her chest heaving with anger. But she did not give the order to chase Su Shi again. Zhao Yuanliang turned around and glared at Wei fiercely. "You did a good thing." After saying that, he threw his sleeves and went to the concubine's courtyard, not wanting to care about it anymore. Madam Li looked at Wei. If the old lady knew about this, Wei also felt a little regretful, regretting that she shouldn't be so impatient. If she wanted to deal with Su Shi, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and there was no need to make such a scene now. It was all because the little girl was too perverse and couldn't say a word. She regretted it in her heart, but she pretended to be strong on the surface, sneering and saying, "So what if I know? My daughter is ignorant. And as a mother, what's wrong with me teaching her a few words? No one can stop a mother from beating or scolding a child. After years of being a master and servant, how could Li Ma not understand Wei?" She sighed in her heart and stopped talking. Wei was holding back a breath, and in the blink of an eye she saw Zhao Ryu standing behind her. Her anger was immediately directed at Zhao Ryu. "What are you doing here? Why don't you go and persuade your sister? If she leaves the house, will your wish come true? You are all troublesome. I get annoyed when I see you." Turning to Zhao Rui, she said, "You too." If it were Zhao Ryu before her rebirth, she would still be hurt by Wei's unprovoked scolding. But Zhao Ryu after her rebirth would not do that. She knew very well that Wei was a lunatic. She used to be more restrained, but now she is unbridled and domineering because of her father's promotion and her son. Zhao Yuanliang was so upset that he didn't want to enter her yard. He was either hanging out outside or staying in the concubine's yard. Because of this, Wei Shi made a bigger fuss. It was a vicious cycle, and she became Wei Shi's punching bag. She was beaten and scolded all day long, never stopping. If she hadn't worked hard and won the favor of the old lady and the first lady, Wei Shi would have gone even further. She took 2 steps back, avoiding Wei Shi's finger that was about to point in front of her, and said, "Mother, calm down. I'll go and persuade my sister." Without waiting for Wei Shi to say anything else, she turned around, lifted her skirt and walked away quickly. Zhao Rui was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly chased after her. Fu Shu had just returned with a few servants. Seeing Zhao Ryu running away from a distance, she ordered a few servants to go forward, and she quietly went around the corridor to chase Zhao Ryu. Wei pointed at a little maid and said, "Go to the main courtyard and ask what the old lady said and how to arrange for the 5th girl. Come back and report to me." The little maid agreed and followed her to the main courtyard. Chapter 53 Complaint. Although she had not yet been able to exchange the agility pill and the strength pill with the system, the original owner was in good health, and she had no burden of a ladylike image. She lifted her skirt and ran quickly back to the main road and entered the main courtyard, which scared the gatekeeper, "Auntie, 5th miss?" But she didn't dare to stop her. Su Shi entered the main courtyard and looked around. She saw that Nani Jean and the maid who had stood behind the old lady were now standing in front of the east room. She knew that the old lady should have returned to the east room to rest. She ran straight over, and before Nani Jean and the maid could stop her, she knelt down in front of the east room door. While kneeling, she pinched her thigh hard, and tears came out immediately, thinking of the well-decorated house that she had paid the down payment for but had not yet moved into, and the pile of snacks that she had not yet eaten. She was overwhelmed with grief, and her voice was miserable. Madam, please let me go back to the Su family. I don't want to stay here." "Whoa!" Madame Ruan, who was stunned and had no time to react, hurried forward and wanted to help Su Shi up. "5th miss, what's wrong with you? Get up quickly. If you have anything to say, wait until the old lady wakes up. The old lady is old and doesn't sleep much." She said she was resting, but she was just sitting on a chair with her eyes closed to rest. It had been less than a cup of tea since Su Shi and the others left the main courtyard, and the old lady had just returned to the inner room to sit down. If it was something else, she would just pretend not to know and not bother to pay attention. The servants would handle what they could handle, and would take what they couldn't handle to the eldest lady for disposal. But since it was about sushi, she couldn't just ignore it. This granddaughter was not a worry-free person. In the past, she could not be brought back. Now she finally came home. But she was already asking to go back to Sue's house in less than a cup of tea. If she was ignored, she might sneak back. It would be difficult to bring her back then. And she could guess why she was asking to go back to Sue's house. Except for Wei, the troublemaker. No one could cause such a mess. She sighed and motioned to the maid. Let her in. At this time, Yuan Mama, Chi Feng and others also rushed over. Nanny Jean knew the old lady's temper. Seeing the maid coming out to pass on the message, she told Chi Feng, go in too. Maybe the old lady wants to ask you something. Chi Feng then went into the house with Sushi. The old lady glanced at Sushi and turned to Chi Feng. Tell me everything that happened just now. Chi Feng was a maid from her yard, and she was a good person. At this time, she was the most objective person to tell the story. Chi Feng was impartial and told what happened just now. The old lady rubbed her forehead. It is true that Wei's problem is very big. She has no love for the daughter who has just been brought back. Instead, she finds faults in various ways. But it takes two to tango. Sushi also has a big problem. Which girl has such a strong personality? As long as her mother scolds her, she should just listen carefully. Those who are sweet-mouthed and obedient will make their mother happy and stop being angry. Sushi is good. She is not obedient at all. She doesn't accept any anger. She speaks with thorns and always wants to go back to the Su family. If Sushi failed to pass the entrance exam to the Women's Academy, the old lady would definitely leave her alone. And in the following days, she would have to teach Sushi a lesson, so that she would control her wildness, understand the hierarchy of the elders, and know the rules of the mansion. But she would go to the Women's Academy tomorrow. The old lady was worried that if she scolded Sushi now, she would go to the academy tomorrow and not return to the Marquis Mansion. At that time, could the Marquis Mansion still go to the academy and force her back? So at this time, she could only comfort her with gentle words. Your mother has a bad temper, and she is always like this. But her words do make sense. Ladies of noble families, when they walk, sit, stand, lie down, speak and act, they must be elegant and decent. Otherwise they will be ridiculed. Especially when you are taken back halfway. Others will look at you with a critical eye. So, let the Nani teach you how to speak and how to act, so that you will not be ridiculed when you go to banquets in the future. Your mother is doing this for your own good. As for the female teachers in the academy you mentioned, I think they are more likely to teach talents such as music, chess, calligraphy and painting, even if there are those who teach appearance, speech and behavior. You have learned them in the mansion. Wouldn't it be easier to go to the academy? We have the conditions. Why not use them? Don't you think so? The old lady's tone was very gentle. But she stood on Wei's side and scolded Sushi for being ignorant. Host. The old lady is right. Think about the original plot. Wasn't the original owner ridiculed for his words and deeds? If you don't learn now, will you repeat the same mistakes? The system started yelling in Sushi's mind again. Sushi ignored this stupid system and said to the old lady, I can learn the rules. It's nothing. But I don't want to go to the second room. I feel that the second lady treats me not like her own daughter, but like an enemy. She is deliberately making things difficult for me. If she were to speak kindly to me like you did to me just now, would I be ungrateful? But she is not like that. She is deliberately looking for trouble to make things difficult for me. Old lady, do you think she is really my mother? Could you be mistaken? Where in the world is there such a mother? Is she an enemy? I hope you can check again. Chapter 54 The first step to leave the second house. She lowered her head and lowered her voice. But the old lady could still hear her mumbling. I would rather not have such a mother. I am in the Su family. Although I don't have luxurious clothes and delicious food, my life is peaceful and stable. No one beats or scolds me all day long. If I go back to the Marquis mansion to live like this, I would rather go back to the Su family and be my own country girl. In my opinion, what you eat and what you wear is not important. The most important thing is to live a happy life. This was the truth for Sushi, but it sounded threatening to the old lady. After Sushi mentioned it, She also felt that Wei's attitude was wrong. But now was not the time to talk about it. She took a deep breath and rubbed her eyebrows. How about this? I will arrange for you to stay in the guest house first. As for other things, let me discuss it with the Marquis, the eldest lady, and your father first. How about it? She was not in a hurry. The old lady would not easily do such a thing that cut off the mother-daughter relationship. Even if she did, she would not leave any room for criticism. Even if she was anxious, she couldn't hurry. Now that she could be allowed to stay in the guest house, it was a small victory. She showed a happy look on her face, bowed to the old lady, and said gratefully, "Thank you, old lady." The old lady looked up and said to Daimao, the head maid in her room, "Take the young lady to the chess house to rest." Daimao agreed, took Sushi and Chifeng to leave, and went to the chess house. After Sushi and his group left, the old lady sighed. This is another troublesome person. Madame Jean took something to cover the old lady's knees and advised, "The fifth young lady is older than the sixth young lady. She should have just turned 14. After a month or two of teaching her the rules, the old lady can arrange a marriage for her. Even if she is not worry-free, she will not stay at home for long. Moreover, I think the fifth lady is just straightforward, not unreasonable. As long as you treat her well, she will be grateful." Hearing this, the old lady did not speak. After a while, she sneered and said, "Wei Shi is becoming more and more ignorant of her own weight." She knew that Zhu Shi and I valued Shijier, but she still made a scene, which was obviously a slap in my face. She is testing my limits. Madame Jean did not respond. After a pause, she asked, "What do you plan to do about Miss Shi?" The old lady closed her eyes and thought, "It's good that Miss Shi moved out, so that Wei will not be too weak and think that I dare not offend her." In fact, the old lady was very angry after failing to bring Sushi back several times. I originally planned to teach her a lesson. Wei was not good to her, but as long as she didn't make too much trouble, the old lady planned to turn a blind eye. When Sushi, like Xiaoryu, can't stand Wei's abuse and asks her and Zhu for help, that will be the right time for them to ask Sushi for help. Unfortunately, the plan was well made, but things didn't go according to her plan. Now that things have become like this, of course, it is most important to deal with Wei first and teach Wei a lesson. As for Sushi, there will always be a chance to teach her a lesson. After thinking about it, the old lady made up her mind and told the little maid, "Go and call the Marquis, the second master and the first madam. I have something to say." The old lady has been in charge of the harem for decades, and she knows how to deal with different people. Wei has had a bad temper since she was a child. When she first married in, she was still very humble. But now that her father has become an official, she has become more and more domineering. However, she only made trouble in the second house, facing her mother-in-law Tang and her eldest sister-in-law Zhu. She still did not dare to say or do anything excessive, because she knew that the old lady and the eldest lady were not soft persimmons. Once they were pushed to that point, with their strong personalities, they would never give up, and they would definitely separate the second house at that time. Everyone knows that this family cannot be divided. The reason why the Sweeping Marquis can still be among the aristocratic circles is because of the grandeur supported by this big house and the remaining property. Once the family is divided, the false prosperity that is now supported will collapse. Even if the second and third houses are illegitimate, the house and property must be divided between them when the family is divided. Right? After the family is divided, let's not talk about the second and third houses. Let's just talk about the first house that inherited the title. It lives in a house that is only half the size. There are only 7 or 8 people in the family, 20 or 30 servants, and not many shops and fields. What is the difference between this and those ordinary families in the capital? Which wealthy family would be willing to marry them? The second and third houses are even worse. The children of the second house are now out. At least they are the sons and daughters of the Sweeping Marquis. But after the family is divided, they can only be ordinary people. How can they be called good relatives? In addition, the property they are divided into is not much, and they still want to live a luxurious life at that time. That is impossible. At the beginning of the family division, the Marquis was truly in decline. Wei was arrogant because her father was an official, but she knew that no matter how good the Wei family's life was, it would be impossible to give her money. She had dozens of people to support, including her father, mother, and brothers. They allowed her to go back to live for a few days and eat a few bites of her mother's food, and gave her a good face, because she was the wife of the swiping marquise. Whether from the face or the inside, Wei knew that the second house could not be divided. Chapter 55, Hitting. The old lady, and Wei Shi knew this very well. So Wei Shi tried not to touch the old lady's bottom line. She only beat and scolded Zhao Yuanliang, Zhao Ruyu, Zhao Rurui, several concubines, and the servants of the second house. For the old lady, as long as Wei Shi's words and deeds were not excessive and did not cross the line, the old lady would turn a blind eye to her. Now Wei Shi and Su Shi had a conflict. The old lady knew that Wei Shi was angry and had a bad temper. She was very smart not to face Wei Shi, but asked Zhao Yuanliang to talk, in order to avoid the two sides getting angry and arguing. And then they will have to separate the family. Everyone was in the mansion. And soon, the three of them arrived at the main courtyard. Zhu was the eldest sister-in-law in the house, and the eldest sister-in-law was like a mother, so there was no need to be too shy about Zhao Yuanliang, the younger brother-in-law. As soon as the three arrived, the old lady spoke. Yuanliang knew about Shijie's affairs, but your eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law didn't know. Ajin, tell the matter to the marquis and the lady. Madame Jean narrated the matter to Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu. After hearing this, Zhao Yuanxuan frowned and looked at Zhao Yuanliang. Second brother, your harem is not peaceful, and your mother has no time to rest, not to mention the hard work these days. Now that Shijie is back, you still have to worry about these trivial matters. If this continues, I will have to separate your family. It will also save your mother from worrying about your family. He has a different idea from the old lady. He has been sick since childhood and feels that his life is limited. He doesn't care much about prosperity and wealth, plus he lacks energy. He doesn't want to bother to manage the trivial matters of a big family. So he has always advocated dividing the family. Let the mansion fall into decline. He just wants to live a leisurely and quiet life for the rest of his life, without the intrigues and quarrels of the whole family, which makes his elderly mother worry, and his wife Zhu busy. Zhao Yuanliang panicked when the family was divided. He knew that he was incompetent, and could neither manage the affairs nor control his wife. He can live a leisurely and good life now, because of his stepmother, elder brother and elder sister-in-law. Mother, elder brother, I will discipline Wei well, and I will treat Shijie well, and will never let her suffer any grievances, he promised. The old lady took a sip of tea slowly, put the teacup on the table, and sneered. Second brother, you have said many times to discipline Wei. Right? Zhao Yuanliang's face flushed immediately, and he stammered for a long time. Then, what does mother think we should do about this matter? You are the head of the second house, so you should make the decision on this matter. The old lady naturally did not want to give anyone a handle, so she just kicked the ball back to Zhao Yuanliang. After more than 30 years of mother-son relationship, Zhao Yuanliang knew the old lady very well. He stood up and bowed deeply to the old lady. Mother and elder brother are here. How can Yuanliang make the decision? All matters of the second house are subject to the orders of mother, elder brother, and elder sister-in-law. The old lady shook her head. If it were other matters, I would take care of them. But now that you are a family of flesh and blood, if I intervene, Wei will go out and say that I separated them. And I will be wrong, she said in a serious tone. Second son, you have to stand up too. If you let Wei do everything like this, won't she ride on your head after the family is divided? How are you going to live your life? You have to make the decision about Shijie's affairs. Shijie told me that she had never suffered any grievances in the Su family for more than 10 years. But when she returned home and saw her mother, she was either beaten or scolded. Rather than this, she might as well go back to the Su family. As she said this, her eyes turned cold and her expression became very serious. I'm going to say this today. If Shijie returns to the Su family, you should separate from the second room. I can't afford such a daughter-in-law. Mother. Zhao Yuanliang was frightened and bowed deeply again. Mother, please stop saying such things. Having said that, he also guessed what the old lady meant. He hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, how about I let Shijie move out to live? Mother? What do you think? Shijie grew up in the countryside since she was a child, without anyone to teach her. And she will have to get married in 2 years. In the past 2 years at home, she has been placed by her mother's side and raised by her mother herself, so that she can marry into her husband's family without being criticized and ruining her reputation as a young lady from a noble family. So, he smiled shamelessly. Mother has to take care of it. He bowed deeply again. The old lady thought about it for a while, and then nodded reluctantly. Okay. She turned her head and looked at the eldest lady. Go and ask someone to clean up the Pinming house. And then go to the second room to take the things prepared for the fifth girl and put them there. For a while. The fifth girl will live in the Pinming house. Yes. Ju stood up and agreed, and went out to ask someone to clean up the Pinming house. Pinmingju is not far from the main courtyard. It is a small courtyard. The courtyard is not big, with only 3 rooms in total, forming a Pin character. So it is named Pinmingju. Therefore, although the grandchildren of the Marquis's mansion want to live closer to the old lady and gain her favor, because Pinmingju has too few rooms and is not even half the size of the courtyard they live in. Living there is not only uncomfortable, but also very embarrassing. Chapter 56 Xiao Ruyu's Thoughts. Although the Marquis's mansion was going downhill, and the title was declining from generation to generation, but the royal family remembered the friendship of the past. Although the descendants of the Marquis mansion were incompetent, they did not make any big mistakes. He did not find an excuse to drive the Marquis's family out of the house for no reason. This house is very big, but the population has always been small, and the housing is very spacious. So this Pinmingju has been empty. After all, Su Shi is the daughter of the second house, and she moved out because of a quarrel with her mother. Giving her a courtyard that is too nice would seem like a reward for her. If others follow suit, the mansion will be in chaos. Therefore, it is quite appropriate to arrange this narrow cross courtyard for her to live in. 4th Miss. 6th Mississippi. The little maid said by way to get the news ran to a corridor breathlessly, and said to Zhao Rurui and Zhao Ruyu, who were waiting there. 5th Miss entered the main courtyard. I dare not follow her, and just watched from outside. Later, I saw Nani Ruan leading the 5th Miss to the chess viewing courtyard, and she did not come out after entering. Then the eldest lady sent someone to clean up the tea-tasting house. I asked someone to find out, and they said that it was planned to be given to the 5th lady. Zhao Ryu and Zhao Rurui looked at each other. Zhao Rurui asked, 6th sister, what should we do? Zhao Ryu curled her lips. 4th sister asked this question. In the past, I was the legitimate daughter, and you were the illegitimate daughter. You said that mother loved me, and would not really blame me even if she scolded me. So she asked me for my opinion on everything. Now you are the illegitimate daughter, and I am the adopted daughter. We are different in terms of closeness, so I have to rank behind you. You are still the elder sister, so naturally you have to make the decision. And I just listened to you. Zhao Rurui bit her lip, her eyes full of confusion. 6th sister, I was just about to ask you. Sister, have I offended you in some way? Why have you become so cold to me? You didn't offend me in this life, but in the last life. Zhao Ryu thought to herself, but said, Sister, what are you talking about? Isn't it the same as before? There is no point in offending you. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Zhao Rurui bowed to Zhao Ryu. Sister, you and I grew up together, so our feelings are naturally different. Now that the 5th lady is back, you and I should be closer. Don't you think? Sister, tell me what you did wrong and I will change it. As she spoke, she looked at Zhao Ryu eagerly. The little maid was so anxious that she wanted to jump up and down when she saw that the two of them were suddenly talking about their friendship. Seeing that Zhao Ryu didn't say anything, she quickly interrupted and said, Young ladies, you two can talk slowly here. I have to go back and report. Otherwise, if the second lady sees that I have been away for so long and I haven't come back, she will punish me. As she spoke, she bowed, and turned around and hurriedly left without caring whether the two agreed or not. Zhao Ryu hurriedly stood up. Wait. Let's go together. As she spoke, she lifted her skirt and chased after them. Zhao Rurui was stunned for a moment, watching the two people leave, without any intention of calling her or waiting for her. She gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, and followed them. The 3 of them returned to the main courtyard of the second house, and the little maid reported the matter to Wei. Wei was so angry that she kicked the little maid who was massaging her legs away and scolded, This little bitch is really rebellious. That old guy is the same. The little girl is from our second house. Why does she care so much? She is also allowed to live in Pinmingju. She is so happy. The servants in the room were silent. Wei gritted her teeth and thought for a while, then said to Zhao Ryu, Your sister is from our second house after all. You and her are sisters. You should go and see her. It's better to persuade her to live in the second house. Otherwise, don't blame me for not liking her in the future. Wei knew that Zhao Ryu had once thought of Pinmingju. That place is small, and under the old lady's nose. Other grandchildren don't want to live there. But Zhao Ryu really wants to get rid of her and live in Pinmingju. But the old lady refused. Now that Su Shi was brought back, the old lady arranged for her to live in Pinmingju. Zhao Ryu would definitely be unhappy. This little girl looked chaste and well-behaved in front of others. But Wei knew that she had a lot of tricks and methods. Let Zhao Ryu deal with Su Shi. At least she could let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she would be sick if Su Shi disobeyed her today. Zhao Ryu breathed a sigh of relief. Agreed. And left. When she got to the door, the corners of her mouth curled up. If she was before her rebirth, she would not be able to see through what Wei was trying to do. Not only would she hate Su Shi for coming back and snatching her status and position, she would also be jealous of Su Shi for easily getting what she had always wanted but could not get. And thus would do things that would please Wei but damage her image in the eyes of the old lady. But now, she would not do that. What is Pinmingju? In a few days, she would move to the Beijing Women's Academy. In the future, she would live in the main courtyard of the Prince of Pingnan's mansion. It was not worth it to ruin her image in the eyes of the old lady and the first lady for such a small benefit, and thus affect her marriage. She walked briskly to the chess viewing courtyard. Chapter 57. Su Shi didn't know what happened after she left the main courtyard. She was standing in a room in the chess viewing courtyard. The chess viewing courtyard was the guest courtyard, not far from the hanging flower gate, and was a courtyard with lush vegetation and beautiful environment. The area was relatively small compared to the old lady's courtyard, but it was much larger than the Su family's house in the county. There were also 7 or 8 rooms in it, with lush vegetation and pleasant scenery. The eldest lady had originally cleaned up a room for the girl in the second room, and all the things for the girl were there. Miss, please rest here for a while, and use the things in the guest house first. Don't worry. The bedding for you is new, and has never been used before, Daimao said. She didn't know that the old lady had ordered to clean up the tea house. Thank you, Miss Daimao. Daimao told the housekeeper in charge of the guest house, and returned to the main house. Even if there were no guests living in the guest house, it was cleaned by someone, and was relatively clean. After a little cleaning by Yuan Mama, Qi Feng and others, people could live there. Su Shi walked into the room, took a quick look, and told Qi Feng, go ask the madam if I can get some ink and rice paper for calligraphy practice. If you can, bring it back. I want to practice calligraphy. After a long morning, it was only noon now. Su Shi didn't want to pay attention to the messy people and things in the Marquis's mansion. When she had time, she planned to practice calligraphy. Today, she received a set of 4 treasures of the study sent by Zhao Yuanxuan. But the paper and ink in it were very expensive. 2 ink sticks, and only a small stack of paper. Su Shi was reluctant to use good ink and good paper to practice calligraphy, so he asked Qi Feng to ask. The Marquis's family was large and powerful, so it was not that they did not have ordinary ink and paper. Qi Feng took the order and left, and soon returned, followed by 2 third-class maids, both of whom were holding many things in their arms. Miss, the things are back. The eldest lady also picked out 2 sets of 4 treasures for the young lady. She said that the set given by the Marquis was more expensive, and it would be a pity if it was accidentally broken. There were many of these things in the mansion, and it would be a waste to leave them there. So she picked out 2 sets for the young lady to use. And if needed, she could pick more. The girl will go to the academy tomorrow. Take 1 set to the academy, and leave 1 set at home. This way it will be convenient, and you don't have to carry them back and forth. Su Shi naturally would not refuse. Thank you very much, Madam. She had already asked each Wei and the others to clean up the vases and ornaments on the table in her room. At this time, she pointed at the table, put everything in place. Qi Feng was obviously literate, and knew what people who practiced calligraphy needed. She not only got some extra ink and paper, but also a piece of wool felt, which she put on the table as a base. First, it could prevent the ink from staining the table. Second, the paper would be softer, so the words would be written better, and the paper would not be easy to move. After instructing the maid to spread out the things one by one, Qi Feng handed Su Shi a book in her hand. Madam was very happy to hear that the young lady wanted to practice calligraphy, so she specially found a copybook and gave it to the young lady. Su Shi took it and flipped through it. and was very satisfied with the copybook. Although she didn't know who wrote it, the handwriting on the copybook was vigorous and powerful, and she liked it very much. Perhaps because of her strong personality, she prefers sharp, strong and powerful characters. System. If I write according to this copybook and the characters I write are close to the characters on the copybook, I can get 2 points for each character. Right? She asked in her heart. Perhaps she finally entered the sweeping marquee mansion according to the original plot. Although she had a fight with Wei as soon as she entered the door, and did not return to the second house according to the original plot. But her original hooligan behavior left a deep shadow on the system. Now she just moved to the guest house instead of directly tearing her face with the marquee mansion and leaving. The system will burn incense. At this time, it was very easy to talk. Okay. If the host can write the characters as similar as 70% of the copybook, he will get 3 points. If he can write as similar as the copybook, he can get 4 points. If he can write better than the copybook, he can get 5 points. She was immediately happy. The original owner had no copybook, and her handwriting was not much better than Su Shui's. After She came here, she tried to merge with the original owner's level in her memory, and practiced according to the words in the book copied by Su Yongxing, and her points went from 0 to 1. Su Yongxing's handwriting was average, so no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't upgrade from 1 to 2. Now that she has a good copybook and a clear goal for upgrading, she has more motivation to earn points. To be honest, she looked disgusted with the agility pill, but she was still coveting it in her heart. After taking the agility pill, she was equivalent to having a certain level of martial arts. It was not easy for those maids and old women to hit her just now. Even if she had no help, she was not afraid. She asked the system, if I can reach the level of the best calligraphy master of this era, how many points can I earn for one word? Host. Wait a moment. After the system said this, it was silent. She was startled, touching his chin, and suddenly had a guess in his mind. Over there. The maids had already arranged everything. Qin Feng saw she was in a daze, and quickly reminded her, Miss, it's done. She came back to her senses, and saw that everything was neatly arranged on the table, and nodded with satisfaction. She smiled and said to the 2 maids, who helped deliver the things, thank you for your trouble today. I should have invited the 2 sisters to have tea, but I just came back and haven't received my monthly allowance yet. I'll let Qin Feng invite the 2 sisters to have tea later. Qin Feng was very surprised. Just now, when she saw she talking to Wei like that, Wei was furious. She thought that this girl was indeed a country girl who didn't know the rules at all. But now it seems that she knows the rules well. Doesn't she? This sentence was said very appropriately. The 2 maids waved their hands and said a few polite words with a smile. When Qin Feng sent them out, they praised Qin Feng. 5th Miss is really a good person. Although this was meant to please Qin Feng, it also gave a good impression of Shi. Qin Feng returned to the guest house thoughtfully, and saw Shi standing in front of the table, practicing calligraphy stroke by stroke, with an extremely serious attitude, looking at her handwriting again. Although it was only 2 or 3 points similar to the one on the copybook, it was already good in the eyes of ordinary people. Qin Feng was surprised again. This 5th girl really didn't look like she grew up in the city or the countryside. Not only can she read, but she can also write so well. But she wanted to pat her head immediately. She was able to be admitted to the Women's Academy. Even if it was a county-level academy, she had a certain amount of talent. She really thought wrong. Congratulations to the host. Wisdom value +1. After writing a piece of words, Shi's mind rang with the score broadcast. Chapter 58 New Uses of the System. Although there was only 1 point, She was not discouraged. In her first character, she did not make any progress. But when she wrote the last character, it was already 50% similar to the copybook. She believed that as long as she practiced 2 more pieces, she would definitely get 2 points. She put down her pen, twisted her neck, and walked around the room. Seeing Qin Feng standing there, she ordered, "Make me a cup of tea." Qin Feng quickly pointed to the steaming cup on the round table in the middle of the room and said, "Miss, this is what I saw that you almost finished writing this piece of calligraphy. So I specially brewed it for you at the right time. Miss, see if you can still drink it. If not, I will go and make you another cup." Shi raised her eyebrows, walked over and sat down at the table, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was neither cold nor hot, just the right temperature. And the tea should be the best green tea, fragrant and mellow, and tasted great. She couldn't help but praise, not bad. The temperature is just right. She looked at Qifeng and said, "Thank you, Qifeng. You are so capable. Such a talent can only be a second-class maid in the old lady's courtyard." Which shows that the Marquis's mansion is full of talents. "Miss, you are too kind." Qifeng stepped forward and bowed, feeling a little relieved. To be honest, although she was promoted from a second-class maid to a first-class maid, and became a maid beside Su Shi, she had more autonomy than in the old lady's courtyard. At least there were fewer people above her. But she was still uneasy. If she could choose, she would rather stay in the old lady's courtyard than be a maid beside Su Shi. In fact, according to rumors, this girl has a bad temper. Think about it. She grew up in the countryside. Not to mention that she doesn't know the rules. It is very likely that she will make all kinds of mistakes. If the master makes a mistake, she should not be punished too much. Otherwise only the servants like them will be punished. But from what happened in just 1 hour, although the fifth lady's temper is as bad as the rumors say, she is not unreasonable. Nor is she brainless. Thinking about the old lady and Nani Jin's evaluation of Su Shi, Qifeng made up her mind to treat this master with sincerity and serve her wholeheartedly. Once the fifth lady thinks she is good and is willing to listen to her, she will give more advice in the future. When the girl gradually adapted to the life in the mansion, life became smooth. Su Shi sat down and drank a few sips of tea. When she felt that she had rested enough, she sat down at the table again and practiced calligraphy. This time, she practiced more seriously. She had a high IQ and strong comprehension, so she could learn anything quickly. Calligraphy practice also depends on comprehension. How to structure the characters, how to coordinate the strokes, how to use the force of the brush. As long as you are serious, analyze more and understand more, smart people will always learn faster than stupid people. Therefore, after the second chapter of calligraphy, Su Shi finally got what she wanted and heard the system broadcast, Wisdom Value +2. She was so happy that she was about to make more efforts to get 3 wisdom points as soon as possible, when she heard the system speak, with a panting tone, as if it had run a long way back. "Host, if you can reach the level of the best calligraphy masters of this era, you can get 100 points for 1 piece of calligraphy." Su Shi's eyes rolled around, and she was surprised and said in her mind, "Really? 100 points? If I reach that level, 20,000 points is just a matter of practicing 200 pieces of calligraphy." Yes. 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 The system was very happy. This rogue host not only returned to the Marquis mansion according to the original plot, but also knew how to work hard to make progress. It almost cried with joy. Although in its opinion, it was quite difficult for Su Shi to reach the level of the calligraphy master. But this did not prevent it from fooling, no, encouraging the host. As long as you are willing to climb. Even if you can't climb to the top of the mountain, climbing halfway up the mountain is not bad. Right? It's better than being a salted fish at the foot of the mountain. Thinking of this, it began to search its brains and planned to encourage Su Shi with words. Unexpectedly, Su Shi was very cooperative. Before it could speak, Su Shi asked, "What is the name of the calligraphy master? Where is he now?" She touched her chin. "If I could become his disciple, I wouldn't have to climb up step by step. With his guidance, I can reach his level in one go. But if I can reach half of his level, I can get 50 points for writing 1 word. Right?" The system's mood suddenly fell from the peak. It said dejectedly, "This master has been dead for more than 50 years. Su Shi blinked. Then he at least has disciples or descendants. Disciples and descendants? The system muttered hesitantly. And then, there was no sound. Su Shi curled her lips, looking at the words she wrote. And her mood was better than ever. "Miss, the old lady asked you to go over and have some snacks." Madame Yuan suddenly came in and reported. "Ah?" Su Shi turned her head in surprise and looked at Madame Yuan. If she had to say what she was most uncomfortable with in ancient times, one was that there were no computers or mobile phones, which was boring. The other was the habit of eating 2 meals a day. The Su family was not wealthy, and Xia was very frugal. They ate meat every day, and even when cooking, they would not put more oil. The soup was watery, and there were 2 meals in the morning and evening. In the first 2 days after Su Shi came here, he always felt that his eyes were about to glow green. Every day at noon, He would count the time, looking forward to dinner coming soon. It was noon now, and the Marquis mansion did not seem to plan to eat lunch. So she thought that the Marquis mansion was the same as the Su family, and they would be hungry at noon. Fortunately, she has gradually gotten used to this pace of life. Although she is still hungry, she can bear it. She doesn't plan to rely on others for such a bite of food. She just wants to make money as soon as possible and buy cakes, rice, flour, oil and salt with her own ability. Then she can eat whatever she wants and eat whenever she wants. She doesn't have to look at others' faces before eating a bite. And she doesn't need to starve anymore. Madame Yuan thought she didn't hear clearly, so she repeated what she just said. She restrained the surprise in his eyes and nodded calmly. Okay, I'll go over after I pack my things. Isue took a step forward and said, Miss, leave it to me to pack. She was naturally happy to be lazy, since someone else was doing it for her. She told Isue and followed Nani Yuan, and took Chi Feng out of the door. Guanqiwen was the guest house of the inner courtyard, in order not to be involved with other places. It was located outside, very close to the Chuehua gate, and far away from the main courtyard and the other 3 houses. She just walked out of the gate of Guanqiwen when she saw Zhao Ryu leading Fushu over. Seeing her, Zhao Ryu took 2 quick steps, came up to her, bowed, and asked with a smile, Where are you going, sister? Regardless of whether the person in front of her had good or bad intentions towards her, she did not intend to interact with her too much. She said, The old lady called me. I'll go over. As she spoke, she nodded slightly to Zhao Ryu and walked forward. Her attitude was quite cold, and she did not even say a polite word to invite Zhao Ryu to come in and sit down. Chapter 59 Give Money. Miss, why is she like this? Fushu was very dissatisfied with Sushi's attitude. Why do you ignore me? Who else in this mansion can care about her except you? Look at her frivolous. Zhao Ryu sighed softly. It's because of me that she stayed in that place for more than 10 years. Isn't it natural for her to hate me? Can you blame the girl? It's not what the girl wants. If she wants to blame someone, she can only blame her adoptive mother. Fushu was loyal to Zhao Ryu, so he naturally spoke in favor of his daughter. She looked at the direction Zhao Ryu was heading, and asked again, Are we going back now? How do you explain to madam? Tell the truth. If the old lady doesn't call me, can I take the initiative to go over? What good will it do for me to go over? Zhao Ryu smiled. It's just a few words of advice from madam. It's not like I haven't heard them before. Just listen. Wait until the list of the Beijing Women's Academy comes out, and the girl's name is on it. Then we'll see if madam dares to scold the girl at will. Fushu's face showed an expectant look. Although Zhao Ryu didn't say anything, there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She was reborn a month ago, and all her energy after rebirth was used to get identity documents. After thinking of many ways, she knew that she basically couldn't get identity documents without the hands of the old lady and the first lady. So she simply tried to attract the attention of the second son of Pingnan Marquis in advance, so that the old lady and the first lady would pay attention to her. After her life experience was exposed, she tactfully expressed her concerns to the old lady, worried that Pingnan Marquis' mansion would despise her background, and revealed her idea of applying to the Women's Academy. Although the old lady didn't believe she could really pass the exam, she still got her identity documents. The day before yesterday, she successfully took the exam for the Women's Academy. The old lady was worried that she would be laughed at if she failed the exam, so she didn't tell anyone except the eldest lady before the results came out. But Zhao Ryu knew that she would definitely pass the exam. In her previous life, she married the second son of Pingnan Marquis and later became the Marquis' wife. She also knew a little about the format of the Women's Academy entrance exam. Although the questions are different every year, the format is unexpected and people have no idea how to prepare. But as long as you are attentive, you can always see the clues. In addition to character, the Beijing Women's Academy also has high requirements for talent. In her previous life, she spent a lot of effort on talent to win her husband's heart. Among the noble ladies in Beijing today, she is now outstanding. It's just that she hasn't had the opportunity to show it. But with her talent and knowing the tricks of the exam, it's no problem for her to get into the Beijing Women's Academy. She is very confident. In this life, she must live better than in her previous life. At this time, she was drinking tea and eating snacks in the old lady's courtyard. The Marquis' mansion hired a chef, and the snacks he made were much better than the snacks he bought when he went shopping with Su Yongi and his daughter that day. The ingredients were excellent. The workmanship was fine. And there were many things Su-shi had never eaten before. The old lady now understood Su-shi's temperament. This child seemed to be soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. Su Yongi's family treated her well. And she never forgot that family. Wei was not good to her. Even if she was her own mother, she did not give her half a face. So no matter what she thought in her heart, on the surface, she was very kind to Su-shi, letting Su-shi eat whatever she wanted and asking her about her life in the Su family since she was a child. Fortunately, Su-shi had the memories of the original owner and was not afraid of being asked. She talked about life in the county and the village, and all she said was how good the Su family was to her, which made the old lady more certain of her guess. At this time, the eldest lady also came in and said to Su-shi with a smile, "I asked someone to clean up the pinmingju for you, which is near the old lady's yard. The yard is small, so you have to make do with it for now. Go and have a look later, and I'll send someone to bring you anything you need." Su-shi had stood up when she came in, and bowed quickly when she heard it. "Excuse me, Auntie. Rushi has caused you trouble. Sit down. Sit down and talk." The first lady took the tea handed over by the maid, and sat down to drink tea and eat snacks together. In this way, the number of people chatting changed from 2 to 3, and the atmosphere became more and more relaxed. After talking for a while, the first lady became more and more surprised. Whether a person is educated or not can be known by listening to her words. This cannot be hidden. From Su-shi's words, we can hear that although this child cannot be said to be very talented, she has a wide range of knowledge and a broad vision. She can connect with anything she says. She does not look like a child who grew up in the market or the countryside at all. "Sister Shi, how do you know all this? Have your adoptive parents taken you to many places?" the eldest lady asked. Su-shi smiled and said, "I like to read travel notes and write miscellaneous notes of various anecdotes and interesting things." "I see." The first lady and the old lady looked at each other, then raised their heads and gestured to their maid. The maid handed a purse to Su-shi. The first lady said, "You will report to the academy tomorrow. This is the tuition and other expenses given to you by the mansion." She gestured to Su-shi to open it. Su-shi poured out the contents of the purse. There was a silver note, 5 ingots of silver, and some small change. The first lady said again, "The silver note is 100 taels. You can keep it with you for self-defense, so that you won't be at a loss when you need money urgently. The silver ingots are 2 taels each, a total of 10 taels. You will go to the academy tomorrow to pay the tuition and other fees. I think 6 taels will be enough. And the remaining 4 taels are your monthly allowance for the past half month. There are also 2 taels of silver in the broken silver, which is for your pocket money or rewards." This 100 taels was decided after she discussed with the old lady. The family was spending more than they earned, and it cost a lot of money to make jewelry and clothes for Su-shi. If Su-shi did not go out to school, they would give Su-shi at most 50 taels of silver to support himself, and at other times they would only give him the monthly allowance. The reason for giving the 50 taels was that the other sisters had saved up 70 or 80 taels of silver from the red envelopes they received during the Chinese New Year. Whether it was to buy something or to celebrate the birthdays of the younger sisters, they would not be completely broke. Su-shi had not been able to enjoy the benefits of the Marquis's mansion for so many years, so it would be wrong not to give her some money. But the Su family refused to accept the 100 taels of silver they gave as a thank you. Su-shi had to go to school again, and her money was too poor. Others would not only laugh at her, but also at the Marquis mansion. So the eldest lady discussed with the old lady and decided to give her 100 taels of silver. Ju looked at Su-shi and said, "Originally, the monthly allowance of the girls in the mansion is 4 taels of silver. You are studying outside, and the expenses for pens, ink, paper and inkstone are higher. So the mansion gives you 8 taels of silver per month. It is still half a month before the next monthly payment from the mansion. So I will give you 4 taels first. If there are any major expenses, tell me, and I will give you more." "Thank you, Aunt." Su-shi stood up to thank her. Chapter 60 My Marriage is My Choice. In her previous life, the original owner entered the Marquis mansion and had no money. Only the 4 taels of silver issued by the mansion as a monthly allowance. Wei used the excuse that the original owner didn't need so much money and took most of the monthly allowance from her, leaving her only half a cent of silver per month, which made the original owner poorer than the maidservant next to the lady. She was stingy even with the rewards for the servants who helped her. As time went on, the servants in the mansion secretly ridiculed her and looked down on her. A penny can bring down a hero. If she had not taken the entrance exam for the Women's Academy right after she came here, and had not repeatedly stated that she did not want to return to the Marquis Mansion, which attracted the attention of the old lady and the First Lady. Even if she had all the skills, she could not enter and leave the Marquis Mansion freely. And she had no money on her. And her situation would probably be similar to that of the original owner. Ju said again. I sent someone to inquire. And the academy can request accommodation or not. You go to school in the county. And you have to run back and forth 20 miles every day. Which is very hard. But the old lady and I still hope that you can return to the Marquis Mansion to live. She frowned. The reason why she returned to the Marquis Mansion was that she didn't want to cause trouble to the Su family before she was weak enough. She didn't want to have too much contact with the people in the Marquis Mansion. The trivialities and intrigues in the Marquis Mansion were very annoying. So she tried to stay away from them as much as possible. Seeing that she was about to speak, Ju raised her hand to stop She. And her voice was still very gentle. You are 14 years old this year. And I don't know how long you will study in the academy. But it will take 1 or 2 years. A girl of your age will soon have to discuss marriage. And will have to get married in 2 or 3 years. If you live in the academy, you may have to get married after leaving the academy. In this way, you will have too little time to spend with your brothers and sisters. She straightened her face. You should know that if we women want to stand firm in our husband's family, we need to be capable and have the support of our family. We elders will get old one day. If you don't have much friendship with your brothers and sisters in the mansion, you will be embarrassed to ask for help when you encounter difficulties. Don't you think? So I hope you can live back in the Marquis Mansion. She stared at her quietly, and suddenly laughed. There was understanding in his smile, and a hint of a barely perceptible sigh. Everyone is planning for their own interests. The old lady, the First Lady, and herself are also. She wants to get rid of troubles. She wants to live comfortably. And the old lady and the First Lady are doing their best to protect the interests of the Marquis Mansion. So they want her to have a deeper bond with the Marquis Mansion. So that if she marries a good family in the future, she can also help the Marquis Mansion. For them, this is not wrong. Old lady. Aunt, she said. I think you know my personality. I am quite straightforward. I always say things in public. I won't say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. So I think we can talk about this matter frankly. The skin at the corner of the old lady's mouth trembled slightly. After living together for 20 years, Ju knew her mother-in-law very well. Seeing this, she quickly reached out and patted the old lady's hand. The old lady had been the wife of the Duke for more than 10 years. And the old lady of the Marquis for more than 10 years. As a superior who was used to giving orders, she must have felt uncomfortable when he spoke to her in such an equal manner. But this child, really couldn't be asked to do the same as other children in the mansion. She didn't care whether the old lady was comfortable or not, and said directly, I know what you two think. You are afraid that I am not close to the people in the Marquis Mansion. And if I marry a good family in the future, I will not help the family. The faces of the old lady and Ju suddenly darkened. Although they had such thoughts, being said out loud by she was like having their darkest thoughts known to others. Although those darkest thoughts were not particularly vicious, and were not afraid of being known by others, they still made people feel uncomfortable. She seemed not to notice their change of color and continued, but you have to know that if I have enjoyed fine clothes and delicious food since I was a child and enjoyed everything in the Marquis Mansion, then I would naturally have to devote myself to all this, including my marriage. But I didn't. It wasn't until noon that I ate a few snacks at the old lady's place, which was considered a few grains of rice from the Marquis Mansion. For more than 10 years before that, I was raised by the Su family. The old lady and Ju's faces changed again. The old lady said, but you are the blood of the Marquis Mansion. And you have the blood of the Zhao family flowing in your body. But her tone was a little weak. Not so righteous. She nodded slightly. This old lady still has a conscience. So this matter can continue to be discussed. I have Zhao family blood. But it is Zhao Ryu who enjoys it. Isn't it? Zhao Ryu enjoys it all. And you control her marriage. So why do you ask me to bear it too? If exchanging children is such a good deal, then everyone in the world would just exchange their children. The old lady and Ju's faces were very ugly. In fact, We don't think so, Ju said excitedly. Shijier, you think too badly of people's hearts. Even if we want to find someone for you, we will definitely choose a good one. We will not ignore your life and death for the sake of wealth and glory. Yes, I believe so too. Otherwise, I would not be sitting here and talking to you all this. She said. She would first endure it, then look for a backer everywhere, and completely leave the Marquis mansion after finding one. But she would not take this step unless it was absolutely necessary. The backer could fall. Who knows if she would fall into another wolf's den after escaping the Marquis mansion. Even if she would carefully select a backer with a good character. The backer also has a family and relatives. Once the backer's relatives and friends have other ideas and want to plot against her, would she still have to bet on whether she or her family and relatives are more important in the backer's heart? Most people would choose to protect their families and relatives. Right? On the contrary. In the Marquis mansion, according to her observations over the past half-day, at least the old lady and the first lady are good. Marquis Zhao Yuanxuan has a clear vision and does not seem to be a bad person. The most important thing is that the Marquis mansion is going downhill, and its power is gradually decreasing. So it is relatively easier for her to deal with it. That's why she is willing to talk to the old lady and Zhu. What do you want? The old lady asked. I just need you to agree that I will decide my marriage, she said, without waiting for the two to respond. She continued, how the second madam treated me. The old lady and the eldest aunt. You have also seen. I don't know why she treated me like this. Marriage is about the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. I am worried that she will make a fuss about my marriage. So I need a promise from you. Her expression was extremely serious, and her dark eyes were calm and firm, even though she was young and her face was a little childish. The old lady and Zhu could not ignore the power of her words. Chapter 61 Negotiated. When she finished her first sentence, the old lady and Zhu, the two feudal patriarchs, felt uncomfortable. But after hearing She's next words, they suddenly understood the intention of her words. Having a mother-like way, no matter who it is, they would be worried. Right? Marriage is a major event related to a woman's happiness in the second half of her life. It is completely understandable that she was worried about Wei and asked them for a promise. The expressions on their faces eased. We never force children to get married, the old lady said. We would have asked for your opinion on your marriage, and would not have decided it without your permission. It's not just you, but other children as well. Marriage is about marriage, not enmity. There's no benefit in forcing children to get married. Zhu nodded, indicating that she fully agreed with the old lady's words. What if the second lady arranged a marriage for me without permission? She asked. You are the child of our Marquis's mansion. Without the consent of me, the Marquis, and the Marquis's wife, she can't make the decision, the old lady said. Seeing her so confident, She relaxed and smiled. In this case, I feel relieved. She stood up and bowed to the old lady and the first lady. Thank you, old lady. Thank you, aunt. No need to be polite. The old lady raised her hand and smiled. The first lady looked at She with a gentle expression. If you have anything in the future, you can come to the old lady and tell me. Just be as open as today. Yes. The old lady also agreed. Although she was not very comfortable at first, she felt that it was better to speak openly. She had been in the back house for a lifetime, and had seen all kinds of intrigues and suspicions. She preferred people like She who were open and frank, and said everything openly. With the promise of the old lady and the first lady, She also took a step back and said, Okay, I will live back in the Marquis mansion. But if the second lady comes to trouble me, that's another matter. Speaking of Wei, the old lady's face was not good. She said, I will discipline her. After the matter was settled, She stood up and said goodbye. The eldest lady called her maid Kai-Dai. Take the fifth girl to Pinmingju to take a look. If there is anything missing, go to the warehouse and get it for the girl. She bowed and followed Kai-Dai to Pinmingju. Pinmingju is indeed a small cross courtyard built next to Rongcitang. I don't know what it was built for at that time. However, this small courtyard is not the same as Rongcitang, but it has to bypass a section of the wall of Rongcitang. It is considered a separate entrance and courtyard, which makes She very satisfied. The yard is not big, and there are few houses, but She lives in one room. One room is used as a study, and the other room is used as a living room, which is completely enough. The rooms are very spacious. And the yard is also 70 to 80 square meters, which is much better than the 3-bedroom and 2-living room that She bought in modern times. She had already asked people to move all the things originally added to the second room and spread them in the Pendingju. However, only the bedroom was arranged, and the other places were just cleaned up. Without laying out the things, She walked around the yard and ordered. The main room is used as a study. The east room is used as a bedroom. And the west room is used as a reception room. When Nani Yuan heard this, she felt a little embarrassed. Although she still couldn't figure out She's temper. She still dutifully said, "Miss, the main house is usually used to entertain guests. It's not a good idea to use the west house as a reception room. Right? But the main house is bright, and it's just right for a study. And I spend the most time there. So of course, I have to use the best and most comfortable house as a study. As for receptions, there aren't many people coming here. And I spend very little time there. If I use the best house as a reception room, it would be a sheer waste." She waved his hand. "Do as I tell you." Yes. This guy just doesn't listen to advice, and has his own ideas. Madame Yuan had no choice but to instruct everyone to move bedding and other things into the east wing, and then move the 8 immortal table and chairs in the main room to the west wing. She looked at the empty main room and asked Qi Feng, "When you received the 4 treasures of the study, your aunt said that those things were for me, right?" "Yes, young lady. Go to the chess hall now, and get all the things and put them in the study. Go ask the eldest lady if she has a bookshelf and a desk. If yes, can you lend it to me?" Qi Feng was stunned by She's familiar behavior again. The 5th lady just returned to the Marquis's mansion. Shouldn't she be timid and keep to herself, not daring to say a word or take a step? Why did my own girl quarrel with her mother first? And now she is decorating the new house, and is so rude to ask for things. Even Miss Zhao Ryu from the first room would not dare to be so blatant and confident when she wants something. Right? What are you standing there for? Why don't you go? She said. Qi Feng tried to hold back, but couldn't help but persuade, "Miss, how about we use the 8 Immortals table to write and read for now? Miss, you don't have any books to put on the shelf, and you don't need to rush to put books on it. Right? Miss, you just came into the mansion and asked for this and that." The old lady and the first lady wouldn't say anything, but the young master from another room, the girl can't help but compare. If you ask the first lady for things, won't she be embarrassed? This is also a good advice, and it is very considerate of She. If She wanted to live a good life in the mansion and depend on others for food and clothing, she would naturally listen to Qi Feng's advice. She still understood the principle of listening to others' advice and having enough food, but she didn't plan to live a good life here. Although she promised the old lady and the first lady, she estimated that she would not spend most of her time in the mansion. Moreover, she planned to make money by herself and did not rely on the mansion for food and clothing, so she did not have to depend on the people in the mansion. If she was upset, she could move out of the mansion and buy another house to live in. Her wedding and funeral would have nothing to do with the mansion. Financially independent people are so upright. No. Just do what I tell you to do. She waved his hand and looked at Qi Feng, as if he would replace her if she didn't obey his orders. Qi Feng sighed inwardly and bowed her head, yes. She took a step back and turned to find the eldest lady. The eldest lady was still sitting in the old lady's room. After hearing Qi Feng's report, she looked at the old lady. The old lady frowned and said, "It's not too much to ask for. Give it to her." She was willing to give them because the mansion had them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to spend extra money to make or buy them for She. Are you being too indulgent to her? It was like this at the beginning, and she became insolent and didn't know the seriousness of the situation. The eldest lady said. The old lady took a sip of tea. "When I talked to her just now, I think you can see that she is not the kind of frivolous and ignorant person. Listening to her talk, she knows etiquette and knows the importance of things. If what she wants is not excessive, give it to her first. Let's treat her well first, and then see what she does. She doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to the mansion. If we keep suppressing her, she will not miss the mansion if she has any good fortune in the future." She sighed. Be good to her first, win her heart, and then talk about other things. Chapter 62 Paying Respects. The eldest lady nodded. After thinking for a while, she went to the storehouse in person, selected 2 rosewood bookshelves and a red sandalwood desk, and also selected pen holders. paperweights and other small items, and a few paintings and calligraphy, and sent them to Pinmingju. Madame Yuan was also an old man in the Marquis's mansion, and she thought more than Qifeng. But she was mature, and did not directly advise Su Shi. She was uneasy when she saw Qifeng leave. Now she was surprised to see that the mansion not only sent things according to Su Shi's request, but also sent a lot more. What surprised her most was that these things were delivered by the eldest lady herself. She couldn't help but look at Qifeng. Qifeng had been in the mansion since she was 6 years old, and had worked her way up to the position of a second-class maid in Rongxi Hall. She knew best how to be cautious in her words and deeds. She didn't intend to mention the conversation between the old lady and the eldest lady to anyone. Moreover, she and Nani Yuan were not originally from the same family, and the two were not familiar with each other. Not only were they not familiar with each other, but they were also competitors. Whoever the fifth lady relied on more would be the first person in Pinmingju after the master. She was now on the same starting line as Madame Yuan, so she naturally had to fight for this position. So she just pretended not to see it, and directed the servants to move the things into the study. When Su Shi heard that the eldest lady was coming, he hurried out to greet her and thanked her again. The eldest lady smiled and said, "I heard that you want to decorate the study, and I don't know if you like these things. If you don't like them, or you still need something, just tell me. If it's picked by my aunt, it must be a good thing." Su Shi smiled and ordered, "Aunt, please sit in the room. Itsui, serve tea." The eldest lady waved her hand. "No. I have a lot of things to do, so I don't have time for tea. By the way, there is a library in the mansion. If you like reading, you can go and have a look." She pointed at Qifeng. "Qifeng knows where it is. You can ask her to take you there directly." Su Shi was overjoyed and bowed quickly. "Thank you, Auntie. This is really a great gift for her. She wants to understand the world, and reading books is the fastest and most convenient way. Okay, you're busy. I'm leaving." The eldest lady acted decisively, leaving behind a sentence and leaving with the maid. Su Shi sent the eldest lady away, and instructed the maids to arrange the table and bookshelf according to her ideas, and then put on the 4 treasures of the study, and small items such as the pen holder brought back from the chess hall, and then hung up the calligraphy and paintings sent by the eldest lady. Looking at the room that had become filled with the fragrance of books, she nodded with satisfaction. Except for the empty bookshelf, everything else was okay. In the afternoon, Su Shi practiced calligraphy in her new study room, and heard the system broadcast. Wisdom +2. I feel very pleasant. The dinner in the Marquis's mansion has always been eaten by each room. But today when Su Shi came back, the old lady had someone set up a family dinner, and the men's and women's tables were separated by screens. I don't know if Wei was scolded by the old lady, or if she restrained herself in front of other people in the Marquis mansion. Although Wei had a stern face, she didn't do anything weird. The family had a harmonious meal. Qifeng. Before going to bed, Su Shi asked Qifeng, "When did everyone go to pay their respects to the old lady in the morning? Remember to wake me up." Since she came to the ancient times, her life has been so green, because there is no entertainment. The Su family lives frugally, and is reluctant to waste lamp oil, so they always go to bed when it gets dark. Although it is late summer, and it gets dark late, it is dark at the hour of you. Besides, there are 2 meals a day, and dinner is eaten early. After eating, there is nothing to do, so you might as well go to bed, so as not to get too late and hungry and unable to sleep. Because you go to bed early, you naturally wake up early. When Su Shi was at the Su family, he usually got up at dawn. It is not difficult for her to get up early and pay respects to the old lady now. Qifeng is a little embarrassed. The old lady likes quietness, so she doesn't ask everyone to pay respects every day. Only on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. Pay respects at the hour of Mao in the morning. These rules should have been taught to Su Shi by the second lady, the mother, and she should have taken the lead in paying respects for the first time. Now the 5th lady is unwilling to be disciplined by the second lady, and the old lady and the first lady don't have the energy to take care of these trivial matters, which makes Qifeng embarrassed. As a servant, it is difficult for her to give Su Shi advice. Su Shi heard this and thought for a while, "It's okay. I have to go to the academy tomorrow and say goodbye to the old lady. Then go and pay your respects earlier. The more courtesy, the less blame." "That's right, young lady." Qifeng was very appreciative. If she does well, no one will say anything. if she does not do well. Jean will wait for others to find fault with her. After all, the young lady just returned to the mansion. And now even the second lady does not protect her. If she does not do it carefully, those people in the mansion who flatter the superiors will gossip about her behind her back. The next morning, Sushi woke up naturally without Chi-Feng calling her. She was slapped by Wei yesterday, and then rolled with eggs and applied the ointment sent by the eldest lady. And there was no trace on her face. She washed up and went to Rongji Hall. The old lady had just gotten up. She was surprised to see her coming and looked at Chi-Feng. Chi-Feng followed Sushi. So naturally she hoped that her master would live well. She hurriedly tried to improve Sushi's impression. This servant said that the ladies, young mistresses, and girls in the mansion all come to pay their respects to the old lady on the 1st and 15th day of the month. But the girl said that she had just arrived and had to show her filial piety. So she got up early today to pay her respects to the old lady. This made the old lady feel very comfortable. She didn't need Sushi's filial piety. But Sushi was polite and knew to pay his respects to the old lady, which showed that the child knew the rules. Not entirely. Sushi looked honest. Today Rushi has to go to the academy, so she has to say goodbye to the old lady. So she came with him. This made the old lady laugh. And she waved to Sushi and said, "You child, why are you so honest? Chi-Feng has spoken well of you, but you still expose her. What do you want her to do in the future?" Chi-Feng blushed and laughed. After getting along for a long time, the old lady will know that I am a straightforward person. I don't like to beat around the bush. I say what I mean and what I mean, Sushi said. She is naturally cunning, but she is impatient to play tricks with the people in the Marquis Mansion. She is not interested in the Marquis Mansion and is impatient to deal with people. So she must first establish a straightforward personality in the Marquis Mansion. Another way to say straightforward is to be a greenhead. Such a person, if she speaks and acts straightforwardly, others will not care too much about her, thus avoiding many troubles. In addition, the old lady has been in the back house for her whole life, and she does not believe that Qingfeng's words can please the old lady more than her own words. Sure enough, compared with those who are scheming, the old lady prefers honest children. She looks at Sushi more pleasingly. "It's just right that you are here. So have breakfast with me," the old lady said, and ordered the servants to put Sushi's breakfast together, and asked her, "Does the academy stipulate what time to arrive?" Chapter 63 Going to the Academy. Sushi shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that the younger sister of the Su family, Su Shui, was admitted to the academy with me, and we wanted to be in the same group. So we made an appointment to meet at the entrance of the academy at Sichu. It's not far from the capital, so there's no rush. The old lady is a lady from a wealthy family, and she has the habit of not talking while eating or sleeping. Qingfeng reminded Sushi before coming. Sushi was happy that he didn't have to chat with the old lady he didn't know well, and concentrated on enjoying the food. Undoubtedly, even though the Marquis' mansion is now unable to make ends meet, they are unwilling to compromise on food. The old lady's breakfast, needless to say, has 4 cold dishes, 4 hot dishes, and 4 snacks, as well as specially cooked bird's nest porridge. Sushi's portion is half of the old lady's, and the dishes are not as exquisite, but not only compared to the Su family, but also compared to her casual breakfast in modern times. It is much more delicious and rich, so she eats it with extra sweetness. The old lady is old and her appetite is not very good. She usually eats with her grandchildren, but it is the first time that Sushi eats so much and so sweetly. Unconsciously, she was also infected and ate half a bowl of porridge and a paper more than usual. Nanny Jean was very happy when she saw it. After the meal, the old lady said, "Your aunt is busy, and the whole house can't do without her. How about asking your mother to take you to the academy later?" "No. No." Sushi waved his hand quickly. "No need for someone to take you. Just send me a carriage. It's just going to school. Not going to do anything. No need for someone to take you." "How can that be possible?" The old lady frowned. Sushi interrupted her before she could say the next sentence. "The old lady is really worried. So let Qingfeng go with me. If there is anything in the academy, I can also ask her to come back and report to you." The admission notice stated that students are not allowed to bring servants into the academy, and students have to do everything in the academy by themselves. Therefore, Qingfeng will only go to see her off, and will not go into the academy with Sushi, having already made up her mind to show her displeasure to Wei. The old lady naturally didn't bother to reconcile the relationship between Wei and Su Shi. Since Su Shi said so, she did not insist, and just said, "Then let Madame Ruan and Qi Feng accompany you." Madame Ruan is the manager of the inner courtyard, representing the old lady and the first lady. Having her send Su Shi off also represents the importance of the marquise to this matter, whether it is for Su Shi or outsiders. There is an explanation. In this case, please trouble Madame Ruan. Su Shi stood up. "It's getting late. I have to go back and pack my things. So I will go back to Pinmingju first. Be careful on the way. If you have any problem, ask Nani Ruan to solve it for you." "Yes." The group left the house, got on the carriage, and headed for Baining County. Wei was still waiting for Su Shi to come and pay her respects. When she heard that Su Shi had breakfast at the old lady's house and went to the women's academy after breakfast, she was immediately furious and scolded, "Little hoof. You are so heartless. I worked hard for 10 months to give birth to such a thing. When she sees someone rich, she flatters him and throws me, her own mother, aside. She really grew up in the countryside and doesn't know any filial piety or etiquette. How can such a person be qualified to attend a women's academy? I must go and talk to the headmaster of the academy." Zhao Yuanyang stayed in his aunt's room last night. There were only a group of servants in the Wei family courtyard. When she scolded, even Li Fangma didn't dare to say a word, until her anger subsided a little. Li Mama advised her, "Madam, don't say what you said just now. You know how much the old lady values the academy. If the fifth lady has any trouble in the academy in the future, the old lady will blame you." "I'm afraid of her? Old hag." Wei sneered. This old hag scared Li Ma's face, and she hurried to see if there was anyone outside. Fortunately, when Wei was scolding, the servants were afraid of being implicated and angry, so they hurried to do their own things and did not dare to stay around. There was no one outside. Turning back, she did not dare to persuade her again, for fear of causing Wei to say something outrageous. Wei became more and more angry, and said angrily, "I must punish her when I come back tonight." In the Marquis's mansion, people eat in separate rooms. Su Shi is from the second room, so her meals will be delivered directly to the second room. By then, Wei sure will not believe that she will still stay in the main courtyard and not come back, and have the nerve to eat the old lady's share. Since Su Shi returned to the Marquis mansion, the Su family of 4 have not been able to eat or sleep well, always worried that Su Shi is not living well in the Marquis mansion. So everyone went out together early this morning and waited at the entrance of the women's academy, just wanting to see Su Shi. Even Su Chongwen asked for half an hour's leave from the school. As soon as Su Shi got off the carriage, Su Shui hugged her, crying and laughing, "Sister, sister, I miss you so much." Su Shi laughed, "We were separated for just 1 day, and I miss you so much." Looking up and seeing the concerned eyes of Su Yongyi and his wife and Su Chongwen, her heart also felt sour. Xia opened her mouth to ask if Su Shi was doing well in the Marquis mansion, but when she saw the coachman and Nani Ruan and Qi Feng getting out of the carriage, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. "Uncle, aunt, brother, I'm fine. The old lady and the eldest lady are very good to me." Su Shi smiled and comforted them, and introduced Qi Feng. "This is my eldest maid Qi Feng. In addition to Qi Feng, I have 2 little maids and a rough maid. I live alone in a small courtyard, and I have also set up a study. I have good food and clothing." Su Yongyi and Xia saw that her face was rosy and full of smiles. She was wearing a mint green dress with brown embroidery on the edge, which was more exquisite than the one she wore yesterday, and she had 1 more piece of jewelry on her head. Madame Ruan and Qi Feng were also very respectful. It seems that she is really living well in the Marquis mansion. The 2 of them were relieved. "Okay, it's getting late. You and Sister Shui should go in." Su Yongyi hesitated for a moment and asked, "What are the arrangements for later? Or we will wait for you at the door." The other girls who were admitted had already inquired about the rules of the academy in the past 2 days, whether they planned to live in the academy or go home, and how to pay the accommodation fee. They had already inquired and made decisions and preparations. But Su Shi and the Su family were disturbed by the Marquis mansion in the past 2 days. They had no time and energy to inquire about these things, so they were still in the dark about them. "We'll go in and sign up first, find out how to arrange it, and then come out to tell you. You wait outside first." After Su Shi finished speaking to Su Yongyi and his wife, he glanced at Aunt Ruan and Qi Feng. Qi Feng nodded, indicating that he had heard it too. "Okay, Let's do it, Su Yongi urged. Then go quickly. I've seen a few people going just now. Okay, Sushi agreed, holding Sia's hand. And you have to take care of yourself. She won't be able to see you often in the future. Chapter 64 Dormitory. Sia felt something was stuffed into her hand by Sushi, and she quickly grabbed it and said, "It's okay. I'm relieved if you're fine." Sushi let go of Sia, took a bundle from Qing Feng, and then pulled Su Shui into the academy. Sia exchanged a few words with Madame Ruan, sent them to the carriage, and the family of three separated. Su Chongwen went to the academy, and Sia went with Su Chongwen to the house in the city, until they reached a secluded place. Sia handed the note in her hand to Su Yongi. "Look, sister, she gave it to me secretly." Su Yongi's heart tightened, and he quickly opened the note, and saw that it said, "Pick us up at the entrance of the academy after a meal." He was relieved and said with a smile, "This child." Sia was illiterate and asked anxiously, "What does it say? Tell me quickly. I'm so anxious." Su Yongi read the note and asked, "What is she going to do? Didn't you hear her say? The academy will only let them leave if their family comes to pick them up. She probably wanted to talk to us, so she asked us to pick them up. It's just right. Let's take advantage of this time to clean up the house and move in tomorrow. Let's go." Today, the women's academy is not like that day. Only the corner gate is open, but the main gate and side gate are wide open, and there are maids guarding the gates. At this time, a group of people are entering from the main gate. Seeing this, Su Shui was about to follow in, but was stopped by Su Shi, who pulled her to the side door. "This way." Su Shui was puzzled. "Why? Didn't they also go through the main gate? Didn't you see that the one who just went in was the female teacher and her servants? We are students, and we have to go through the side door," Su Shi said. "Details determine success or failure. They haven't registered yet, so they can't be expelled because of this. Even if they are not expelled, they will be scolded. By then, not only they themselves, but also the Su family and the sweeping Marquis mansion outside the door will be embarrassed." Su Shui was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. No matter what I do in the future, I will think twice before I act. If it weren't for you, my sister, today, I would have made a big mistake," she stammered. Su Shi nodded with relief. "It's good that you understand this." As they talked, the two showed their ID cards to the gatekeeper and entered the academy from the side door. They saw 2 tables in front of the screen wall, and 2 women and their maids sitting behind the tables. These 2 people were the ones who registered their names at the door on the day of the exam. The 2 hurried over and handed over their ID cards. "My surname is Fu, and I will manage your miscellaneous affairs from now on." The woman in her 30s smiled at them gently, introduced herself, and pointed to the woman in her 20s next to her and said, "Her surname is Chun, and she is my deputy. If I'm not here in the future, it's the same to look for her." Mr. Chen registered the names of the 2 and asked, "Do you live at home or in the academy?" Su Shi didn't say anything and looked at Su Shui. Su Shui pursed her lips and whispered to Su Shi, "Sister, I want to live at home." This answer was naturally within Su Shi's expectations. She turned to Mr. Chen and asked, "My elders at home are worried and asked me to live back home. But my home is a bit far from here. Can I get a bed in the academy? I will pay the accommodation fee as well. But I usually live at home. If the weather is bad or something happens in the academy, and it is too late to go home, I will live in the academy. The academy has been open for so many years, and situations like Su Shi are very common." Master Chen said, "Okay." Su Shi was very happy and thanked him repeatedly. Su Shui was very hesitant after hearing this. She wanted to ask for a bed like Su Shi, so that she could accompany Su Shi when he stayed in the academy. But thinking about the money for the dormitory, she gave up the idea. The bed fee is 1 tael of silver per half a year, and you can't bring your own bedding. You have to buy the uniform bedding in the academy, which costs 6 taels of silver. She can't afford to spend so much money just to stay for a night occasionally. This girl's face shows everything, and Su Shi can tell what she is struggling with at a glance. However, she knew that the Su family didn't want to use her money. Su Shui didn't say it, and she didn't ask. She took out the money to pay her own expenses, and said to Master Su, "Pay her tuition together." "No. No." Su Shui quickly took out the silver. "My mother gave me the money." "That's fine." Su Shi took her 2 taels of silver and put it in front of Master Chen. Master Chen registered and said, Today is just registration and placement. No other arrangements. Those who live in the academy can go in and choose a room and bed. And those who live outside can go back. Go to the academy on time at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for class. The class will be held in the same classroom where you take the exam. Thank you for your advice, Master. Sushi thanked him and asked, I would like to ask again. If you live in the academy, can you go out after school? You can't come and go at will. You need to have a legitimate reason. Have your family come to pick you up. And come to me to ask for leave. Master Chen said seriously. A woman's reputation is extremely important. If something happens while you are away from home during your studies, we can't explain to your elders. I understand. Thank you, Master. Sushi smiled and bowed to her, and said to Su Shui, you accompany me to choose a bed. Su Shui also wanted to see what the dormitory looked like, so she nodded and said yes. At this time, a maid of about 17 or 18 years old came out from behind Master Chen and said, 2 girls, I will take you to the dormitory. Thank you, sister. Sushi followed her into the screen wall silently, and then stepped forward to make friends. What's your name? Sister? The maid said, my name is Shirimo. Sister Shirimo, are you helping to manage the academy now? Shirimo smiled slightly. Her smile was reserved and calm. I guess so. Then sister must be a talented woman. Otherwise, why didn't Madam Chen ask someone else to manage the academy? I just entered the academy, and I don't know what to learn here. Can you tell me about it? If I knew earlier, I could prepare earlier. So Su Shui listened to Sushi chatting with Shirimo all the way. When the 3 of them walked to the dormitory, Sushi and Shirimo were almost like real sisters. When the women's academy was built, it was funded by the queen herself, and raised money from the royal family and noble ladies. It was non-profit, and the tuition fees collected were basically the same as the academy's expenses. If there was a slight surplus, the surplus money would be donated to the charity. If there was a slight deficit, the deficit would be funded by the royal family and noble ladies. Therefore, even in a county-level women's academy, the conditions inside are very good. The dormitory is not far from the room where they took the exam last time. There are 4 large courtyards in total, 1 for each grade. Several students have just checked in. Shirimo led them into a courtyard, and walked along the corridor without stopping until she came to a few main rooms. She took out a bunch of keys, picked one according to the number, opened one of the rooms, and said to Sushi, you can live in this one. Chapter 65 Going to the Silver House. There are not many students admitted each year, and many of them do not live in the academy. So the accommodation is quite spacious, and all the rooms are double rooms. Sushi entered the door, and found that this room was facing south, and had plenty of sunlight. The room was very large, about 30 or 40 square meters, with 2 beds placed against the wall on both sides, and a wardrobe in the middle, forming 2 independent spaces. In addition to the wardrobe, each person also had a desk and a bookshelf. In addition, there are several chairs, and an 8-person table in the common area. There is also a teapot, and several cups on the table. I think this is a place for entertaining guests. The whole room is clean and tidy. The furniture is all natural wood color, and the sheets and quilts are all green. Yes, you don't have to pick up the bedding yourself, but it is directly laid on the bed in the dormitory. Seeing this modern dormitory, Sushi almost burst into tears. Damn, she missed her well-decorated 2-bedroom and 1 living room. Although it is a small house, the comfort of life is not comparable to that of ancient houses. Go to the left end of the corridor, and you will find the toilet. There is a bathroom next to the toilet. The dining hall is located outside this courtyard, and you can see it by walking a few steps east. After Shirimo introduced it, he smiled and said to Sushi, then you pack up and say hello to us when you leave the academy. He nodded to Su Shui and prepared to leave. Sushi quickly handed over the bundle in his hand. There is a box of snacks in it. Sister, take it and try it. If you recognize me as your sister, please don't be polite to me. I'll have to ask you to take care of me in the future. It's not convenient. It's not good if people see it. Shirimo evaded. Didn't you just say that there is a place for you to rest in the academy? You can put it in your room and eat it when you are free. Don't worry. It was made in the morning. It's fresh, and it won't go bad even if it is left for half a day. Shirimo hesitated for a moment, then took it, and his smile became more sincere. Then I won't be polite. After sending Shirimo away, Sushi looked around the dormitory, took out a red embroidered handkerchief from her bosom, put it on the bed, and pressed it with a pillow, revealing a bright corner. She stood up. Let's go! I guess your father and mother are waiting at the door. Su Shui was surprised. Wait for us. When did they say that? I just slipped a note to your mother, asking her to pick us up after dinner. When the two went out, they saw Xia standing at the door waiting, smiling and talking to the gatekeeper. Su Shi greeted Mrs. Chen and the others, and quickly pulled Su Shui over. Mother! Su Shui ran over and took Xia's arm. Xia was afraid that Su Shi would think too much, so she quickly stretched out her hand to hold her, and said with a smile, Let's go. I'll take you to buy some necessary things. As she said that, she thanked the old woman guarding the door, and pulled the two of them out to meet Su Yongyi, who was waiting not far away. Uncle, please help me call a mule cart. If you have something to do, go and do it, Su Shi said to Su Yongyi, and turned to look at Xia again. Aunt, accompany me to the silver shop. Su Shui's eyes lit up, and she asked Su Shi, Are you going to sell the jewelry you drew that day? Yes. Su Shi smiled at the puzzled Su Yongyi and Xia. Uncle, Aunt, I'll explain this to you when I get home. Su Yongyi waved at the mule cart waiting for customers at the corner of the street, and said, I'm worried about you three mothers going alone. I'll go with you. He asked Su Shi again. Are you going to the Changming Pavilion that we went to that day? No. We're going to the largest Yulong Pavilion in the county, Su Shi said. The four of them got on the mule cart, and Su Yongyi and Xia asked Su Shi what she wanted to sell. When they knew that Su Shi had drawn a picture of the jewelry and wanted to sell it for money, the couple looked at each other and fell silent. After a while, Su Yongyi said, Miss Shi. Su Shi interrupted him. Just call me Xiao Shi. In modern times, classmates and friends all called her that. After coming to ancient times, she heard Su Yongyi and his wife call her Shi Jie, which she was not used to. But she couldn't say anything. Since we have to change our words now, we might as well change it to this. Seeing Su Yongyi's hesitation, she said, No matter what, I am the adopted daughter of the Su family. You are my elders. Isn't it normal for you to call me Xiao Shi? Su Yongyi was very happy that she was still close to her family even after changing her status. So he said, Okay. From now on, we will call you Miss Shi in front of others, and call you Xiao Shi behind others. Seeing that Su Shi had no objection, he said again, You are going to the silver shop in a while, and you are wearing such clothes, and you don't have one or two servants with you. It's totally unbecoming. Why don't you ask your aunt to dress up as a maid? Xiao Shi to dress up as a maid, and I will be a coachman waiting for you at the door. What do you think? Su Shi came to the women's academy to study, representing the face of the Marquis's mansion. Before she went out today, the old lady specially checked her dress. Although she didn't dress up gorgeously today, she also wore the most valuable hairpins, earrings, and bracelets. Her clothes were also the best ones made by the embroiderer of the Marquis's mansion. The embroidery on the dress could be worth more than 10 taels of silver if it was removed and sold separately. Anyway, Su Shi's outfit was obviously that of a rich lady from a wealthy family. Su Shi knew that no matter what era, people would always respect the clothes first and then the person. So she didn't ask to dress shabbily. Not only did she want to live in a better dormitory with this outfit, but she also hoped to use it to support her family and make her first pot of gold. Su Shui also wore a new dress today, but the Su family's conditions were just so. Xia gritted her teeth and made 2 sets of silk clothes for her, but the fabric was naturally far inferior to Su Shi's. People who knew the business could tell the difference in fabric between the two at a glance. In addition, the most valuable things on her body were a silver hairpin and a pair of jade bracelets with not very good water head that Xia brought as a dowry. They were not at the same level as the jewelry on Su Shi. Su Yongyi and Xia came to send their daughter and Su Shi to school. Although they wore the best clothes, the material was fine and half new. Xia didn't even have a decent jewelry on her. Therefore, the 4 people standing there didn't look like a family, but a master-servant relationship. Su Shui looked at her and Su Shi's dresses and nodded quickly. Xia said, I don't quite understand why you want to sell that picture. But if you say I am your aunt and Xiaoxue is your sister, I am afraid the shopkeeper will think you stole clothes from somewhere and come here to cheat people. Su Shui laughed when she heard it, and nodded heartlessly, Yes, my mother is right. I want to laugh when I think about that situation. Su Shi had this intention, but she couldn't say it herself. Otherwise it would make the Su family sad. She originally planned to ask Su Shui to accompany her in when she arrived at the door of the silver shop. The Su couple was waiting at the door. Chapter 66 Design Drawings. Now that Su Yongyi and Xie had mentioned it, she naturally wanted to go with the flow. But it was not easy to agree too readily. She said with a bad look on her face, "Isn't this bad? What's wrong with that? You are the daughter of a wealthy family, so the shopkeeper will value the drawing you drew. Once they determine that you are a liar, no matter how good your drawing is, others will not believe it. If any bad reputation spreads to the academy, how can you study in the future?" Su Yongyi said. When Mrs. Xie heard that it would affect her studies, she immediately became nervous and patted Su Shi's arm and said, "Listen to your uncle. You are not allowed to do anything reckless. Then I will wrong Aunt and Xiaoxue." Su Shi still looked embarrassed. "What is wrong with this? You kid," Mrs. Xie said angrily. Su Shi looked at her with an apologetic look on her face. "When we enter the silver shop later, I will trouble Aunt and Xiaoxue to stand behind me. This is also a tactful reminder to them that if they want to play the role of servants, they can only stand behind the ladies, and servants cannot sit. It also prevents the two from being exposed when they enter the silver shop." Mrs. Xie nodded. "Don't worry. I know what to do." "Mother, how did you know?" Su Shui asked curiously. "Your fifth grandmother used to be a maid in a wealthy family. Had you forgotten? She often told us about the rules of being a maid." Su Shui suddenly realized and remembered what the fifth grandmother said. She nodded and said, "I know what to do later." Turning to look at Su Shi, "Sister, don't worry. The county town was not big, and the silver shop was not far from the academy." As they were talking, the mule cart had already stopped not far from the silver shop. Su Yongyi told the mule cart to wait for them here, and he followed the three people to the door of the silver shop. He nodded to the doorman first, and then said to Su Shi, "Miss, I will wait for you here." Before Su Shi could speak, Xie took on the look of a housekeeper and said to Su Yongyi coldly, "You just stay here. Don't go out to drink again. The young lady will be down in a moment. If I can't find you, I'll report to the old lady and have you skinned alive." Su Shui almost laughed out loud, and quickly hid behind Su Shi to hold back her laughter. But her shoulders were still shaking. Mrs. Xie slapped her on the back. "What are you doing? You are so unruly." Su Shi also had a hard time holding back his laughter, but he still said to Mrs. Xie with a stern face, "Okay, Mrs. Xie, you should stop talking. Let's go in." Then, he went in first. A waiter had been waiting on the side. The waiter in the silver shop had the sharpest eyes. As soon as he saw Su Shi's dress, he knew that she was a big customer. Therefore, when he saw Su Shi walking in, he hurriedly greeted her attentively. "Miss, please go upstairs." Su Shi did not say anything, followed him upstairs, and said, "I want to see your shopkeeper." Her attitude made the waiter feel that he was not wrong. This was definitely a rich lady. Although he didn't understand why this rich lady didn't go to the silver shop in Beijing to buy jewelry, but came to their county town. But this did not prevent him from taking Su Shi to the small hall for receiving distinguished guests, asking the waiter to serve tea, and then quickly going to invite the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was a fat middle-aged man named Huang, and he smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. "What do you want to see, young lady?" Su Shi had already thought about how to promote her own design drawings. She sat there, and did not get up when the shopkeeper came. She took a sip of the tea brewed by the waiter, frowned, put down the teacup in her hand, looked at the shopkeeper and said, "I can design jewelry, and I want to cooperate with your silver shop for a long time." Shopkeeper Huang thought Su Shi was here to buy jewelry, and just as he sat down and was about to promote the new jewelry launched by the silver shop, he heard Su Shi's words. His smile froze on his face. Xie and Su Shui both became nervous, fearing that Huang would get angry with Su Shi, but they were worrying too much. Huang was a businessman, and even if he had any thoughts in his mind, he would not show them on his face, let alone say bad things to others. He relaxed his body, leaned back on the chair, and said to Su Shi with a smile, "Miss, do you have any jewelry designed? Can I take a look first?" Su Shi took out a flat brocade box from his sleeve pocket, opened it, took out a folded paper from it, and handed it to Huang. Huang took it, opened the paper, and read it carefully. Su Shui stood behind Su Shi, not far from Huang. Seeing that the young man standing in the corner of the house was attracted by the voice outside, she quickly stretched her head to look at the paper, and found that it was the bracelet picture that she drew at Sue's house that day. However, there were changes. Not only did the size increase, but she also drew some small details on the side. Seeing this, Xie quickly pulled her and glared at her. Shui pursed her lips and stood up quickly, not daring to look around. When Huang opened the paper, he didn't take it seriously. She looked young, although she was well dressed and looked like a lady from a rich family. What knowledge could such a person have? How many noble ladies have worn jewelry all their lives, and they only know whether the jewelry is new or not, and whether it looks good or not? It's impossible for them to design a new piece of jewelry. Knowledge, talent, broad knowledge, smart mind, etc. all are indispensable. Not to mention noble ladies and young ladies. Even if he has been a shopkeeper of a silver shop for a lifetime and has come into contact with countless jewelry, it would be difficult for him to design a few new styles. But when he opened the paper and saw what was drawn on it, he sat up straight involuntarily, and his expression became serious. An expert can tell whether a work is good or not with just one move. Shopkeeper Huang has been a shopkeeper for his whole life. Just by looking at this drawing, he can tell whether she is professional or not. People who have never studied design draw pictures in a meticulous or freehand style. In short, they draw pictures for appreciation, but the design drawings that are really drawn for craftsmen are not drawn in that way. They must be three-dimensional pictures with dimensions, and small details marked with separate and large pictures. Sushi's design is a professional design. And if you look closely, it is even better than those designs. Easier to understand, and more detailed. Moreover, this design is absolutely amazing. Seeing the bracelet pattern clearly, Huang, the shopkeeper, was immediately excited and asked Sushi, "Miss, how did you come up with this design? It's so novel." He was still staring at the drawing, reluctant to move his eyes away. This little bird is so vivid. If I make a bracelet in this style, I wonder how popular it will be. Sushi smiled slightly. This is just one of the styles I designed. Huang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he finally took his eyes away from the drawing. "Miss, do you mean there are other styles on your hand?" Chapter 67. How much is it? "Of course," Sushi said. "If I can only design this style, how can I have the nerve to cooperate with you for a long time? Miss, can you show it to me?" Shopkeeper Huang stared at Sushi eagerly. When Xie saw it, she wanted to walk up and block Sushi with her body. Shui blinked her big eyes and quickly glanced at her mother. Sushi was used to this kind of look from Shopkeeper Huang. In modern times, when she designed something, she could always draw such a look from others. She smiled slightly. "Shopkeeper Huang, you haven't said how to cooperate yet." She stretched out her hand and took the blueprint out of Shopkeeper Huang's hand. Shopkeeper Huang subconsciously wanted to stop Sushi's behavior, but his movements were not so fast, and it was not easy to snatch the blueprint back from Sushi's hand. He could only watch the blueprint being folded into small squares by Sushi, and then open the brocade box and put it in. He saw with his sharp eyes that there were other pieces of paper folded into small squares in the brocade box. He suppressed the itch in his heart, thought about it, and said to Sushi, "1 tael of silver? 1 tael of silver for one drawing. What do you think, young lady? But the other designs you come up with must be as novel as the one just now." Sushi looked at Huang the shopkeeper as if he were an idiot, and stood up without saying anything, and called out to Xie and the others. "Xie ma, Xiaoxue, let's go. Hey, young lady, don't leave." Shopkeeper Huang almost stretched out his fat hand to pull her away. But fortunately, he was still rational and remembered the rules of sex. But beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. If the young lady is not satisfied with the price, you can negotiate it. How can you just walk away without saying a word? If Sushi only had that one drawing, she would just leave, and the silver shop would not only not lose anything, but also gain a lot. The country of big foodies is not lacking in the spirit of copycats. The size of the drawing is not important, even if the painters of their silver shop are not as vivid as the bird in Sushi's painting. If they can make a bracelet that is 70% similar, it is also a novel bracelet, which will surely attract ladies and young ladies to buy it. But Sushi has other designs in her hand. If she has many more drawings in her hand, and they are all as novel and beautiful as the bird bracelet, if she buys her designs, not only will their silver shop's business improve, but it will also attract noble ladies in the capital. This is a good opportunity to expand business and increase the reputation of the silver shop. How can we miss it? Shopkeeper Huang failed to pull Su Shi. But there was a waiter standing at the door. The waiter stood at the door and bowed to Su Shi and the other two. Miss, please stay. Our shopkeeper has something to say. Su Shi had to stop and look at Shopkeeper Huang. Smiling, could it be that your silver shop dares to force buying and selling? Xie and Su Shui suddenly became nervous. Xie said, do you know who my young lady is? At this moment, she was extremely glad that Su Shi was recognized by the Marquis mansion. Otherwise, how could ordinary people like their Su family, who had no power and influence, protect Su Shi? Hey, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Huang, the shopkeeper, waved his hands and bowed to Su Shi again and again. How dare we force you to buy or sell? I just hope that the girl will stay and talk more. What to talk about? Su Shi sneered. 1 tael of silver for a picture. You dare to say that? Do you think I have never seen silver? A piece of medium to high quality jade, carved into an ordinary round bracelet, is only sold for 20 or 30 taels of silver. But if it is carved into the shape of my picture, it can be sold for at least 30 or 40 taels. Even if the price of a bracelet increases by 10 taels of silver, people will still buy it. This is just one. If you sell dozens or hundreds of them, how much profit will you make? What's more, you not only make jade bracelets, but also gold and silver bracelets in this style. Shopkeeper Huang was sweating again, and he took out his handkerchief and kept wiping his forehead. But he was still trying to say, no. It's not as exaggerated as the girl said. Different styles, different materials, and high requirements for carving. Our costs will also increase, and we really can't make much money. When Su Shi heard this, he made a move to leave again, and glared at the waiter and said, if you dare to stop me again, I will go to the government office and sue you for molestation. That's right. Xie stepped forward and was about to push the waiter. Su Shi and Su Shui were young girls, and they couldn't touch these young men. She, a middle-aged woman, was not afraid. Her son Su Chongwen was about the same age as this young man. So what was she afraid of? At this moment, she was extremely glad that she and her husband came with her. If this young man tried to stop her again, she would shout to her husband downstairs. How could the young men dare to stop them? Not to mention these ladies, who were either rich or noble. He didn't dare to stop even the ladies from ordinary families. After the closing of the silver shop, he was put into a sack and died without knowing how. The silver shop couldn't protect him. Before Xie touched him, he quickly dodged and looked at Huang, the shopkeeper, for help. 10 taels. 10 taels per ticket. Miss, 10 taels is really not a small amount. Huang, the shopkeeper, shouted quickly. Su Shi sneered and turned back. I won't sell it if it's not 100 taels per ticket. Do you really think that the new designs are worthless? Just like cabbage? She curled her lips again. A small shop in the county is a small shop in the county. It's so timid. She called out. Xie, madam, let's go to the capital. Mrs. Xie was a very smart person, and she quickly cooperated and said angrily, see? From the beginning, I asked the young lady to go to the capital, but the young lady wanted to save trouble. What price can a small shop like this offer? It's a waste that the young lady spent so much time drawing the jewelry designs. Su Shi gave her an appreciative look, walked out of the door, and walked downstairs, ignoring the manager Huang's calls from behind. 30 taels. Okay. It really can't go up anymore. If it goes up anymore, we'll lose money. Shopkeeper Huang kept wiping his sweat in the back and shouted. Why don't you wait until I ask the boss before making a decision? You know, I can't make the decision on such a matter. Xia's eyes widened and her heart pounded. Oh my God. Their family works so hard. Her husband goes out in the wind and rain every day. And even if he doesn't eat or drink, he can only earn 30 or 40 taels a year. After spending, there will be less than 2 taels left at the end of the year. But Su Shi only painted a few paintings and sold them for 30 taels. If he painted 10 paintings, wouldn't it be 300 taels? She felt that her legs were weak, and she could hardly stand. Su Shui was also stunned by the price of 30 taels. Although she didn't have as much concept of money as Xie, she drew the picture by watching Su Shi. It only took a cup of tea and a few strokes to draw it. Even if some details were added later, and some dimensions were written, it wouldn't take much time. In the time it takes to finish a meal, you can earn 30 taels of silver by painting a few strokes. Oh my God! This money is so easy to earn. Xie grabbed Su Shi's arm, trying to suppress the excitement in her voice, pretending to be calm, and said, "Miss, since the shopkeeper said so, why don't you wait? Maybe their boss can be more sincere?" Chapter 68. A sudden appearance. Su Shi hesitated and stopped, saying, "Okay, then wait." Turning to the relieved Huang, he said, "You have to hurry up. I have something else to do." "Okay, young lady, please go back and wait," said Huang, and called the waiter. "Bring good tea, snacks, and treat this young lady well," said. He hurried out. "Young lady, please." The waiter gave Su Shi a stiff smile, feeling very nervous, afraid that Su Shi would leave if he didn't agree with her. The shopkeeper and the boss came back and couldn't find him, so they didn't know how to punish him. Su Shi had never sold design drafts in this era. Her psychological price was 50 taels per drawing, and she planned to sell 5 drawings first to make her first pot of gold. As for whether to sell the design drafts in the future, and what the price would be, she would decide at that time. She asked for 100 taels of silver per drawing, but she would pay the money on the spot if she asked for an exorbitant price. Shopkeeper Huang lowered the price to 30 taels per drawing, and she was also a little tempted. At this time, she naturally would not leave, and followed the clerk's actions and went upstairs. But just as she climbed to the second floor, she saw a woman's face. The woman was probably in her early 20s, with a woman's hairstyle, a gorgeous face, a bright red pleated flowered skirt, and a gold hairpin inlaid with rubies on her head. The nanny and 2 maids standing behind her were dressed much more luxuriously than the maids and servants in the Marquis mansion, which showed that this woman was either rich or noble. "Can you show me your jewelry? If it's good, I'm willing to buy it for 100 taels of silver each," the woman said. "Husband, madam." A clerk in silver shop clothes came out of the room behind her, stammered, and looked at Su Shi pleadingly, and said boldly, "Our shopkeeper talked to this girl first. Can you let the shopkeeper finish talking, and then you can talk to this girl?" The woman didn't say anything, just looked at Su Shi. This woman is obviously rich. Su Shi was of course happy to sell the design to her. But in doing business, some principles must be followed. She said to the woman, "What the clerk said makes sense. Everything has a first come first served. If the owner of the silver shop is not willing to pay 100 taels for my design drawings, then we can talk about it later." The woman curled her lips and nodded. "Okay." She pointed to the next room. "I'm here. After the girl finishes talking to the owner, you can ask the clerk to call me." "Okay." Su Shi nodded and walked into the room she was originally in. The 2 clerks breathed a sigh of relief. But when Mrs. Xie heard that the woman really wanted 100 taels of silver to buy the design, she staggered and almost fell flat on her face. Fortunately, Su Shui was quick-witted and supported her. The group went into the house and sat down. The waiter hurriedly put the snacks on the table and brewed tea again. Su Shi naturally couldn't sit down and eat by himself, so he asked Mrs. Xie and Su Shui to stand and watch, and said to them, "Okay, there are no outsiders here. You can sit down and have some snacks." "Miss, how can this be?" Mrs. Xie was still ashamed of her fall. So how could she sit down? What if she was exposed? Su Shi's face darkened. "Just sit down when I told you to." "Why? Do you still have to be treated by me?" Her expression changed, and she had a bit of the majesty of a rich girl. Mrs. Xie and Su Shui were a little scared, so they sat down obediently and took the snacks that Su Shi pushed in front of them and started eating. Su Shi said to the waiter, "There is a man named Su downstairs, who is my coachman. He came out with me early in the morning, and I think he must be thirsty and hungry. You take these snacks and give him a pot of tea." As she said that, she took out a handkerchief from Xie's sleeve, wrapped 4 or 5 snacks, and handed it to the waiter. "You are really kind-hearted, girl." The waiter flattered her and went downstairs with the handkerchief. Xie and Su Shui were confused by Su Shi's action. Su Shui approached Su Shi and whispered, "Won't this arouse suspicion?" Xie quickly pulled her eyes, pointed to the next room, reminded Su Shui that walls have ears, and shook her head at Su Shi. Su Shui stuck out her tongue, lowered her head, and ate her snacks, not daring to speak again. The owner of the silver shop probably lived not far away. After waiting for a while, Huang, the shopkeeper, came back with an old man and introduced to Su Shi, "This is our owner, surnamed Su." Old man Su had a serious face, nodded to Su Shi, and asked, Can I see the picture you drew? She took out the design and handed it to him. Old man Su looked at the design. A gleam flashed in his eyes. And nodded, okay. We'll take this picture for 100 taels of silver. Then she asked Sushi, Miss, can you show me the other drawings? Sushi blinked and turned to Sia and said, Go and ask the lady next door to come over. Sushi thought she had some knowledge of people. And she always felt that this old man Su was not a sincere and trustworthy person. He was able to buy this drawing so readily. Probably because the guy downstairs had told him about the lady's offer. He was reluctant to part with this design. And he couldn't lower the price anymore. So he had to bite the bullet and buy the design. You should not have the intention to harm others. But you must be on guard against others. Sushi has no one to rely on in this world. So he dare not take out all the drawings. What if old man Su looked at other design drafts? Then said he didn't like them and refused to buy them. And then he drew them again after Sushi left. And let the craftsman in his store copy them. Then Sushi would lose a lot. With his copy, Sushi couldn't sell other design drafts in Beijing anymore. After all, someone has already made the jewelry and sold it. And the one who bought the design draft is not the only one. Nor the first one. They have suffered a loss. So they must come to seek justice. Those who built silver shops are all people with backgrounds. And a small, dilapidated mansion can't protect them. Anyway, people are in the rivers and lakes. And they can be stabbed at any time. Sushi did not hesitate to speculate and guard against others with the greatest malice. Otherwise, she might be the one who suffered a loss. When he heard that Sushi wanted to invite someone, the old man Su's face did not look good. He said, We are still discussing business. And the girl invited someone to come. Isn't this inappropriate? After we finish talking, I will say I don't want to buy it. And then you can talk to that lady. This is the rule of the underworld. There is a first come first served rule for everything. Right? Seeing him say this with a serious face, Mrs. Xie and Su Shui were a little scared. And they all looked at Sushi anxiously. Sushi didn't care at all. Although he had a smile on his face. His expression was indifferent. Haven't we agreed on this deal? Look, I didn't show this design to that lady first. Did I? This is the rule of the underworld. But we didn't discuss the next few drawings in advance. Since the lady next door said she wanted to buy it. Of course, I had to ask her to come and see it together. Of course. If Mr. Su doesn't want to see it, then I'll say goodbye and find another place to talk to that lady. Chapter 69 Evil Thoughts. These words were completely unexpected to Old Man Su. He has been doing business for decades and is an old hand. He knows how to deal with people and how to judge dishes. The little girl in front of him is only 13 or 14 years old and looks very immature. Even if she is well dressed. Why is she selling design drafts? She is probably not a child of a powerful family and has not seen much of the world. He had a serious face. As long as he put on a serious face and said a few harsh words, most children would be scared. If he continued to fool around, there would be no deal he couldn't get. He never thought that this child was as experienced as him. Whose child is this? He turned around and looked at Sushi carefully. Mrs. Xie was a protective child. When she saw the old man staring at Sushi, she immediately stood up and protected Sushi behind her, blocking him tightly, and glared at old man Su with a bad face. What are you looking at? My girl? Is she something you can look at? Turning around, she advised, Girl, don't talk to him. Let's go. Anyway, earning 100 taels of silver is not bad. Old man Su came back to his senses and laughed awkwardly. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I saw that this girl was very impressive. So I wanted to know whose child she was. But I didn't want to offend the girl. I'm here to apologize to the girl. He stood up and bowed to Sushi. From the glance he just gave, Sushi only saw curiosity and exploration, and didn't feel any obscenity. So he didn't care. She waved her hand, no problem. Then she stood up and said, Boss Su, since you don't want to talk, then we'll leave. Hey, don't get me wrong. Girl, I didn't say I don't want to talk. In that case, please ask the lady next door to come over and talk. Old man Su turned his head and nodded slightly to the waiter standing at the door. The waiter went to the next door. Old man Su sat down again, thinking about how to deal with it later. Don't say it. His plan in his mind is really the same as Sushi guessed. Before coming, he had planned to bargain down the price and get the first drawing for 50 taels of silver or even lower, and then let Sushi take out the remaining drawings to look at. If the price was cheap, he would buy one more just for the sake of showing his appreciation, and send Sushi away with the excuse that he didn't like the others, and then have someone draw them based on his memory, and quickly ask the craftsman to start making them, so as to seize the initiative. Anyway, his silver shop was the largest in Biden County, and even if other shops bought Sushi's designs, they couldn't compete with him. He has a backer, so he is not afraid of this little girl causing any trouble. As for the silver shops in the capital, since their customer base is different, even if Sushi sells it to the most famous silver shop in the capital, it will not hinder him. As for jewelry, as long as one shop makes it and spreads it, other silver shops will imitate it. Who can do anything to him? But plans cannot change quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the door, the clerk told him that a lady directly offered 100 taels of silver to buy the girl's design draft. He knew that it was impossible to get the design draft at a low price. In this case, don't blame him for being cruel and only paying 100 taels of silver for one. He would never buy the rest after he had seen them all. No one's money comes from the wind. Right? I didn't expect this little girl to be so cunning. She would rather not do this business than insist on asking the lady to come and see it together. Once there are outsiders, he will not be so easy to play tricks. After all, Yulong Pavilion needs credibility. And he also needs face. Old Man Su's eyes turned quickly, and he thought of a countermeasure. After a while, the young man led a group of people in. The leader was the lady. Old Su was the boss. And even if the other party was a customer of the silver shop, he only needed to be courteous to Huang. And he did not need to lower his status and kowtow to others. Therefore, when the group of people came in, he sat still, just waiting for Huang to introduce them. And then he bowed casually. But when he accidentally saw the material of the woman's dress, he was startled and couldn't help standing up. He had been in the silver shop for decades and had a sharp eye. At first glance, the fabric of the woman's skirt looked like ordinary silk, but it was actually woven from a very rare special silk cocoon. The color was natural, not dyed, so the silk would not fade after washing for a long time, and it would not wrinkle when pressed. This kind of silk is not only rare and expensive, but also not available in the market. It is a tribute. Just from this point, the woman in front of him is not an ordinary person. Even if she is not a member of the royal family, she is a relative of the royal family, or has a close relationship with the royal family. She must not be offended. Not to mention the hairpin on her head, and the material used to press the skirt. The carving is all the best mutton fat jade pendant. At this moment, Old Man Su gave up the idea of making a wrong move on the design. Playing tricks in front of such a person. I am afraid that I am worried that I will not die quickly enough. If he offended her, even if the other party did not take action, the master behind him would punish him. Although she did not have the professional vicious eyes of Old Man Su. She had high IQ and EQ. Seeing Old Man Su's arrogant and respectful attitude, what else could she not understand? However, even if she returned to the Marquis's mansion, she had never thought of dealing with the powerful, let alone trying to get close to any powerful people. She was impatient to beat around the bush. And as soon as the passerby sat down, she opened her mouth and told him what had just happened, saying, "This lady is also interested in my design drawings. So why not take a look at the rest of the drawings together? But let's be humble first and gentlemen later. Please sign a contract before looking at the drawings. You two promise that after looking at the drawings, if you don't buy my design drawings, you will not privately make the jewelry styles I designed. Once I find out, I will take the contract to the government to file a complaint." As she said this, she took out a contract from another sleeve pocket, opened it, and put it in front of the two people. Old Man Su didn't dare to offend the woman, but he was not afraid of Sushi. Sushi's dress might be good in the county, but it was not good enough in the capital city full of powerful people. The maid and the old woman behind her were even more unpresentable. It is impossible for a lady from a rich family to show up in public to sell design drawings. The money she earns is not enough to buy a piece of jewelry. He felt that he stopped Sushi from being rude, which was a gesture of goodwill to this powerful woman. He frowned and said to Sushi unhappily, "Miss Zhao, this is not necessary. Right? I, Su, have been running a silver shop since my father's generation, and I have never heard of signing a contract to see a design drawing. If the girl insists on doing this, then we won't look at this drawing." As he said this, He smiled and nodded slightly to the woman. After getting 100 taels of silver notes, She didn't care whether the remaining design drawings could be sold or not. She would rather not make money than suffer a loss. Chapter 70 Fu Yulang. She was not annoyed at all, and smiled and said, Master Su, please forgive me. I am the weaker party. If you two look at the design drawings and say you don't want to buy it, after I leave, I will make jewelry according to the drawings you have seen. I have no way to do it, and I will suffer a loss in vain. Whether you two take advantage of me or not depends on your thoughts. Although I am judging others by my own standards, I have to be on guard. There is nothing I can do about it, since Mr. Su has said he doesn't want to look at it, and this is Mr. Su's territory. I'll take my leave. She said to the woman, if Madam doesn't mind signing the contract and is interested in my design, we might as well move on and talk about it in the tea house in front. If Madam finds it troublesome, then we'll say goodbye. As she said that, she stood up, nodded to the woman, and walked out of the room neatly and went downstairs. The woman didn't say anything, didn't even look at Old Man Su, stood up and walked out the door. Several servants followed her closely. No, this. Old Man Su looked at the disappearing figures of the few people and stood up, somewhat at a loss. He didn't do anything? He just said something to Sushi, hoping that the girl wouldn't be so arrogant. From the buyer's point of view, he did this for the sake of the lady. Right? Why didn't this man appreciate it, but followed the girl out instead? He didn't even say a word. Seeing this, shopkeeper Huang hurriedly said, Boss, don't be anxious. In this way, we will send someone to follow them and see what the situation is. Old Man Su was about to nod, but changed his mind and said quickly, No, don't send anyone to follow them. If the lady misunderstands that we are going to harm her, we will be finished. He called the waiter who received the woman and asked him, what kind of jewelry does the lady want to buy? Did she like any of them? When they came in, they just asked me for a picture album to look at. They didn't say anything and didn't ask to see the shopkeeper. The waiter said. Old Su asked again and again, but he didn't get any useful information. So he said dejectedly, forget it. It's good if we can avoid offending anyone. Let's just stay here. Boss. Shopkeeper. A waiter suddenly ran upstairs in a hurry. Old Su saw him and shouted, What are you doing in a hurry? You are so impatient. Boss. Boss. The waiter stammered. The second son of the Marquis of Pingnan is here. Old Su. Tongue. He stood up suddenly, almost knocking over the teacup in front of him. Where is it? He asked as he walked out. The young man wiped his sweat. Just got off the carriage. I think he's coming upstairs now. Old Man Su and shopkeeper Huang walked downstairs quickly. As soon as they reached the stairs, they saw a man in brocade clothes coming over. It was Fu Yulang, the second son of the Pingnan Marquis' mansion. There were a few people following him. Judging from their clothes, they should be servants, guards, etc. Second son, you are so honored to come. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Old Man Su bowed quickly. Shopkeeper Huang followed suit. Fu Yulang waved his hand without saying anything, and went straight upstairs until he sat down in a room that shopkeeper Huang used to entertain guests. Then he spoke. I was just passing by and came to take a look. He looked up at Old Man Su and shopkeeper Huang. My mother is going to have a birthday soon. If there are any new styles of jewelry in the store, please bring them to me. Yes, sir. Shopkeeper Huang agreed and turned around to arrange jewelry. Thinking of what happened just now, Old Man Su felt a little guilty. He was about to speak when he heard Fu Yulang say, Uncle Su, go and do what you need. I'll take a look at the jewelry and leave. Old Man Su was about to say that he was not busy, but when he looked up and saw Fu Yulang's indifferent eyes, he quickly swallowed his words and bowed his hands and said, Yes. Yes. I won't bother you anymore. He bowed and left. After leaving, he did not dare to leave, but entered a private room and waited for Fu Yulang's call. After a while, Huang came in, followed by a waiter who was holding a few brocade boxes on a tray. At Huang's signal, the waiter put down the tray, bowed to Fu Yulang, and left. Before leaving, he consciously closed the door. Huang opened the brocade box and showed Fu Yulang the jewelry inside one by one. After Fu Yulang looked at it, he frowned and said, That's all? Yes, that's all. Huang saw that he was not satisfied, opened his mouth to speak, hesitated for a moment, and closed his mouth again, Just say whatever you want to say. Fu Yilang glanced at him. Don't forget. You are my man. Don't really think you are the shopkeeper of the Su family. This made shopkeeper Huang sweat coldly. No. I just think it's not a big deal. From now on. As long as there is something. As long as you think it should be reported. No matter how big or small. You must report it to me, and not hide it. Fu Yilang said coldly. As he said, he raised his eyes and looked at shopkeeper Huang. If you don't do well, I will consider changing people. No. No. I will report it in time. Shopkeeper Huang promised hurriedly. This silver shop is indeed owned by Old Man Su. Old Man Su, Su Xinda's father, was the shopkeeper of a silver shop when he was young. It was not until Su Xinda got married that his father set up his own business and opened a silver shop and became the owner. However, although his family has some connections, their level is low, and with limited money, the silver shop is just a small business. It was not until 2 years ago that the Fu family took a fancy to this silver shop and bought shares in it. Although the Fu family is only a marquis, the title is not prominent in the capital, but their status in the army cannot be underestimated. Generally, people with brains will not confront them for a little money. With the money from the Fu family and their support, the silver shop has grown to the scale of the largest silver shop in Baining County in the past 2 years. Since the Fu family has invested and holds the majority of the shares, it is natural that Su Xinda will not run it alone. So they sent Huang the shopkeeper. However, Huang has no experience in running a silver shop, and his vision is not as sharp as Su Xinda's. When he encounters something, he will ask Su Xinda to make the decision. Of course, this is just a business matter. Once it involves other things, Huang will naturally report to the real master. Just now, Huang opened his mouth to speak because he thought that the bird jewelry design that Su Xinda bought was not bad. Maybe the young master would be satisfied with its novelty after seeing it. But if he told this, it would involve other design drawings. He thought that Su Xinda and he had some friendship, and it would be bad for his future cooperation with Su Xinda if he was scolded by the master for such a small matter. So he decided to make less trouble than more. But since the master wanted to get to the bottom of it, he didn't care and told Fu Yilang everything that happened just now. Fu Yilang frowned. Go call Uncle Su, he told the servant. Chapter 71. Where are the other jewelry pictures? The servant went out and brought Su Xinda in a few minutes later. Sir. Su Xinda cupped his hands, looking a little uneasy. Since Fu Yilang had sent him away, there was nothing important, so he wouldn't call him in again. Calling him now must mean something. Show me the jewelry picture you just bought, Fu Yilang said. There was no expression on his face, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy. Hearing about the jewelry drawings, Su Xinda's heart snapped, and he looked up at Huang, the shopkeeper. Huang lowered his head and didn't look at him. Su Xinda took out a small flat brocade box from his arms and handed it to the servant, who brought it to Fu Yilang and opened it. Fu Yilang took out the design inside, opened it, stared at it for a while, raised his eyes, and looked at Su Xinda, his eyes full of disappointment. Uncle Su, your silver shop can't be big. I thought it was a money problem. Now it seems that it is not the case. You don't have a long-term vision. Su Xinda was panicked when he heard this. His silver shop was doing well, and he was willing to let the Fu family invest in it. One reason was that he wanted to make the silver shop bigger and stronger because he saw the Fu family as his backer. Another reason was for his son's future. His son passed the imperial examination and became an official. With the Fu family as his backer, his career would be much smoother. But if the Fu family thought he was not good enough and kicked him out, he would not get any benefit except the dividends he got every year. This goes against his original intention. You are right, young master. I was confused just now. But at that time, I wanted to lower the price. After all, we are doing business. She asked for 100 taels of silver. We can't just give her whatever she wants. After all, this may be a long-term business. But I didn't expect that Chen Yaojin would appear halfway, and that lady would appear and rob me. I made a big mistake. After hearing this, Fu Yulang's expression eased a little. Seeing that Fu Yilang was a little relaxed, Su Xinda said again, in fact, there is still room for recovery in this matter. Now the two are still talking in the tea house. If they can't reach an agreement, we can still buy the jewelry drawings from Miss Su. Even if she sells the drawings to that lady, We can still ask her to design again. As long as the novelty is the same as these drawings. We will pay her 100 taels of silver per piece. Okay. Then you send someone to watch. If necessary, I can come forward to talk to her. Fu Yulang said. Su Xindao was overjoyed. Yes. The young man will go to the door and watch it in person. After saying this, he bowed and left in a hurry. Fu Yulang looked at the design draft in his hand again and handed it to Huang. The shopkeeper used the best jade to carve it out. I will send someone to pick it up in half a month. After Huang took the design draft, Fu Yulang glanced at him and asked, Do you know why I must buy these jewelry drawings? Huang thought for a moment. The novel styles of jewelry can attract many distinguished guests, thereby increasing the reputation of the silver shop. The reputation of the silver shop will increase greatly, and the business will naturally flourish. We can also open a branch in the capital. Fu Yulang nodded. You understand it, don't you? Why let Uncle Su make a fool of himself? He has been running this small shop all his life, so he is conservative and reluctant to spend money. I can understand that. But what about you? As the shopkeeper I sent, you are blindly led by Uncle Su. You can't manage such a small shop. How can I trust you to run a bigger business in the future? Shopkeeper Huang blushed and bowed in shame. Sir, I know I was wrong. Fu Yulang waved his hand. Okay. Don't make the same mistake again next time. Go find someone to make the jade bracelet. Yes. Shopkeeper Huang bowed his head and bowed. Then left. Fu Yulang looked at his back and sighed. Young master. The servant standing behind Fu Yulang suddenly called him. Could the lady that shopkeeper Huang just mentioned be the princess of Qingyang from the Jinan Wang family, who married into the Yingwa Gong family? I heard that because she had been married for 3 years without having a child, the Yingwa Gong prince wanted to take a concubine, and she had a very unhappy quarrel with her in-laws, because she had a certain attainment in calligraphy. Princess Shangda had a good personal relationship with the Jinan Wang Fei, so she invited her to teach at the Baining County Women's Academy. Huang the shopkeeper said that the lady's clothes were tribute, and I guess it might be her. Fu Yulang was startled, frowned and thought for a while, then relaxed his brows and waved his hand indifferently. Even if it's her. So what? Baining County is close to the capital. The farms and fields of the royal family. Nobles and powerful officials are here. And they come here less? It's not surprising to have another Qingyang County lord. Princess Shangda has lived in Baining County for many years, because her fiefdom is here. If they come more, it will be good for our silver shop. Right? The servant smiled and flattered. Sir, you are right. You are really insightful. But you reminded me, Fu Yulang ordered. Remind Uncle Su not to offend that lady. If you want to contact the girl surnamed Su, it is best to wait until that lady leaves. Yes. Sitting there was boring. Fu Yulang thought about it and stood up. I'll go and take a look. As he said that, he left the house and asked the waiter to take him to the other side of the house, where he could see the tea house. He sat down and drank tea and ate snacks while waiting for Su Shi and others to come out. On the other side, Su Shi left the silver shop and saw the lady coming out with him. He stopped and waited for her to come up. He smiled and said, Madam, do you want to see the design drawings? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come out with you? The two smiled at each other. Madam, please, let's go to the tea house to talk. Su Shi made a gesture. Opposite the silver shop was a tea house. The group went upstairs and asked for a private room to sit down. Su Shi took out the brocade box containing the design, opened it, and pushed it in front of the woman. This is the design. Madam, take your time to look at it. The woman did not reach out to take the design, but looked up at Su Shi. Miss, you can call me Madam Xiao. May I know your surname? Xiao. Su Shi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, No need to call your surname Su. Su Shi. The surname Xiao is the national surname of the royal family of this fictitious country. However, this surname is a common surname. In addition to the royal family, there are many ordinary people with the surname Xiao. It cannot be judged that the woman in front of the royal family is a member of the royal family based on this surname. However, judging from her dress, this person is either rich or noble. Madame Xiao nodded and looked at Su Shi and said, Miss Su, are you just letting me look at the drawings? Shouldn't we sign the contract first? Su Shi smiled and waved his hand. I think Madame has a clear vision and is open-minded. She is definitely not the kind of person who likes to play tricks. Besides, with Madame's wealth, There is no need to take advantage of me. I said that just now mainly to the owner of the silver shop. I don't think he has any intention of buying the design drawings again. Chapter 72. Let's open a silver shop together. Although I don't know whether Sushi's words are true or flattering. Who doesn't like to hear good words? When Madame Xiao heard her say this, she immediately laughed and asked, "How do you know that he has no intention of buying the design again?" Sushi snorted coquettishly. "Didn't you see how painful it was when he took out 100 taels to buy my design? If you hadn't said that he would sell the design to you if he didn't like it, I guess he wouldn't have paid 100 taels of silver to buy that design. I think he is planning to spend 100 taels of silver to buy 10 pictures." Mrs. Xiao immediately laughed. Ha ha ha. After entering the Marquis mansion, Sushi had come into contact with many women in ancient times. Not only the wives and daughters of the Marquis mansion, but also village women like Xie and Su Shui, behaved with chastity and quietness. When they laughed, they tried to control the degree of opening their mouths. And at the same time, they would cover their mouths with handkerchiefs or palms to prevent people from seeing their teeth. But the Mrs. Xiao in front of him laughed so boldly, laughing with her mouth open, without any intention of covering it up. Sushi immediately fell in love with this Madame Xiao. "Okay. If you trust me, I can't be hypocritical anymore." "Right?" Madame Xiao smiled, reached out to take the brocade box, opened the lid, took out the design drawings inside, and looked at them one by one. Sushi would not sell dog meat under the guise of sheep. The remaining design drawings were all carefully designed by her, and their ingenuity and exquisiteness were no less than the first bird drawing. Madame Xiao looked at them and couldn't put them down. She liked them very much. After she finished looking at them, she counted them and found a total of 9. She directly ordered Madame Yun, "Pay Miss Su 900 taels of silver." The maid standing behind Madame Xiao took out her purse from her bosom and counted out 9 silver bills for Sushi. Sushi took the silver bills and thanked her. Then asked Madame Xiao, "Madam, do you want to ask the craftsman to make these pictures for you to wear yourself? Or do you want to open a silver shop at home?" "Of course, I will wear them myself." Madame Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up when she said this. "Open a silver shop?" She turned to look at Madame Yun and asked excitedly, "Madam, how about we open a silver shop?" Madame Yun looked at Madame Xiao with a doting look in her eyes. "Miss, if you think it's good to open a silver shop, then open one. Madame has said that you can do whatever you want." Mrs. Zhao's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she recovered quickly and looked at Sushi. "Miss Su, are you interested in opening a silver shop together?" She raised the design in her hand. "I think you are very smart. If you design jewelry, our silver shop will definitely be crowded with customers." It is impossible for Sushi to say that she is not tempted. Suddenly she came to a strange world. Although the Su family treated her well, and the old lady and the eldest lady of the Marquis' mansion seemed to treat her well, she did not feel safe. She doesn't trust others, only herself. Only when she builds a career foundation, has a stable source of income, and buys a house, she will feel secure. As for getting married? Oh, men are all pigs. It's better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. She thought so in modern times, and she still thought so in ancient times. So, she has to make money. She has to fight for her own career in this strange world. And right in front of her is a good opportunity. If the lady thinks highly of me, I will be very happy. But I can't do anything else except designing. I have no money and no people, so there is no way to talk about together. When the time comes, Madam can hire me to design for Madame Silver's shop, and pay me a certain amount for each design drawing. Of course, this is naturally under the condition that Madam is satisfied with my design. If not, Madam can ask for someone else." When Madame Yun first heard her master say that, she was a little anxious. Now she heard Sushi say that, she felt relieved and a satisfied look appeared on her face. In fact, their family is not short of money, and opening a silver shop is just to let their young lady relax. Partnering with someone is nothing more than sharing some money with the other party, which is not a big deal. It's just that I don't know the other party's background. What if the other party is a person of bad character and has evil intentions? Wouldn't it be unpleasant? If it causes trouble and is known by people in the mansion, I don't know how they will laugh at her young lady. So you can't rashly recruit people to join the partnership. You have to find out the other party's background. Madame Yun has this concern, and Sushi has the same. So even though she was tempted, she still declined. Mrs. Xiao said that because she liked Sushi's design, and had a good impression of her. Seeing that She did not climb up the pole, but declined, she had a better impression of She did not force it, and smiled and said, "Okay. Anyway, there is no store yet. Let's talk about this matter after I arrange it." She paused. "Where does Miss Sue live?" "I am a student who was admitted to the women's college this year." "Madam, if you have something to do, you can ask someone to find me at the academy." "Students from the women's academy?" Mrs. Zhao's eyes widened. Madame Yun laughed. "Oh, what a coincidence. My daughter is here to teach at the women's academy." "Ah?" Shi and the other two were shocked. Shi reacted very quickly, stood up quickly, took Shui's hand, stood side by side with her, and bowed to Madame Xiao. "Student Shi greets the teacher." Shui now understood what Shi meant, and followed her example to bow to Madame Xiao. "Student Shui greets the teacher." Madame Xiao had stood up and helped Shi up. Seeing Shui also bowing, and hearing her call herself a student, she was surprised and pointed at Shui and said, "This is..." During the entrance examination, Shi knew that the Women's Academy attached great importance to the character of students. Now that Madame Xiao is their teacher, she will know their details in the future. Since this is the case, it is better to be honest now, and leave a good impression on the other party. There is a daughter who was taken away by mistake in the Swaping Marquis mansion. I wonder if Madame has heard of it. The girl who was taken away by mistake and raised in the countryside is me. She smiled. She pointed at Mrs. Xie. "This is my adoptive parents. The Su family's aunt." She pointed at Shui. "This is Su's cousin." She smiled apologetically at Mrs. Xiao. "I want to make some money by myself and sell my designs in the silver shop. My aunt and sister were worried about me going alone and wanted to accompany me. They were worried that I would be looked down upon, and that I didn't look like a family member in my clothes. So they volunteered to dress up as servants and go with me. They didn't mean to deceive people." When Mrs. Xie heard what She said, she knew what she was worried about, and her heart was lifted. She quickly said, "Yes, Madam. Susie is a filial child. She didn't want to spend the money on herself. But because we live in poverty, she wanted us to have the capital to start a small business. So she came to sell the design drawings. She didn't agree with Xiaoxue and me pretending to be servants. But I forced her to agree." Chapter 73 Evil Intentions? Shui nodded fiercely. "We really volunteered. My sister is very kind to us. It was also thanks to my sister that I was admitted to the Women's Academy. My sister paid my tuition." Mrs. Xiao glanced at Madame Yun and saw her nod. She knew that the Swaping Marquis mansion must have really taken the wrong daughter. She laughed and said to Shi, "They are very protective of you." Shi smiled and nodded, "Yes. It's my luck." Mrs. Xiao saw that she smiled very sincerely. And Xie and Shui's nervousness and protection for her did not seem to be fake. She suddenly envied Sushilai in her heart. The richer the family, the more complicated the interpersonal relationships. Even biological parents may not really love and care about their children, but put their interests first. It is rare to see people like Shi and Xie's mother and daughter treat each other sincerely. If Shi's experience is really as she said, it is a blessing for her to live in the Su family. "Are you students admitted this year?" she asked again. "That's right." "That's good." Madame Xiao stood up. "Since we are all in the academy, it will be convenient to contact each other. I will find a store, shopkeeper, and then I will find you. I have something else to do, so I will leave first, and see you later. Farewell, sir." The three of them walked out of the box, and watched their figures disappear at the corner of the stairs. And then they breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Xie was worried. "Xiaoxi, this matter has no impact on you and Xiaoshui, right?" Shi shook his head. "It shouldn't. Mrs. Xiao is straightforward. She didn't show any displeasure. And she said that she would contact him again. So there shouldn't be any bad behavior." Mrs. Xie was relieved. Shi turned around and bowed to Mrs. Xie. "Thank you, aunt and sister, for explaining to me in time just now. What are you doing? You still think I'm your aunt. So don't say such things," Mrs. Xie said angrily. The three looked at each other and laughed. "This is not a place to talk. Let's go home." Shi called the waiter, paid the bill, and went downstairs with Mrs. Xie and Shui. Because of Fu Yulong's instructions, Su Xinda did not disturb Madame Xiao when she left. But Fu Yulang confirmed her identity after seeing Madame Zhao's appearance upstairs. Madame Xiao had a brother, whom Fu Yulang had met. The two siblings looked somewhat alike. After confirming Madame Zhao's identity, Fu Yulang was glad that he had just told Su Xindo. Their Ping and Marquis mansion was not only far behind the Jinan Prince mansion, but also far behind the Ingong mansion. No matter from which aspect, they could not afford to offend this woman. Su Xindo waited patiently. When Su Shi and others appeared at the door of the tea house, he ran out of the silver shop and said to Su Shi with a smile, "Miss, let's talk about what happened just now." Fu Yulang was worried about Su Xindo, so he sent Huang the shopkeeper down. At this time, Huang the shopkeeper also said, as soon as the girl left just now, "Our boss regretted it. I want to continue talking to the girl now." The girl said 100 taels of silver for one picture, and we will never say no. Su Xindo nodded quickly, "Yes. Yes. Sorry. The remaining 9 pictures have been sold to the lady just now." Su Shi smiled and nodded to Su Xindo, and was about to leave. Su Xindo wanted to cry when she heard this, and stood in front of Su Shi to block her way, and said with a sad face, "Miss, can you help us draw a few more pictures?" "Yes. We will pay as much as the lady pays for each picture, and it will never be less than 100 taels of silver." Manager Huang was also trying his best to make up for his mistake. "Really no more." Su Shi smiled apologetically. "These 10 pictures that I sold were all carefully thought out and revised over and over again in the past 1 or 2 years. It took me countless efforts. How can I just draw them whenever I want?" "You too. I'm really sorry." Su Shui opened her mouth. "What do you mean by 1 or 2 years? These pictures were drawn by Su Shi while she was watching him. It took less than an hour in total." She knew that this was not the time for her to talk, so she had to suppress her doubts and listen to the conversation between Su Shi and the two. "Can you come up with a few more pictures when you go back? As long as the style is novel, everything will be fine," Shopkeeper Huang said. "I'll give it a try. You know, this kind of thing is not something I can draw just by thinking about it. I need inspiration," Su Shi said. "Okay then. If the girl comes up with it, she must bring it to Yulong Pavilion," Shopkeeper Huang urged earnestly. Su Shi's words seemed to be true. This kind of picture can't be drawn casually. Their craftsmen all need to find inspiration. Without inspiration, he couldn't come up with any new style even in half a year or a year. This kind of thing can't be rushed. So he could only settle for the second best, hoping that Su Shi could draw a new style and bring it to Yulong Pavilion first. "Okay," Su Shi said, looking at Su Xindo. Su Xindo had to step aside and watch Su Shi and a few others leave in frustration from the enthusiastic performance of Huang. How could Su Xindo not see that he was also blamed by the second son and wanted to make up for his mistake? It can be seen that the second son cares about this matter, thinking about today's deal, which was all caused by his decision. His heart sank. He turned around and told the doorman, "Follow the girl and see where she lives." Huang opened his mouth to stop them, but after a pause, he closed his mouth. The doorman hurriedly chased after Su Shi and the others. Su Yongyi saw that Su Shi just kept walking forward and had already left Yulong Pavilion, but had not stopped yet. So he hurriedly said, "Shijie, you wait here. I'll call a mule cart." "Uncle, don't worry," Su Shi said, without explaining, and walked straight forward. When she reached the corner of an alley, she walked in, then stopped in front of a house with a locust tree and stood behind the locust tree. Su Yongyi and his wife and Su Shui didn't know her intention, but they didn't ask and followed her in. Xie knew that Su Shi had a huge amount of money on him at this time. Although this alley was not remote, it was still a little deserted compared to the street just now. If someone had bad intentions, Su Yongyi, a man, might not be able to protect them. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Su Shi, "Shush," signaling them to be quiet. Xie quickly shut up and followed Su Shi's gaze to the alley entrance. Then she heard hurried footsteps. And then a figure rushed over, ran a few steps forward, and seemed to find something wrong. So he stopped and looked around. Before he could see her, Su Shi asked, "Are you looking for me?" Su Yongyi then saw clearly that this man was the doorman of Yulong Pavilion. He had just chatted with this guy when he was waiting for Su Shi and others downstairs, and he would not make a mistake again. He was shocked and angry. Did Yulong Pavilion have bad intentions towards Su Shi because the deal failed? Chapter 74 Testing. The waiter's job was to receive guests and see them off. He had never followed guests. Seeing Su Shi and his friend standing there leisurely, apparently waiting for him, he immediately blushed and denied it. waving his hands. No. No. Don't misunderstand me. Girl. My family lives here. He pointed to the front. There was an emergency at home. So I ran a little hurriedly. Oh. Is that so? Sushi smiled meaningfully and made a gesture of invitation. Then hurry back, so as not to delay your urgent business. The man had no choice but to bow to Sushi and run forward. Uncle, you stay here. If he turns around and tries to chase us, stop him and ask him what he wants to do, saying that you suspect he wants to rob, and pretend to take him to the government office to scare him, Sushi said, seeing Su-youngi nodding with a frightened face. She reminded him again, when you come back, take a few more detours, and make sure that no one is following you before going home. But I'm worried about you three going back, Su-youngi said. Although he had seen many dirty tricks in the streets for so many years, it was the first time he saw a robbery in broad daylight like today, and he was quite frightened. Xia and Su Shui also looked overly frightened. Sushi comforted, don't worry. They don't want to rob us, but want to know where I live, so that they can ask someone to ask me if I have finished drawing the design. It's just a normal method of businessmen. Really? Su Shui asked hurriedly. Of course it's true. They are a wealthy family, so they won't take risks for such a small amount of money. The three members of the Su family all breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Then you can leave quickly. Su-youngi knew that the silver shop was really as Sushi said, and the clerk would definitely come back to report back. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Xia grabbed Sushi's hand, like an old chicken protecting a chick, and quickly pulled her out of the alley, waving to the mule cart driver in the distance. Without waiting for the mule cart to come over, he quickly joined the mule cart, got on the mule cart, and told the driver, go quickly. The mule cart driver didn't know what happened, and drove the mule cart forward. Where are we going? Back to the house in the city. Or go directly to the academy? Xia asked. In her opinion, it would be better to go to the academy. The academy was opened by the royal family, and no matter how brave the owner of Yulong Pavilion was, he would not dare to rush to the academy to look for someone. To the house in the city, Sushi said. She still had something to discuss with Su-youngi and his wife. It was still half a day before Qifeng and the others came to pick her up, so she could take this opportunity to talk. In the future, she would have someone to pick her up, so it might be inconvenient for her to come to the Su family's house again. She couldn't let Yulong Pavilion's shock disrupt her plans. Okay then. Mrs. Xia was reluctant to send Su Shi to the academy directly. She heard from Su Shui that the academy was only registering today and there were not many people. It was not a big deal for Su Shi to stay in the academy alone. Even so, Xia was obviously still frightened. She let the mule cart go around the street twice, and found that no one was following her. So she let the driver drive towards the Su family's house. When they arrived nearby, she did not let the mule cart drive directly to the door of the house, but got off the cart nearby and led Su Shi and Su Shui through 2 alleys before returning home. After a while, Su-youngi also came back and said to Su Shi, as you expected. He came back as soon as you left. If I hadn't stopped him there, he would definitely follow us back. Uncle, take a break. Sushi poured a cup of tea for Su-youngi. Xia patted her chest and said to Su Shi, Xiao Shi is really thoughtful. If you hadn't been careful, we would have fallen into their trap today. Su-youngi was very worried. This county is so small. There will always be a day when we meet. What if they meet on the road? Or find out that you are studying in the women's academy and come to you? Xia and Su Shui also looked at Su Shi nervously. The whole family didn't realize that since when. They all regarded Su Shi as the backbone. No worries, Su Shi said. I am a student of the women's academy and a daughter of the Marquis Mansion. How could they get into trouble for a little benefit? These words really comforted the 3 members of the Su family. Su Shi saw that their nerves had calmed down, and said to Xia, who was about to go back to the kitchen to work, Aunt, you sit down too. While we have time, let's talk about your business. Xia quickly sat down again. Uncle, how are the preparations for the business going? Su Shi asked Su-youngi. I sent you off yesterday, and we went to the county. I have been doing small business in the streets for many years, and I have met some people. I have asked people, and if you set up a stall on the street for a long time, in addition to paying a certain fee to the government office, you also have to pay protection fees to a group of hooligans here. The total is about 1 or 2 silver coins a month. If the business is good, you may have to pay more. Speaking of this, Soo-young's face is not very good. He used to be a small vendor, wandering between villages, and he did not need to pay stall fees and taxes, let alone protection fees. And he worked hard for a month. And apart from the capital, he probably only made a little more than 1 or 2 taels of silver. Now the business has not yet started, and he has to pay so much money. He is a little nervous, fearing that the business will not be good, and in the end, he will not make any money, but lose money. Sushi also guessed Soo-young's concerns, and she smiled and asked, "Uncle, guess how much money I just made?" Sia became nervous when she heard it. "Hush," pointed to the next door, and said, "Keep your voice down. The grandson of that family has the sharpest ears. Don't let anyone hear it." When she entered the house just now, she closed the courtyard door. Now she simply stood up and closed the door of the main room. Sushi stuck out her tongue, took out the banknotes from her bosom, and put them on the 8 immortal table in the main room. Although the Su family treated her well, money can move people's hearts. And this small courtyard is only worth 100 taels of silver. 1,000 taels can buy 10 courtyards like this. Soo-young and his wife are not greedy for this courtyard. But what about 10 courtyards? Sushi actually doesn't want to test the bottom line of the Su family with money. She would not have thought of giving all the money she earned to the Su family. It was just that the money was earned under the eyes of Xie and Su Shui. Instead of hiding it and disappointing the Su family, it was better to take it out openly and take the opportunity to see the character of the Su family. She would definitely earn more than 1,000 taels of silver in the future. If the Su family was really good and trustworthy, she could rest assured to hand over her business to them in the future. Seeing the denomination on the silver bills, and there were at least 8 or 9 silver bills, Soo-young was shocked. He had never seen so much money in his life. Chapter 75 Wholesaler. You, this, put it away quickly. Put it away quickly, he urged repeatedly, even though Xie was looking at the banknotes given by Old Man Su and Madame Xiao. But now the banknotes were piled on the table. Thinking that it was 1,000 taels, Xie's heart was beating like a drum, and she was panicking. Put it away quickly. If someone sees it, it will definitely bring disaster. She glared at Sushi. Don't let anyone see it in the future. Hide it well. Don't let anyone know about the Marquis mansion either. Sushi saw that the couple was shocked and panicked. But there was no greed in their eyes. Su Shui only had a face full of envy and admiration. She was in a very good mood. She picked up 8 bills, folded them, and put them in her arms, and handed the remaining 2 to Soo-young. "Uncle, this is my filial piety to you and aunt. You take it. Do business freely. Don't be afraid. Our cold dishes are so delicious. The business must be very prosperous." Soo-young took 2 steps back as if the 2 silver bills were hot, and then said to Sushi seriously, "Sister Shi, I can't take your money anymore. You have come up with such a good idea for us. If I still can't make the business work, I will be a waste. If I still take your money, I will feel guilty." Sushi felt warm in her heart. She said, "Uncle, we didn't have the capital before, and I planned to do the cold dish business slowly and steadily. But now that we have money, we can't do business like this. After the cold dishes appear, people will follow suit soon. Even if the taste is not as good as ours, as long as they sell it cheaply and are outside our influence, it will definitely sell well. It will be very difficult for us to expand in the future." Soo-young nodded. He also thought of this. But even if he thought of it, there was nothing he could do. He really didn't have the ability. He could only eat 1 bite at a time, and he couldn't become fat in 1 bite. Sushi continued, "I thought, why don't we just become wholesalers and sell to the small vendors in the city? Divide the territory among them, and let them unify the price. Uncle and aunt just mix the vegetables at home. Don't wash and cut the vegetables yourself. Hire someone to do it, and you just mix the seasoning. Only in this way can we maximize our benefits. It's not tiring, and we can make a lot of money." She stepped forward and handed the banknote to Soo-young again. "This money is considered as a loan from me to you, or as my investment. When you make money, you can pay me back or give me dividends." Soo-young was excited by the blueprint drawn by Sushi. He is a man, and he also has the ambition to make a lot of money and do a big business. Sushi painted such a beautiful picture for him, and he was unwilling to let him go back and start from a small stall. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll take the money." He thought for a moment and said, "Originally, you only provided the recipe, and got 20% of the profit. Now that you have invested the capital, the profit share cannot be calculated in this way. You must take 50% of the profit. Otherwise, I can't take the money. Sushi Lai invested all the capital. If they lose money, they won't have the money to pay Sushi back in the short term. If they want to pay it back, it will take a long time. In this way, even if Sushi bears all the risks of this business, she will not get a share of the money earned. This is unfair. But it is different if this money is regarded as Sushi's investment. The risks are still borne, and the benefits are shared. This is fair to Sushi. Of course, Su Yongi did this because he felt that this business could not lose money. Anyway, he would control the cost from the beginning, and would never use all of Sushi's 200 taels of silver. The variety can be reduced at first, and then the variety can be increased after the reputation is improved. This way, the cost can be controlled, and the new variety can be used to squeeze out the opponent when others follow suit. But the recipe was given by Sushi, and the business model just now was proposed by Sushi. It was also with the 200 taels of silver that he dared to expand the stall so much. And the capital for the big business was also provided by Sushi. Therefore, he felt it was reasonable to give Sushi a 50% dividend. Sushi did not refuse, and nodded, okay. According to your idea. Su Yongi asked again, can you come and see every day? He now found that Sushi's business acumen was better than his, and his thinking was more thoughtful. Compared with Sushi, he, who had been doing small business for more than 10 years, was far behind. He was a little unsure about expanding the business so much all of a sudden. If Sushi could come out every day to take a look and give some advice, he would feel much more at ease. Sushi thought for a while. I'm afraid it won't work. The school hours are fixed, and the Marquis's mansion will directly pick us up by carriage. The academy also stipulates that we are not allowed to go out without family members to pick us up. So we can't go out even if we have some free time in the middle of the journey. She didn't want the Marquis mansion to know that she supported the Su family's business, so as to avoid the misunderstanding that she gave the 100 taels of silver to the Su family. If she wanted to explain, she had to bring up the issue of her selling the design draft. Although she didn't care about the Marquis mansion, it was better to have less trouble than more. Mrs. Xie glared at Su Yongi. Children's education is a big deal. Don't hold them back. Su Yongi nodded quickly. I didn't think it through. You should focus on studying, and don't worry about the family. I will take care of the family business. Actually, if there is anything, you can just let Xiaoxue tell me. If necessary, I will come to see you. If it is not convenient, I will communicate with you through Xiaoxue. Sushi smiled. Xia was also very happy to hear Sushi say that he could come and visit from time to time. Seeing that the matter was finished, she asked, are you hungry? I ground rice milk this morning. Xiaoxi, you like taro cakes? I will go and steam them for you. At this time, it was still early for Qifeng and the others to pick them up. Sushi was not in a hurry to go back to the entrance of the academy to wait. He said to Xia frankly and bluntly, okay, Auntie, you have to make more. Otherwise it won't be enough for me. How much can your little cat eat? Xia said angrily, waved her hand and stood up. Okay, you guys go take a rest. Before leaving, she turned back and said, Sushi, your original room has been cleaned up by your auntie and is left for you. Whenever you have time, come back and rest even if you don't live there. Shishua's room is next to you. This house was rented out after Su Yongzhen and his wife passed away. Naturally, the original owner's room was not preserved, and all the things were moved back to Shirong village. Now that she plans to be the owner herself, Xia moved Sushi's things from Shirong village and restored her original room to its previous appearance. Xia also knew that the Marquis mansion would not allow Sushi to live in the Su family. After all, Su Yong and Su Chongwen were now considered outsiders to Sushi, and they had no blood relationship. If Sushi continued to live in the Su family, if someone spread the news, it would ruin Sushi's reputation. She cleaned up the house for Sushi, which showed an attitude. No matter what Sushi's identity was, this would always be Sushi's home. Chapter 76 Unexpected News. Sushi and Su Shui went to check out the room, then went back to the kitchen and said to Mrs. Xie, Aunt, I don't live here. You can just find me a room that I don't need on a regular basis. There's no need to keep such a good room. The original owner was the only daughter of Su Yongzhen and his wife, so the original room was in the south of the east wing, which was the best room besides the main room. Now that Su Yongyi's family has moved in, according to the ancient custom of favoring sons over daughters, the east wing should be given to Su Chongwen, and Su Shui should live in the west wing. But in order to keep Su Shi's original room, Xia gave the north-facing room in the east wing to Su Shui, and Su Chongwen lived in the west wing. Xia waved her hand. Your brother Chongwen wants a study room. The 2 rooms in the west wing, one for bedroom and one for study, are just right. It's not for you that I let him live in the west wing. That's what they said. But Su Shi knew their intentions. The kitchen is dirty. Don't get your skirt dirty. Go back to your room quickly. Xia drove people out again, and drove Su Shui out. You too. Don't come in. The 2 had no choice but to return to the room. After entering the room, Su Shui said to Su Shi, my mother said that the academy will teach embroidery, and my hands cannot become thicker. Now she refuses to let me work. She sat down, poured a cup of tea for Su Shi, and looked at her eagerly. Sister, I don't want to eat for free. I also want to make money. Please help me think about how to write a storybook. Su Shi touched his chin and thought, I will write an outline later, and you write it according to the outline, and I will take a look. To write, one must either read widely and turn other people's life experiences into one's own life experiences, or one must have rich life experiences. But Su Shui did not have the conditions to achieve these 2 things. So she had to open Su Shui's mind first, and then let her finish it slowly. Su Shi had never written a novel in her previous life, but she should not read too many novels. Although she had never eaten pork, she had seen all kinds of pig running postures. So it was no problem to make an outline for Su Shui to refer to. What is an outline? Story outline. Su Shi waved his hand to prevent her from interrupting his thoughts. Su Shui saw this, and quickly spread out the paper and ground the ink. Su Shi thought for a while, and when he saw Su Shui had ground the ink, he picked up the pen and started writing. This was the first time I wrote a novel, so the length couldn't be too long. So this outline was very simple. From the draft to the copy, it only took Su Shi a cup of tea. I'll give you 2 days. Show me the finished manuscript in 2 days. Su Shi said. There is no motivation without pressure. Without a time limit, Su Shui might not be able to finish writing in a month. Su Shui held the outline of the novel in her hands, as if she had found a treasure, and nodded without raising her head. Yes. Yes. Okay. After eating snacks, seeing that it was almost time, Su Yongyi and Xie called another mule cart, and sent Su Shi to the entrance of the academy with Su Shui. Su Shi got off the car and stopped the 3 people who wanted to get off. Uncle, Aunt, you are very busy. Go back with Xiaoxiu at first. I will go in and take a look by myself. Seeing that Xia was worried, she said, I will chat with Shiremo at the door, and I will not go anywhere. Xiaoxiu knows it. Su Shui knew that Mrs. Chen and the others must still be waiting for students to register. So Su Shi had no safety concerns when she went in. She nodded. Okay. If you can't find Shiremo, you can go back to the dormitory and rest for a while. Su Shi waved his hand and took out his ID card for the maid to verify, but did not enter the academy. Instead, he handed the taro cake made by Xie to the maid and chatted with her. Su Shi had studied in modern times for more than 10 years and knew the benefits of getting along well with the doorman. She was well dressed, good-looking, and brought snacks. She was sweet-mouthed. The gatekeeper was still tense at first, and was polite to her. She didn't pay much attention to her because of her duty, but after a few words, she was conquered and told Su Shi about some things in the academy. When Qi Feng and others came to pick up Su Shi, she was already as close to the 2 maids as the grandparents. She waved her little hand and smiled sweetly. Madam Jiang, Madam Tao, my carriage is here to pick me up. Next time you come, I'll bring you cakes. 5th Mississippi. Qi Feng waited for Su Shi to sit down, and handed her the cake she brought, saying, 6th Miss was selected by the Women's Academy in the capital. Su Shi paused with the cakes, and looked at Qi Feng in surprise. Qi Feng looked back at her with a little sympathy in her eyes. In her opinion, the relationship between Su Shi and Zhao Ryu was like a cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest, and it was impossible for them to get along. She also saw how the 2 of them got along last night. Although they were not at loggerheads, they were extremely indifferent. They seemed to be avoiding each other on purpose. Not only did they not have the intention to make friends, but they also had a hint of being hostile. Although Su Shi is the blood of the Marquis's mansion, she has been raised outside for so many years. Whether in terms of knowledge, education, or emotions, she is not as good as Zhao Ruyu. The only thing that can make her better than Zhao Ruyu is that she was admitted to the Women's Academy, which made the old lady and the first lady look up to her. But now Zhao Ruyu has been admitted to the Beijing Women's Academy, and this advantage is gone. She was completely trampled under Zhao Ruyu's feet. The Beijing Women's Academy is not comparable to the Women's Academy in the county. Not to mention how noble the teacher status is. How outstanding his talent is. Just say that his classmates are all the best girls in the capital, and even the whole country. These are all connections. In comparison, the level of the students in the County Women's Academy is much lower. Susu. Host. The system heard the news and stuttered in its mind. What should I do? Sushi came back to his senses and asked the system with a slightly frowned brow. You don't know this news? I don't know. The system was a little confused. She definitely didn't take the exam for the Beijing Women's Academy today. She went to take the exam. Didn't you know? Sushi asked. Did she misjudge the system's ability? The system was silent for a long time. After a long while, it said listlessly, I didn't notice. She took the exam 2 days ago. Because you kept making a fuss about your return to the Marquis Mansion. I didn't pay attention to her. Sushi's mind relaxed at once. It's okay. Isn't it just going to school? She and I don't interfere with each other. Sushi said to the system in a relaxed tone. But that is the Beijing Women's Academy. Whether it is the teacher's talents or the students' backgrounds and talents, they are not comparable to the teachers and students in the county. You are already worse than her. Now that she has entered the Beijing Women's Academy, won't the gap get bigger and bigger? How can you beat her and become a winner in life? The system is about to cry. Beat her and become a winner in life? Sushi finally understood the logic of the system. I live my own life well and live a happy life. Am I not a winner in life? Chapter 77 I want to be a salted fish. Because in this book, she is the winner in life. Only if you live better than her. Stand out more, and live a happier life. Can our mission be considered successfully completed? The system said. Sushi frowned. Why didn't you say it at the beginning? Wasn't I a system obstacle? Recently, you earned some points and repaired a little bit. So I found out. Sushi touched his chin. What's the benefit for me if I complete the mission successfully? The system seemed shocked and dissatisfied. You have already died in modern times. Now you have picked up a lifetime. Isn't it enough to live again? What else do you want? I didn't want to do it myself. You forced it on me. Sushi was very confident. If you hadn't bound me, I might have been reincarnated. In my previous life, I helped an old lady cross the road. I must have a good reincarnation. At the very least, it's better than running to this ancient time where there is no one to do shit. Right? There is no internet, no air conditioning, and even no fat house happy water. Even if I reincarnate as a rural girl in modern times, it is better than being here. System. It was speechless. It wanted to tell Sushi not to engage in feudal superstition, and there is no such thing as reincarnation. But Sushi's soul has been crossed, and it seems unreasonable to say that he can't reincarnate. So, if there is no benefit, I will not compete with Zhao Ruyu. I just want to be a salted fish. Sushi said righteously. God damn. Salted fish. After a while, the system said, but my obstacle has only been repaired a little bit. Not completely. And I don't know what benefits I will give you after the final task is completed. You work hard first. And when you have more points and my obstacle is repaired, you will naturally know. Sushi rolled his eyes. Who are you trying to fool? Anyway, there is no benefit. Don't let me work. Qing Feng saw that Sushi hadn't spoken for a long time, thinking that she was hit. Thought for a while, and comforted her. Girl, don't think too much. Madam, the eldest lady likes you very much. The girl has entered the Women's Academy. She is talented, beautiful, and has a good family background. She is also very capable. She will definitely have a good life in the future. Sushi, Poochie, laughed and patted Qingfeng's shoulder. Thank you for comforting me. But I am not sad. You live your life by yourself. You know the warmth and coldness of the water you drink. Why compare with others? I used to live a happy life in Shirong village. You are right to think so. Girl. Qifeng pursed his lips and smiled. When the carriage was about to reach the Marquis's residence, Qingfeng suddenly asked, What are you going to eat for dinner? Young lady? Sushi looked at her in confusion. The old lady likes quietness and always eats alone. The people in the third room eat in their own courtyards. The eldest lady said that feelings are developed through interaction, and family members should not be too unfamiliar. If it is not convenient for lunch, at least dinner should be eaten together. So except for the concubines, the young masters and young ladies of each room eat with the master and the lady. Qifeng looked up at Su Shi, so logically. The young lady should go back to the second room to have dinner with the second master and the second lady. No! Su Shi refused without thinking. She would not wrong herself and suffer in front of Wei. Eating poorly will affect your health. Qifeng did not expect her to refuse so straightforwardly, and she did not know what to say for a moment. Su Shi told Yanjiang, who came with her, when we get back to the mansion, go to the kitchen and bring my share to Penmingju. I will eat alone from now on. Isn't this bad? Without waiting for Yanjiang to agree, Qifeng advised, not only will the second master and the second madam not agree, the old madam may also be dissatisfied with the girl's behavior. The girl is a junior, so she can use the meal to ease the relationship with the second madam. And yesterday's incident will be over. Anyway, the girl has moved out, and she only goes to the second room once during meals, which takes half an hour, so she can bear it. Su Shi waved his hand, leaving no room for doubt. Just do as I say. After a meal, the carriage stopped, and Su Shi got off the carriage, and saw that the Marquis's mansion was decorated with lights and colors, as if a wedding was going to be held. Su Shi thought about it. Yesterday, the old lady and the first lady did not seem to mention that there was a happy event in the mansion. So she asked Qifeng, are these red lanterns hung for the sixth girl? Qifeng carefully looked at her expression and replied, yes. Su Shi nodded, said nothing, and walked straight in. When she reached the gate of the main courtyard, she stopped, thought for a moment, and went in to pay her respects to the old lady. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ryu was also there, drinking tea and eating snacks with the old lady and the first lady. The old lady and the first lady were radiant, and their whole bodies were full of joy. Xiao Ryu was even more so, wearing a bright red dress, with exquisite jewelry on her head and neck, and she looked like a completely different person from the ordinary person she was wearing yesterday. Seeing Su Shi, Xiao Ryu stood up and called out, Sister Shi, are you back? Come, sit down and have a cup of tea. The eldest lady saw Su Shi and waved to her. Su Shi smiled, walked over and sat down, thanked Daimao for handing her tea, and said to Xiao Ryu, I heard about it as soon as I came back. Congratulations. It was just luck. Thanks to the old lady and the first lady. Xiao Ryu smiled. Her tone was humble, but she couldn't help but flash a glimmer of pride in her eyes. You are capable. The old lady's attitude towards Xiao Ryu was a little warmer than yesterday. How many noble ladies and official daughters are there in the capital? Not to mention the ordinary wealthy families. The Beijing Women's Academy only recruits 50 people every year. Those who can pass the exam are all outstanding people. If you can pass the exam, your aunt and I will be proud when we go out. The eldest lady did not speak, but turned to look at Su Shi and asked with concern, how was the registration at the academy today? Su Shi came to pay his respects. In addition to respecting the old lady as the head of the family, he also wanted to talk about this matter. Old lady, aunt, I asked for a bed in the academy. Sometimes the weather is bad, or there is something in the academy that makes me unable to come back for a while, so I won't be caught off guard. There is also a place to rest at noon. It's okay to ask for a bed. But the old lady is a little dissatisfied with Su Shi's self-willed behavior, and her expression is indifferent. She said, but didn't say anything. The eldest lady laughed and said, that's right. After all, it's so far away. If something happens, we can have a place to stay there. The academy is safe. Better than buying a house outside to rest. And it won't be criticized. She looked at Xiao Ryu. Students of the Beijing Academy all live at home. Right? Yes, Xiao Ryu said. We are all from the capital, and the elders at home are worried about letting everyone stay outside. So almost no one asks to live in the academy, except for those students sent by women's academies from all over the country. Chapter 78. You are not Xiao Ryu. The old lady and the first lady did not care about the students sent from all over the country because no one in their family was admitted to the women's academy. Now that Su Shi was there, the first lady asked with concern, are there many students sent from all over the country? What are the conditions for being admitted to the Beijing Women's Academy? Zhao Ryu smiled and said, I heard that you have to be very outstanding and get a grades in all subjects to be eligible to apply. When you come to the capital, you have to take 2 more exams. And the best will be selected. And only 10 will be selected in the end. She raised her head. Her eyes swept across Su Shi's face obscurely, lowered her eyes, and continued, this is also to prevent some people from trying to save the country in a roundabout way. They think it is difficult to get into the Beijing Women's College. So they find ways to go to the lower academies to study, and then get into the Beijing Women's College through promotion. The difficulty of promotion has increased, and this phenomenon is prohibited. Speaking of this, she smiled softly at Su Shi's sister. Don't worry. I'm not talking about you. You are naturally not in this situation. Ah. Fortunately you explained it. Otherwise, I would have thought you were mocking me. Su Shi patted his chest, looking scared. It's good that it's not. Otherwise, I would feel very uncomfortable. I grew up in the countryside since I was a child. My family is not well off. It's difficult to buy a pen and ink, let alone piano, chess, etc. Now I can be admitted to the County Women's Academy, which is already a blessing. I dare not even think about the Women's Academy in the capital, without several thousand taels of silver to hire a teacher. I'm afraid I can't even get through the door. Zhao Ryu choked, and the smile froze on her face. The old lady looked at Zhao Ryu, then at Su Shi, and said nothing. The first lady also said nothing, but she was already dissatisfied with Zhao Ryu. Zhao Ryu was not a daughter of the Marquis's mansion. She was brought back by mistake and raised in luxury. She stole Su Shi's good life and resources. It would be fine if she didn't feel guilty, but she even mocked Su Shi in person. It was really unkind. It was just a villain who succeeded. She said to the old lady, Mother, it's getting late. It's time for dinner. I guess my younger brother and sister-in-law in the second house are also waiting for the 2 children to return. Why don't you let them go back, and I'll serve you food? Because Zhao Ryu's admission to the Beijing Women's Academy is a great joy. The mansion not only decorated with lights and colors, but also planned to hold a family banquet to celebrate in the evening. After a few days of rest, when everyone is free, the mansion will hold a banquet to invite relatives and friends. First, publicly acknowledge Su Shi's identity and let everyone know that the second house of the Marquis's mansion has such a legitimate daughter. Second, tell everyone that Zhao Ryu and Su Shi were admitted to the Women's Academy. Once the news spreads, good families will consider marrying into the Marquis's mansion. But seeing Zhao Ryu like this, the eldest lady decided to cancel the family dinner. The food prepared in the kitchen can be directly distributed to each room, so it won't be wasted. Speaking of which, the eldest lady is the hostess of the Marquis's mansion, and the old lady and her get along well. Since Yu's words have been spoken, the old lady will naturally not refuse her face. Okay, you guys go quickly, so that your mother won't wait. The old lady smiled. Seeing the attitudes of the 2, Zhao Ryu was quite surprised. She had always felt that the old lady and the first lady were profit-seeking and only cared about the future of the Marquis. She was admitted to the Beijing Women's Academy. Not to mention Su Shi, the legitimate daughter of a concubine. Even the legitimate daughter of the first lady would be ranked behind her in the eyes of the old lady and the first lady. Not to mention that she had only stabbed Su Shi a little. Even if it was a more excessive move, she felt that the old lady and the first lady would turn a blind eye to the huge benefits she brought to the Marquis. But the situation was totally beyond her expectations. After she bowed to Su Shi and left the main courtyard, she turned around and took a good look at Su Shi. Su Shi raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Zhao Ryu saw that the gatekeeper was not there, and Fu Shu and Qin Feng were also a little far away. She suddenly stepped closer, looked straight into Su Shi's eyes, and asked in a low voice, Who are you? You are not Zhao Rushi. Her tone was very certain. Su Shi tilted his head, looked at her in confusion, and asked back, I am not Zhao Rushi? Then she smiled brightly. Yes, I'm not Zhao Rushi. I'm Su Shi. You want the surname Zhao? I'll give it to you. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards Pinmingju without caring about Zhao Ryu's reaction. Zhao Ryu stood there, her expression changing unpredictably, and she didn't move for a long time. Although Su Shi didn't admit it, Zhao Ryu had confirmed that this person was really not the Zhao Rushi she knew in her previous life. She was either reborn like herself, or she had just changed her soul, because she took Zhao Rushi's identity. No one in the entire Marquis mansion in her previous life cared about Zhao Rushi more than her. She knew Zhao Rushi's expressions, manners, and ways of doing things. Even if a person is reborn, his personality will not change drastically. There will be some traces. But she could not see any trace of Zhao Rushi in Su Shi. So, the probability of changing souls is higher. Fu Shu saw Zhao Ryu stunned, and thought she was bullied by Su Shi. He stepped forward to support Zhao Ryu, and comforted her. Miss, you have been admitted to the Beijing Women's Academy. Even the old lady, and the first lady will not dare to make you angry. If the fifth lady says or does anything excessive, don't bear it. Just fight back. In the future, maybe she will depend on you for her life. Zhao Ryu came back to her senses, and smiled proudly. Isn't it? Even if Zhao Rushi is no longer the Zhao Rushi of her previous life, what does it matter? She is no longer the Zhao Ryu of her previous life. She lived better than Zhao Rushi in her previous life. And she is standing at a higher starting point in this life. Even if Zhao Rushi is replaced by someone else, he still can't compare to her. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go! She turned and walked towards the second room. Fushu turned around and asked Zhao Ryu in confusion, will fifth miss not go back to the second room for dinner? In Penmingju, Nani Yuan also asked the same question. Su Shi waved his hand and said to Dianjiang, go get the food. Dianjiang glanced at Nani Yuan, agreed, and turned to leave the room. Miss, we can't be willful. No matter what. The second lady is your biological mother. If you have a quarrel with her, others will only say that you are unfilial. Nani Yuan advised earnestly. No need to persuade me. I know my limits. Su Shi said calmly. If it were someone else, Su Shi would say this. And the servants would not keep nagging even if they had a lot to say, so as not to annoy the master. But Nani Yuan was sent by the old lady, and she had the responsibility to teach and discipline Su Shi. She still didn't regard Su Shi as her real master, and her attitude was somewhat contemptuous. She didn't shut up and continue to nag. This is not called knowing one's limits. Fifth miss, I don't mean to say anything about you. Every family has its own rules. Not only our Marquis mansion, but even the whole capital attaches great importance to filial piety. If a person doesn't respect his parents, how can we expect him to respect the king and his teachers? There are no parents who are not right in the world. Chapter 79 Change of Strategy. Her voice suddenly stopped when she said this, because she found that Su Shi was looking at her straight, expressionless and cold. Miss, she stuttered, I am saying this for your own good. I am very grateful to Madame Yuan for her kindness to me. Su Shi spoke, but her tone was flat and her expression was indifferent. She didn't show any gratitude at all. Madame Yuan is old. Let Qin Feng and the others take care of these things in my courtyard. Madam, go back and have a rest. After a pause, she added before Nani Yuan started to defend herself, I'm doing this for your own good. This sentence successfully choked Nani Yuan's words that were about to come out. In fact, when she had a conflict with Wei, Su Shi found that Nani Yuan was more cunning. She was not like Qin Feng, who was sent to serve her master. So she put her interests first and rushed to protect her in any matter. But Nani Yuan was not like that. She seemed to be standing by and watching a play at the time, with a sense of indifference. It was only later, when she saw Qin Feng and the others rushing forward, that she had to step forward to stop Li Ma and the others, so as to make a good impression in front of her master. Originally, Su Shi wanted to observe them for a while. After all, people have different personalities and ways of dealing with things, and one cannot deny a person based on just one action. But now she felt that she didn't need to observe them anymore. Regardless of her past and present lives, she was a very opinionated person. She hated others dictating her affairs, even if it was her parents, let alone a servant. Miss, Madame Yuan wanted to say something, but Su Shi stopped her. No need to say more. Please leave. She stopped looking at Madame Yuan, picked up the teacup and drank the tea slowly. Madame Yuan was so upset. But Su Shi obviously didn't want to listen to her anymore, so she had to purse her lips, bowed, and left. In the second room, Madame Li, entrusted by Madame Ruan, was trying to comfort Wei. Now 2 girls in our second room have been admitted to the Women's Academy. I don't know how much the first and third wives into you. Don't let them laugh at you. The fifth lady is uneducated and has a stubborn temper. The sixth lady looks weak, but she has her own ideas. Both of them are soft-hearted and do not tolerate hardship. Madam, you are always smart. Please don't make a mistake in this matter. Not only will others take advantage of you, but you will also be laughed at. In fact, Wei regretted it after the conflict with Su Shi last night. She treated Zhao Ryu badly behind her back, but she was still okay on the surface, especially in front of the old lady, the first lady and others. She also acted like a loving mother to Zhao Ryu. Su Shi was her long-lost daughter. No matter what happened in Shirong village, since she was brought back, no matter what she thought in her heart, she should show more love to Su Shi. She shouldn't have been picky as soon as they met, which eventually led to Su Shi moving out and making everyone in the mansion laugh at her. She lowered her eyes and fiddled with the teacup, sighing leisurely, "Madam, you are right. I was wrong." She raised her eyes and looked at the dripping water in the room. At this time, Sister Shi should be back. Right? Wait for her to come and pay her respects, and I will treat her better. Madam Li saw that she listened to the advice and smiled, saying, "Sixth Miss was admitted to the Beijing Women's Academy, which is a great event. The old lady has ordered the lights and decorations to be hung and copper coins to be scattered, and a banquet will definitely be held in the evening. If Fifth Miss doesn't come to pay her respects, don't blame her when you see her at dinner later. Talk to her nicely and show concern for her. After all, you are her biological mother. If you treat her well, she will naturally be happy. Maybe if you persuade her a little more, she will move back home." She let out a long sigh. Fifth Miss and Sixth Miss are so capable. If they find a good husband in the future, they can also help the second young master. Right? Although the second young master is capable, a good man needs 3 helpers. It is always right to have someone to help him. When talking about her son, Wei smiled. At this time, the maid came in and reported, "Madam, the meal is ready. The master, the young master, and the young lady are all here." Wei's smile faded, and as she stood up and walked out, she asked Li Ma, "Didn't you say we would have a banquet?" Li Ma was also confused. "I don't know either." Wei didn't care. Although Zhao Ryu was a daughter of the second house, she was not her own daughter. Everyone knew the details. She couldn't be proud even if she wanted to. Why should she feel uncomfortable in front of the old lady and the first lady? It doesn't matter whether there is a banquet or not. The two went to the dining hall and saw Zhao Yuan Liang, Zhao Jingdong, Zhao Ryu, and Zhao Ruwei sitting there. But Su Shi was nowhere to be seen. "Where is the fifth lady? Didn't you notify her?" Wei looked up at the little maid. The maid hurriedly reported, "Notified. The fifth lady said she would eat in her own courtyard and would not come." What? The anger that Wei had just suppressed rose again, and her voice rose several decibels. Everyone in the room was silent. Just when Wei was about to instruct Zhao Ryu to call Su Shi, she remembered that she had been admitted to the Beijing Women's Academy. She turned her finger and pointed at Zhao Ruwei. "You go. No matter what means. Call her over." Zhao Ruwei hesitated for a moment, but under Wei's watchful eyes, she still agreed, and then went to Pinmingju with 3 steps. At this time, in Pinmingju, Dianjiang had brought back the food and served it to Su Shi. Qi Feng frowned when he saw the dishes and asked Dianjiang, "What's going on?" Su Shi also raised his head in confusion and looked at the two of them. Dianjiang stammered for a long time before saying, "The kitchen staff said that the lady's food has been sent to the second room. I brought back my share." Then, she knelt down in front of Su Shi and said, "I acted on my own. Please forgive me." "Lady." Su Shi raised an eyebrow. "So that's the case." She said that the dishes at the banquet last night were of course chicken, duck, fish and meat. The breakfast in the morning also had 2 kinds of porridge, 1 salty and 1 sweet, 2 kinds of snacks, and 4 dishes of small dishes, which was also quite rich. Why did the dishes drop several levels in the evening? A bowl of white rice, a plate of pickles, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables. And not even a drop of oil could be seen. It turned out that this was the allowance for a third-class maid. "Good girl. Get up quickly." She stood up and personally helped Dianjiang up, smiling. "Fortunately you are smart. Otherwise I would be hungry tonight." "But," she blinked, "if I eat your meal, won't you be hungry?" Seeing that Su Shi was not angry, but rather had an admiring attitude, Dianjiang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled shyly. "It's okay. My mother is working in the kitchen. When I brought the meal, she stuffed a steamed bun into my mouth, so I won't be hungry." Chapter 80 didn't wait. Dianjiang was only 12 years old, a homeborn child. Her mother worked as a cook in the kitchen, and her father was a small steward who took care of the flowers and trees. Otherwise, she would not have been able to be a third-class maid next to Sushi, working next to the girl. It was easy to get promoted, and there were often rewards. The work was not tiring, which was much better than being a rough maid somewhere else. It was a sought-after job. As a newcomer, she also found that Sushi was not a good-tempered person. Although she had never beaten or scolded them, she dared to confront the old lady and the lady head-on. So Dianjiang was always trembling when doing things. Itsue's situation was similar to Dianjiang's. How can we just eat steamed buns? I've also eaten a lot of snacks, so I'm not hungry. Let's share the food. Half for each of us, Sushi said. Walked to the table, picked up the food, and left half of each for Dianjiang. He took half a bowl of rice and ate it with pickles and vegetables. Dianjiang's mother couldn't give her daughter special treatment in terms of dishes, so she had to give her some preferential treatment in terms of portions. So although the food was not good, the portions were sufficient. The two girls, both of whom were already full, had enough to eat. No. 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 How can I share with you? As long as you don't mind. You don't have to leave it for me. Dianjiang waved her hands. I can only eat this much anyway. If you don't want to eat the rest, you can just throw it away, Sushi said. Dianjiang had no choice but to keep silent. You? Qingfeng's eyes suddenly turned red. Sushi looked at Qifeng in surprise with his cheeks puffed up. What's wrong? Young lady, please eat slowly. I haven't brought the food yet. I'll go get it for you. Qifeng wiped her tears and was about to leave. She was a first-class maid, and her dishes were better than Dianjiang's. At least there would be one meat dish, and the vegetables were more oily. Don't bother. It's really not necessary. Sushi stopped her. Didn't I just eat a few snacks at the old lady's place? I really have no appetite now. She waved her hand again. Okay. Don't stay here. Go and eat quickly. A little jiang would be good here, because there were few servants. They took turns to eat and bathe. Qifeng and Dianjiang were one group, and Nani Yuan and Itsue were another. Logically, Qifeng and Dianjiang had to wait for Nani Yuan and Itsue to eat before they could eat. Qifeng just wanted to bring good food to Sushi, but she saw that she had no intention of stopping. It was estimated that by the time she brought the food back, Sushi would have been full. She had to stop. Sushi knew that there might be trouble later, so he ate very quickly and finished in a short while. She put the bowl on the table and told Dianjiang, "Put it away." She then said, "Go back to your room to eat. Qifeng is here." Dianjiang was about to say something when she heard someone talking outside. "Fifth sister, are you in there?" Recognizing Zhao Rurui's voice, Sushi was very glad that he ate quickly and waved to Dianjiang, "Put it there first, and clean it up later." She winked at Qifeng and replied, "Who is it?" Dianjiang thought about the scene last night. Her face changed, and she subconsciously wanted to clean up the table. But remembering Sushi's instructions, she withdrew her hand anxiously. Qifeng had already gone out to greet him, and Sushi also walked to the door politely, and saw Zhao Rurui had already come in. "What are you doing, sister? Father and mother are waiting for you to eat," Zhao Rurui said, turning around and blaming Qifeng. "The young lady just came back and doesn't know the rules of the mansion." "Qifeng, why didn't you remind the young lady?" She reminded her. "But I didn't go myself," Sushi said indifferently. "Go back and tell the second master and the second lady that I have already eaten. You don't have to wait for me in the future. I don't know when I get out of school, so I may not be able to catch up with the second room's dinner time. It's better to eat by yourself." "Fifth sister." Zhao Rurui frowned and was about to speak. Sushi interrupted her. "Fourth sister, you don't have to preach. Just go and report to the second wife." Zhao Rurui choked, and the expression on her face suddenly darkened. "Humph. A dog bites Lu Dongmen, and doesn't know the kindness of a good person." She snorted lightly and turned away. Qifeng looked at Sushi, waiting for her instructions. "Qifeng, please see the fourth lady off for me," Sushi said, turning back to the room and sitting down. Qifeng hurried out and sent Zhao Rurui out. Seeing Dianjiang coming out with the dishes, she hesitated for a moment, walked over and whispered, "Put the food aside first, and go to the door. Maybe the second lady or Li Ma will come in a while. When they come back and tell them." "Yes." Dianjiang nodded nervously. Qifeng returned to the room and looked at Sushi. wanting to say something but stopping herself. Do you think I treated the fourth lady badly and made enemies everywhere? Sushi asked. And before Chi Feng could speak, she explained, if someone else came, such as the third lady, I would definitely not have this attitude. The fourth lady has no good intentions towards me, so I can only treat her like this. Miss, I understand, Chi Feng said. Zhao Rui went back and told Sushi what she said, and also said, when I went there, I saw empty bowls in the room. Obviously the fifth sister really ate. Although she dared not confuse right and wrong and add fuel to the fire, she could still put on some eye drops. Wei was so angry that her eyebrows were raised, and she stood up and walked out. Madam, Li Ma was too late to persuade her, so she had to chase her out. Dinjiang was also smart. She did not wait outside the Pinming house, but went to the small road in front. When she really saw Wei coming, she hurried back from the small road and reported to Sushi. When Sushi did not go to the second room for dinner, he knew that tonight's matter could not be resolved peacefully, and he was prepared. When they come, don't stop them. Just go and report to the old lady, Sushi said. Living close to the old lady has this advantage. The two agreed, and Chi Feng said to Dinjiang, you have to stop them in front, and don't let them beat the girl. I'll report to the old lady. If Dinjiang goes, she probably won't even be able to enter the courtyard gate. But Chi Feng was originally a second-class maid in the old lady's courtyard. She knows the place well. With her reporting, not only can she get through the gatekeeper without any hindrance, but she can also talk to the old lady. Although Dinjiang was nervous, she nodded resolutely. The three of them were on high alert, but they waited and waited. But Wei and Li Ma did not come in. Sushi and Chi Feng both looked at Dinjiang. I really saw the second lady and Li Ma coming here, followed by a little maid. Dinjiang was so anxious that she was about to cry. She didn't do it well the first time the lady asked her to do something. What if she doesn't want her anymore in the future? Don't worry. It's okay. Sushi comforted her in a gentle voice. Thought for a while, and smiled. Maybe she went to the old lady. As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of Daimao came from outside the door. Fifth Miss. Chapter 81, There is something fishy about my life story. Chi Feng went out in a hurry, and soon came in with Daimao. Fifth Miss, the old lady wants you to go. Daimao paused and added, the second lady is here, and she is complaining that you are not disciplined. Thank you for your advice, Sister Daimao. Sushi smiled and stood up. I'll go right over. As he said that, he winked at Chi Feng. It was fine yesterday, but the first lady gave her some silver last night, and it would be unreasonable if she didn't give her a reward at this time. Daimao can say or not say what she said just now. Now that people are willing to give some advice, it means they have good intentions. And Sushi cannot fail to show some appreciation. After Sushi got the silver last night, he gave 5 taels of silver to Chi Feng, preparing for this kind of reward. As for how much the reward would be, Chi Feng had been a second-class maid by the old lady's side for 2 or 3 years, and she knew the reward standards in the mansion. Chi Feng also had this idea in her mind. When Sushi gestured to her, she quickly turned around and took out a purse from a small box, stuffed it into Daimao's pocket, and said with a smile, our girl has just returned to the mansion, and she is not very clear about the affairs of the mansion. In the future, you will need your sister to give you more advice. The maids who can become first-class and second-class maids in the mansion are all talented people who are the best at saving time and assessing the situation. The reason why Daimao was willing to give Sushi some advice was because the old lady and the first lady had a good attitude towards Sushi, and she took this opportunity to make a good relationship with them. She took the purse generously, bowed to Sushi and thanked him, and followed Sushi and Chi Feng to Rongshi Hall. When the group entered the main room of Rongshi Hall, they saw Wei talking to the old lady, wiping tears while talking. The old lady sat at the top, expressionless. Sushi went forward to pay her respects to the old lady, then bowed to the second lady and called her. Second lady, look, look. Wei wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said to the old lady, look, she doesn't even want to call me mother. Sushi didn't argue, just stood there and listened to what the old lady said. Last night, they reached a consensus. If the old lady forced her to go back to the second room now, then she would have to think about what to do next. Sister Shi, why don't you go back to the second room for dinner? The old lady looked at Sushi. Her tone was flat, and no joy. Anger. Sorrow or happiness could be heard in her words. The second lady doesn't like me, and we quarrel whenever we meet. I just want to go to school quietly, so I simply don't bother the second lady. The calmness in Sushi's tone was the same as the old lady's. The old lady looked away. I think what sister she said makes sense. Since you hate her, why do you have to force her to come to you and make you uncomfortable? Since she has moved out, there is no need to go back to the second room for meals in the future. I am old and feel a little lonely alone. Let her eat with me in the future. Just think of it as fulfilling my filial piety for you. Wade looked at the old lady in astonishment. She really didn't expect such a result. The old lady is the elder. She is the one who pays the most attention to filial piety in the mansion. Sushi was unfilial to her mother. She thought the old lady would not like it, and would definitely scold Sushi. But she didn't expect. She looked at Sushi, then at the old lady, lowered her eyelids, put a handkerchief to her nose, and looked heartbroken. It's natural for us to be filial to the old lady. But let's put it one way or another. Old lady. She raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes, and spoke with a thick nasal voice. You are also a mother. If your child doesn't count out to you, doesn't even call you mother, and you teach her a few words, she will have 10 words waiting for you, and even fight with you. Do you think she is right to do so? As an elder, if you really want to be good to your child, should you allow her to be so disrespectful and rude? When she gets married and suffers a loss in another family, and she complains in her heart, can we feel at ease? If it wasn't for her, she would have applauded Wei. This expression, these words, are really great. Wei wiped her tears, to be honest. I didn't do well before, because I admitted the child wrongly. I felt a little ashamed and angry, so I took my anger out on the child. In addition, this child. She paused and poked her nose with a handkerchief. I won't do that in the future. I will definitely treat Shijier well, and give her back the motherly love she has been missing for more than 10 years. Sushi got goosebumps when he heard this. He quickly raised his head to see the old lady's reaction, and saw that the old lady nodded in agreement. Okay. It's easier to resolve a feud than to make one, especially between mother and daughter. Just talk it out today. Since Shijier was taken away by someone, she has suffered so much for so many years. She feels wronged and is not close to you. She has complaints. You should understand and not force her too much. Since she doesn't want to go back now, let her stay with me first. Take good care of her in the future. When she knows your motherly love for her, she will ask me to let her go back even if I stop her. Wei sure didn't force Sushi to go back to the second room. To be honest, this girl is very annoying no matter what she says or does. She was worried about getting into a fight with this girl, and she got into a fight with her. The old lady is really insightful. She flattered and stood up. In that case, let her stay here with you. I won't disturb you while you eat. As she said this, she bowed to the old lady and left without even looking at Sushi. After she left, the old lady raised her head, motioned Sushi to sit down, and asked, haven't you eaten yet? She turned around and told Daimao, go to the kitchen and cook a few dishes for the fifth lady. No need. I've eaten. And I ate the portion of Yinjiang. Sushi waved his hand to stop Daimao. The old lady was stunned for a moment. But Sushi didn't care about these. She sat opposite the old lady and looked at her silently, with complicated eyes. But she didn't say a word for a long time. The old lady was puzzled by her gaze, and put down the teacup she had just picked up, saying, just say whatever you want to say. You really have no doubts about my background? Sushi asked. Didn't your mother explain it just now? The old lady said. Sushi sneered. Do you believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. Some things are not clear to others. But as a daughter, no one can see it more clearly than me. The way she looks at me doesn't seem like a daughter, but rather like an enemy. She looked at the old lady. Old lady, you are also a mother. No matter how naughty and unpromising your children are, you will not hate them. Right? What's more, your daughter has been lost for more than 10 years. You will only give all your motherly love to make up for her. If the second lady doesn't love Zhao Ryu enough, it's fine. I can understand that. She hates me for coming back and destroying the mother-daughter relationship between her and Zhao Ryu. But I don't think she treats Zhao Ryu very well. So I really can't understand her behavior. And I dare not agree with what she said just now. I think there must be something strange about my life experience. Chapter 82 Twins with one dead. Shouldn't it be? The government office has repeatedly interrogated the nurse. And the red mole behind your ear also confirms her story. Your life story should be correct. As for your mother, the old lady shook her head and smiled. There are all kinds of people in the world. And all kinds of weird ideas. It's possible that someone said in front of her that you are unlucky for her. So it's not surprising that she has this attitude towards you. She was not surprised by the old lady's attitude. She had mentioned her background to the old lady last night. But the old lady didn't respond at all. She knew what the old lady's attitude was. The old lady now just wanted to get through the low period of the Marquis mansion peacefully. And didn't want to cause any more trouble or make too many troubles. Otherwise, if she investigated deeply and found something bad, she would not be able to whitewash it and would have to face the serious consequences of all this. This consequence might be something she couldn't bear. Again, because Zhao Yuanliang is not the old lady's biological son. The old lady doesn't want to care about the affairs of the second house, as long as it does not hinder the development of the Marquis' mansion. The old lady doesn't care who is Wei's daughter. If this matter is in modern times, the way to deal with it is very simple. You only need to take Wei's hair and do a DNA test with Su Shi's. It will be clear at a glance whether it is a biological daughter, but it is completely impossible in ancient times. Blood test is pure ignorance. The old lady has such an attitude. Su Shi has no money and no people, and has no ability to investigate this matter, so she can only put it aside. Her plan was to quietly earn points and money, and develop her own abilities, as long as Wei didn't find fault with her, and everyone kept to themselves. And the old lady and the first lady promised her that she would be the one to decide her marriage. There was no need to dwell on this point. But Wei played such a scene, and the old lady began to smooth things over. In the future, Wei would approach step by step, and at the critical moment, the promises of the old lady and the first lady might not count. Rather than letting them change their minds, it would be better to muddy the waters and set fire to the old lady's heart. Su Shi looked at Nani Jean, Daimao and Chi Feng standing by and said, "You all go out. I have something to say to the old lady." Everyone did not move, and looked at the old lady. The old lady looked at Su Shi suspiciously, thought for a while, and waved to everyone. When there were only 2 people left in the room, Su Shi spoke. "Old lady, the first lady once said that she gave birth to a child on the same day as the second lady. At that time, you were sick. The first lady and the second lady were giving birth, and the third lady didn't care about anything, and the whole mansion was in chaos. Now think back to the second madam's behavior during this period. Don't you and the first madam have any doubts in your heart?" At this point, she blinked, looked at the old lady, and didn't say anything more. Many times, people only believe in their own judgment and don't want to be influenced by other people's ideas. Especially suspicious old women like the old lady. Instead of her speaking out her own guesses, it's better to let the old lady draw her own conclusions. The old lady was stunned, then looked at Su Shi deeply and said, "I thought about it." This time it was Su Shi's turn to be stunned. "But it's impossible," the old lady continued. Su Shi's eyes widened slightly. "What do you mean?" The old lady saw that she only had deep interest in her eyes, as if she was a child who had found a new toy, with only curiosity and exploration in her eyes, but no sadness or disappointment. She felt that she could not see through Su Shi. This girl always speaks and acts unexpectedly. You look like the Marquis. And the second lady was desperate to bring the girl named Su Shui back. So the first lady and I became suspicious. But after thinking about it, I feel it is impossible. The old lady reached out to take the teacup, took a sip, and continued, "If you are the daughter of the first lady, and the second lady swapped you with her child, she was afraid of being discovered. So she found an excuse to burn incense to swap you with Zhao Ryu. Then, what about the child who was swapped with the first lady? The eldest young master," Su Shi said. The old lady nodded. "If it is Li Gur, then he and Ngur should be twins. Right? But they don't look alike. Not only do they not look alike, they are also completely different. But there are also different twins," Su Shi said. The old lady was startled. "How is it possible? The twins I have seen or heard of, as long as they are of the same gender, they all look exactly the same. Only twin boys and girls do not look alike. There are different ones. Not only are they different, but the difference in their appearance is quite large. Why don't you send someone to ask around among the people? Identical twins naturally look exactly the same, but fraternal twins look different. and most of the twins of the same gender are identical. So the old lady said so. Although Zhao Jinan and Zhao Jingli look very different, this definitely cannot rule out the possibility that they are twins. Seeing Su Shi's certainty, the old lady asked, "How do you know so clearly?" "I grew up in the market, and these are the things that people like to spread the most in the streets and alleys," Su Shi said, looking at the old lady with dark eyes. "I also heard that wealthy families are not allowed to have twins. If there are twins, one must be drowned. Otherwise it will cause chaos in the family." The old lady's expression suddenly changed. The saying that one of the twins should be drowned was something Su Shi learned from a novel in his previous life. If a pair of identical twin sons, one of them inherits the throne or title, and the other has evil intentions, he can easily swap his identity and replace the other to inherit the throne or title by killing or making the other stupid. The same is true for twin daughters. It is not too easy to replace them in marriage. If one marries well and the other marries poorly, it is easy for the one who marries poorly to succeed if he has evil intentions. So in order to prevent this from happening, once such a wealthy family gave birth to twins, they would often drown one of them to avoid disaster. She was skeptical about this statement, but seeing the old lady's expression, it seemed to be true. If the second wife gave birth to twins, even if they looked different, she would be worried that you would drown her children. Would she find a way? It just so happened that the first wife also had a child. If she swapped them, she could not only let her child survive, but also let her son become the heir of the Marquis's mansion. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? The chaos in the mansion at that time gave her an opportunity. So she took the risk and had the child replaced. The old lady was frightened by Su Shi's statement and stuttered, "No. It's impossible?" "I think it's very likely," Su Shi said. "The first lady is the person involved. You can ask her if there is such a possibility. In addition, you should also carefully check the events of that year. In any case, it's better to be careful. Otherwise, you and the first lady worked hard to plan for the Marquis mansion. But the second lady's son inherited the Marquis mansion. You must be so angry that you will vomit blood. Right?" Chapter 83, Nosy. The old lady shuddered at the thought of the consequences. "I will check it out," she promised. She looked at Su Shi with a serious expression. "But before we find out, you can't mention these words today to anyone." "Of course," Su Shi said. "I had my suspicions when the second lady insisted on recognizing Su Shui as her daughter. I'm not telling you until now, which shows that I'm a tight-lipped person. Don't worry." The old lady didn't know what expression she should use to face Su Shi. "In addition, you want to hold a banquet to celebrate my and Zhao Ryu's admission to the academy, and introduce me to the guests. Which is fine. But if you really find out that there is something fishy about my background, how will you explain it to others? So I advise you to think carefully about this banquet. It's not too late to hold a banquet after finding out my background." The old lady's mind was in a mess. "I will think carefully about this matter." After coming out of the old lady's place, Su Shi called out to the system in his mind, "Moron, come out for a moment." "What for?" The system spoke in a muffled voice, and did not argue with Su Shi about the name of moron. It was obviously still angry about Su Shi's salted fish theory, and did not want to say a word. "Can you find out the truth about my life experience?" Su Shi asked. "No." The system refused very straightforwardly. "Oh, forget it." Su Shi was also very straightforward, and turned to call Qi Feng. "Go and see if Nanny Yuan and Itsue are back. If you come back, go to dinner and ask them to come out and accompany me. I want to walk around the mansion and get familiar with the environment." "Yes." "Wait a moment. Young lady." Qi Feng trotted into the Pinming house, leaving Su Shi standing alone at the gate of the courtyard. After a while, Nanny Yuan and Itsue came out. The three of them walked around the mansion. Of course, in order to avoid trouble, Su Shi did not approach the buildings where the three heads of the family lived, and asked Nanny Yuan, who led the way, to avoid these places and only walk in quiet places. After a meal, she returned to Pinmingju, took a bath with Itsue's help, and lay down to sleep. The moment she lay down, the system, which had been silent all the time, finally couldn't help but asked, "Host, why did you fall asleep? You haven't practiced today's calligraphy yet." In the past, Su Shi would practice calligraphy whenever she had time. She practiced more when she had time, and less when she didn't. Anyway, she never stopped. But today, She didn't practice a single word, and didn't earn any points, which made the system very uncomfortable. Oh, didn't I say I wanted to be a salted fish? Sushi yawned lazily. Being a salted fish is really comfortable. No wonder so many people want to be a salted fish. Ah, I'm so happy to think that I don't need to work hard anymore in the future, she said to the system while counting her fingers. Look, I'm a young lady in the Marquis's mansion now, and I don't have to worry about food or clothing. The old lady and the first lady also agreed that I would make the decision on my marriage, and I would never marry a scumbag in the future. When I reach a certain age, I will carefully choose a family to marry, and then I can continue to live a life without worries about food and clothing, as long as I am a Buddhist and don't expect a long-term relationship. Life is so comfortable. If I'm really bored, I can ask his aunt to play mahjong with me. I'm so angry. Although I know Sushi said and did it on purpose. The system can't do anything for it. Points are energy. Without points, it will never be able to repair itself and can only be a mentally retarded person. And the only one who can earn points for it is Sushi. Alas, it is really miserable to bind a rogue host by accident. There is no worse system than it. Thinking of this, it said in a frustrated tone, if you want to check your background, you have to exchange it with points. Sushi immediately became energetic. Ever since the system disappeared for a long time to check the calligrapher, she has been thinking about this function of the system. This is a whole package of inquiry, and it is the kind that is not known by God or ghost. With such a function, what else in the world does she not know? But she also knows that between her and the system, either the west wind prevails over the east wind, or the east wind prevails over the west wind. Although the system is mentally retarded, it can be cunning sometimes. Once it knows that she needs it, it will definitely make her listen to it in everything. But this is impossible. Impossible in a lifetime. So she was still thinking about how to coax it to work for her for nothing. But today, Wei really annoyed her. A fly, buzzing on your head all day long, is also very annoying. It can't bite you, but it annoys you. Sushi wanted to cut the Gordian knot and solve this matter quickly. So she was a little anxious and didn't have the patience to coax the system. But then again, the system was trying every possible way to make her earn more points. She could coax it once or twice, but if she did it more than once, it would definitely know that it had worked for her in vain and would have to pay the price. Instead of doing that, it would be better to negotiate the price at the beginning. She pretended not to care, half opened her eyes, and asked, "How many points?" 50,000. Sushi was almost awakened by the system. "How much did you say?" She widened her eyes. The system probably knew that it had asked for too much, and its tone was full of guilt. 50,000. Then you should go to bed as soon as possible, Sushi said unhappily. This is very difficult. Think about it. It's been 14 years, and those who knew about this are dead or gone. I don't know how much energy I have to spend to investigate this matter. 50,000 points. I really didn't charge you too much. You just need to improve your calligraphy level and practice a few more words. The system patiently persuaded her. Oh, who are you trying to fool? Sushi sneered. If I want to change an agility pill, you have to buy it from the mall and sell it to me. And you have to pay for it. This kind of business of asking around for information is a no-cost business. I won't give you any points. But you have to walk around and listen to gossip when you are bored. It's just a simple effort without any energy. And you still dare to ask me for 50,000. You are really cruel. Let's break up. She closed her eyes and ignored the system. The system was so frustrated. But it really couldn't do anything to Sushi. Then how about? It said aggrievedly. 30,000? Seeing that Sushi didn't say anything, it said again, it really can't be any less. Don't ask for a sky-high price of 30,000 or 50,000. Sushi opened his eyes. When doing business, there must be rules for doing business. Look outside. Whether it is a small stall or a big merchant, everything they sell has a certain price. And it can't be shouted at will. Then you say, it depends on the scope. For example, if I want to know about the affairs of this mansion, one piece of information will give you 50 points, if it is within a radius of 10 miles, with the mansion as the center. One piece of information will give you 100 points, if it is about the entire capital. You will give you 150 points. If it is nationwide, you will be given 300 points. What do you think? Chapter 84 Classmates. This is the price Sushi thought about giving. She now gets 3 points for each word. When the academy officially opens, she will spend all her time studying every day. It is estimated that she can earn 60 or 70 points a day. The more she studies, the higher the points. The news across the country is not difficult. If she is given 300 points, she can only earn them in 2 or 3 days. But the system won't do it. That won't work. It seems very excited. I'm not mentally retarded. Don't fool me. This guy is actually smart. This is a bit difficult to deal with. Sushi touched his chin. How about I give you 50 points for each item? Then he warned. This is the limit I can give. Let me tell you. Although you are the seller, I am the only buyer. If I don't buy it because it's too expensive, you won't be able to sell a single point. Not only can I not sell the news, I don't even want the agility pills. Anyway, I'm just a salted fish. Why do I need agility pills? Turn over quickly. It's so comfortable to lie still. No, it can't be like this. The system is about to cry. I take the trouble to check the news. It also takes energy. Okay. We can't calculate by area. We have to calculate by difficulty. Then you draw a line. Sushi added. Anyway, I won't buy it if it's expensive. Knowing that this rogue host of his might really make a move to never brush points again. The system thought again and again. Infinitely frustrated, things are divided into difficult and easy. For things that are easy to check, such as if you want to know where there is a dog hole in this palace, I can easily find it. So I will charge you 50 points. If you want to know where there is a dog hole in the palace, this is a little more difficult. So I will charge you 100 points. For example, if you want to check your life experience 14 years ago, this is very difficult in terms of time, space, and secrecy. So you will need 15,000 points. 200. Sushi paid back the money on the spot. Also, I declare that I am not interested in dog holes. I am not interested in dog holes either. The system almost led her astray. So she quickly got back to the point. No. 15,000 can't be any less. If it's any less, I won't do it. You can be a jerk if you want. Okay. Then I'll be a jerk. You can stay where you want. Don't bother me in the future. Sushi looked indifferent. Don't think I have to rely on you. The old lady has already taken action. Sooner or later, she will find out my background. When I make money, I'll buy a dozen servants and ask them to find out if there's anything. It's not a particularly important message, so I don't need to buy it from you. The system was silent for a while, and said aggrievedly, then, let's pay 2,200, or forget it. Hearing the determination in Sushi's words, the system sighed deeply and looked up at the sky in silence. Okay. But this is a discount price for you. And you won't get such a cheap price in the future. This time, you can't earn points without checking your background. Yeah. Okay. Sushi couldn't be more satisfied with the price. 200 points. Just work hard for a few days, and you'll get them. The next day, Sushi rushed to the academy with a high spirit of earning points. Su Shui had been waiting at the entrance of the academy, as Sushi had instructed yesterday. Why are you alone? Sushi asked. With the love Su Yongyi and Xie had for Su Shui, it was impossible for them to let her come to the academy alone. My father sent me here. He was busy at home, and went back after sending me here. Su Shui said. My father said that we should prepare for the next 2 days, and try to open the store the day after tomorrow. Then I'll wait for the good news that my uncle has made a lot of money. The two of them walked in together. It was only the 11th hour of the morning, and the academy would not start until the 15th of the morning. The two of them arrived half an hour early, and the academy was still quiet at this time. But there were maids guarding the gate, and there were maids patrolling along the road. So the academy was very safe. Sushi had asked Shirimo about the classroom where they would take classes yesterday, and it was the same classroom where they took the exam. During the exam, because they had to take various tests on the road, they deliberately chose the corner door to enter, and moved the flower and tree pots to set up obstacles, so that everyone had to walk along the most winding road. So it seemed farther away. But from the main gate, walking along the road on the central axis, it only takes 7 or 8 minutes for Sushi to walk. After entering the classroom, looking at the empty room, Su Shui asked, Sister, why are we here so early? To choose a seat, Sushi said, pulling Su Shui to sit in the first row in the middle column. These days, there are neither blackboards nor PPTs. Teachers write questions directly on paper, and hold them up for everyone to see. Demonstrations are also done on the stage. And you can't see clearly if you sit far away. As a top student, Sushi still likes to sit in the front row. Sushi told Su Shui about this benefit and pointed to the back row. Look, if we come late, and you sit in the last row, are you willing? Su Shui shook her head like a rattle. No. No. In that place, we can't hear the teacher's words clearly. If the teacher writes something on it, we can't see it even more. She looked at Sushi with admiration. Sister, how can you be so thoughtful? Sushi smiled but said nothing. This was of course the experience gained from being a student for more than 10 years. You don't need to come so early tomorrow. Just come a little earlier and don't be late. You don't need to wait at the door when you come. Just come in directly. Sushi said, took out the 4 treasures of the study from his book bag, spread out paper and ground ink, and began to practice calligraphy, racing against time to earn points. Seeing this, Su Shui also ground ink, frowned at a piece of white paper, chewed the pen tip, and looked at the outline Sushi wrote for her, and pondered the story. The two of them were concentrating on their own work, and the classroom was very quiet. After an unknown amount of time, a woman entered the classroom. Seeing that there were already people in the classroom, she was startled for a moment, and then a smile broke out on her face. Wow! You are here so early. She walked to the table behind Sushi and sat down. Smiling, my name is Jean Lu. She pointed at the person who walked in from the door again. Her name is Hiyuchi. Looking at Sushi, Su Shui's eyes were full of smiles, and her attitude was sincere and enthusiastic. You two haven't asked for your names yet. Sushi smiled slightly. My name is Sushi. Her name is Su Shui. She is my sister. Sisters? John Lu smiled brightly. It's great that the two sisters can have a companion. Seeing that Hiyuchi was still standing there, and didn't come over, she waved to her quickly. Yuchi, come and sit down quickly. Someone will be here soon. Before she finished speaking, someone else entered the classroom. Hiyuchi walked to Jean Lu and smiled shyly at Sushi and Su Shui. Hello. Compared to Jean Lu's familiarity, Hiyuchi was much more shy. Do you live at home? I didn't see you in the dormitory. After both parties greeted each other, Jean Lu asked again. Chapter 85 Changing Seats. Yes. We live at home. Sushi secretly looked at them. You live in the dormitory? To be admitted to the women's academy, the family must be able to afford to buy pens, inkstones, and be willing to spend the money on their daughters. And there must be someone in the family who can read and write. The family must be well off. At least they have enough food and clothing. And for new students in the academy, the family must make new clothes and buy jewelry for them, so that they will not be looked down upon. Sushi originally only distinguished the differences between coarse cloth, fine cotton cloth, and silk. As for how many kinds of silk there are, and which is the most expensive, and which is the cheapest, she didn't know. However, during the past 2 days living in the mansion, the maids and servants above the second rank in the mansion all wore silk. With the comparison, Sushi could see that the silk worn by the masters in the mansion was different from that worn by the maids and servants. And the silk on Qi Feng was also different from that on Su Shui. She had trained her eyesight. At this time, although the two of them were wearing silk dresses, the fabric was similar to Su Shui's, so she knew that the two people were from ordinary families. She could see it, and others could see it too. Sushi deliberately picked a relatively low-key dress today, but from the exquisiteness of the fabric and embroidery, it could be seen that it was very different from the dresses of the other 3 people. Jean Lu obviously noticed that Sushi's clothes were different from Su Shui's, and she answered vaguely, yes. We live in the dormitory. Then she asked Sushi, are you sisters? She said affirmatively. Yes. Cousins. Sushi answered. Jean Lu's face showed a look of understanding. It was very close to the class time at this time. After Jean Lu and Hiyuchi sat down, more people arrived one after another. In less than a quarter of an hour, the dormitory was almost full of people. The dormitory was full of the sound of self-introductions and greetings. At this time, 2 more people came in from outside, one in a red dress and the other in a light yellow dress. When they saw that there was only the last row of seats left in the classroom, they looked unhappy, and the woman in the red dress looked even stern and unhappy. The two stood there and said a few words, and the woman in the light yellow dress came over and whispered to Jean Lu with an embarrassed look. My sister asked me to come over and ask if I can change seats with you. Her expression and tone of voice were extremely gentle. Su Shi and Su Shui both turned around and looked at Zhang Lu in astonishment. Zhang Lu was stunned for a moment. And then she was embarrassed. She blinked at Hiyuchi, indicating that she objected. But Hiyuchi pretended not to see it, and turned around to talk to the person at the other end of the aisle. Zhang Lu was at a loss now, and said to the woman in the yellow dress, "Even if I agree, it's useless. There is only one seat. Your sister wants to sit with you, right?" The woman in the yellow dress glanced at Hiyuchi and said to Zhang Lu, "If you agree, I will talk to Miss He." Obviously, he knew Zhang Lu and Hiyuchi. Zhang Lu was now cornered. She also glanced at Hiyuchi and gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I agree." The woman in the yellow dress looked at Hiyuchi. "Miss He?" Hiyuchi couldn't pretend not to hear it now. Even if she pretended, the other party would definitely ask her in the face. She turned around and said to the woman in the yellow dress expressionlessly, "Sorry, I don't want to sit in the back." Zhang Lu immediately showed joy on her face. But she reacted very quickly, and quickly pursed her lips to prevent them from curling up. The woman in the yellow dress did not entangle, and her expression was still very gentle. "Okay, I understand." As she said that, she turned around and returned to the woman in red, and told her about the situation here. Zhang Lu thought she had nothing to do, fearing that the woman in red would not give up or take her anger out on her. She did not dare to look over there, and went to talk to her classmates behind her. Unexpectedly, before she could say a few words, the voice of the woman in the yellow dress rang beside her, "Miss Zhang." Zhang Lu turned around, and saw the cold face of the woman in red. The woman in the yellow dress smiled at her softly. "Thank you, Miss Zhang. Is this going to change seats with her?" Zhang Lu looked at Hiyuchi, then at the two people, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time, seeing that Zhang Lu didn't move, and because they hadn't sat down yet. Some people had already looked over here. The woman in red suddenly became impatient and asked coldly, "Are you going to change or not?" Seeing her like this, Zhang Lu felt angry. Is this the attitude of asking for help? She wanted to answer with backbone, "No change." But thinking of the power of the red-dressed woman's family, she changed her words. "I promised Miss Mu, so of course I have to change." As she said that, she stood up, took out the book bag from the table hole, and gave up her seat. The red-dressed woman sat down honestly and unceremoniously. Because of this movement, more people looked over here. Seeing this, the woman in the goose yellow dress hurriedly pulled Zhang Lu to the back row and said with a smile, "Let's go." "No, you're not going to talk to Hiyuchi anymore." Zhang Lu was unwilling to suffer alone. If someone suffered with her, the number of bad luck would be reduced by half, and she would feel better. She doesn't want to, so don't force her. The woman in the yellow dress smiled gently. They are not stupid. They came to the academy to represent not only themselves, but also the reputation of their family. If something happened because of changing seats, not to mention being expelled from the academy, at least a scolding would be inevitable. At that time, not only will they be criticized by the teachers in the academy, but the elders at home will definitely teach them a lesson. The younger sister will certainly be scolded, and she, I am afraid, will be punished. The younger sister herself did not dare to make a fuss. She was full and ran to force Hiyuchi. Zhang Lu was so depressed that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. But the woman in the goose yellow dress was beside her, and she did not dare to show any emotion. Otherwise, she would not only lose the favor she had sacrificed so much, but might even offend others. At this time, everyone in the class had arrived, and only 2 seats in the corner of the last row were left. Zhang Lu followed the woman in the yellow dress and sat down in the corner. Not long after, Mrs. Cui came in and asked everyone to write down the course schedule she was reading. The 10-day rest system was adopted here. That is, 1 day off every 10 days. Therefore, the courses were also arranged according to 10 days. 1 10-day cycle. The 4 books and 5 classics. Piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, women's virtues, laws, history books, and women's needlework all need to be studied. Of course, the 4 books and 5 classics were not studied in depth like those men who were going to take the imperial examinations, but only had a general understanding. I think this is also for men. After all, most of the female students here come to study to improve their status and marry a good husband. And the men they marry must learn the 4 books and 5 classics. In this way, The couple will have a common topic. It won't happen that the man will talk about literature and anecdotes with his wife. But his wife won't understand. This will also damage the reputation of the Women's Academy. Chapter 86. Coming to the Academy is the right choice. Su Shui's eyes lit up when she heard about these courses. And her handwriting became more excited. She has always liked to learn from her uncle since she was a child. But her uncle is going to take the imperial examination. So she can't stay at her uncle's house all the time and have no chance to learn. Now that she has the opportunity to contact him, she is very happy. Then Mrs. Chui talked about what to prepare for these subjects. The 4 books and 5 classics. Women's virtues, laws, and history books can be bought outside or in the academy. The same goes for musical instruments. In addition, the same goes for fabrics, silk threads, and other things used in women's needlework. As for the pens, paints, and paper for learning calligraphy and painting, everyone must prepare them. After Mrs. Chui finished talking about these trivial matters, she signaled the maid to hand out the test papers to everyone. Now let's take a test for everyone. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. What is the test? Silence. Mrs. Chui had a serious face to begin with. When she put on a serious face, the classroom suddenly became quiet. She continued. The test is about the 4 books and 5 classics. The academy needs to find out the extent of everyone's mastery of the 4 books and 5 classics so that it can arrange the teaching hours of the teachers in a targeted manner. The teacher should also have a clear idea of your level. Everyone was wailing in their hearts. But they dared not make any sound. They could only express their inner collapse to their deskmates with their faces. Of course, some people were confident and showed an expectant look. When she was in Shirong village, because there was no copybook, she used the 4 books and 5 classics copied by Su Yongxing himself as copybooks for calligraphy practice. Worried that these contents would be tested in the Women's Academy exam, she memorized these books in addition to practicing calligraphy. The memory of the top student is not to be underestimated. Although these books are obscure, there are not many words. She spent a lot of brain cells and memorized the books. At this time, she was extremely glad that she had done this part of the homework. The exam of the Women's Academy this time was just to test the basics. And the questions were basically recitation and filling in the blanks. Even if there were questions with some interpretation, they were all relatively famous and simple sentences, which were not difficult. It's just that the number of questions was larger than that of the entrance exam, and the test was wider. She first scanned the questions and felt that she could do them. So she wrote them carefully stroke by stroke. 30 characters counted as 1 calligraphy. If she finished this test paper carefully now, she could also get points for several characters. It can be said that it was an exam and practicing calligraphy at the same time. Moreover, writing carefully could also leave a good impression on the examiner, which was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. With such a large number of questions, 1 stick of incense is enough time, and it is no problem to write carefully. She praised his wit. Sure enough, after she filled in a few blanks, the voice of the wisdom value sounded as expected. After getting used to this voice, she was no longer disturbed by it, and continued to do the questions without any confusion. When he was halfway through the questions, she raised his head and glanced at the burning incense in front of him. The benefits of sitting in the middle of the first row became apparent. If you sit in the last row, it is simply impossible to see where the burning incense stick in front of you is. Now the incense stick is not far from Shi, and she can clearly see that the incense stick is now burned to a position slightly above the halfway point. She looked down at the number of questions and felt that it was more than enough to finish the questions at this speed. So she continued to immerse her attention in the exam. After finishing all the questions, she looked up at the incense stick and found that there was still some time. She checked the test paper again and found that there were no mistakes. Only then did she have the leisure to ask the system, "How many points did I earn just now?" The system's voice was more joyful than ever before. "Host, coming to the academy to study is indeed the right choice. You just earned a total of 32 points. This is mainly because you didn't write some characters well just now. You only got 2 points for 1 character. Otherwise you could have gotten more. You know, even if she had time to practice calligraphy, she didn't practice for an hour without stopping. She usually had to stop and look at each character she practiced, thinking about which character was written well and which was not. After practicing a few characters, she had to put down the pen and twist her neck, go out to look at the green plants and rest her eyes, which made the system very upset. Now it's all right. Someone will cure her. Sushi rolled his eyes in his heart. Don't even think about such a good thing. Usually, when the teacher lectures, I listen to him from below. And I don't have the chance to write a single word for half a day. Even calligraphy classes are the same. Not to mention Go classes and musical instrument classes, where you don't even need to pick up a pen. So it's impossible to use them to gain calligraphy points. The only way to gain so many points in such an hour is to take the 4 books and 5 classics exams. And the exams are held every 6 months. The system almost cried out wow, but managed to hold it back and said calmly, "Oh, in that case, I'm afraid your life story can only be checked in a month." Humph. It's not the one who's anxious anyway. Sushi raised her eyebrows. This guy has learned to manipulate her. It's okay. Isn't the old lady checking it? Maybe she will find it out without me spending any points. The system choked again. Time is up. Everyone sit down and don't move. And you can't continue writing. Mrs. Chui saw that the incense had burned out, stood up, and signaled behind her. And several maids began to collect the test papers one by one. After collecting the test papers, Mrs. Chui led the maids away neatly. There was a quarter-hour break in the middle. As soon as Mrs. Chui left, people in the classroom started talking about how they had done poorly on the test, and which questions they had not answered. This familiar scene made Sushi smile and miss her modern classmates. Sushi saw Su Shui frowning and asked her, "You didn't do well in the test?" "Yeah." Su Shui was not worried about this. She sighed and looked at Sushi. "I never thought that studying here would cost so much." She counted on her fingers. "I need to buy a set of various books. I need to buy special pens for calligraphy and painting. And I need to buy a lot of paper and paint. I need to buy a musical instrument. I also need to buy a lot of silk and thread for needlework." She sighed. "I don't know how much it will cost." She knew that this women's academy was not something that girls from their families could afford. So you have to write your storybook quickly. Don't dilly-dally. No matter how well you write. Just write it first. Sushi said. She could see that Su Shui had some hesitations because of the difficulties she encountered in writing. Passion is one thing, and imagination is also very beautiful. But when it comes to writing, it's like being unable to squeeze water out of a dry sponge. It's very uncomfortable. But who doesn't feel this way when they start writing? If you retreat in the face of difficulties, you will never be able to write a storybook. Not only writing storybooks, but other things are also like this. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Now that these expenses have been paid, it can be regarded as a shot of adrenaline for Su Shui. Because there is pressure, and there is motivation. Chapter 87 Madame Xiao is amazing. Also, you don't need to buy all of them. The 4 books and 5 classics are at home. The ones I used before are in the room that my aunt left for me. As for the history books and laws, my brother has them. You can take them and copy a set. As for the other missing ones, I will advance the money for you. When you have money from selling the storybooks in the future, it will be too late to pay me back. Su Shui opened her mouth and wanted to refuse Sushi's help. But if she didn't borrow money from Sushi, she would have to go home and ask her parents for it. Although Sushi gave the family 200 taels of silver as capital, his parents were under great pressure. If they knew that she needed so much money to study, his parents would probably not be able to sleep at night. It would be better to borrow Sushi's money first and pay it back when she makes money in the future. If she really can't make money from writing stories, and his parents' business is successful, she can ask them for the money to pay back Sushi. I think his parents will not be under so much pressure at that time, and they won't be so anxious about her spending. Su Shui is still very confident in the cold dish business, mainly because it tastes so good. She clenched her fists and nodded vigorously. Okay. I will definitely write a storybook and sell it for money. As she was talking, she suddenly widened her eyes and said excitedly, Sister, look. Sushi looked in the direction of her chin and saw 3 people walking in from outside the teaching building. The one walking in front was Madame Xiao, whom they met in the silver shop. She is. Sushi lowered her head and looked at the course schedule she had memorized. Her eyes widened suddenly. Calligraphy? In her impression, calligraphy should be taught by an old teacher. After all, calligraphy requires time to accumulate. A teacher who can come to the Women's Academy cannot have bad handwriting. At least, he must have some reputation in the calligraphy world. But Mrs. Xiao looks like she is only in her early 20s. Isn't she too young? How young did she start practicing calligraphy? Mrs. Xiao walked up to the stage, glanced at the people below, paused at Sushi's table, but quickly moved away, and said, My last name is Xiao. You can call me Mrs. Xiao. During this time, I will teach you calligraphy lessons. The maids and servants she brought in were Nani Yun and Shiru, whom she had seen in the silver shop. At this time, the two of them brought out a large rack from somewhere in the back. The wooden board on the rack was placed diagonally on top. They spread a large piece of rice paper on the wooden board and fixed it with a clip. Nani Yun took out the brush, inkstone and inkstone from the bag they brought. Shiru dripped some water from the small porcelain bottle on it and began to grind the ink. Madame Xiao said, "If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. If you want to practice calligraphy well, the pen is the most important thing." She introduced several kinds of pens and asked everyone to buy them. Seeing that Shiru had ground the ink, she began to write on the large rice paper with a smooth and flowing movement. She was young, and the women from the aristocratic families had rarely heard of her name, although they did not dare to question her in their hearts due to discipline and respect for the academy. They undoubtedly did not believe that she could write well. But once an expert makes a move, he can tell whether there is any. When the words written by Madame Xiao appeared, the slight noise in the teaching room suddenly disappeared. Everyone seemed to hold their breath, and the room was strangely quiet. She has been practicing regular script these days, while Madame Xiao writes running script. Her words are vigorous and powerful, with dragon and phoenix style, elegant and free and easy. Even people who don't know how to appreciate calligraphy can feel the beauty of walking on paper. Ah! The excited voice of the system suddenly popped up in Su's mind. She is actually a disciple of Master Ming Song, and her words are completely inherited from Master Ming Song. Master Ming Song? She was a little confused when he heard these two words. Didn't you say he died more than 50 years ago? Mrs. Xiao is only in her 20s. Right? How could she be Master Ming Song's disciple? The system was confused for a moment, and said hesitantly, "Or, is she his disciple?" She sighed. "If she is really the disciple of Master Ming Song, then I will make a fortune. Take Madame Xiao as your teacher, which is equivalent to take Master Ming Song as your teacher. And it is very likely that you can also see Master Ming Song's calligraphy. Earning 100 points for one article is no longer a dream." The system said him twice in agreement, "I'll check it out." Then there was no sound, and it was obviously going to check Mrs. Xiao's background. She was in a very good mood, and his eyes looked at Mrs. Xiao with a bit of eagerness. "Okay, everyone take out paper and pen and write a piece of writing. I'll test your level and see how good you are." After showing her level, Mrs. Xiao made a request. "I don't ask you to write running script. Just write whatever you are good at." This is what Su Shui feared the most. Although she learned to read from her uncle and read her brother's books, she didn't spend any money on it. Calligraphy is something that needs practice, so don't spend too much paper and ink. Her family was struggling to support her brother's education, so it was impossible to buy paper and ink for her to practice calligraphy. So her handwriting can only be recognized by people, and it is not beautiful at all. Now that Madame Xiao wants everyone to write, she is worried that she will be the last. This little girl shows all her emotions on her face, and she can tell at a glance that she has no confidence. But it was useless to comfort her in this kind of situation. In the classroom, there was no one talking except the sound of turning papers and grinding ink. She could only give her an encouraging look and start grinding ink. Su Shui had no choice but to bite the bullet and spread the paper and start grinding ink. The teachers in the women's academy were much more comfortable than modern teachers. Not only did they have maids and old women to help them with some auxiliary work, but now that there were no lectures, there were also maids who made hot tea for her and moved a chair over. At this time, everyone was writing below, and Mrs. Xiao was drinking tea above. When it was almost done, she stood up, walked to the aisle, and began to look at everyone's writing one by one. She was originally a person who was focused on her work and had no distractions. After traveling to the ancient times, she practiced calligraphy every day when she had free time. She had already developed the habit of quickly getting into the state of writing when she picked up the pen to practice. In her mind and eyes, there were only the words she wanted to write. Nothing else. The words on the copybook that the Marquis gave her had already been imprinted in her mind. Even if there was no copybook in front of her at this time, the words she wrote were still very similar to the words on the copybook, and had her own unique charm. Because this was the first opportunity to show their faces in front of the teacher. Some students who wrote well and hoped to be praised by the teacher could not concentrate. When writing, they frequently turned their heads to see where Madame Xiao was, and their writing was not as good as usual. Madame Xiao walked from the other side of the aisle, went around to the back, turned back, and finally stopped behind Su Shi. Chapter 88 Praise. Su Shi was completely unaware and continued to write her own words. When she first started practicing calligraphy, she would look forward to the system score report after writing 30 words on the paper. So she would count the words. But now that she has appreciated the beautiful charm of calligraphy, and her own handwriting has improved little by little, she has put all her mind on practicing calligraphy. When she heard, "Congratulations, host. Wisdom value +3. She realized that she had written 30 words and woke up from her trance. As soon as she woke up, she realized something was wrong. Why were the students in front and on both sides looking at her frequently? Su Shui beside her had already stopped writing and was sitting there with a somewhat uneasy look. She was about to ask Su Shui when she suddenly heard a voice behind her. "How long have you been practicing calligraphy?" Su Shi then realized that there were several people standing behind her. In addition to Madame Xiao and her maids, there were also several classmates who were looking around. She quickly stood up and stood with her hands behind her. If it were someone else, Madame Xiao might not ask. Maybe others are like her, with a family background, or have the conditions to practice calligraphy since childhood, and have good teachers to teach them, because she wants to cooperate with Su Shi. Although Nanny Yin knows the rumor that the Marquis's mansion took the wrong child, she doesn't know Su Shi's background. Yesterday, she specially sent someone to investigate, and found out that Su Shi was the daughter of a scholar. Later, her parents died one after another. She was taken back by her uncle and aunt and stayed in the countryside for 2 years. She was taken back by the sweeping Marquis mansion 2 days ago. Calligraphy cannot be drawn on the ground with branches or written on a sand table. It must be practiced on paper. It takes time to practice writing well, and the paper and ink are wasted. Families like Su Yongxing and Su Yongyi could not afford Su Shi to practice writing at will. So Mrs. Xiao asked this question. Su Shi was very smart, and immediately realized that Mrs. Xiao had checked her. Otherwise she would not ask this question. She answered honestly, "I practiced for a while when I was a child, and I have practiced a little bit in the past 2 years. But I have been practicing for a while, and feel that I have made great progress. It is only recently." She deliberately made the concept of time vague, so as not to reveal any flaws. "So, you haven't practiced calligraphy for a long time?" Madame Xiao asked. "I think so," Su Shi said a little embarrassedly. "Then you are quite talented. If you practice hard, you may be able to make some achievements in calligraphy," Madame Xiao said. "Thank you for your encouragement, Master." Su Shi bowed quickly. She was very happy to receive the praise from Madame Xiao. The system had returned when she was practicing calligraphy just now, and told her that Madame Xiao's calligraphy teacher was Qinzhi, a disciple of Master Ming Song, the most famous calligraphy master still alive. In other words, Madame Xiao is the disciple of Master Ming Song. Although Madame Xiao is young, she is very talented and her calligraphy is well known in the whole Jin dynasty. How could she not be happy that her talent was recognized by Madame Xiao? "Sit down," Madame Xiao said, moving forward. With Madame Xiao, other students could not look around anymore, for fear that Madame Xiao would suddenly turn around when she walked to the stage and see that they were not writing seriously. The woman in red sitting behind Su Shi still stretched her neck to look, until Madame Xiao turned around and her eyes swept over her. She sat down at Hiyuchi's reminder. After class, she tapped Su Shi's back and said, "Let me see your handwriting again." Su Shui turned around and looked at the woman in red with dissatisfaction. The woman in red felt Su Shui's gaze and looked back at her with a blank look, as if she didn't understand why she was dissatisfied. Seeing this, Su Shi thought about it and handed over his handwriting. The woman in red took the paper, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Thank you." Su Shi was stunned and smiled at her. "You're welcome." At this time, John Lu and the woman in the light yellow dress had come over. The woman in the yellow dress smiled at Su Shi and said gently, "My name is Mu Qinglian. My sister is Mu Qingqiang. You sit at the front and back tables. Please take care of each other." Su Shi smiled. "Take care of each other." She stood up and took Su Shui out. "Let's go. Let's go for a walk. There is only a quarter of an hour break at noon, so everyone can have a snack and rest." But Su Shi wants to see if the academy sells lunch. It's okay now that it's hot, but it's not okay to just eat snacks when it's cold. It would be even better if there were hot meals and hot dishes for sale. When they walked outside, Su Shui muttered, "Why is that person like this? How can he ask others to give up their seats? It was obvious that she was a little upset about Mu Qingqiang asking Zhang Lu to give up her seat. It takes two to tango, Su Shi said. Huh? Su Shui didn't understand. They obviously knew each other, but they only looked for Zhang Lu at first. Not Hiyuchi. Why is that? Su Shi asked. If you want to write a storybook, you have to observe life at ordinary times. You can't just look at the surface of everything. Su Shui was thoughtful. Su Shi took Su Shui to the dormitory. When they entered her dormitory, they saw that the handkerchief she had placed on the pillow was still there, untouched, and a few things were added to the other bed. Su Shi nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that she had a good roommate. She took out the snack box. Eat quickly. The class will start soon. The academy was a bit big, and there was only a quarter of an hour break, and it was gone after a round trip. It seemed that I could only find a place near the teaching building to eat snacks in the future. Anyway, the Su family owed Su Shi a lot, so Su Shui didn't feel shy about these snacks. She and Su Shi quickly finished eating and returned to the classroom. There was only one class in the afternoon, which was music. The music teacher was a woman in her 40s, surnamed Tao. She introduced various musical instruments and asked everyone to choose the one they wanted to learn the most. Su Shi thought about it and chose the guzheng. Su Shui chose the flute, although she said she liked it. Su Shi thought that the main reason she chose the flute was that it was the cheapest instrument. An ordinary bamboo flute costs only 100 coins, which is much cheaper than the guzheng, guqin, kongho and other musical instruments that cost tens, hundreds, or even hundreds of taels of silver. On the carriage back to the capital, Su Shi closed his eyes and said to the system, "Calculate how many points I earned today." The system happily agreed, calculated for a while, and reported a number to Su Shi. "You earned 58 points today." Open the light screen. "Let me see the total points," Su Shi said. The system displayed the light screen in front of Su Shi. There was still a single product on it, and at the top of the light screen, it showed Su Shi's total score, 86. Su Shi stared at the number for a long time, sighed deeply, and felt infinite sadness. The system was worried that she would be discouraged, so it quickly gave her some chicken soup. "This is mainly because your calligraphy level was too low in the early stage. Sometimes 0 points, sometimes 1 point, and you haven't been in this world for long, so you have little time to earn points. Now that you have entered the academy, at least you have income every day, and your skills will improve, and you will get points quickly." Chapter 89 Madam's Memories. Su Shi was about to say something to it, when she suddenly heard a report. "Congratulations to the host. Wisdom value plus 50. Su Shi was stunned and asked the system, "What's going on?" It gave her extra points for no reason. Could it be that the system has a change of heart? I don't know. The system seemed a little confused. Su Shi's wisdom value was not set by it. It has its own set of judging criteria. Otherwise, if it gave Su Shi a high score directly, wouldn't it immediately fill up the energy it needs and repair the faulty part? Why should he be held hostage by Su Shi and beg her to give more points? It hurried to see what was going on. It's an exam. It's an exam. The system was very excited. "Host, because you got first place in the 4 books and 5 classics exam in the morning, the system rewards you with 50 wisdom points." Su Shi's eyes lit up. "Really?" She rolled her eyes. "Does it mean that as long as I get first place in the exam, I will get points?" "Yes." The system was like discovering a new world, and it turned somersaults excitedly. The higher the ranking, the more points. The higher the level of the exam, the more points. Then why didn't I get any points for my last entrance exam? Did you steal my points? The system jumped up. "Nonsense. I just found out that exams have points. Otherwise, I would have asked you to take the exam long ago. Why would you wait until now?" Su Shi thought so too. Although the system has a problem with its brain, with its desire for points, it would definitely not wait until now to tell her about this channel. "Okay, I'll trust you for once." The system snorted coldly. "I guess it's because there was no ranking in the last entrance exam. The academy just eliminated those who failed, and the rest were admitted on the list. The reason why your name is at the front is because you are the first to take the entrance exam. Without a ranking, you naturally can't get any points." Su Shi nodded. "That makes sense. Host, you should quickly brush up your skills so that you can participate in various competitions in the academy. Once you get a place in the competition, your score will rise rapidly. 20,000 points is not a dream. And the agility pill is waiting for you. The system shouted at the top of its lungs. Although the system was noisy, Sushi rarely continued to argue with it. Let's not talk about the agility pill. With these 50 points, if I practice a few more words at night, I can get 150 points immediately. If I practice again in class tomorrow, I will basically get 200 points. The short-term goal was achieved. For a while, Sushi's motivation to score points increased a few points. After returning to the Marquis mansion, Sushi went to pay his respects to the old lady as usual, and happened to meet the eldest lady there. Seeing the complicated look in the eyes of the eldest lady, Sushi knew that the old lady had told the eldest lady her guess. Have you sent someone to investigate the matter I mentioned yesterday? Sushi couldn't help asking. It would be best if the old lady could investigate the matter thoroughly, so that she wouldn't have to work hard to accumulate points. She had made such a big mistake last night, and she didn't believe that the old lady and the eldest lady could bear not to investigate the matter immediately. The old lady and the eldest lady looked at each other, waved their hands to let the servants in the room go out, but remained silent. As soon as Sushi left last night, the old lady immediately sent someone to call the eldest lady. The two of them recalled the situation at that time for a whole night. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that what Sushi guessed might happen. For this reason, neither of them slept last night. Seeing Sushi's eyes that looked like the Marquis, Ju's mood became even more confused. Originally, she and the old lady didn't intend to mention it before the matter was investigated. But facing Sushi, she couldn't help but speak. I checked it. Her voice trembled a little. At that time, the Marquis's mansion was in chaos, and people were needed everywhere. I sent out all the capable people around me, leaving only a nanny and a maid. The reason why I kept them was because they were loyal, but not capable enough. I thought that even if I had something to do, and they couldn't handle it properly, they could at least help call for help. Anyway, they were all in the mansion, and would come when I called. Later, the second wife had an attack, and was about to give birth. It was her first child, and the birth was not smooth. When I went to see her, she also had an attack, because there was no time to call another midwife, and there were not enough people. I moved directly into the room next to the second wife to make it easier for the midwife to take care of her. After I was arranged, my maid went to call people, and the old woman stayed beside me. At that time, the pain came, and I couldn't care about anything else. I just heard the old woman talking in my ear. I couldn't hear what she said clearly. The only feeling was pain. When the child was born, I fainted directly. When I woke up, the old woman congratulated me and said that I gave birth to a son. She raised her head and looked at Sushi carefully. If I gave birth to a daughter, and the second wife gave birth to a son or two sons, I might suspect that she had switched the children. After all, the lack of a son in the first house is good for the second house. But the one I held in front of me was a son, and she had a pair of twins, so I didn't suspect anything. What about that old woman? Is she still alive? Sushi asked. Is she dead of illness suddenly like the nanny next to Wei? Alive. Ju nodded. She was taken out of the house by her son. I sent someone to ask her today. She is already 70 years old. Confused, and her words are incoherent. If this old woman died for no reason, she would not have any suspicion at all. But the old woman is alive and well. But she is confused. She immediately shook her head again. Even if she is not confused, I probably can't get anything out of her. I brought this old woman from my mother's home. She is really loyal, but she is not careful enough, confused, and not smart enough. If Wei really did something under her nose, she probably wouldn't find it. Where's the midwife who delivered the baby? Sushi asked again. I asked someone to find out, and the midwife moved away after returning home. Ask her neighbors. No one knows where she moved to. If there was no such doubt, the old lady and the first lady would think Sushi was exaggerating and making up lies to gain the love of the first lady and find an excuse for disobeying her biological mother. Sushi remembered something and asked again. She should have opened a pass when she left. Right? Did anyone go to the government office to check? We checked, but nothing was found. Ju shook her head. They have been the mistresses of the house for so many years, and they are still clear about these things. Who else was there besides them? Besides the midwife and the nanny, there were only people from the Wei family. But besides the dead nanny, there were two maids around her. However, the maids did not enter the delivery room at that time, but only helped to boil water and pass things outside. The two had already married. One died in childbirth, and the other married a small manager of the Wei family's farm. I was afraid of alerting the enemy, so I did not send anyone to interrogate the maid. Chapter 90 Target locked. Fear of alerting the enemy is one reason. But what Zhu is really worried about is that Wei will find out. And Wei will make a scene and let Zhao Jingli know. If the child knows that his mother suspects that he is not her biological child, how sad he will be. But she has no evidence to prove that the child is not her biological child. When the mother and son are separated, Zhao Jingli's status as the crown prince will not change, and he will become the master of this marquisate in the future. The most embarrassed person is Zhu. Therefore, before there was solid evidence, Zhu did not dare to let the fourth person know. She did not even tell her husband Zhao Yuanxuan. Seeing Zhu's worried face, Su Shi could guess her concerns. Su Shi could not help but sigh. In modern times, this kind of thing is very simple, and a DNA test can solve it. In ancient times, it was extremely complicated. No wonder there was a cat for prince story in ancient times. Without solid evidence, even if you suspect that the child is not your own, you can't prove it. It seems that she can only save points to ask the system to check. Ask the system to check the whereabouts of the midwife. There should be no problem. Right? This matter is not urgent. Don't worry about it. If you really can't find it, just pretend that these things didn't happen. Su Shi said. Zhu smiled bitterly. It's about her own child. Can she pretend that nothing happened? Apart from anything else, she can't love Zhao Jingli as much as before, thinking that the son she carefully raised is Wei's, and the Marquis mansion will be handed over to her son in the future. Zhu felt uncomfortable. It's not like she doesn't have other sons. So how could she let Zhao Jingli inherit the Marquis mansion without knowing it? This matter must be investigated thoroughly. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to eat first. Su Shi said. Go ahead. The old lady nodded. I'm not in the mood to eat. Just drink a cup of bird's nest. I won't keep you with me. Su Shi said something about taking care of herself, and then said goodbye. Go get the food. As soon as she returned to Pinmingju, she ordered. She had a snack at noon, which had already been digested, and she was very hungry now. Wait a moment. Young lady, I have already asked Itsue to bring the food. Madame Yuan said. She was able to be a housekeeper, and now she is the housekeeper here. She has her strengths. That is, she is good at observing people's words and expressions. Su Shi is growing up and is most likely to be hungry. She knew that Su Shi would definitely eat first when he came back, so she asked Itsue to bring the food without waiting for instructions. Su Shi had just taken off her hairpins and washed her face when Itsue came in with a food box. She put down the food box and knelt on the ground, looking uneasy and asking Su Shi for forgiveness. Young lady, please forgive me. The kitchen staff said that the second madam left 2 of her regular dishes for you, and asked them to bring them when they brought you the food. I was worried about gossip, so I brought the dishes back. As she spoke, she lowered her head and dared not look at Su Shi. Su Shi thought something had happened. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. Get up. You did the right thing. Whatever the second madam gave me, I'll do it next. There's no need to be uneasy. I don't know how Wei Shi figured it out. And she changed her tactics. Yesterday, she went to the old lady to cry and complain. And today she started to show her goodwill. And everyone in the mansion knew about it. As a mother, she has done so much. If Su Shi continues to be persistent, people in the mansion will not know what to say to her. This woman is really good at tactics when she is serious. Su Shi's portion is 4 dishes and 1 soup, 1 meat dish, 1 small meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 green vegetable dish. Wei gave her a braised lion's head and a fried river shrimp, 1 meat dish and 1 small meat dish, which was considered very sincere. Of course, she could not finish all these dishes by herself. So Su Shi asked each Wei to pick out some of them and gave the rest to them. After dinner, Su Shi went out for a walk and summoned the system. How many points do you need to check the whereabouts of the midwife? The system also knew that Su Shi couldn't study with peace of mind with Wei around. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only charged Su Shi 200 points. At this moment, it didn't make it difficult for Su Shi, saying, only 150 points are needed. Well, it's exactly the number she can get tonight. Okay. Su Shi wouldn't blindly squeeze the system. As long as she had points, she would give them to the system. She will have to live and die with the system for the rest of her life. and it will be good for her to restore some of its functions. However, you have to let her take the initiative to expose it after you find out. Just like Wei's wet nurse, who went to the government office to reveal the news herself. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain how I found out the news. And then both of us will be suspected. The system shook its head like a rattle. I can't do it. If I can invade other people's brains and change their minds, can I still live so aggrieved? I have already washed away all the independent thoughts in your mind. And you have become my scoring machine. What should I do? Sushi frowned. Then I can only use your smart head to think of a solution. The system gave her a rainbow fart. Sushi snorted, took a walk for a while, and then went into the house to practice calligraphy. No matter what, I will fill up the points first and find out the matter clearly. I don't know if she has improved naturally after practicing for so long, or if she was influenced by Mrs. Zhao's calligraphy today and had some epiphany. After she wrote a few pieces of calligraphy, she suddenly heard the system broadcast, "Congratulations to the host. Wisdom value +4. She was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Haha. Another step forward. The system was also very happy. And in the mind. Dong dong dong. A rhythmic sound was played to Sushi to celebrate. If you practice one more article, you can accumulate 150 points. The system said. Now it is 146 points. Sushi can write another article and earn 4 points. Which is exactly 150 points. Miss, it's too late. Writing for too long hurts your eyes. When Yuan saw she stopped writing. She took the opportunity to persuade her. I'll write another one. Sushi looked up and felt that the light was a little insufficient. So he ordered, light the lamp. Yes. Madame Yuan turned her head and looked at Itsue, who hurried to light the lamp. Since being criticized by Sushi last time, Madame Yuan no longer dared to treat herself as a scallion. She treated Sushi with much more respect and dared not to point fingers at her and regard herself as a disciplinarian. Sushi was very satisfied with this change. She later asked Qifeng and learned that when the First Lady chose servants for her, she spent a lot of time and effort. She did not choose servants who were related to the second and third houses, but only servants who were loyal to the first house, or did not have many evil intentions. The reason why this Madame Yuan was chosen to be her housekeeper was that, firstly, she was reliable and capable. Secondly, she was not the kind of person who would do anything to get ahead. Thirdly, Madame Yuan's husband was a small housekeeper in charge of carriages and horses in the outer courtyard. Sushi had to use a carriage to go back and forth to the academy. And with Madame Yuan around, no one would tamper with her in this regard or make things difficult for her. Therefore, as long as Madame Yuan did not have the mentality of the girl is a country girl, she knows nothing and needs to be taught well, she would not have to replace Madame Yuan.